My name is Fang Yun, and upon my arrival in the celestial realm, I found myself soaring to the heavens. However, this ascension turned out to be a cunning trap. I became a lowly miner, enslaved in the celestial domain, condemned to toil for 5 centuries, until one day, while laboring in the depths of the mine, I awakened to the infinite cloning system. Now, I am still Fang Yun the miner, yet with my myriad of clones, my efficiency in extracting ores has become nothing short of extraordinary. The entirety of the celestial mine is now under my discreet dominion, stealthily tucked away into my satchel. The celestial beings soon discovered my secret. Do they intend to expel me? They once seized me for mining, and now they wish to cast me out? Absolutely not. Unless I collapse this mine, as the narrative unfolds, I ascend to the celestial realm, enduring 500 years of mining labor. Congratulations to the Martial Emperor on his ascension to the celestial realm. Atop the peak of the heavenly martial sect, joy abounds and the atmosphere is electric. The voices of countless elite warriors from the entire Xuanwu world resound in unison, celebrating the ascension of their leader, Martial Emperor Fang Yun. They gaze upon Fang Yun with fervent admiration, their envy palpable, wishing fervently that the divine light emanating from the celestial gate would envelop them instead. Becoming an immortal is the shared aspiration of all on the Xuanwu continent. Yet, amidst this celestial brilliance, the resplendent and imposing figure of Martial Emperor Fang Yun finds himself gazing down at his exquisite wives, who stand in a line to bid him farewell with great effort. He resists the pull of the divine gate. I believe I am quite content here. I truly do not wish to become an immortal. Fang Yun struggles fiercely, shattering the void around him, but still, the celestial gate inexorably drags him closer. Master, please ascend without worry. I shall take good care of our mistress. Crack! A whip lashes out, and as Fang Yun is pulled into the realm, he grimaces, his dream abruptly shattered. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with the wrathful glare of a foreman wielding a whip, berating him vociferously. Fang Yun, how dare you neglect your duty and sleep instead of mining the celestial essence crystals? Do you seek punishment? Mine. I shall mine. I merely rested for a moment after working tirelessly. I beg for your mercy. Clad in tattered miner's garb, Fang Yun hastily bows his head in apology, his movements painfully familiar in their humility. As he speaks, he does not forget to pick up the pickaxe from the ground and resume his labor. He barely strikes the rock once, when, crack, the whip strikes his back with cruel intensity. Fang Yun grimaces but endures the pain, a fleeting glimmer of defiance flashing in his eyes. Today, if you fail to mine at least 200 celestial essence crystals, you shall go hungry. The foreman, Huang Hui, squints his eyes, barking derisively. Yes, yes, of course. With renewed determination, Fang Yun grips the pickaxe tightly, channeling his frustration into raw strength, striking heavily against the unyielding rock face. Sparks fly as the pickaxe chips away at the stone, dislodging a substantial chunk that tumbles to the ground, revealing a deep green crystal amidst the debris. Fang Yun's heart leaps with joy. This is a low-grade mining area, where celestial essence crystals are notoriously elusive. One could strike the rock 100 times without yielding a single gem. Yet, having struck haphazardly just twice, he has unearthed one. Such a rare fortune. Fang Yun was about to bend down to pick it up when Huang Hui, quick-witted and swift-handed, seized the celestial crystal first. Humph! This one is mine. You continue with your work. Huang Hui stowed the celestial crystal into his waist pouch and then, with a greedy hand, rummaged through Fang Yun's mining bag, retrieving no less than 7 or 8 more crystals. Fang Yun could only suppress his indignation, daring neither to voice his discontent nor to confront Huang Hui's brazen act of self-enrichment. To speak against him would invite not only further scorn but also the sting of the whip. Huang Hui, a first-layer immortal, towered over Fang Yun, who was merely a 9th-layer ascendant, rendering any resistance futile in the face of such a vast disparity in strength. Seeing Fang Yun's compliance, Huang Hui scoffed, whistling as he made his way out of the mine. After a few moments, a derisive voice echoed back from his retreating figure. "Pa, what a joke! A mere ant from the lower realms, aspiring to become immortal? Ha ha!" Fang Yun's countenance darkened with a mix of frustration and fury upon hearing those words. The dream he had just experienced was not a mere illusion, it was indeed a reality that transpired 5 centuries ago. He, Fang Yun, was once the most formidable being of the Xuanwu continent, a master of martial arts, capable of shattering the void. Yet, forced to ascend to this realm of immortals, he found himself utterly insignificant. Upon his arrival, the guards of the flying immortal platform promptly adhered to their rules, consigning him to this mining site under the auspices of the Yunfan immortal sect. At that moment, Fang Yun was rendered speechless, utterly flabbergasted however, witnessing another ascendant from the adjacent platform attempt to flee only to be slain on the spot. Fang Yun's anger was swiftly tempered. His so-called mastery of martial arts on the Xuanwu continent seemed fragile, akin to a mortal facing a cultivator. Just this single act of mining would span 500 years. According to the regulations of the Yunfan immortal sect, those ascendants without a background or powerful ancestral connections in the immortal realm must toil for a full millennium before they can attain freedom. Moreover, there were stringent quotas to meet. Failure to fulfill them would mean continued servitude in mining, even after the passage of 1,000 years, until the deficit was settled. Compensation was nearly non-existent, with only a meager reward of a low-grade celestial crystal offered each year. Essentially, it was nothing but sheer, unrelenting labor. Nonetheless, after 500 years, Fang Yun had gleaned some understanding of the immortal realm. First and foremost, the immortal realm was vast and boundless. Every entity within it had been nourished by the ethereal essence of immortality over countless years, becoming immensely profound. On the Xuanwu continent, he could move mountains and seas, soaring through the skies. Yet in this immortal realm, even the act of flight eluded him. Secondly, these ascendants were not truly as weak as they appeared. Rather, they lacked the crucial transcendental experience that should have accompanied their ascent. It was said that such a process had existed in the past, but now it was absent. Contemporary ascendants could only rely on transformation crystals to undertake this metamorphosis. In essence, regardless of the realm from which one ascended or the nature of their cultivation, its spiritual energy, profound energy, true qi, or soul power, one could transform their entire essence into immortal spiritual force by refining 1,000 transformation crystals, thereby attaining the realm of the void immortal. Upon reaching this state, they would then be capable of absorbing the celestial qi of the immortal realm, becoming true immortals. Yet, even the void immortal realm was merely the lowest echelon of immortals. However, in comparison to those ascendants who have reached the 9th level of transcending immortality yet are incapable of absorbing celestial essence, they are in an entirely different realm, almost akin to the distinction between the celestial and the mortal. The reason they all find themselves at this 9th level is that during their capture for mining, they are each granted a one-time bestowal of 900 transformation crystals. This endowment empowers the ascendants, enabling them to mine more effectively. As for the remaining 100 transformation crystals, the mine distributes one every decade. The implications of this are quite thought-provoking, suggesting a treacherous intent. Reflecting on the information he has gathered over the years, Fang Yun could not help but exclaim a phrase from the cultural heritage of Blue Star: "Damn it." As he toiled in the mines, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He was not the genuine martial emperor Fang Yun, rather. He had transmigrated into the body of the martial emperor 3 days prior to his ascension. Upon his arrival, he found an ancient jade tablet before him, inscribed with 5 large characters. "Do not ascend at all costs." Fang Yun was perplexed, only aware that the once arduous life he led on Blue Star had abruptly transformed as he inherited the complete powers of the martial emperor along with 100 exquisite wives. He was nearly grinning from ear to ear. Yet, merely 3 days later, having slept with 38 of them, he was forcibly ascended to the heavens to mine. 500 years of relentless labor ensued, each day leaving him physically and mentally exhausted, living like a slave over such a prolonged period. Were it not for his cultivation at the martial extremity realm, his memories might have begun to fade. The celestial essence crystals mined by these ascendants, however, are tainted and require extensive refining to be converted into the currency of the celestial realm. As for the distinction between transformation crystals and celestial crystals, Fang Yun had yet to comprehend it fully, only aware that they were indeed different. Among the transmigrators, I must be the most unfortunate, he lamented internally, vigorously wielding the pickaxe in his hand with newfound fervor. He was unwilling to accept his fate. After 500 years of ascension, he had yet to behold the true vastness of the celestial realm. If given the chance, he yearned to exact revenge upon the malevolent higher immortals of the celestial domain. Suddenly, a voice declared, "Ding. Do you wish to succeed? Do you seek vengeance? Answer affirmatively, and you shall possess the supreme system." The unexpected voice caught Fang Yun off guard, and a wave of intense excitement washed over his face. A system? The legendary system standard for transmigrators? Why have you only now arrived? It has been 500 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 5 centuries? Chapter 2. The system of infinite clones in the blink of an eye. Fang Yun resolutely clenched his fist and exclaimed, "I wish, ding, binding the infinite clone system." As the system successfully bound, Fang Yun gained a rudimentary understanding of the clone system. This clone was not a mere projection from his own being, but rather an entity exchanged from the system's spatial realm, materialized according to its rules. During the period in which the host's consciousness dominated the system clone, this clone could serve as a proxy for the host, thus earning the designation of clone and clone system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on embarking on a journey of transcendence, becoming the nightmare of countless immortals in the celestial realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a novice gift pack, randomly unlocking 1 permanent initial ability for your clone. As the voice resonated, a rapidly shifting, vibrant gift pack appeared before Fang Yun, resplendent in hues of white, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. In an instant, he comprehended its significance and hastily wiped his inky hands on his coarse garment. With a silent prayer, he thought, "Let the chaos retreat," and then tapped on the pack. In an instant, the colors solidified. A blinding golden light erupted forth. Fang Yun's heart soared with excitement. Gold! It was gold! Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the legendary golden permanent initial ability, Clone Arbitrary Editing. What does arbitrary editing of the clone entail? Fang Yun pondered, soon grasping its meaning. Before him, a phantom figure morphed rapidly in accordance with his thoughts. As long as he envisioned an image in his mind, the clone could manifest in that form. Young or old, male or female, even non-human beings were possible. Gulp! Fang Yun swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with fervor. This was splendid. As a default reward from the system, he had the opportunity to create a clone. However, Fang Yun found himself in a quandary. What should his first clone look like? As he contemplated, myriad images flickered through his mind, reflecting upon the system's clone editor. There was an identical version of himself, a towering and imposing Xiang Yu, the ever-heroic Zhao Yun, and the formidable Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. But soon, Fang Yun slapped himself. How foolish! After 500 years in this desolate mine, he had not encountered a single woman. This clone, it must be a woman. With the gender confirmed, the situation transformed into something extraordinary. Before Fang Yun, the ethereal shadows swiftly shifted, each more enchanting than the last, exuding an aura of perfection. Figures reminiscent of past celebrities, characters from anime, and even 100 exquisite wives of the martial emperor Fang Yun. Fang Yun thought of the stunning image of twin sisters, affirming the elder sibling's form while accentuating her curves, and then he confirmed his choice in his mind. Come forth, my sword dance. As the words fell, the previously illusory figure of sword dance solidified rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a living embodiment of a sword dance materialized before him. Her skin was as white as snow, her delicate visage captivating, and her curves perfectly formed, complemented by long, slender legs that were fair and straight. She epitomized Fang Yun's aesthetic standards, a surreal beauty beyond compare. Her radiant appearance illuminated the dim cavern by a noteworthy degree. Suddenly, Fang Yun's face flushed with heat, for the sword dancer was devoid of clothing. He reached out, his hand brushing against her. The sensation was genuine, the warmth unmistakable. So realistic it was nearly overwhelming. An impulsive urge surged within him, yet a rational hand restrained his restless spirit. No, this is my avatar. At that moment, the sword dancer slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was reminiscent of autumn waters, albeit with a hint of confusion, lacking clarity. Could it be that this sword dancer possessed no intellect? Fang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the sword dancer spoke. Master. Her voice was melodious yet somewhat awkward. This utterance only intensified Fang Yun's impulsiveness. In the next instant, He retrieved the tattered miner's attire he had worn over the years from his storage ring and presented it to his avatar. "Put this on," he commanded. Yet, the sword dancer appeared perplexed, holding the garments without understanding how to don them. In his speechlessness, he heard her voice once more. Fang Yun was astonished. Time slipped away, and an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling utterly relaxed, he leaned against the rocky wall, savoring a blade of wild grass. It was a moment of pure contentment. Do not overthink. Nothing transpired. Indeed, merely this. Ding, host has misunderstood. Ding, please immerse your consciousness in your mind. The system's voice echoed, and Fang Yun realized that throughout the past hour, the system had persistently sought to correct him numerous times. Yet, he had failed to notice. Truly, he had been oblivious. Now, as understanding dawned upon him, he quickly discovered a shadowy figure deep within the recesses of his consciousness. It was none other than the sword dancer. As his awareness entered the essence of the sword dancer's form, he was instantly granted a second perspective. He became the sword dancer, able to manipulate her movements. Thus, two Fang Yuns, two bodies, gazed at each other in a curious exchange. In that moment, a wealth of information flooded Fang Yun's mind. He began to grasp the function of his avatar. Firstly, the sword dancer was not devoid of intelligence. Rather, she was newly born and still disoriented. She possessed the intellect of a normal human and could share wisdom with Fang Yun. Secondly, regardless of her intelligence, the avatar would unconditionally obey and remain loyal to Fang Yun. The bond between avatars was one of eternal cooperation. Thirdly, the avatar embodied Fang Yun's complete realm of power. Additionally, upon creation, one or two characteristic attributes would manifest based on the avatar's nature, enhancing certain capabilities. For instance, the sword dancer's attributes were flexibility and agility. This inherent ability was a complementary gift from the Golden Legend, allowing for the editing of avatars at will. Fourthly, the avatar may sustain injuries, yet it remains devoid of sensation. It possesses a regenerative ability akin to that of Fang Yun. Furthermore, upon receiving a fatal blow, it can return to the system, resurrecting fully after 24 hours. Fifthly, the avatar is capable of entering a state of shadowy void, including its attire. In this state, it exudes no breath and lacks a tangible form. However, any act of aggression or being attacked will reveal its corporeal presence. It may manifest either in its original appearance or as a shadowy figure. The shadowy form retains the essence of its original visage, yet it transcends the flesh, transforming into a pure black statue, both inside and out. Sixthly, the avatar can be retracted into the system for storage. After gaining a full understanding, Fang Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. With 100% mastery of his realm and unique abilities, the prospect of possessing 1,000,000 avatars, all at the same level, sent shivers down his spine, though it was the enemies who should be terrified. Moreover, the ability to become invisible and assume a shadowy form. Fang Yun realized this was compelling him to become a solitary assassin in the Alliance. Ding! Host, have you discovered it? Engage in assassination, hunt, and become the terror of the entire celestial realm. Hey. System, please maintain some decorum. Fang Yun and Jian Wu exchanged disdainful glances, yet their lips involuntarily curled into mischievous smiles. How does one acquire the second avatar? Fang Yun inquired. In the next instant, a list of exchanges appeared in his mind. The second to the 10th avatars required 2 low-grade celestial crystals for 6. And so forth. This exchange rate was quite reasonable. Although Fang Yun was somewhat impoverished, he did not find it exorbitant. What about beyond 10? Ding! Host, do not be overly ambitious. Upon reaching 10 avatars, they will automatically unlock, but trust in the system. It is a good system. Hee. Fang Yun chuckled softly. He then instructed Jian Wu to don her attire, tossing her a hoe, and together they commenced mining. A male-female pairing makes labor less burdensome and contributes to a harmonious spirit. When evening arrived, Fang Yun tallied the celestial essence crystals collected that day. An impressive 330. System, can you store these celestial essence crystals? Fang Yun tentatively inquired. No sooner had the words left his lips than the pile of crystals vanished before his eyes, entering the system's space. Astonishing. Fang Yun was elated. Celestial essence crystals are a specialty of the celestial realm, and the storage ring he brought from Xuanwu continent could not accommodate them. This was also the reason the mine was unconcerned about their illicit hoarding. However, from this moment onward, the situation had shifted. A smile gradually spread across Fang Yun's face. Your mine is now my mine. Chapter 3. The Increase of Clones. 7 of them. Fang Yun retracted his sword dance clones and stored 200 pieces of celestial crystals in his bag. He then proceeded toward the exit of the mine. Upon reaching the submission area, he encountered a long line of over 100 individuals, comprising various races and ages. Yet all were uniformly male. This arrangement, it was said, was instituted by the Yunfan Immortal Sect for the sake of management, as female and male ascendants were not assigned to the same mining district. Among the groups, some conversed in twos and threes, sharing tales of their daily harvests. However, the majority maintained an expressionless demeanor, enveloped in silence. Those who were still inclined to chatter were primarily newcomers, having arrived less than a century prior. The silent ones, like Fang Yun, were seasoned veterans with hundreds of years of experience. Many of them had once been sovereigns of their realms, even the most formidable beings in lesser worlds. Yet, those days were long gone. After enduring years of exploitation and torment, the populace had grown numb. Their existence revolved around mining, submitting celestial crystals, dining, resting, and then repeating the cycle anew each day, an unyielding mechanical routine. If there existed any hope, it lay in the aspiration to endure through a millennium or perhaps to savor a decent meal. In the lower mining districts, all the miners were ascendants who had yet to complete their transcendence. They were not yet immortal. The power within them was a chaotic Mlang, unrefined and lacking transformation into celestial energy, nor did they possess celestial techniques to directly absorb the ethereal essence. Although starvation was not an immediate concern, the daily grueling work of mining demanded immense physical exertion without the replenishment of celestial energy. Thus, they relied on meals and rest to regain their strength. This was precisely why the overseer, Huang Hui, had threatened Fang Yun with depriving him of food. Should he fail to eat today, he would face hunger while mining tomorrow, with the additional burden of extracting 200 crystals. Otherwise, he would likely go without a meal. This predicament easily spiraled into a vicious cycle, rendering the body increasingly frail and fatigued, ultimately leading to frequent failures in meeting demands. This would not only result in physical punishment but also accumulate substantial debts to the mining facility. When the millennium term expired, he would still be compelled to continue mining to repay his debts. In this celestial realm, the environment was decidedly unfriendly to ascendants without connections. Fang Yun, in a state of numbness, moved along with the long queue. Before his turn arrived, Overseer Huang Hui cast a mocking glance at him, inwardly sneering. You, lad, if you don't reach 200 today, don't expect a meal. When it was Fang Yun's turn, he did not even glance at Huang Hui but, with a vacant expression, deposited a pile of crystals onto the table. Huang Hui swept his spiritual sense over the crystals, momentarily stunned. 200 pieces, neither more nor less. How was this possible? Huang Hui found it hard to believe. Earlier in the afternoon, he had observed this lad lounging and napping, having likely mined only 60 or 70 crystals, and he had taken 8 or 9 of those for himself. Yet now, this young man had managed to extract 140 pieces in a single afternoon. Had he struck an improbable stroke of luck? It is indeed a possibility. Huang Hui initially intended to further challenge Fang Yun, but after reflecting on the rules, he said, Fang Yun, your luck is quite remarkable. You have fulfilled the requirements. Aha, well done. Continue to strive, now go and have your meal. Thank you, my lord. Fang Yun clasped his hands in gratitude, received a meal ticket, and proceeded toward the dining hall. The cafeteria in the lower-grade mining area was rather rudimentary, a simple shed with worn-out tables and chairs. Fang Yun presented his meal ticket, and the cook ladled a bowl of indistinct slop for him. It was a hodgepodge, a medley of vegetables, soup, and rice all mixed together, devoid of any trace of meat. This constituted the basic fare for the lower-grade mining area. It was unappetizing but plentiful enough to satisfy hunger. Adjacent to this basic fare, there lay another area, replete with enticing aromas and an abundance of meat. However, it was exorbitantly priced. A piece of low-grade celestial crystal could exchange for a roasted chicken, implying that these miners could afford a decent meal only once a year under normal circumstances. The oppression of the celestial realm seemed meticulously calculated. Fang Yun quickly finished his hodgepodge. He first headed towards his quarters, and once he ensured no one was around, he suddenly turned and made his way to the distant exchange hall. His actions were executed with utmost caution, yet upon entering the makeshift hall, he was unexpectedly spotted by a passing miner. In an instant, the miner's previously apathetic eyes sparkled with a subtle, profound light. Within the simplistic exchange hall, Fang Yun bowed respectfully to a figure above and presented his identification token. Lord Ling, I have 50 pieces of low-grade celestial crystal that I have yet to claim. I wish to withdraw them all now. Here is my identification token. For 500 years, Fang Yun had spent most of his low-grade celestial crystals. Yet, he still had 50 pieces in reserve. Additionally, he had 50 pieces of transformation crystal that he had not yet claimed, as one needed to accumulate 100 to utilize them in one go. In such a place, possessing these two items was exceedingly perilous. One could either claim them and use them before anyone noticed or store them at the mining administration office. Otherwise, if discovered by other miners, one could face robbery or, worse, be killed for them. The figure above slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this. Ling Mo, who had recently arrived in the past century, was said to be the head of the exchange in the lower-grade mining area, possessing the strength of a fourth-level virtual immortal. The moment his gaze fell upon Fang Yun felt as though he were being scrutinized, every hair on his body instinctively standing on end, his skin tightening with tension. Is this the power of a fourth-level virtual immortal? Fang Yun's heart raced as he respectfully lowered his head. He had encountered Ling Mo numerous times, each time feeling as insignificant as an ant. After a brief pause, the pressure dissipated, and Ling Mo spoke in a calm tone. Fang Yun, are you certain you wish to withdraw all the low-grade celestial crystals at once? Will you not claim the transformation crystals? Yes, my lord. Fang Yun nodded affirmatively. Then, with a smile, he added, my lord only needs to provide me with 45 pieces of celestial crystal. The remaining 5 shall serve as my tribute to you. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the praise with a casual remark. You are quite impressive, a person of understanding. However, he mused inwardly, understanding is commendable, yet lacking in intelligence. Withdrawing over 40 units, isn't he afraid of being robbed? Although he harbored these thoughts, he refrained from offering a warning, elegantly gesturing as 45 low-grade celestial crystals floated towards him. Fang Yun accepted them, stowing them away in his mining bag, and then expressed his gratitude once more before departing. Upon exiting, Fang Yun seemed to have truly acquired celestial crystals. Judging by the bulging bag, there appeared to be quite a substantial amount, certainly enough to sustain him for a month. In a dimly lit corner, 3 ragged miners eyed him with avarice, whispering among themselves. Fang Yun sensed an unusual presence behind him. Yet, upon turning, he saw nothing amiss. Nonetheless, he trusted his instincts. Had he attracted unwanted attention? A frown creased his brow. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he commanded in his mind, System, summon all my avatars. Ding. Based on the host's celestial crystal count, 6 avatars can be summoned. As the notification concluded, Fang Yun's 45 celestial crystals dwindled to just 3. However, he simultaneously gained 6 avatars. Within the confines of the system space, 7 figures now danced in unison, a striking ensemble of Fang Yun and 6 shadowy silhouettes. Feeling a surge of excitement, Fang Yun couldn't help but smile. With a mere thought, the 6 shadows swiftly transformed into 6 tall, robust men, whom he named Fang Yu, embodying attributes of strength and defense. They resembled one another as if they were sextuplets, not entirely identical but strikingly similar, with a hint of Xiang Yu's image. This choice was deliberate, for Fang Yun believed it suited the task of mining more aptly. Moreover, should trouble arise, they would be formidable in battle. Feeling the 3 followers trailing behind him, Fang Yun grinned boldly and strode purposefully towards the mine. Chapter 4. More than just numbers? As night fell, he chose not to return for rest, but instead ventured to the mines. Had he truly become a slave to such relentless toil? The 3 were astonished and quickly decided to follow him. The mines presented a more convenient opportunity for robbery. Moments later, deep within a cavern, stood Wang Teng, Guo Xiaoyu, and Xiao Feng. We are all afflicted ascenders. Must we resort to this? Fang Yun frowned. He recognized the three before him, having once shared their plight and exchanged idle boasts. However, in the past century, these three, along with others, had formed a coalition and engaged in numerous insidious schemes. Fang Yun had not anticipated that they would turn their attention toward him today. Enough talk. Hand over the celestial crystals. Out of respect for our past camaraderie, we might consider sparing your life, Wang Teng stated indifferently, his eyes glimmering with an irresistible intensity. What if I refuse? Fang Yun replied coolly. Ha, we are three. You are but one. Do you truly believe you have any chance of resistance? Guo Xiaoyu grinned menacingly, tilting his head as his human visage morphed into a fearsome wolf's head. Refuse and you shall die. The werewolf Guo Xiaoyu chuckled darkly, leaping several meters forward, claws poised to strike at Fang Yun, intent on ending him swiftly. At that moment, the other two sprang into action as well. Just as the situation seemed dire, Fang Yun suddenly smiled. Heh! Relying on numbers? Allow me to demonstrate who truly possesses the greater force. Fang Yu, sword dance, advance. With his gentle command, 6 robust figures and a beautiful woman appeared silently around the trio. In an instant, 2 of Fang Yu's duplicates charged in unison, launching a surprise attack on one of the adversaries. Caught off guard and too close for comfort, Wang Teng and his companions found themselves besieged by the 6 duplicates. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled groans echoed as they were sent crashing against the cavern wall, blood spilling from their mouths. What in the world is happening? Where did all these people come from? The three were bewildered, noticing the uncanny resemblance among their assailants. In the blink of an eye, with little time for reflection, the 6 duplicates surged forward again, their gazes cold, their strength formidable, undeterred by pain or the specter of death. In mere moments, Wang Teng and his companions seemed to be trampled by a herd of raging bulls. Then, Fang Yu No. 1 swung a pickaxe, shattering their skulls one by one, annihilating even the spirits suppressed by the celestial laws within them. Sword Dance stood gracefully to the side, refraining from intervening, while Fang Yun observed from afar, utterly at ease, untouched by any trace of conflict. Fang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His mentor had spoken the truth. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. As Fang Yun's thoughts stirred, he swiftly absorbed the 3 corpses into the system space, while his 6 avatars diligently began to cleanse the battlefield. In but a brief moment, Wang Teng and his companions vanished without a trace, as though they had never graced this celestial realm. A pristine scene indeed. Regarding the spoils of battle, Fang Yun gathered for mining picks, 3 tattered storage rings, and a gleaming dagger. Quite a dismal haul, yet entirely anticipated. After all, the Ascenders had just arrived in the celestial realm and were promptly captured, having not had the opportunity to retain their belongings. Their impoverishment was, thus, rather reasonable. As for why the storage rings they brought from the lower realm were deemed worthless, Fang Yun speculated that the celestial beings regarded them as too inferior, incapable of even holding celestial crystals. What use could they possibly serve? Upon examining the dagger, Fang Yun quickly discerned its origin. It was crafted from the fangs of the werewolf Guo Xiaoyu, and surprisingly sharp, a delightful find. He stored the dagger away and distributed the mining picks, 2 for himself along with the freshly acquired tools. This meant each of his 6 avatars had 1 pick apiece. Commence mining, Fang Yun commanded, and immediately, the 6 robust figures sprang into action. Tirelessly, the avatars could mine for 24 hours on end, an unceasing endeavor. Realizing their unyielding capacity, Fang Yun decided that the mining would commence that very night. As for himself and Jian Wu, they would naturally take a respite. With avatars at their disposal, was there any need for them to mine personally? Leaning against the mine wall, Fang Yun found joy in watching Jian Wu, who knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders and legs, a most pleasing sight. Fang Yun felt utterly at ease. Though the number of miners during the night was sparse, there were still some, primarily working to settle previous debts. Consequently, the presence of Fang Yun's avatars going about their mining tasks went unnoticed. As the night wore on, Fang Yun anticipated the need for even more avatars in the future and resolved to prepare accordingly. Thus, he commanded Jian Wu to venture out invisibly and procure over 100 mining picks, all safely stored within the system's space. While such tools were not particularly precious, constantly seeking them from above would be imprudent and could potentially draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Stealing was much more convenient, especially as mining picks were considered trivial. Many miners left their tools abandoned in the caverns upon returning for rest. As expected, the following day dawned with a hint of light. With the sound of the assembly horn echoing, Overseer Zhao Qing discovered that 3 of his subordinates were missing. No matter how hard he searched, they were nowhere to be found. This was neither a trivial nor a minor issue. 3 ascenders had vanished, free labor lost. Furthermore, the mine had invested celestial crystals. Such losses could not simply be dismissed. In an instant, whispers filled the air, rife with speculation. Could they have fled? How audacious to dare escape! They scoffed. We all bear the scent left by our spiritual treasures. Where could they possibly run? Can they outpace a true celestial being? Moreover, I know these 3. They are seasoned miners and would never commit such a fundamental blunder. Soon, Zhao Qing reported that after a thorough investigation, the auras of the 3 individuals from Lingbao had dissipated, signifying their demise. Each year, a few ascenders perish in the mines, yet it is rare for 3 to perish at once. This incident swiftly stirred considerable commotion. The captain of the enforcement team, Wang Zhan, personally intervened, casting a fierce gaze over the surroundings. I have long stated that I shall not concern myself with your internal conflicts, but casualties are unacceptable, and now 3 have perished. Should I uncover the identity of the perpetrator? Humph! Wang Zhan snorted coldly, striking towards the abandoned mining area hundreds of meters away. Boom! The celestial handprint crashed against the rock face, causing a section to collapse, debris flying in all directions. The crowd fell silent, shrouded in trepidation. Fang Yun watched in astonishment, filled with envy. Now at the 9th level of ascension, he too could easily shatter the stones of the celestial realm with a single strike. Yet compared to Wang Zhan, who was at the 5th level of virtual ascension, his efforts seemed akin to a child's play with mud. The virtual ascender is indeed a true celestial. Fang Yun clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. As the matter settled, the crowd dispersed, returning to their accustomed mining pits. Shortly after, a cacophony of exclamations and curses erupted from numerous caves. Where's my pickaxe? What the hell? Is this thing subject to theft as well? Unperturbed by the uproar, Fang Yun remained in his own cave, directing 6 Fang Yu to diligently excavate. Day. Work harder. It is all mine. Chapter 5. Venture forth. Fortune awaits. The quota imposed by the mines is tailored according to one's cultivation level. For those at the 9th level of the Immortal Crossing, the daily requirement is 200 Immortal Essence Crystals. It is achievable, yet one must not be complacent. Otherwise, the task will remain unfulfilled. Over the years, the development of mining within the immortal realm has established a balanced standard. The degree of exertion is just right, leaving one physically drained yet not wholly overwhelmed. However, at this moment, Fang Yun's circumstances have changed. Not only has he comfortably reclined, but he is also pilfering from the capitalist's mines. A delightful sensation indeed. Observing the industrious efforts of his 7 avatars brings him immense satisfaction. Their powers are comparable, and their mining speeds are virtually identical. Last night, 6 of his avatars collectively unearthed 1,200 immortal essence crystals. Starting today, these 6 avatars will tirelessly mine day and night, yielding 2,400 crystals daily. As for Jian Wu, there is no need for such strenuous labor. He need only extract the requisite 200 crystals each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to serve Fang Yun. Seated on the ground, Fang Yun calculated, a smile gradually spreading across his face. If only he had a few more avatars. According to the System S exchange rate, the next avatar requires 14 low-grade immortal crystals. The subsequent one will demand 16. Unfortunately, he currently possesses only immortal essence crystals, which the system does not accept, causing him considerable frustration. Obtaining immortal crystals within the mining area is quite arduous. Even if one resorts to thievery, it necessitates targeting affluent individuals. Yet, among the vast throng of miners, 99% are impoverished. The prospect of theft is inefficient and fraught with peril. No, this won't do. Fang Yun shook his head. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a clever plan. He could dispatch an avatar to venture outside, to see if he could exchange for some immortal crystals. He bears the mark of the spiritual treasure, which would alert the enforcement team if he strayed beyond the mining zone. To escape would be to invite death without understanding how. However, the avatars should lack this mark and possess the ability to cloak themselves, facilitating their movements. The feasibility of this plan is exceedingly high. First, he must accumulate a few days' worth of immortal essence crystals. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The stir caused by Wang Tang and his companions gradually faded. The enforcement team found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, the overseer Zhao Qing, responsible for the trio, reportedly faced repercussions from above. Recently, Zhao Qing has appeared exceptionally morose, often resorting to harsh treatment of the miners under the guise of supervision. Fang Yun, seemingly an outsider, remained untouched by these events. In addition to the daily quota of immortal essence crystals, he had accumulated an extra 8,600. He could be deemed quite prosperous. Yet, this wealth bore little practical utility. Gradually, Fang Yun found himself growing restless. Without fully completing the immortal crossing, he could not absorb the ethereal energies of the immortal realm. This meant that even in idleness he could not cultivate. Moreover, possessing an additional avatar would yield an extra 400 immortal essence crystals each day. The delay in summoning a new avatar equated to a delay in his profits. Today, he must venture forth. Let us explore the possibility of exchanging for celestial crystals and purchasing some alchemical celestial crystals as well. With a resolute determination, Fang Yun cleared his mind and gradually immersed himself into his consciousness. Soon, he beheld the shadows of 7 avatars. He focused his awareness on Avatar 1, Fang Yu. In an instant, Fang Yu, who had been mining, halted his actions, his eyes shimmering with newfound vitality. He was now under the control of Fang Yun. Fang Yu flexed his limbs with remarkable agility and turned his gaze towards Fang Yun. A knowing smile exchanged between them. 2 Fang Yuns, 2 perspectives. Although it required dual focus, for Fang Yun, who had reached the 9th level of transcending immortality, it was a mere trifle. Furthermore, the avatar under Fang Yun's control could directly utilize the system's spatial resources, unlike those that remained free. Go forth, commanded Fang Yun. Immediately, Avatar 1, Fang Yu, became invisible and raced towards the outskirts of the mining area. Soon, he reached the boundary of the mining district. With a hint of trepidation, Fang Yu took a bold step outside. He continued onward, and after several breaths, no disturbances arose within the mining zone. It was indeed feasible. A silent laugh of triumph escaped Fang Yu as he stealthily sprinted towards a nearby town, a place Fang Yun had fortuitously overheard from the overseers. Though referred to as a town, Fang Yu was profoundly astonished upon arrival. It was vast, exceedingly grand, and could easily be deemed a city. The streets bustled with people, not solely miners but also numerous service workers. This was Fang Yun's inaugural encounter with the mortal denizens of the celestial realm, a marvel beyond compare. Despite being labeled as mortals, each individual exuded a formidable aura. Upon casual observation, Fang Yun discerned that even the least imposing among them would be regarded as at least foundational-level practitioners in the lower realms. Indeed, the celestial world was populated by individuals of extraordinary caliber. Some were born as mere ants, while others emerged as titans. Fang Yun found himself at a loss for words. He then maneuvered Avatar 1 to explore the surroundings, gaining insights into the local life. The area was bustling with various establishments, shops, taverns, gaming houses, and textile stores, offering a full spectrum of pleasures and diversions. Even brothels were present. Avatar 1 curiously ventured inside one, experiencing a revelation like never before. Not only were there humans, but also serpentine women, succubi, and elves, each possessing angelic visages paired with devilish physiques. While they predominantly resembled humans, they astonishingly retained distinctive traits of their respective races, such as the serpentine woman's waist, the succubus's horns, and the elven ears. Fang Yun was greatly intrigued and tempted to explore the sensation of controlling Avatar 1 in a non-human form. However, he ultimately decided against it, recognizing the importance of his mission. There would be time for such experiences later. Dressed in miner's attire, Avatar 1 could not appear openly on the streets. Thus, He stealthily slipped into a nearby residence to procure a suitable outfit. In a desolate alley, a formidable figure emerged, tall and majestic, yet devoid of any discernible aura, evoking an air of profound mystery. Subsequently, Fang Yu strode confidently into the Qianlai shop. The shopkeeper, Su Qian, who had been indulging in a brief respite, lifted his gaze slightly, instantly revitalized. This individual, despite his cultivation at the third tier of the virtual immortal realm, exuded an enigmatic presence that rendered Su Qian unable to discern his true power. Not a trace of energy could be felt. His striking appearance and aloof demeanor unmistakably marked him as extraordinary. A master, without a doubt. The simplicity of his attire was of no concern to Su Qian. In the realm of immortals, even a dog with superior cultivation commanded respect. Such trivialities as clothing were matters for the mundane. Esteemed guest, may I inquire whether you wish to purchase or sell? Su Qian rose, a smile gracing his face, his tone imbued with respect. Fang Yu cast a casual glance in his direction, his voice rich and resonant as he uttered a few words. Exchange for immortal crystals. With a mere wave of his hand, a pile of celestial essence crystals appeared on the ground. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. In this vicinity, it was not uncommon for individuals to exchange celestial essence crystals, typically managed by overseers from nearby mines seeking a share of the profits. It was an expected occurrence, well understood by those in the know. Yet Su Qian found it puzzling that such a formidable master would only exchange for a modest amount of celestial essence crystals. This was somewhat unexpected. However, Su Qian quickly regained his professional composure. With a courteous smile, he scanned the crystals with his mind, calculating the total. Esteemed guest, there are a total of 8,600 low-grade celestial essence crystals. According to the current market, the exchange rate is 10-to-1, amounting to 860 low-grade immortal crystals. Chapter 6. The News of the Celestial Crystal, What a Stroke of Fortune. In the depths of the mine, Fang Yun, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Jianwu and planted a kiss on her delicate cheek, causing her to blush profusely. His exhilaration stemmed not merely from the 860 inferior celestial crystals, but rather from the astonishing exchange ratio of 10-to-1, as well as the vast and seemingly endless expanse of the mine before him. Inside the shop, as Fang Yu know, one deposited the 860 celestial crystals into the system space. Fang Yun concentrated, and in an instant, a small pile of celestial crystals materialized before him. The spatial transmission function proved to be remarkably efficient on its inaugural use, leaving Fang Yun thoroughly pleased. System. Exchange for avatars. Beep. The 8th to 10th avatars have been exchanged for a total of 48 inferior celestial crystals. With the announcement, 3 shadowy figures appeared in the system space. Much to Fang Yun's delight, suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Beep. Second stage unlocked. Enhanced avatars with personal space functionality. Space capacity, 100 cubic meters. Each of the 11th to 100th avatars can be exchanged for 100 inferior celestial crystals. A gleam of joy flickered in Fang Yun's eyes. The avatars now possessed their own designated spaces. Moreover, the exchange cost was indeed reasonable, 100 inferior celestial crystals for each avatar. Had it been before, he would have cursed the system for its greed. But now, gazing at the expansive mine, he could only think, let it rain. Exchange for avatars. He commanded, and in an instant he gained 8 more avatars, bringing his total to an impressive 18. However, he was left with only 12 inferior celestial crystals. As Jianwu collected the celestial crystals before her, Fang Yun instructed her, and in the next moment, the crystals vanished from the ground, appearing in his system space. Fang Yun was both astonished and overjoyed. After some experimentation, he grasped the concept of the avatar's personal spaces. In essence, each ordinary avatar could autonomously store items within a 100 cubic meter space, directly transferring them to the system space. Each avatar could only retrieve items they had collected themselves, while Fang Yun and the avatars under his consciousness faced no such restrictions, allowing them to access any items gathered by any avatar. For instance, the celestial crystals Jianwu collected could be retrieved by her, by Fang Yun, or even by Fang Yun #1, but Fang Yun #2 would not have that privilege. Understanding this, Fang Yun felt elated. The organization of the system space had its intricacies. The avatars maintained a degree of independence, yet remained entirely obedient to him as their principal. More importantly, in the future, the avatars would be able to collect celestial essence crystals and act independently, relieving him from the need to oversee them constantly. Subsequently, Fang Yun began to arrange the new avatars he had exchanged for. With Jian Wu included, it was only fitting to designate one as Sister Jian Ro. The first one was confirmed. Then Fang Yun edited a captivating succubus. Following that, he crafted an enchanting elf. Ahem. The remaining 8 were all transformed into Fang Yu. The attributes of Jian Ro mirrored those of Jian Wu. The succubus's traits stirred a sense of excitement within Fang Yun, as they were none other than charm and elasticity. He casually put them to the test and was instantly taken aback, awestruck by the extraordinary. The elf's attributes were agility and precision, which inevitably prompted Fang Yun to contemplate ranged attacks. In an instant, a vision took shape in his mind. A formidable group of Fang Yu leading a strong assault at the forefront, while the elves provided support from a distance. Fang Yun's thoughts began to spiral, and a smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, however, his expression turned serious as he focused intently on Fang Yu number 1, for something had transpired over there. Inside the shop, after Fang Yu number 1 stowed away the celestial crystal, he casually surveyed the wares. He then inquired of the shopkeeper whether there were any transformation celestial crystals available. The shopkeeper, Su Qian, immediately grew anxious, glancing around nervously before shaking his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "We do not have that here. This establishment conducts legitimate business and possesses none of such items. Surely the guest is jesting." This statement instantly sparked a myriad of thoughts in Fang Yun's mind. Transformation celestial crystals seem to be rather intriguing. There's no need for you to be anxious. I comprehend your position. I am not testing you but genuinely wish to purchase some, and the price can be negotiated, Fang Yu number 1 whispered, casting a meaningful glance at the shopkeeper. Surely the guest is not jesting with me. Su Qian remained vigilant. Heh. Fang Yu number 1 chuckled lightly, turning to leave. Wait. If the guest truly desires them, there are ways, though you are aware that these items are strictly regulated by the celestial sex, making them quite difficult to procure. Su Qian quickly interjected. Fang Yu number 1 turned back. No need for further elaboration. You may state your price. Su Qian smiled. Haha, your promptness is refreshing. To be candid, I have a cousin who is a disciple of the Yun Fan celestial sect, and he can indeed acquire a few transformation celestial crystals, though not in great quantity. How many does the guest require? Not many, just 200 will suffice, Fang Yu number 1 replied. Su Qian pondered for a moment before grimacing. No problem. However, I will need 4,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Fang Yu number 1 frowned. Su Qian felt a tightening in his chest. These items were indeed regulated, but since they were only useful to ascenders, their value was not as high as one might think. The steep price was largely a matter of risk compensation. Whether it was worth it depended on the urgency of one's need. Besides, anyone requiring such items was invariably worth investigating. Of course, that was not the concern of a merchant. He merely needed to ensure profitability. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu number 1 replied, Agreed. When can I retrieve them? Su Qian, wearing a warm smile, responded, In about a month. Very well, Fang Yu number 1 succinctly stated before turning coldly to depart. Su Qian initially contemplated securing a deposit, but upon reflection, he realized that those in need of such items were undoubtedly more anxious than he. Moreover, given the other party's prompt agreement, he deemed it unwise to be overly parsimonious. Thus, Su Qian dismissed the notion. Fang Yu strolled leisurely around the town once more, acquiring an array of garments for both men and women, showcasing various styles, all for the modest sum of 3 low-grade celestial crystals. He then indulged in a selection of delectable treats, expending 2 additional low-grade celestial crystals. Subsequently, he slipped into an alley, rendering himself invisible once again. In the shop, the proprietor, Su Qian, listened to the report and waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned. On the contrary, this outcome reinforced his belief in the extraordinary capabilities of that cold-hearted man. Haha, by the heavens, my journey in the celestial realm has only just begun. In a secluded cavern, Fang Yun consumed copious amounts of wine and meat, accompanied by a sword dancer massaging his shoulders and a charming succubus kneeling to knead his legs. After 5 centuries, today could be deemed the most gratifying day of all. The aromas of the food were sealed off by several of Feng Yu's avatars, while at the dimly lit entrance of the cavern, an elf remained hidden, keeping watch. This was all to ensure absolute certainty. It was not until Feng Yun had feasted to his heart's content and released a resounding belch that he commanded all his avatars to commence their efforts with utmost vigor.
Mine, die. Everyone, die.
Chapter 7. A surge in clones. Someone transcends to immortality. One clone excavates with utmost effort, yielding 400 immortal crystals a day. Now, with a total of 18 clones at his disposal, Feng Yun is able to harvest an astonishing 7,200 immortal crystals daily. However, considering that some clones are engaged in various tasks, the actual daily yield is slightly diminished. Nevertheless, even so, when converted into immortal crystals, it amounts to nearly 700 inferior-grade immortal crystals. This is merely the harvest of a single day. As 2 weeks swiftly passed, Feng Yun accumulated 100,000 immortal crystals, prompting him to dispatch Clone 1 on yet another mission. This time, Clone 1 was to act entirely on its own, which initially caused Feng Yun some trepidation. Yet, after observing Clone 1's actions within his consciousness for a while, he found himself completely at ease. The clone's reasoning and logic were nearly indistinguishable from his own, cautious and meticulous. Upon arriving at the Qianlai store, the proprietor, Su Qian, was instantly filled with excitement. Having refrained from collecting a deposit, he had been secretly anxious during this period, worried that he might have been deceived. If the individual truly intended to swindle him, all his efforts to procure immortal crystals would have been in vain. However, upon seeing the visitor, his previous concerns dissipated significantly. Esteemed guest, you have arrived. I have already tasked my cousin with that matter, but it has yet to arrive.
Su Qian greeted warmly.
Indeed, Clone 1 replied coolly, his voice rich and magnetic. I am here to exchange for immortal crystals. With a casual wave of his hand, a large pile of immortal crystals appeared on the ground. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart brimmed with joy. The exchange rate for such quality immortal crystals was 10 to 1, the price for external transactions. In fact, within their internal dealings with higher-level merchant associations, they could achieve a rate of 9 to 1. The transaction was completed with ease and satisfaction. Su Qian directly profited over 1,000 inferior-grade immortal crystals from this exchange, rendering him exceedingly pleased and increasingly respectful towards Clone 1. Anticipating future transactions, Su Qian generously gifted several simple storage bags. After exchanging for the immortal crystals, Clone 1 casually strolled through the shop, discreetly inquiring about a few matters, to which Su Qian responded openly. Upon departure, Clone 1 purchased a sword of inferior-grade immortal artifact quality. Su Qian claimed to offer it at a low price of 1,000 inferior-grade immortal crystals. Whether or not it was genuinely a bargain, Feng Yun could not ascertain. Yet, as Clone 1 completed the transaction and stowed the sword, Feng Yun retrieved it from the system space at the mine. The blade shimmered coldly, radiating beams of celestial light, transforming the dimly lit cavern into a scene of enchantment. Grasping the long sword, Feng Yun thrust it towards the rocky wall before him. With a sharp sound, akin to piercing through tofu, a 1-meter square pit was effortlessly carved into the once solid rock face. Remarkable. Indeed, it is an immortal artifact. Feng Yun marveled, unable to part with the sword. Although he could not yet wield it with immortal energy, its sheer sharpness far surpassed that of a mining pick. Had he possessed this treasured sword at that moment, he could have effortlessly dispatched Guo Xiaoyu and his companions. Feng Yun grinned, sheathing the sword, and once more issued a command to the system to exchange for doppelgangers. Ding! Based on the host stock of low-grade celestial crystals, you may exchange for 82 doppelgangers, consuming 8,200 low-grade celestial crystals. As the announcement echoed, Feng Yun beheld 82 dark figures materializing within the system's realm. His heart surged with elation. 100 doppelgangers. What astonishing speed and quantity. With a mere thought, the 82 shadows instantaneously appeared in the cavern, densely filling the space before him. Their gazes aligned, reverently fixed upon Feng Yun, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Fang Yun's heart swelled with excitement, yet he found himself in a quandary. What forms should he bestow upon them? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to create 36 Fang Yes, adding to the previous 14, bringing the total to 50. Next, he crafted the forms of an angelic queen and a princess. Finally, he transformed the remaining doppelgangers into Fang Zins, inspired by the likeness of Han Xian. In an instant, 50 Fang Yes and 44 Fang Zins stood face to face, exchanging amicable smiles. With a tool in hand, they commenced their excavation. The angelic queen and princess, adorned with beauty and grace, were momentarily delayed by their allure before they began mining. At this juncture, Fang Yun had amassed 100 doppelgangers. The sheer number was unwieldy within a single cavern, prompting him to organize them into groups and direct them into adjacent caves. He also stationed spirit doppelgangers discreetly at the entrances, ready to alert him at the slightest sign of intrusion. Though this arrangement sacrificed one skilled miner, it ensured their safety. Thus, days swiftly passed. Fang Yun gazed at the rapidly accumulating celestial essence crystals within the system's domain, a grin nearly splitting his face. In the past, he had dreamt of escaping this celestial mining pit. Yet, time had transformed his circumstances. Now the mine's owner beseeched him to stay, and he had no intention of departing. With 100 doppelgangers, the daily yield approached 40,000 celestial essence crystals, equating to 4,000 low-grade celestial crystals. This was nothing short of a relentless plunder of Yunfan Xianzong's resources. Suddenly, a celestial melody resonated throughout the mine, causing Fang Yun's eyes to widen in astonishment. Someone had successfully transcended into a celestial being. Over the past 5 centuries, aside from those who remained for a millennium, nearly every year witnessed 1 or 2 exemplary miners achieving this feat ahead of time. As for the 100 celestial transformation crystals, they were procured from fellow miners through various means, be it trade or outright conquest, most often from the inexperienced newcomers from the lower realms. Fang Yun, aware of the preciousness of these transformation crystals, seldom relinquished any. As he exited the mine, he found numerous miners gathered at the entrances. All eyes were fixed upon the ethereal figure in the sky, radiating a celestial light, evoking feelings of envy and admiration among the onlookers. I recognized him, Yuan Gang. It seems he has only been here for 3 centuries. My word. Heh, you know a bit, but not much. Do not be deceived by his relatively recent arrival. He is indeed a formidable character, a crucial member of the Black God Society, someone exclaimed, having recognized the individual enveloped in celestial brilliance. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, recalling that the 3 individuals, Guo Xiaoyu among them, whom he had slain, were reportedly affiliated with the Black God Society. This organization, formed clandestinely among miners, had garnered a notorious reputation. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yuan Gang had already completed his ascension process, successfully advancing to the first layer of the void celestial realm. He stood resolutely in midair, despite his tattered attire, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the multitude of miners below. Raising his fist, he savored the resurgence of power within him, the glories of his past reign as a dominator of the lower realms flickering back to life. Chapter 8. The massacre at the mine induced by Yuan Gang. Ha. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on ascending to the realm of immortality. Several overseers soared forward in unison, cupping their hands in greeting. The miners on the 9th level of transcendence were akin to mere ants, while those at the 1st level of virtual immortality were true immortals. The overseers' attitudes towards the 2 groups were markedly different. Moreover, the individual before them had completed his transcendence ahead of schedule, a remarkable feat such a person, in comparison to a miner who had toiled for a millennium to achieve transformation, was indeed extraordinary. These individuals often possessed exceptional temperament and skills, making it plausible for them to join the Yunfan immortal sect. Upon noticing them, Yuan Gang's piercing gaze softened, and he greeted them with a warm smile. After exchanging pleasantries, one of them took Yuan Gang away. The remaining overseers then bellowed from above, "What are you staring at? Get back to mining, you bunch of rascals." Fang Yun scoffed and once again delved into the depths of the mine. As night fell, he, as per usual, stood in line to submit his essence crystals. However, the atmosphere in the lengthy queue was unusually lively and somewhat eerie. Discussions about Yuan Gang's transformation permeated the crowd, and many individuals cast furtive glances around, seemingly trying to discern who among them possessed transformation crystals. Damn it! Seeing this makes me want to snatch one too. Suddenly, a voice rose above the chatter, drawing the attention of hundreds of eyes to its source. It was an elderly man, scruffy and adorned with a pair of antlers. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the antlered elder chuckled awkwardly. Old man was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Cough, cough. That night, the elder's dilapidated hut was besieged by several masked individuals, leaving him with naught but a pair of undergarments. Even the only inferior essence crystal he had hidden was discovered and taken by one of the masked intruders. Infuriated, the antlered elder cursed until the early hours of the morning. The following day, as he returned to his usual mining site, his heart sank further into despair, erupting in wails akin to those of a slaughtered pig. Damn it! Which scoundrel stole my tools? They even took my broken pickaxe. He was not alone. On that day, many minds echoed with furious shouts and curses. Indeed, last night over 200 pickaxes had been pilfered. Fang Yun chuckled to himself, albeit with a hint of regret. Following his initial theft, many had grown wary, making it increasingly challenging to steal pickaxes. His 20 avatars had scoured over 1,000 mines before managing to acquire just over 200 pickaxes. At this rate, it seemed that future attempts at theft would become even more arduous. Dear fellow miners, I hope you do not force me into a position where I must resort to stealing pickaxes, Fang Yun teased, leaning against the wall and dozing off. In the afternoon, his ethereal avatar outside the mine suddenly issued a warning. 3 individuals had entered a neighboring mine belonging to Fang Xian. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Fang Yun discreetly commanded them to conceal their presence. Thus, the trio delved into 7 deserted mine tunnels, grumbling as they approached the passage where Fang Yun resided. Upon receiving this news from his elven avatar, Fang Yun furrowed his brow and sighed. I cannot go invisible, why must you compel me? What a bizarre situation. The earlier tunnels clearly bore signs of recent excavation, yet no one could be found. Surely, this tunnel could not be devoid of inhabitants as well. What a stroke of misfortune. It was either the destitute or the absent within the depths of the shadowy mine. The 3 men continued their expletive-laden descent. Before long, they beheld Fang Yun leaning against the mine wall. Their eyes met, and a flicker of realization passed among them. What brings you here, brothers? Fang Yun inquired with a smile. Ha! Spare us the pleasantries. Hand over the transformation crystals, the celestial crystals, demanded a gaunt middle-aged man with a malevolent gaze. He then proceeded to rummage through Fang Yun's mining bag. Upon inspection, he found it utterly empty. So impoverished. Not even a single celestial essence crystal. The gaunt man's expression turned incredulous. It was afternoon, and this youth had not extracted a single crystal. It was as if he had been robbed. The gaunt man, not a supervisor but rather a would-be enforcer, was ready to teach Fang Yun a lesson. As you can see, I am quite destitute. Fang Yun shrugged. Humph, turn around. Raise your hands and lean against the rock wall, commanded the leader, his eyes dark and commanding, clearly intent on searching Fang Yun. Since none could claim celestial essence crystals, transformation crystals, or celestial crystals, hiding places varied widely. Some opted to swallow them, while others concealed them in more dubious locations. Some inexperienced youths even buried them in the earth. Of course, the latter method was the easiest to discover, as they possessed spiritual awareness. Though limited in range prior to transformation, a few scans would typically yield results. Upon entering, the trio had swept through the area without finding a trace, and now, as they scrutinized Fang Yun's vicinity, the outcome was the same. Thus, Fang Yun was either truly impoverished or had hidden his treasures within his body. Feeling the trio's scrutinizing gazes upon him, Fang Yun furrowed his brow, a chill running down his spine. In the lower-tier mining zones, where only men resided, he had heard many peculiar tales over the years. You have gone too far. Leave now and we shall part in peace, Fang Yun spoke in a grave tone. At these words, the 3 men paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Boy, do you think you are Yuan Gang, capable of taking on 3 at once in the same realm? It appears you need a lesson in humility. With that, the trio brandished their picks. eager to administer a punishment to Fang Yun. Ha! Fang Yun scoffed dismissively. In the blink of an eye, the gaunt man's head rolled away. Suddenly, a sword danced into view, wielded by Fang Yun, brandishing a low-grade celestial weapon. The two remaining men were struck with terror. Yet, before they could react, their expressions froze in disbelief. Before them appeared a captivating and enchanting succubus, adorned in alluring black silk, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. For the two men, who had not encountered a female for centuries, such stimulation was utterly intoxicating, rendering them spellbound without the need for any enchantment. Furthermore, at that moment, the succubus indeed cast her spell. As their gazes became entranced, the long swords danced, swiftly severing two heads that rolled upon the ground, along with the destruction of their very souls. With effortless grace, they dispatched 3 foes, only for 5 additional figures to materialize around them. The Angel Queen, the Princess, and Jianro swiftly joined the fray. The 5 figures promptly cleared the battlefield, restoring the cavern to its former state. The 3 corpses were directly absorbed into a spatial compartment, leaving no trace, not even the bloodied earth beneath. The following day, as anticipated, the assembly point revealed numerous unforeseen developments. The entire lower mining district suddenly found itself bereft of 5 individuals. The outcome was swiftly determined. All 5 had perished. Fang Yun expressed mild astonishment, yet upon reflection, comprehension dawned. Yuan Gang's success had ignited the fighting spirit of many, leading to considerable unrest behind the scenes. Where there were conflicts, casualties were inevitable. Moreover, with tens of thousands in the mining area, the loss of merely a few could be deemed remarkably restrained. Captain Wang Zhen of the enforcement team was once again incensed, delivering a stern warning. Yet, surprisingly, 2 days passed without the capture of a single perpetrator. Fang Yun felt a flicker of admiration for the other killers. Their work was executed so impeccably that it seemed they had never engaged in the act at all. The scene of the incident and the handling of the bodies left no trace behind. Fang Yun was deeply intrigued by how the other 2 had managed to erase their tracks so thoroughly. Truly, they were not to be underestimated. He playfully patted the Angel Queen's shapely form, to which she responded with a playful glare before resuming her mining. With each strike, the silk of her attire rippled, creating mesmerizing waves of beauty. Chapter 9. The acquisition of celestial crystals and preparation for ascension. As dusk fell at the submission station, Supervisor Huang Hui gazed at the 200 celestial crystals handed over by Fang Yun, momentarily lost in thought. Recently, the quantity Fang Yun had produced was remarkably in line with expectations, neither more nor less. Huang Hui found it difficult to pinpoint any flaws, leading him to feel a peculiar sense of satisfaction, albeit not entirely without irritation. In the mine, there was little amusement. Individuals of their stature often resorted to bullying and berating miners for a fleeting sense of superiority. Yet, this meager source of amusement vanished in the presence of Fang Yun. Fang Yun, your recent performance has been commendable, Huang Hui remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Fang Yun's shoulder, applying a bit more pressure than necessary. Instantly, Fang Yun felt a sharp pang in his shoulder. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Fang Yun gritted his teeth in response. Observing Fang Yun's demeanor, Huang Hui felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Keep up the good work, now go have your meal. After finishing his meal and returning to his quarters, Fang Yun opened the door to find his room in disarray. Frowning slightly, he deduced that his humble abode had been ransacked during his absence. However, he paid it little mind. Despite his newfound wealth, the dilapidated wooden cabin held little of value aside from a bed. Even thieves would leave in frustration. Yuan Gang's successful ascension has evidently stirred unrest among many. Fang Yun mused as he entered and closed the door behind him. He contemplated how to undertake his own ascension discreetly, without drawing attention like Yuan Gang had. Ascenders often manifested celestial phenomena, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of celestial energy. It was impossible to remain entirely inconspicuous, especially from the eyes of skilled individuals within the mine. Thus, Fang Yun resolved to be as subtle as possible. After much contemplation, he devised a rough plan. Days passed, and the lower mining district became increasingly tumultuous, with conflicts erupting in the shadows, resulting in numerous injuries. Fortunately for Fang Yun, it seemed he had already been thoroughly searched, as he encountered no further trouble during this period. This turmoil subsided only when the law enforcement team apprehended a murderer, who was then publicly crushed into powder by Wang Zhen before the assembled miners. The atmosphere among the tens of thousands in the lower mining district turned oppressive once more, as the once spirited miners became hushed and listless. Fang Yun observed all this with a detached perspective, immersed in his routine of directing his avatars to mine diligently, extracting resources from the Yunfan celestial sect. Tomorrow marks a month since my endeavor began. I possess ample celestial crystals, yet I wonder if Manager Su has procured the celestial transformation crystals, he mused while seated cross-legged in the cavern. After another half-month of accumulation, he now boasted nearly 600,000 celestial crystals, a testament to his extraordinary wealth. Moreover, according to the system's regulations, as soon as he redeems another avatar, he will unlock a new stage of the system. At that time, there may be even more delightful surprises. The following day, with the break of dawn, Fang Yun once again assumed control of Fang Yu No. 1 and ventured forth. This time, the matter was of great significance, prompting Fang Yun to take charge personally. Having traversed this path twice before, he was quite familiar with it. Soon, Fang Yu No. 1 arrived at the Qianlai shop. As he entered, the shopkeeper, Su Qian, greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Have you brought the items?" Fang Yu No. 1's expression remained frigid as he responded in a deep voice. "I trust you have fulfilled your promise. Rest assured." Su Qian glanced at the street outside, then cautiously slipped a storage bag into Fang Yu No. 1's hand. Upon probing with his consciousness, Fang Yu No. 1 indeed beheld 200 crystalline stones radiating a mysterious purple glow. Transformation crystals. At that moment, both Fang Yu No. 1 and Fang Yun, deep within the mine, felt a simultaneous shiver of excitement. This item could elevate him to the status of a true immortal. Finally, it was within reach. "Ah, excellent!" Fang Yu No. 1 exclaimed joyously as he stowed away the storage bag. He then produced another bag and handed it to Su Qian. Su Qian's smile widened, only to narrow in astonishment a moment later. The bag contained a staggering 60,000 essence crystals. A distinguished client. Truly a distinguished client. Su Qian's heart soared with joy. Not only would he profit from the transaction of the transformation crystals, but he could also earn additional gains from the exchange. Transform these into essence crystals. Deducting the agreed price of 4,000 directly, Fang Yu No. 1 instructed. As he spoke, his countenance returned to its previous coldness, the earlier smile fading like a fleeting flower. Su Qian was unfazed by this abrupt change. Wealthy patrons often exhibited such behavior, and as long as he, Su Qian, could profit, he bore no ill will. He even hoped for more such encounters. "Your kindness is appreciated, my lord. Please just call me Su," Su Qian said obsequiously as he collected the essence crystals. He then scurried behind the counter, engaging in a flurry of activity to retrieve 56,000 inferior essence crystals. "Here you are, my lord." Su Qian presented them respectfully. Then, with a beaming smile, began to introduce the wares within his shop. The customer before him possessed a considerable amount of essence crystals, and if he could entice him to purchase additional items, perhaps he could earn a bit more. Su Qian eagerly made his pitch, but soon found himself at a loss for words. His Qianlai shop was merely a subsidiary of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and a rather lowly one at that. The quality of goods was sorely lacking. No matter how eloquently Su Qian extolled the virtues of his offerings, Fang Yu No. 1 maintained an expression of icy indifference. Thus, Su Qian felt increasingly uncertain, sensing that the items within his shop were unlikely to capture the interest of such a distinguished individual. Ahem.
Su Qian cao ghét Aqua Dili.
Gradually finding it difficult to continue the conversation. When faced with a person of such cold demeanor, the atmosphere could easily turn frigid. "Bring me 20 inferior immortal artifacts," Fang Yu No. 1 commanded. Instantly, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Certainly, my lord. However, I do not possess many inferior immortal artifacts, and the variety is quite limited. May I inquire what specific type you require?" "It matters not, as long as it is usable," spoke Fang Yu No. 1.
Su Qian,
overjoyed, clapped his thigh and hurried to the backyard to fetch the celestial artifacts. Fang Yu No. 1 cast a glance toward the backyard, sensing an aura of mysterious power enveloping the area. According to his conjecture, there must be an array in place. Before long, Su Qian returned, bearing 10 celestial longswords and 10 celestial long knives. Fang Yu No. 1 casually drew one of the long knives from its sheath, and immediately, a radiant light enveloped it, exuding an ethereal presence. The sharpness emanating from it was striking, indeed exceptional. Although low-grade celestial artifacts are considered the most rudimentary among celestial beings, their prowess is still remarkable. If brought to the Xuanwu continent, one could be deemed invincible. Moreover, the majority of celestial beings at the Void Immortal realm predominantly wield low-grade celestial artifacts. Only those with formidable backgrounds among the Void Immortals possess higher-grade artifacts. Through the perspective of Fang Yu No. 1, Fang Yun gazed with intense longing, wishing to equip each of his avatars with such a weapon. The thought of them engaging in a fray was truly formidable. Sensing the satisfaction of his esteemed guest, Su Qian remarked, "A low-grade celestial artifact is priced at 1,000 low-grade celestial crystals each. For 20 pieces, it totals 20,000 low-grade celestial crystals. As you are a valued patron, I shall grant you a 10% discount. Thus, it is merely 18,000 low-grade celestial crystals." No sooner had he spoken than the crystals were flung before him. "Your generosity is appreciated. Thank you, esteemed sir," Su Qian expressed with evident delight. Fang Yu No. 1 waved his hand and turned to depart. "Please take care, esteemed sir. Do visit Su Qian often?" He bowed, his obsequious smile unwavering even if the guest could not see it. With the transaction of the celestial crystals concluded, Fang Yun had extracted the celestial crystals from the system space within the mining site. The plan was set in motion. It was time for Fang Yun to undergo his transformation into a celestial being. Chapter 10. The fortunate chosen ones with 200 celestial crystals in hand. Fang Yun's lips gradually curled into a smile. He had 50 celestial crystals stored at the exchange, meaning he only required an additional 50. The reason for his initial purchase of a larger quantity was quite simple: to obfuscate attention. If he were to ascend alone, it would undoubtedly draw the gaze of the entire lower mining district upon him. Yuan Gang was a prime example of this. However, Fang Yun was distinctly different from Yuan Gang. As a member of the Black God Society, Yuan Gang was already renowned, with many aware of his dubious dealings. In contrast, Fang Yun had always maintained a low profile, exuding a sense of honesty and composure. If he were to suddenly transform, the origins of the celestial crystals would be difficult to explain, especially to the overseer Huang Hui. Thus, after much contemplation, Fang Yun devised a cunning plan to mislead those around him. Ascending alone would create too grand a target, too bright a light. Such behavior did not align with Fang Yun's principles. But what if he had companions? A chuckle escaped Fang Yun as he sat cross-legged in the mine. The plan was set into motion. With a single command, his 4 avatars, each bearing different quantities of celestial crystals, sprang into action. The first avatar received the directive to discreetly scatter celestial crystals throughout the mining area, prompting chaos as more individuals became aware of their presence. The second, third, and fourth avatars were instructed to deliver the pre-packaged celestial crystals directly to pre-selected targets, ensuring the quantities were sufficient for those individuals to ascend. These 3 were seasoned miners, each having over 500 years of experience in the pursuit of the celestial realm. Moreover, there were not just 4 avatars at work. 10 more were stealthily dispersed, awaiting the signal from the first avatar to unleash their cries and create a commotion. At that moment, within the mining district, the invisible first avatar casually tossed aside several celestial crystals. A tattered miner, disguised as one of the workers, feigned surprise as he picked one up, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Heavens! I found a celestial crystal." Realizing the implications, he quickly dashed away as if he were a thief. His commotion was conveniently witnessed by several miners, who, with eyes alight with excitement, rushed toward the avatar without a moment's hesitation. However, as they turned a corner, they lost sight of the avatar but fortuitously stumbled upon a few celestial crystals themselves. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in various other locations. Many miners were indeed finding celestial crystals. Initially, they harbored hopes of personal gain, but an unknown ruffian's shout not far off shattered their plans. Consequently, The clamor within the mining district intensified, leading to fierce scuffles as numerous miners vied for the treasures, with hundreds, even thousands, emerging from the depths of the mine to join the fray in search of celestial crystals. Each avatar diligently fulfilled its role, while Fang Yun, with 50 celestial crystals tucked away, strolled leisurely toward the entrance of the mine. As I approached the entrance of the cave, chaos erupted in the lower mining area. The foreman, who had been indulging in gambling for amusement, was also startled. However, the agitated crowd and the cacophony of excitement could easily be quelled with a few shouts and lashes. Inside a certain mine, the antlered elder, intrigued by the commotion, was about to emerge. Suddenly, he noticed a small pile of crystals on the ground, emanating a faint lavender glow. Transformation crystals. Heaven's mercy! The antlered elder was overwhelmed with joy. Seeing that no one was around, he swiftly moved forward and stashed the transformation crystals into his mining bag. Upon counting, his eyes widened in disbelief, his whole being trembling with exhilaration. 30 transformation crystals. Just enough for his own ascension. He had ascended 7 centuries ago and had always been exceedingly cautious, cleverly storing the 70 transformation crystals he had received over the years at the exchange center. He had thought he would have to wait another 300 years for ascension. Yet, here he was, stumbling upon this treasure. How could he not be ecstatic? The antlered elder's heart raced as he mixed the transformation crystals with essence crystals to conceal their aura, then cautiously maneuvered through the throng, making his way towards the exchange center. Around the same time, 2 other fortunate individuals in the mining area also discovered transformation crystals. They were equally elated as they tucked away their finds. Then, they swiftly pretended as if nothing had occurred, skillfully evading the tumultuous crowd, quietly hurrying towards the exchange center. Outside the Grand Hall of Exchange, a clone of Fang Xian was already lurking in the shadows, observing discreetly. Master, the Antlered Duke has entered the exchange hall. Master, Qin Feng has also gone in. Fang Yun listened to the report and promptly rushed towards the Grand Hall of Exchange. According to plan, today there were 4 of them, and he was the 3rd to enter. Steady. Fang Yun smiled faintly. As he walked into the exchange hall, appearing excited with his mining bag in hand, the other 2 delighted individuals turned their gaze towards him. Upon seeing Fang Yun's expression, the Antlered Duke and Qin Feng's pupils constricted, instantly comprehending the situation. At the head of the simple hall, Ling Mo, seated cross-legged, noticed Fang Yun and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He remembered this individual well, as a month prior, this person had claimed 50 lower-grade essence crystals and even gifted him a few. Quite the adept socializer. Did you also find transformation crystals?
Ling Montag inquiret.
Yes, indeed. My lord. Fang Yun replied excitedly, then curiously glanced at the Antlered Duke and the others. Did you also find some? Are you here to claim transformation crystals as well? Qin Feng nodded slightly. His tattered clothing belied the depth of his gaze, which still hinted at his former extraordinary nature. The Antlered Duke smirked slightly, offering a brief acknowledgement. He had arrived first, believing himself to be the chosen one, only to have 2 others follow suit shortly thereafter, leaving him feeling both joyful and somewhat dissatisfied. Above, Ling Mo narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He swept his consciousness outward, observing the happenings outside, and quickly grasped the situation. How peculiar. Ling Mo furrowed his brow, but then a smile spread across his face. How interesting. Casting a glance at the 3 below, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashed deep within his eyes. Just then, a fresh commotion sounded from outside the door. As the crowd gazed on, silence enveloped their hearts. Another fortunate soul had emerged. How many transformation crystals had sprouted today? Fang Yun looked at the newcomer, astonished. To his surprise, it was not the person he had chosen. The individual bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, with a strikingly rugged visage and an imposing stature. His tattered garments were stained with blood, suggesting he had just returned from a fierce battle. He exuded an ominous and ferocious aura. Before he even approached, a wave of bloodthirst washed over them. Ah! It seemed like a member of the Bloodthirst clan. Ling Mo let out a soft exclamation, her eyes widening in astonishment. The Bloodthirst clan was indeed a formidable lineage in the celestial realm, yet they were not typically found in this domain. Otherwise, This member of the clan would not have been captured to toil in the mines. After a brief pause, as no one else arrived, Ling Mo spoke indifferently. Do you all possess transformation crystals? Please hand over your identity tokens. Yes, my lord. Duke Lu, 70 pieces. Qin Feng, 50 pieces. Fang Yun, 50 pieces. Blood Mad, 20 pieces. At this revelation, Fang Yun and the others were once again taken aback. This Blood Mad had actually managed to gather enough transformation crystals after only 200 years of ascension. Chapter 11. A Day of 4 Ascensions. Varied treatments. The 4 individuals presented their identity tokens, and Ling Mo cast a brief glance, verifying the quantity of transformation crystals stored in their accounts before nodding slightly. He then waved his sleeve, and a small jade array plate appeared on the table before him. With a flourish, Ling Mo activated the array plate and produced a celestial brush, inscribing a series of characters upon it. Moments later, the jade plate emanated a radiant purple light, and a storage pouch materialized atop the table. Fang Yun maintained an impassive facade, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. When he had once received the low-grade celestial crystals, Ling Mo had handed them to him with ease. However, this time the process of acquiring the transformation crystals seemed far more intricate. As if they were being transmitted on-site through the array, this conveyed a subtle difference. With a sweeping gesture, Ling Mo summoned varying quantities of transformation crystals that soared before the 4 individuals. They eagerly accepted the offerings, and Ling Mo instructed, simply swallow them, and you shall ascend outside the hall. The 4 bowed respectfully and retreated, exhilarated yet cautious as they glanced at one another. Fang Yun's expression mirrored that of the other 3. Outside the exchange hall, the 4 dispersed, settling cross-legged upon the steps. Within the mining area, there was no place safer than here. Moreover, with the long night ahead, they were eager to ascend immediately. Their thoughts aligned, and without a hint of hesitation, they grasped the transformation crystals and eagerly consumed them. The purple glowing crystals transformed into radiant streams of light upon entry, instinctively burrowing into their bodies. The strange sensation of immediate dissolution was remarkable. 5 centuries prior, when Fang Yun first ingested a transformation crystal, he had been astounded. Though he had grown accustomed to it over time, he still marveled at the experience. Holding the crystal felt akin to clutching a fixed object, yet upon consumption, transformed entirely. With the ingestion of several transformation crystals, Fang Yun felt a warm current surging within him, a gentle warmth enveloping his body, and a subtle increase in strength, rendering him more agile. The 4 indulged in the crystals as if in a contest. Before long, all 100 transformation crystals had been consumed. In an instant, it felt as though Fang Yun's body had opened a new realm, resonating with celestial sounds that echoed throughout. The surrounding celestial energy surged toward them. Although they were 4 individuals drawing from the same source, their individual consumption remained unaffected. Boom! Beside Fang Yun, the elder Lu Dinggong was the first to complete his absorption, enveloped in a halo of celestial light that lifted him into the air. Ha ha ha, I Lu Dinggong shall ascend today and enter the realm of the ethereal. The elder laughed heartily, his surroundings radiating with thunderous celestial light, and a majestic 3-colored mystic deer spirit manifested around him, its cries resonating with extraordinary power. As a deer spirit cultivator, he completed his absorption in 20 breaths. His foundation solidified. Ling Mo stood nearby, shaking his head in silence. The commotion drew the envious gazes of the chaotic miners, who had been subdued by the enforcement team from afar. Damn, that old deer has actually ascended. Amidst the crowd, numerous individuals grumbled, their faces etched with discontent. Not long ago, they had brazenly robbed the elderly man, reduced to a state of destitution. Little did they anticipate that within mere days, this old fellow would transcend into an ethereal being, becoming an entity they could only revere from below. In their eyes, they felt compelled to distinguish themselves further. Why should fortune favor that elderly man? After a brief interlude, both Fang Yun and Qin Feng soared into the air almost simultaneously. As the celestial radiance burst forth, Fang Yun felt his entire being undergo a rapid transformation. His flesh and blood, cleansed by the divine light, became resplendent, as if destined to be transformed into jade. Moreover, the primordial spirit, long shackled by the rules of the celestial realm, was finally liberated, reclaiming its freedom at this moment. Instantly, his primordial spirit burst forth from his corporeal form. It manifested as a towering figure, 6 zhang high, identical in visage to Fang Yun, a lithe and handsome form radiating brilliant celestial light. Sensing the surge of power, Fang Yun gazed downwards, clenched his fist, and felt an overwhelming sense of vigor. Beside him, Qin Feng also exhibited a remarkable transformation, surrounded by a continuous swirl of fiery clouds, exuding an intense heat, yet his primordial spirit did not manifest. Fang Yun cast a mildly surprised glance at Qin Feng, seemingly eager to befriend Fang Yun. Qin Feng, noticing his gaze, smiled gently and said, "Brother Fang, I am a pure martial cultivator and do not cultivate the primordial spirit." Fang Yun nodded, responding with a courteous smile. At the sight of their simultaneous ascension, the crowd of miners in the distance erupted in agitation. "Ah, how I loathe this!" Many clenched their fists, the sound of their knuckles cracking resonating in the air. Watching others ascend, and seeing so many take flight while they remained earthbound, was a bitter pill to swallow, particularly when those who ascended seemed inferior to themselves. It felt more painful than dealing with certain individuals. They could only blame themselves for not seizing the opportunity to snatch more celestial transformation crystals. Some miners harbored silent regrets, their eyes furtively scanning their surroundings, mentally noting those who had recently achieved transformation. 2 human cultivators, possessing a foundation that seemed commendable, were noted by Ling Mo, who nodded discreetly. He then turned his gaze to the last individual still absorbing celestial energy, Blood Frenzy, observing the ethereal blood shadows flickering around him. Quite extraordinary. A hint of admiration graced Ling Mo's lips. Truly, a member of the Blood Fiend clan, he exhibited a foundation exceeding 70 breaths. Quite impressive. Before long, Blood Frenzy too ascended into the sky, and with his transformation, dozens of overseers rose alongside him to offer their congratulations. The overseers, predominantly at the first level of virtual immortality, found themselves on equal footing with Fang Yun and his companions, naturally inclined towards camaraderie. "Haha, Fang Yun, I never expected to see you here. Congratulations!" Among the overseers, Huang Hui cast a covetous glance at Fang Yun, offering his compliments. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Fang Yun and his companions were soon summoned back to the Grand Hall of Exchanges. Ling Mo, fixated on Blood Frenzy, remarked with a smile, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder disciple of the Yun Fan Immortal Sect. Would you be willing to join my master's ranks?" Upon hearing this, Blood Frenzy's indifferent gaze flickered with surprise, swiftly followed by a respectful bow. Blood Frenzy pays his respects to the senior brother. "Haha, wonderful."
Ling Montag lauket heartily.
Given Blood Frenzy's foundational prowess and the uniqueness of his lineage, joining the Yun Fan Immortal Sect would surely attract the interest of many elders wishing to take him as a disciple. By securing him for his uncle directly, Ling Mo was certain to reap significant rewards. Ling Mo's spirits were high as he turned his gaze toward Fang Yun and the other 2, his expression tinged with hesitation. The prospect of transcending to immortality ahead of schedule served as a test of character and capability imposed by the Immortal Sect upon these ascendants, allowing for the selection of the most suitable candidates to be absorbed into the Yun Fan Immortal Sect. However, the current situation revealed that these individuals had merely acquired their transformation crystals by chance, a stroke of fortune rather than merit. The reasons behind this circumstance required thorough investigation by the law enforcement team. Moreover, the 4 individuals before him stood to gain the most, casting them as prime suspects. Fang Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Surely they do not expect me to join them as well? That cannot be. With the mines still unexploited, how could I, Fang Yun, depart so easily? The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued, and after a brief pause, Ling Mo spoke. "You 3 shall first proceed to the medium mine and extract resources for a full millennium before we discuss further." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Duke Lu both furrowed their brows. Casting a glance at the side-eyed Blood Mad, had maintained a relatively agreeable demeanor until now, but his gaze was now laced with contempt. This disdainful look only served to further irk Duke Lu. On what grounds? Why did Blood Mad address him as senior brother so casually while they were relegated to mining duties? However, As soon as dissatisfaction flickered across their faces, Ling Mo shot them a derisive glance, prompting both to lower their heads in submission. Fang Yun opened his mouth, maintaining a facade of composure while inwardly reveling in delight. Returning to mining aligned perfectly with his desires. The medium mine should yield even greater rewards. His avatar system required a substantial amount of immortal crystals. Without the mines, where else could he procure such resources? Chapter 12. The unforeseen calamity. After a brief moment, Fang Yun and his companions departed, each harboring indescribable emotions within. Fang Yun remained unperturbed, as he had no intention of leaving. This mine not only provided an abundant supply of celestial crystals but also afforded him the means to exit through his avatars. However, the sentiments of Duke Looting and Qin Feng were markedly different. Their emotions experienced a tumultuous rise and fall, particularly Duke Looting, whose face darkened in frustration, his anger palpable as he puffed out his cheeks. Moments ago, he had basked in the glory of ascending to immortality, reveling in the envy of others. He had envisioned a transformation akin to a fish leaping into a dragon, only to find himself relegated to mining duties. With heavy hearts, both Duke Looting and Qin Feng offered a casual salute to Fang Yun before making their way out, seeking to discuss their supervisory duties. Fang Yun turned back to glance at the exchange hall, then proceeded to leave at a leisurely pace. Within the hall, Ling Mo was engaged in conversation with Xuequang. Upon confirming that Xuequang was not only a member of the Blood Demon clan but also a mere 300 years of age, Ling Mo's smile broadened. As he spoke, he caught sight of Fang Yun and his companions departing and remarked with a faint smile, "Those who ascend from the lower realms often suffer from a common affliction, an inflated sense of self-worth, oblivious to the fact that the celestial realm is replete with their so-called geniuses." Ling Mo's lips curled in disdain, reflecting his contempt for the vast chasm that existed between the lower realms and the eternal celestial realm, a disparity that was indelibly ingrained. Even Xuequang, had he not belonged to the Blood Demon clan, would have been deemed unworthy of Ling Mo's attention, at best qualifying for admission as an outer disciple. Ling Mo continued to scorn Fang Yun and his companions until a thought struck him. He recalled the true geniuses of the celestial realm, and a bitter smile emerged on his face. Without delving into distant lore, even the Yunfan celestial sect boasted one such prodigy. The enchanting Xin, who ascended to true immortality at the tender age of 50. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and possessed prodigious talent, but her formidable background also evoked feelings of envy and helplessness among many. In the mining area, Fang Yun moved with a languid grace. At this moment, as a first-layer void immortal, he felt liberated from the constraints of the earth. With a single step, he could effortlessly traverse several zhang. His lightness and ethereal presence were markedly distinct. His divine consciousness spanned a vast range of over 1,000 meters. As he ventured forth, experimenting and absorbing the sensations around him, a burgeoning sense of determination filled his heart. The enhancement of his power ushered in monumental changes. He also discovered a new function within the system space. Within the coverage of his divine consciousness, he could now summon his avatars directly into the system space with a mere thought, transcending the simplicity of mere command. Meanwhile, outside in the town, Fang Yu No. 1, after completing a transaction, meandered through the streets, procuring various supplies before heading towards the town's exit, completely unaware of the pair of eyes that had been fixated on him since he departed from the Qianlai shop. The observer was none other than Meng Hong, Su Qian's cousin. Initially intending to ascertain who was purchasing celestial transformation crystals, Meng Hong soon found himself bewildered. What level of power did this individual possess? Logically, he should have been able to discern that the man was stronger than himself, yet despite following closely, the subject appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. An occurrence that defied all logic. Upon departing the city and traversing a considerable distance, he suddenly noticed that Fang Yu No. 1 surveyed the surroundings before vanishing from sight. Meng Hong's heart trembled with shock. Had he been discovered? Was the speed too swift, or was it an act of invisibility? In the blink of an eye, Meng Hong harnessed celestial light, gently brushing it over his eyes, and in an instant, a faint azure glow emanated from them. The eye of breaking delusion. Employing his mystical powers, Meng Hong gazed ahead once more, yet he discerned nothing. He was astonished. Could it truly be a master of the craft? Meanwhile, Fang Yun ambled leisurely, his form now cloaked in concealment. With his prowess, he had not detected Meng Hong's pursuit. However, adhering to a fundamental principle of caution, he opted for invisibility after ensuring no one was around. Meng Hong's consciousness swept across his surroundings, keenly probing for any alterations. In the next moment, his eyes widened slightly. Although he had not uncovered anything, his instincts sensed an anomaly in that vicinity. Was it genuine invisibility? Was a person truly present? Meng Hong fixated on a specific location, uncertain, for despite the full extent of his eye of breaking delusion, he could not perceive any figure. After a moment of internal conflict, he resolutely summoned his celestial energy and experimentally struck that position with a palm. Within the mining area, Fang Yun was gathering his doppelgangers. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, causing his heart to race. He quickly comprehended the situation. Fang Yu number 1 had perished. What the hell? Who did this? As he watched Fang Yu number 1 return to the system space, commencing the countdown for revival, Fang Yun was engulfed in a mix of astonishment and fury. Despite his utmost caution, he had still been struck down. Fortunately, beyond his attire, Fang Yu number 1 possessed nothing. All belongings were secured within the system space, leaving no evidence or clues behind. However, the inexplicable encounter left Fang Yun in a foul mood. After retracting all remaining doppelgangers, he directly sought out Huang Hui. The latter wore a broad smile, yet upon learning that Fang Yun intended to mine in the medium-level mining area, the smile vanished from Huang Hui's face. He swiftly donned a sarcastic expression, exclaiming, "Heh! I thought you were capable of entering the Yunfan Shenzong as a mere servant disciple. Turns out you are nothing at all." Fang Yun frowned, his irritation mounting. He had encountered many who were superficial, but such blatant disdain was a rare sight. Subsequently, a wry smile crept onto Fang Yun's face as he glanced at the pretentious Huang Hui. Tomorrow he would venture to the medium-level mining area, and today, he would leave behind a grand surprise for him. That night, while Supervisor Huang Hui was out gambling with other supervisors, several invisible figures stealthily infiltrated Huang Hui's home. In the early morning, having lost at gambling and returning home inebriated, Huang Hui climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. As the sounds of snoring filled the air, one concealed doppelganger stealthily placed a corpse into Huang Hui's embrace. The following day, as the assembly horn sounded, Huang Hui, groggily clutching the cylindrical object beside him, impatiently opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a bloodied and mangled head, the eyes wide open in a deathly stare, fixated upon him. Moreover, he found himself entwined with the corpse's waist. In that instant, Huang Hui emitted a piercing scream, resembling a startled raccoon, his entire body bristling with fright as he abruptly leaped and tumbled off the bed. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the law enforcement team, and soon after, Huang Hui was taken away. A total of 6 corpses were discovered, 1 lying beside him on the bed, and 5 interred beneath the floorboards of his dwelling. In the makeshift interrogation room of the mining site, Captain Wang Jin fixed his gaze upon Huang Hui, who was suspended in midair, and remarked with a sardonic smile, "Your tastes are rather gruesome. I wondered why we couldn't locate the perpetrator. It turns out it was one of our own." Upon hearing this, Huang Hui trembled, desperately proclaiming, "No, I did not kill anyone. I know nothing. This is a frame-up, an injustice. Ha! Each of the 6 bodies bears your signature. Do you dare to argue further?" Wang Jun retorted, signaling to one of his subordinates with a glance. Understanding the cue, the subordinate approached and unleashed a barrage of lashes. Wang Jun smirked. He did not genuinely believe that Huang Hui had slain all 6 individuals. Yet who cared? Recently, the enforcement team had faced numerous setbacks, with 7 or 8 fatalities in the mining area, and they had only managed to apprehend 1 suspect. The incident involving the mineral had yielded no solid leads, and the higher-ups were growing increasingly dissatisfied. At present, the notion of catching the perpetrator red-handed was a semblance of accountability. Meanwhile, Fang Yun remained oblivious to these events, merely catching faint echoes of the lamentations from afar before cheerfully setting off towards the medium-sized mining area. Chapter 13. The Medium Mine District and the Female Foreman. Olivia, the medium mine district visited this time, and the inferior mine district where Fang Yun resided are situated along a vast celestial mineral vein, separated by hundreds of miles. Fang Yun traveled in the company of a member of the enforcement team, ostensibly as a guide, but in reality it was merely a form of escort. The guard possessed the cultivation level of a second-tier virtual immortal, and as they journeyed, Fang Yun contemplated that if he were to suddenly strike, 100 of his avatars attacking at once could likely eliminate this person without much difficulty. As Fang Yun mulled over this, the guard inexplicably felt a chill creeping down his spine and glanced back at Fang Yun. Immediately, Fang Yun retracted his murderous intent and greeted him with a smile. After all, the area was abundant with celestial crystals awaiting his discovery. He had no desire to resort to violence and flee at this moment. Furthermore, the mark on his body remained unresolved, and it was not yet the time to escape. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Fang Yun gazed down at the mine site, deeply struck by the grandeur of the scene before him. Compared to the inferior mine district he had previously inhabited, this medium mine district was far more magnificent. Even with his virtual immortal vision, he could not perceive the boundaries. The mineral vein stretched out like a lengthy canyon, exuding an ancient dark blue hue that seemed exceptionally profound. Along the walls of the celestial mineral canyon, numerous deep openings dotted the landscape, densely packed. As the two descended from the sky, the enforcement guard produced a token, waving it before him, causing an ethereal light to manifest, revealing an open portal. Fang Yun felt a jolt of surprise. The medium mine district was actually enveloped by an array. Did this not imply that exiting would be quite inconvenient? Fang Yun silently furrowed his brow, as this was indeed beyond his expectations. He wondered whether his avatars in stealth mode could directly traverse this protective formation. As Fang Yun pondered, they ventured deeper, encountering dozens of individuals, each possessing at least a first-tier virtual immortal cultivation level. Perhaps due to their cultivation, the miners here seemed to enjoy slightly better treatment. The clothing of those Fang Yun observed appeared to be far more respectable compared to his own tattered miner's garb. Although not extravagant, the styles were certainly varied. "My lord, are all the miners in this medium mine district at the virtual immortal level?" Fang Yun inquired curiously. "No need for further questions. You will learn the rules upon arrival," the guard replied indifferently. Before long, Fang Yun was led to a grand cavern hewn from the rock face. In the main hall of the cavern stood two individuals, Qin Feng and Duke Lu Ding. Upon seeing Fang Yun's arrival, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Fang, you have come." "Indeed," Fang Yun replied with a faint smile, holding a favorable impression of Qin Feng. He had taken note of this ascendant a century ago, recognizing him as a low-profile individual who neither sought trouble nor caused disturbances, possessing a composed demeanor. This was also the reason why Fang Yun thought of him during this transformation into an immortal. After exchanging pleasantries, several more individuals flew in from outside the cavern. Among them were Wang Zhen and Ling Mo, who, upon arrival, cast meaningful glances at the three men, particularly lingering on Fang Yun. Fang Yun frowned slightly. Soon after, the three were summoned into separate stone chambers, and Fang Yun found himself facing Wang Zhen. "Fang Yun, how audacious you are! How could you dare to mercilessly slay 6 miners?" Wang Zhengang's countenance, imbued with authority, bore a sharp intensity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that amplified the sense of oppression in the air. His sudden, thunderous reprimand sent a jolt through Fang Yun's spirit, yet he remained composed. He had not laid a finger on those 6 individuals. How could it be said that it was he, Fang Yun, who was responsible for their demise? Even if he were to swear an oath to the heavens, he possessed a sliver of courage to face the challenge. Furthermore, if there were indeed evidence against him, it would not merely be a matter of inquiry. Based on his understanding of the enforcement team, even the slightest hint pointing towards him would have led Wang Zhang to seize him instantly and subject him to severe torture. Contemplating this, Fang Yun found solace within himself. Then, with a furrowed brow, he expressed his bewilderment. "My lord, what brings you to utter such words? Are you referring to those who were murdered previously? Surely you must have been misled by some rumor. At the time of the incident, I had only just ascended to the 9th layer of transcendence. How could I possibly possess the capability to eliminate them? My lord, please see reason." Fang Yun's frown deepened as he spoke with a calm demeanor, even engaging in analysis. Wang Zheng, upon hearing this, remained silent, his cold smile unwavering. The two locked eyes, the tension lingering for several heartbeats. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's stern expression softened, and he donned a placating smile, saying, "Ah, it's nothing. It must indeed be a misunderstanding." Wang Zheng smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on Fang Yun, as if attempting to discern something deeper. Yet all he saw was an ordinary, ragged miner, whose youthful features were the only aspect that set him apart, unremarkable. Unbeknownst to Fang Yun, Wang Zheng's inquiry stemmed from this morning's events. The overseer, Huang Hui, had initially refused to confess under intense torture. However, as he struggled to articulate the circumstances, he suddenly recalled Fang Yun from the previous day, and in a moment of desperation, he made a reckless accusation. Wang Zheng, of course, did not believe it, reasoning much like Fang Yun had just explained. He lacked the strength for such an act. In truth, they had come to inquire about the incident involving the transformative crystal from yesterday. Wang Zheng had merely sought to probe and intimidate a little, anticipating that when the matter of the transformative crystal arose, Fang Yun would respond with greater candor. As expected, when questioned about the transformative crystal, Fang Yun shared without reservation, recounting in detail how he had fortuitously stumbled upon it. After a thorough inquiry, Wang Zheng conferred with several others, discovering that the accounts of Fang Yun, Qin Feng, and the others were essentially congruent. They had indeed stumbled upon it by sheer luck. Consequently, the investigation into the mysterious appearance of the transformative crystal fell into a quagmire. Over 1,000 miners were involved, and chaos had ensued. Moreover, the enforcement team had uncovered that there were as many as 500 transformative crystals in question. Fang Yun remained blissfully unaware of these developments. For as long as he was not implicated, he felt no concern. What did it matter? After all, he had transcended. Following the conclusion of the investigation, Fang Yun and his companions were each assigned to new overseers. To Fang Yun's astonishment, his new overseer was a woman. A striking figure with golden, wavy hair, an exquisitely delicate face, sun-kissed skin, ample bosom, and a slender waist, exuding an undeniably alluring presence. This sight rendered Qin Feng and Duke Lu, who had not laid eyes on a woman for centuries, utterly envious and consumed with jealousy, their gazes transfixed and mouths watering. The overseers, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a look of disdain. They had encountered such scenes numerous times before. It was evident that these were mere old bachelors hailing from the lower mining districts. In these lower regions, the separation of genders led to such reactions. However, in the middle-tier mining districts, such restrictions did not exist. Though women were fewer in number, they were by no means a rarity. Yet, when the two overseers cast their eyes upon the female supervisor, they too could not suppress a slight gulp. "Fang Yun, did you not also come from a lower mining district?" Alloway gazed at Fang Yun, somewhat astonished. This man had hardly glanced at her throughout the entire encounter. Such behavior was decidedly illogical. Chapter 14. The Illusory Immortal's Realm and the Function of Clone Cultivation. Upon being questioned, Fang Yun immediately recognized the peculiarity of his previous demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he candidly replied, "I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and remain indifferent to romantic pursuits." This response momentarily rendered Olivia speechless. Glancing at the information in her hand, she noted that he was nearing 600 years of age and possessed a commendable handsomeness. Could it be that he was still a virgin? Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Olivia's exquisitely refined face. Ah, that is indeed a commendable habit. Compared to certain individuals in the celestial realm, your character, though hailing from the lower realm, is somewhat superior. As she casually praised him, a realization struck her. 600 years. 500 years of mining to transform into an immortal. Did this not imply that Fang Yun could achieve the realm of the illusory immortal by the age of 100? His aptitude was impressive. Moreover, his unwavering commitment to the Tao indicated a commendable disposition. Yet, it was unfortunate that 500 years had been squandered, leaving him only in a mediocre state at present. Olivia cast a glance at Fang Yun, a hint of regret in her expression. The lower realm was not devoid of talent. However, compared to those of the celestial realm, there existed an inherent disadvantage in certain aspects. For instance, had Fang Yun been born in the celestial realm and nurtured properly, his accomplishments would undoubtedly far exceed his current state. The medium-grade mining area is indeed superior to the lower-grade one. You will also have the opportunity to cultivate here, Olivia remarked, her initial statement causing Fang Yun's eyes to gleam with hope. She then presented him with a simple storage bag, which contained a set of garments and a foundational celestial technique. Fang Yun graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude with a sense of surprise. In the medium-grade mining area, there are fewer regulations. As a miner of the first layer of the illusory immortal realm, your task is merely to mine 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals every 10 days. For every additional 100 medium-grade crystals you mine, you will receive a bonus of 2 low-grade celestial crystals. Olivia spoke swiftly. Noting Fang Yun's astonished demeanor, she added, "Do you think your strength is so formidable that 100 crystals daily is a trivial requirement?" Heh. The medium-grade celestial essence crystals differ significantly from the low-grade ones. You will realize this once you commence mining. Fang Yun, though perplexed, nodded obediently. Olivia led the way, her steps graceful, and continued, "Remember, do not attempt to outsmart the system by hiding. The mining site has means of detection. Should they discover any deceit, the consequences will be dire." Fang Yun nodded in agreement, following her closely while occasionally stealing glances at Olivia's alluring figure. Before long, they arrived at a mining area. From now on, you will mine in this 9th district. As for your living arrangements, there are numerous vacant caves in the rock face. You may reside in any that are unoccupied. Olivia indicated towards the rocky wall across the vein. Fang Yun stared, slightly bemused by the sight of numerous caves of varying sizes. "That will be all," Olivia said, turning back to regard Fang Yun with interest. "I differ from other supervisors. I will not usually interfere with your work, but should your submissions fall short of the required amount, do not expect leniency." "Understood, Supervisor," Fang Yun assured her. Olivia smiled and encouraged, "Do well in mining. I have faith in you." With that, she swayed her slender waist and walked into the distance. "Remember, do not attempt to flee. Once you enter here, a mark belonging to this place has been inscribed upon you." Her voice lingered, causing Fang Yun to raise an eyebrow. When did this happen? He was entirely oblivious. Nevertheless, it appeared that this new overseer was considerably more agreeable than Huang Hui. Soon after, Fang Yun entered a mine. He pulled out a pickaxe and casually attempted to strike. Sparks flew from the mine wall, jolting his hand with a numbing shock. "Wow, this is incredibly hard," Fang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. It was far more resilient than the inferior mining areas. No wonder it was capable of refining medium-grade celestial crystals. He marveled, then channeled his celestial energy into the pickaxe and tried again. This time it felt much easier. He could actually penetrate the surface. With a sigh of relief, he concentrated, and hundreds of clones appeared simultaneously, immediately getting to work. The mine was far more spacious than the low-grade ones. Even with hundreds of people working together, it did not feel cramped. Of course, Fang Yun still dispatched his spirit clones outside to keep watch. He had just experimented outside and discovered that the mine's interior was rich in celestial crystal energy, causing a chaotic atmosphere. Using his mental powers to probe from outside would result in severe interference. With his mental strength, he could only penetrate a mere dozen meters before being disrupted, making it impossible to ascertain the internal conditions. This fact provided him with considerable peace of mind. While his clones mined, Fang Yun began to study the foundational celestial technique that Olivia had given him. Upon examination, he cursed inwardly. It was identical to a celestial technique he had purchased for 1,000 inferior celestial crystals in the town. What a waste! Fang Yun felt displeased. However, remembering that he had obtained the celestial crystals effortlessly, he soon calmed down and delved into his studies. The celestial technique was called Celestial Feather Awakening Method. It detailed not only the cultivation methods for the virtual celestial realm but also provided a general description of the celestial realm's classifications. The realms of celestial beings were broadly divided into virtual celestial, true celestial, golden celestial, celestial monarch, celestial king, and celestial emperor. The virtual celestial is the lowest tier. The true celestial represents moderate prosperity, while the golden celestial is akin to a local landlord. As for the celestial monarch and celestial king, They are legendary figures, powerful or dominant beings in a celestial domain. Fang Yun looked on with eager anticipation and then sat cross-legged, practicing the celestial technique. The method for the virtual celestial involves opening all celestial orifices and establishing a connection between the body's three major dantians and the celestial universe. The virtual celestial consists of 9 levels, each requiring the opening of 12 celestial orifices to advance to the next level, with every 3 levels encompassing 36 celestial orifices as a unit of cultivation progress. In total, there are 108 celestial orifices. As he practiced, Fang Yun quickly discovered a problem. Although the concentration of celestial energy within the mind was not low, it was rather chaotic and disordered, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Each time he absorbed the celestial energy from the air in the cave and circulated it through his body, he felt waves of discomfort. This result left Fang Yun speechless, finally understanding why the mining site was so generous. How absurd. Fortunately, I am not lacking in wealth. Fang Yun cursed under his breath and promptly produced a low-grade celestial crystal to commence his cultivation. The following day, the efficiency of Fang Yun's training emerged, leaving him utterly speechless. According to his current pace, it would require him 3 years to unlock a single celestial aperture. Fang Yun was astounded. Does this mean that I would need 36 years to ascend to the second layer of the Void Celestial Realm? Achieving the pinnacle of the Void Celestial Realm would take 324 years. Is my aptitude truly so deficient in the Celestial Realm? Fang Yun opened his mouth, grappling with a sense of self-doubt. Based on the memories of his former self as a martial emperor, his aptitude should have been exceptional. He possessed a heavenly-grade golden spiritual root, infused with innate metal energy, sharp and unparalleled. This was the very foundation that enabled Fang Yun to become the strongest in the Xuanwu continent. Yet, at this moment, he found himself enveloped in confusion. Ding! The host has calculated the most fundamental efficiency. The Celestial Realm possesses numerous methods to expedite progress, such as elixirs, rare materials, spirit-gathering formations, and time-secret realms, and so forth. The system prompted, and Fang Yun smacked his forehead, realizing his folly. Mining for 500 years had truly muddled his brain. It was indeed my mistake. Fang Yun clenched his fist in self-deprecation, reigniting his fighting spirit. Then, he heard the system chime in his mind with a flourish. Ding, of course, these methods are trivial, for the host is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. What does this extraordinary status entail? Fang Yun inquired with anticipation. Ding! The number of the host's avatars has reached 100, unlocking the 3rd stage of avatar cultivation. The avatar cultivation function is now available. Avatar cultivation function. Each avatar's training can augment the host's cultivation, including the effects of techniques, with an efficiency of 50 of the host's own. Chapter 15. The terrifying speed of cultivation and astonishing wealth of celestial crystals. Fang Yun was astounded. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned the mining companion, Jian Wu, to his side. He swiftly transmitted the cultivation method into Jian Wu's mind. As Jian Wu began to cultivate, Fang Yun soon sensed a remarkable feedback. To his amazement, his own cultivation level was indeed progressing slowly. The speed was approximately half of his own cultivation pace. Now, with 100 avatars, if they all cultivated simultaneously, wouldn't that mean an increase in efficiency by 50 times? Fang Yun was overjoyed. He even experimented by placing Jian Wu into the system space, where cultivation continued unabated. Without any pain or discomfort, Jian Wu could directly absorb the mixed celestial energy within the mine. How formidable! Truly deserving of the title of genius. However, Fang Yun quickly recognized a dilemma. Cultivating with his avatars meant he could not mine, and mining precluded cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to prioritize mining entirely. By mining first, he could acquire more celestial crystals, allowing for the exchange of additional avatars. With more avatars, both mining and cultivation would become swifter. Laughing heartily, Fang Yun commanded the system to exchange all remaining low-grade celestial crystals for avatars. Beep! From the 101st to the 1000th avatar, the exchange price is 5,000 low-grade celestial crystals each. The host has 37,000 low-grade celestial crystals remaining and can exchange for 7 avatars. Exchange completed. Fang Yun's smile abruptly froze. 5,000 low-grade celestial crystals each? How exorbitant! It was worth noting that the first 100 avatars had only cost 100 low-grade celestial crystals each. Beep! Not too expensive. Not too expensive. Fang Yun was speechless, cursing under his breath. Yet the system offered no negotiation. He reluctantly acquiesced. He then began to tally the medium-grade celestial essence crystals mined by his avatars. Soon, the total was revealed. 100 avatars, working tirelessly for a day and a night, had collectively extracted 20,882 medium-grade celestial essence crystals. This meant that a single avatar, laboring for 24 hours, could only yield around 200 medium-grade celestial essence crystals. Upon realizing this, Fang Yun suddenly comprehended the significance of Overseer Olivia's statement regarding the 10-day quota of 1,000 crystals. It implied that Fang Yun needed to mine for at least 12 hours every day. Considering rest and activity time, how could he possibly cultivate? Understanding the insidious nature of this situation, Fang Yun gritted his teeth in silent resentment. Cursed be the capitalistic celestial beings. Their calculations were indeed meticulous. The intensity of this exploitation was maddening. This exclamation was Fang Yun's indignation on behalf of his fellow miners. Fang Yun casually picked up a medium-grade celestial essence crystal, feeling the richness of its celestial energy. Astonishingly, it contained 100 times more energy than a low-grade celestial essence crystal. This revelation caused Fang Yun's eyes to gleam with excitement. He also grasped why they were so difficult to mine and why the mine walls were so resilient. 100 times. Did this not imply that a single medium-grade celestial essence crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade crystals? What did the extraction of 20,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals signify? That equated to 2 million low-grade celestial crystals, or 200,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fang Yun couldn't help but grin widely. Indeed, it is a medium-sized mining area, generating an astonishing revenue of 200,000 low-grade celestial crystals in a single day. Such an astronomical figure. To exchange for a clone costs merely 5,000, which seems trivial in comparison. A commendable system. Fang Yun silently expressed his approval of the system with a nod. Dig with fervor. Faced with the immense temptation of wealth, Fang Yun resolutely forsook leisure, even disregarding the time of the sword dance sisters, the angelic queen princess, and the charming demon ladies. He commanded them all to labor diligently. In an instant, the mine resonated with the sounds of industrious toil. The newly summoned 7 clones were not yet given specific appearances. They directly took on the guise of shadowy figures to excavate the ore. 10 days later, Fang Yun arrived at the entrance of Olivia's cavern, carrying with him 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals. Olivia, who had been immersed in her cultivation, opened her eyes upon hearing Fang Yun's voice. Come. As the words resonated, a shimmering barrier at the cave's entrance parted, allowing Fang Yun to enter. Olivia's abode was simple yet elegant, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Upon seeing Fang Yun, who was clad in a flowing azure robe, her eyes brightened. His handsome visage and upright stature were far more pleasing than when she first encountered him in rags. After observing him for a moment, Olivia rose and stretched lazily. Instantly, her alluring curves were laid bare before Fang Yun's gaze. Olivia glanced at him and noticed he merely regarded her briefly before shifting his attention away. He truly is a man indifferent to women. How dull. Olivia pouted, and seeing his lack of interest, she relaxed her movements even more, her figure swaying enticingly. Fang Yun remained unmoved, for his focus lay solely on strength and celestial crystals. What are women to him? Merely distractions in his pursuit of power. Besides, he lacked for nothing. Whatever type he desired, he could effortlessly conjure an identical or even more exquisite version, entirely obedient. Given this, why exert himself further? Fang Yun's indifference left Olivia speechless. Reflecting on how other men in the celestial sect gazed upon her, she unconsciously regarded Fang Yun with newfound respect. The amount was sufficient. He performed commendably, Olivia remarked as she accepted the surrendered celestial essence crystals, casually complimenting him. As she spoke, whether intentional or not, she drew closer to Fang Yun. Farewell. Fang Yun clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave, his posture tall and straight. Once again he was overlooked. Olivia's delicate features stiffened slightly, her confidence in her allure wavering. Even within the celestial sect, she had numerous admirers. Her presence in this mine was to escape the pursuit of one in particular. When she first arrived, the managers of the mine were all exhilarated, not to mention the ordinary miners. Little did they expect to be disregarded by an ascendant from the lower realm, a newly transformed celestial, and a male at that. Olivia suddenly smiled, licking her crimson lips. What an intriguing character. Fang Yun returned to the mine, casting a glance at the system where a staggering 200,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals were stored. However, without converting them into celestial crystals, their abundance was of little consequence. Today, he decided to venture forth. With a flicker of thought, Fang Yun assumed control of Fang Yu No. 1, then became invisible and soared towards the outskirts of the mine. As he approached the boundary, a sense of trepidation enveloped him, yet he charged forward. The void shimmered slightly, and in the next instant, Fang Yu No. 1, astonishingly, passed through as if it were incorporeal. After a brief wait, there was not the slightest hint of disturbance within the mine. Incredible! His avatar could truly disregard the protective array. At least, it could bypass the array before him. Fang Yun was elated. His heart steadied. He then, with a fortune in hand, flew towards the distant town. 200,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals, if his calculations were correct, amounted to 20,000 mid-grade celestial crystals, equivalent to 2 million low-grade celestial crystals. That shabby shop of Xiao Su would surely struggle to accommodate his immense wealth. Chapter 16. The Silver Moon Celestial City and Fang Yun's ambitions so much. In the Qianlai shop, Su Qian stared in astonishment at Fang Yu No. 1, who had just announced a terrifying figure, 200,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals. Good heavens, that equates to 2 million low-grade celestial crystals. Even if he sacrificed his entire shop, it would be insufficient. Ha, Su's capacity is indeed lacking. I shall take my leave, Fang Yu No. 1 said with a cold smile, turning to depart. Su Qian quickly regained his senses and rushed to block his path. My lord, please wait. Such a lucrative client stands before me. How could I let him slip away? If I were to miss this opportunity, I would feel compelled to end my own life.
Fang Yu número 1 frowned, somewhat displeased.
Yet unconcerned about others competing for his attention. After all, everything was contained within the system space. Even if he eliminated this avatar, he would suffer no losses. In 24 hours, there would be another vessel of power. My lord, do you truly possess 200,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals? Su Qian asked, his voice trembling. Are you doubting me? Fang Yu No. 1 scoffed, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is merely a trifle of 200,000. Su Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, hastily waving his hands in protest. I dare not question you, my lord. I have complete faith in your capabilities. However, my lord, not only can my modest shop not exchange such a vast quantity of celestial crystals, even if you were to combine the resources of the other two shops in this town, it would still be impossible. This place is merely a simple service town. Su Qian chuckled awkwardly, positioning himself firmly before Fang Yu No. 1, determined not to yield. Seeing Fang Yu No. 1 frown, he quickly added, My lord, I have a solution. Though this location is temporary, a celestial city named Silver Moon City lies just 70,000 miles away, home to a branch of our Wanbao Celestial Association. Once we arrive there, not only could we procure 2 million low-grade celestial crystals, even 20 billion would pose no issue, Su Qian declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Fang Yu No. 1 pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Soon, Su Qian's eager and flattering expression emerged. Very well, Fang Yu No. 1 nodded. As for the vast world beyond, Fang Yun had yet to truly experience it, and this opportunity was perfect for exploration. After all, he would be sending an avatar, so he harbored no concerns about danger. Moreover, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the route, as he might frequently venture there to exchange celestial crystals in the future. A short while later, Su Qian, overjoyed, hurriedly closed the shop. He then summoned a shuttle-shaped flying treasure, respectfully inviting Fang Yu number 1 aboard. In no time, they arrived at their destination, having traversed 70,000 miles in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Gazing upon the magnificent city before him, Fang Yun's heart stirred with emotion. Silver Moon City, resembling a crescent moon, was embedded in the earth, stretching endlessly in both directions. Everywhere, celestial towers and pavilions rose, radiating mystical lights that dazzled the onlookers. Noticing Fang Yu number 1's fascination, Su Qian smiled as he explained, "My lord, there is a legend surrounding Silver Moon City. It is said that over 100,000 years ago, during a battle between the Radiant Moon Celestial King and humanity, the Shentian sacred treasure, the lunar wheel, left behind the laws of the moon in this very place. Thus, many immortals came to comprehend, and over time, a celestial city was formed. Soon, the two entered the city. Fang Yun was once again awed by the splendor and opulence of the celestial city. The streets were exceptionally spacious, and individuals rode celestial beasts at a leisurely pace. Powerful auras were abundant, yet there were also numerous virtual immortals and even mortals beneath that level.
Fang Yuno.
One walked through the streets, appearing as an utterly ordinary passerby. Moreover, the diversity of races was remarkable, as he casually observed no fewer than 20 different races. However, the human race was still predominant. At least in this Silver Moon City, that was the impression he gathered. Suddenly, the sky above the celestial city opened up, radiating celestial light, and a resplendent figure emerged from the void. The person was surrounded by fiery clouds of immortal light, with layers of treasure light illuminating the sky in a crimson hue. It was the Flame Cloud Golden Immortal of the Yunfan Immortal Sect. On the streets, some recognized the divine being in the sky, and immediately a throng of people bowed in reverence. Each gaze was filled with admiration and awe. Flame Cloud, you're getting on in years yet still so ostentatious. Is it amusing?" A teasing voice echoed throughout the celestial city, followed by another figure stepping forth from a different void. This person was clad in a dark robe, carrying an ancient sword, exuding an aura of simplicity, yet his gaze was piercing, and a disdainful smirk lingered on his lips as he fixed his stare on the Flame Cloud Golden Immortal. What business is it of yours? I do as I please," the Flame Cloud Golden Immortal scoffed, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, heading towards a certain location within the celestial city. The ancient Taoist followed suit, descending to another area. Heavens, the Ink Sword Golden Immortal. What an influx of significant figures today. You might not know, but there's an auction in Silver Moon City tomorrow, and these esteemed individuals have surely come to participate. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, quickly returning to normalcy. This world is indeed vast and splendid, filled with countless powerful beings. Within the mine, Fang Yun felt a profound sense of awe. Just the celestial city alone made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. 2 million low-grade immortal crystals seemed hardly substantial. At that moment, Fang Yun's perspective began to expand. Simultaneously, he gradually felt a surge of excitement, conquering the unparalleled celestial realm, commanding millions of immortals. Just the thought ignited a fire within a man's heart. Previously, Fang Yun would never have dared to entertain such aspirations. But now, he possessed the infinite avatar system. He could rapidly seize resources and infinitely accelerate his cultivation speed. Currently at 50 times, in the future it could soar to 500, 5,000, or even 50,000 times. You all will cultivate for 50,000 years first. Then I shall outpace you all. Fang Yun's fists clenched tightly, a determined glint in his eyes. Within Silver Moon City, Fang Yu number 1 followed Su Qian to a magnificent celestial building near the center. The structure soared 9 stories high, exuding an extraordinary grandeur, with ethereal immortal charm. In front of the hall, a high plaque hung, inscribed with the words, 10,000 Treasures Immortal Assembly. Below, a smaller inscription read, Silver Moon Branch. Esteemed Sir, this is the headquarters of our numerous small divisions, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Here, one can exchange an abundance of celestial essence crystals. Su Qian proclaimed with pride. With Su Qian as a guide, the process became significantly more efficient. Fang Yu number 1 exchanged 2 million inferior celestial crystals, a considerable sum indeed. The attendant glanced at Su Qian's identification badge and couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Fang Yu number 1. Upon completing the transaction, Su Qian's heart soared with joy. He had earned nearly 100,000 inferior celestial crystals in commission, almost equivalent to a year's labor. Heavenly fortune. Su Qian's gaze towards Fang Yu number 1 grew increasingly obsequious. Fang Yu number 1 remarked, "I just heard that there will be an auction tomorrow. Please make arrangements for me." Certainly, no problem at all. Chapter 17. The treasure acquired, trading up attending the auction. Fang Yun primarily sought to test his luck while simultaneously experiencing the financial prowess of the esteemed figures within the celestial realm. With Su Qian's assistance, he swiftly secured an entry ticket. It was then that Fang Yun realized this auction in Silvermoon City was hosted by the Wanbao Immortal Society. However, the auction was divided into 2 segments, ordinary and advanced, held concurrently in 2 separate halls. Fang Yu number 1 was to participate in the ordinary auction, primarily attended by virtual immortals. "My lord, should you wish to exchange for celestial crystals in the future, you may continue to seek my assistance, for I have recently been employed by the Silvermoon headquarters." Su Qian excitedly conveyed this good news after presenting the entry ticket. Fang Yu number 1 responded coolly. Su Qian, undeterred, respectfully added, "By the way, my lord, I have arranged a silver card for you, which grants a 10% discount on purchases at our Wanbao Immortal Society. The items at tomorrow's auction, being self-supplied by the society, will also enjoy this discount." Fang Yu number 1 accepted the card, feeling its texture akin to jade and gold, adorned with silver clouds that shimmered with a faint celestial glow.
"Ah, splendid."
Fang Yu number 1 remarked with a smile. Su Qian rejoiced internally, believing his flattery had struck a chord. Future business prospects seemed assured. Given the uncertainty of expenses at the auction, Fang Yun refrained from utilizing his celestial crystals for the time being. The following midday, Fang Yu 1 arrived at the venue for the ordinary auction, presenting his entry ticket and gaining entry as desired. The immense circular exhibition hall was divided into 2 levels. The lower level featured rows of seats, while the upper tier contained individual private boxes capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Thanks to his silver card, Fang Yu 1 ascended to a box on the 2nd floor, which, though modest in size, exuded elegance. Fine wines and various spiritual fruits awaited him. After sampling a few bites, his senses were invigorated, and he felt a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. By the time the auction commenced, the exquisite wines and spiritual fruits had been entirely consumed by Fang Yu number 1. As the lights dimmed in the hall, a colossal beam of light illuminated the central stage. Under this radiant glow, a woman clad in a flowing red silk palace gown, enchanting and alluring, gracefully ascended the auction platform. The auction commenced. The first item for bid captured Fang Yun's attention profoundly. A superior celestial artifact, the Golden Feather Sword, with the ability to summon 1,000 golden feathers into an attacking formation. This weapon unleashed a barrage upon foes. Furthermore, it was exceptionally suited for immortals possessing golden spiritual roots, amplifying its might. When wielded to its utmost potential, it could rival that of inferior celestial treasures. As the alluring woman elaborated on the sword's features, many attendees below were visibly intrigued. The starting bid was set at 80,000 inferior celestial crystals, with increments no less than 1,000. No sooner had she concluded than bids began to erupt. 85,000, 88,000. Observing the fervent competition and rapid bidding below, Fang Yu number 1's confidence swelled. It appeared that among this throng of virtual immortals, I might be considered affluent. With a self-assured smile, Fang Yu 1 declared, 120,000. The sound resonated from the loudspeakers, and the hall, which had just reached a bidding price of 98,000, fell into an immediate hush. Who is this? With such a bid, is there no sense of martial ethics? Are there truly so many low-grade celestial crystals? Many in the crowd felt disgruntled. For a virtual celestial being, this was no trifling sum, and such audacity was unthinkable. 125,000. Came another bid. 150,000, declared Fang Yu, brimming with arrogance. It's merely 150,000 low-grade celestial crystals, My avatars could unearth far more than that in just a day. I Fang Yun.
Possessa celestial mine.
With his bold proclamation, the hall fell silent once more. The woman hosting the auction cast an admiring glance his way. Such extravagance was precisely what an auction craved. After a while, Fang Yu successfully acquired the golden feather sword at a 10% discount, paying a total of 135,000 low-grade celestial crystals. The auction continued, featuring pills, spiritual herbs, materials for refining, and various techniques. At one point, they even auctioned a mesmerizing female fox spirit of the Spirit Fox clan. Her beauty captivated all, sending the emotions of a group of male cultivators soaring. Ultimately, she was sold for a staggering 300,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Fang Yu chuckled lightly, expressing disdain for the peculiar tastes of certain male cultivators. Perhaps an avatar could indulge in such matters. As the auction proceeded, Fang Yu made 4 more bids. The first was for a concealed protective array disc, costing 90,000 celestial crystals, capable of thwarting detection from beings below the mid-level true celestial realm. The second was a swordsmanship technique titled Step to Heaven, acquired for 120,000 celestial crystals. The third was a vial of healing elixirs, purchased for 30,000 celestial crystals, reserved for emergencies. The fourth was a superior flying celestial artifact, costing 150,000 celestial crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is rather unique, a physical cultivation technique known as Indestructible Golden Body. The alluring voice of the woman caught everyone's interest. However, this technique was incomplete, limited to only the first 3 levels, making its grade difficult to ascertain and its ultimate efficacy uncertain. We have had individuals attempt to cultivate it, and the experience is excruciating. As the enchanting woman elaborated, a chorus of discontent arose from the crowd. It turned out to be a defective product. What a disappointment for a body cultivator. Indeed, what if one fell into madness while cultivating it? Yet, the auction house was still willing to reveal it, which was quite rare. The crowd buzzed, and the alluring woman remained unfazed, continuing. The starting bid is 80,000 low-grade celestial crystals, with increments no less than 1,000. As her words fell, the dissatisfaction grew louder. Such a flawed item demanding 80,000. At this moment, Fang Yun felt invigorated. He was a dual cultivator of law and body in the lower realms. Now, he was in dire need of a physical cultivation technique. Indestructible Golden Body sounded quite promising. As for the pain during cultivation, the suffering of his avatars was of no concern to him, and they were unafraid of discomfort. It was, one could say, tailor-made for Fang Yun. 81,000. Fang Yu bid. Suddenly, a sense of astonishment washed over the crowd. Goodness! Someone actually made a purchase, exclaimed one. Is it sheer folly born of wealth? Or do they genuinely believe they can seize a bargain? A bargain? The auction house is hardly naive. Would they really showcase valuable items here? Ultimately, Fang Yun successfully acquired the item, having paid 72,900 inferior celestial crystals. Once this treasure was secured, Fang Yun refrained from further bidding. Just as he stored the item in his system space, Fang Yun at the mine had already gathered all the auctioned goods. Indeed. Money grants one the liberty to act with abandon. Celestial techniques, celestial swords, flying celestial artifacts, formations. As Fang Yun surveyed his newfound possessions, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He even felt an impulsive urge to test his strength against someone. However, he was slightly dissatisfied with the body refinement technique, as it was merely a replica, a mere jade slip of an imprint, not the original version. While he pondered this, an unexpected disturbance arose on Fang Yu No. 1's end. Outside Silver Moon City, before Fang Yu No. 1 had a chance to vanish from sight, 2 individuals obstructed his path. What do you want? He inquired, brow furrowed, his voice cold. According to system alerts, the 2 were at the 2nd level of the virtual immortal realm. We've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Attending the Wanbao Celestial Conference and participating in the auction, you're a 1st-level virtual immortal and yet quite affluent? Xue Ping scoffed, his gaze glimmering with greed. Fang Yu No. 1 felt a jolt of shock. Despite concealing his aura and cultivation, they had seen through him effortlessly. What's going on? Surprised are we? You thought a simple concealment technique could deceive us? Xue Huan laughed derisively. The two were twin brothers who shared a unique telepathic bond, allowing them to discern the strength of their adversaries. Their method was not particularly sophisticated. A mere glance would reveal if one was strong or weak. If strong, their spirits would wane. If weak, their excitement would surge. It was through this peculiar ability that they had successfully robbed the vulnerable time and again without failure. Chapter 18. Crushing the second layer of virtual immortals. The Cloud Ascension command in an instant. Fang Yun comprehended the situation. These two individuals intended to rob him. Logically speaking, Fang Yun #1 could have easily concealed himself and attempted to flee. Even if he failed, it would merely result in a loss of 24 hours. Yet at this moment, Fang Yun had no desire to escape. Two mere second-layer virtual immortals, with 100 avatars at the first layer of virtual immortality. Could he not easily confront them? Villains perish due to arrogance, while the virtuous suffer from hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yun made his decision. Engage them. With a mere thought, in the depths of the mine, over 100 avatars, who were diligently mining, simultaneously vanished, all entering the system space. He couldn't even be bothered to collect the mining picks, which clattered to the ground. On the other hand, Fang Yun #1, being under Fang Yun's control, was essentially another version of Fang Yun. Thus, with a single thought, Fang Yun #1 summoned the 100 avatars from the system space. The transfer of spatial essence was seamless. A volley of arrows pierced the clouds, heralding the arrival of a formidable army. Reinforcements were invincible. Upon arrival, the avatars directly transitioned into combat mode. Instantly, 100 shadowy figures appeared behind Fang Yun #1, shrouded in a deep, obsidian hue. They resembled beings clad in dark armor, absorbing light from their surroundings without a trace of reflective sheen. Their gazes were cold and merciless, all fixed upon Xue Ping and Xue Huan. Among the shadowy legion, 20 wielded inferior celestial weapons, long swords and blades. The sudden appearance of this scene left Xue Ping and Xue Huan utterly astonished. Staring at the multitude of shadowy figures, their hearts raced with both excitement and dread. The exhilaration stemmed from their unique abilities, perceiving that each of these individuals was weaker than them individually. The fear, however, was rooted in the sheer number of opponents. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost the moment the avatars materialized, Fang Yun #1 issued a cold command. Kill! The 100 avatars swiftly crossed hundreds of meters, encircling the bewildered duo. Fang Yun #1, brandishing the golden feather sword, charged forward. Despite being second-layer virtual immortals, Xue Ping and Xue Huan quickly regained composure amidst their shock. They made an immediate assessment. Brother, although these individuals are weaker than us, there are too many. We must break through. Xue Ping roared, drawing his inferior celestial weapon, a massive blade. Channeling all his celestial power, he surged in one direction, his blade gleaming like a fierce azure tiger. However, what awaited him was a united strike from dozens of shadowy figures. Dozens of golden, sharp energies converged into a fist imprint, crashing down upon the azure tiger. Boom! The azure tiger exploded, and the enclosed Xue Ping was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures charged in unison. Seizing the opportunity, they sought to end his life. On the side, Xue Huan fared even worse, directly receiving dozens of attacks that shattered his entire virtual immortal form. Only his primordial spirit remained, trembling in the air. In the midst of his terror, Fang Yun #1 advanced like a celestial warrior, closing the distance with a radiant golden feather sword, glowing as brilliantly as a shooting star. The might of the superior celestial weapon, combined with Fang Yun's golden sword qi, shattered the primordial spirit with a single strike. Xue Huan met his demise, his essence extinguished. Xue Ping witnessed this scene, and his mind was profoundly shaken. Ah, I have slain you all. He hastily swallowed a pill, and his injuries began to heal significantly, his spirit rising once more. Xue Ping's figure darted with incredible speed, the gleam of his blade dazzling as he struck a shadowy figure that had closed in on him, severing one of its arms along with a portion of its torso. However, in the next moment, Xue Ping found himself momentarily stunned. The shadowy figure appeared utterly unfazed. With its remaining arm, it coldly thrust a sword into his body. Ah! Xue Ping screamed in agony. Then, his gaze fell upon more shadowy figures rushing towards him. Ah! No! 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 Xue Ping, with his hair disheveled, was engulfed in despair. What on earth is this group? Not human. For Xue Ping observed that the shadowy figure he had wounded did not spill a single drop of blood, and the wound where its arm had been severed was as dark as the void outside. Bitterness, frustration, regret, and despair ultimately morphed into madness. In the next moment, Xue Ping resolutely chose to self-destruct. Suddenly, he paused, his expression momentarily bewildered. Before him stood a sultry and enchanting shadowy figure, its eyes shimmering with a violet light, casting a spell of allure upon him. Though the effect lasted but an instant, it was sufficient. The furious energy Xue Ping had been summoning was abruptly interrupted. Then came the onslaught of blades, swiftly dismembering him into a dozen pieces. Even his primordial spirit had no time to escape. Alas! Xue Ping's consciousness gradually faded, and until his last breath, he could not comprehend the nature of the death god he had encountered that day. Useless, pathetically weak. Fang Yun, controlling Fang Yu No. 1, coldly uttered a scornful remark. Little did he know. Had Xue Ping been revived and heard these words, he would likely be enraged to the point of dying once more. A mere second-tier virtual immortal could only withstand the onslaught of a few first-tier virtual immortals at most. Yet Fang Yun had summoned over 100. Damn! The tactic of overwhelming numbers is utterly unreasonable. After slaying 2 foes, the doppelganger began to search for spoils. Soon, a shadowy figure on the ground discovered 2 storage bags. Fang Yu No. 1 opened them to inspect their contents. How impoverished! The 2 individuals possessed roughly 80,000 low-grade immortal crystals combined, along with some low-tier immortal herbs and a few pills, 2 low-grade immortal swords, and a collection of miscellaneous items. Oh, what is this? Among the clutter, Fang Yu No. 1 stumbled upon a cloud pattern token. Delving into its essence, he quickly discerned its purpose. The Cloud Ascendance token, a direct entry token issued by the Yunfan Immortal Sect for disciples. With this token, one could directly become a disciple of the Yunfan Immortal Sect. As for the rank of disciple, it would depend on one's fortune. These 2 individuals actually possessed such a thing? Fang Yu No. 1 furrowed his brow. In truth, this token had been acquired unexpectedly by the Xue brothers not long ago. Yet neither was willing to venture forth alone. Thus, the 2 remained entwined in quantum entanglement. Fang Yu gathered all his belongings, and with a mere thought, his doppelgangers vanished entirely, allowing him to enter a state of concealment. Chapter 19. The Cycle of Flesh and Blood, a Terrifying Technique. As Fang Yu No. 1 retracted his avatar, Fang Yun in the mind summoned another doppelganger. The total time consumed was barely a few minutes. Continue mining. With a commanding voice, Fang Yun set over 100 avatars back to work as tireless laborers. Among them, 1 avatar, Fang Xian, was left with only an arm, yet still persisted in striving for Fang Yun. However, the efficiency was exceedingly low. Fang Yun observed with a twinge of sympathy and said to Fang Xian, "You may rest now, yes, master." Fang Xian No. 18 replied with a smile, his eyes sincere. He was then absorbed into the system space to commence his cultivation. Not a single one wasted. Fang Yun reviewed his remaining celestial crystals, which amounted to an impressive total of over 139,000. System. Convert all to avatars. Ding. 5,000 low-grade celestial crystals can be exchanged for 1 avatar. The host can exchange a total of 278. Exchange completed. With the melodic chime of the system echoing in his mind, Fang Yun suddenly acquired an additional 278 avatars. Adding to the existing 107, the total surged to an astonishing 385. What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Fang Yun could not contain his laughter. In light of the impressive performance of the succubus avatars, he promptly created another 49, rounding the number to 50. Instantly, he found himself surrounded by these 50 enchanting succubi, each possessing angelic visages and devilish figures, their skin as smooth as milk. Gulp. Fang Yun swallowed hard. This. A cry of despair escaped his lips. At that moment, his entire body was drenched in blood, fine droplets seeping from beneath his skin, emitting a boiling heat, nearly distorting his handsome features. A sight of utter disarray. The blood dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound, releasing a plume of smoke. Hastily, Fang Yun ceased his cultivation, consumed a healing elixir, and took several minutes to recover slightly. Was this what they called painful cultivation? Was this even a form of practice suitable for human beings? Gritting his teeth, trembling all over, he cursed the woman from the auction. A fraud. Defiantly, he had attempted to cultivate the first layer of the immortal body, the cycle of flesh and blood. As a full cycle of the Zhou Tian completed, a bizarre aura inexplicably emerged within him. Wherever this aura spread, his flesh rapidly shattered and reformed. Moreover, it greedily absorbed the chaotic celestial energy from the air, indiscriminately and insatiably. Then, he reverted to his former state. The agony felt akin to flesh being meticulously dissected and rejoined, only to be dissected again. It sent shivers down his spine and pierced his very soul. Even closing his senses proved futile. Even his primordial spirit was affected, trembling along with him. Who devised this brutal body-refining celestial technique? This was excessively ruthless. Fang Yun gasped for breath, filled with admiration for that formidable individual. Sword Dance, come forth. Fang Yun summoned Sword Dance, and with a flicker of thought, transmitted the cultivation method of the indestructible golden body to her. Subsequently, Sword Dance embarked on her practice. Fang Yun observed attentively, initially perceiving no anomalies or changes. However, after a brief moment, he was startled to see the flesh beneath Sword Dance's fair skin writhing. She then furrowed her brow, and in the next instant, she transitioned into a pitch-black form. What was happening? Fang Yun was astonished, and suddenly, he felt a transformation within himself as well. That peculiar, intangible aura re-emerged inside him, causing his flesh to shatter and then reconstitute. Yet this time, Fang Yun felt no pain at all. It was as if he had become an observer, watching his own body change, witnessing that strange aura gradually merge into him. He even found himself able to stand and move freely. Incredible. Who else could match this? With this, Fang Yun's admiration for that formidable individual plummeted. Soon, he realized that Sword Dance was cultivating alone at a rather slow pace, so he summoned 50 of his avatars. Instantly, the speed of cultivation surged exponentially. Fang Yun felt the blood and flesh within him boiling, vibrating at a high frequency. A terrifying suction emanated from his body, rapidly siphoning the celestial energy from the essence crystals embedded in the surrounding mine walls. The speed was so astonishing that the essence crystals being excavated by the avatars turned a grayish-white. What a domineering technique. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Fang Yun watched in shock, increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of this method. Thus, he dispatched all 100 avatars to the adjacent mine to extract resources. Leaving one to keep watch, the rest began to cultivate flesh and blood, life and death. Time flew by, and 8 days passed. At this moment, Fang Yun had tunneled deep into the vein. Within a radius of 100 feet around him, all the essence crystals had vanished, leaving only dirt and stone. Fang Yun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. He then emerged from the mine, reappearing in the cavern. Flesh and blood, life and death had reached minor completion. Fang Yun was overjoyed. He reached out and grasped the rock wall, and to his astonishment, his hand easily penetrated the solid stone as if it were mere tofu. How formidable! I feel that I could tear apart my former self. Upon saying this, Fang Yun drew a low-grade celestial sword and swung it towards his arm. In the next moment, a dull thud echoed as the sword was deflected with a certain elasticity. His arm remained unscathed, not even a mark left. He had withstood a low-grade celestial weapon. Fang Yun was ecstatic and then called for Sword Dance, thrusting the sword toward her chest. To his amazement, her skin indented, the sword tip penetrating just a little before it could go no further. Incredible! The avatars had indeed become as powerful as he was. This was astonishing. Overjoyed, Fang Yun drew a high-grade celestial weapon, the Golden Feather Sword. Clearly, a low-grade celestial weapon could not yield specific results, but a high-grade celestial weapon should be able to. In the realm of cultivation, It is said that achieving a minor mastery of the technique blood and flesh rebirth allows for the rapid and limitless regeneration of flesh, merely requiring the expenditure of celestial energy. Reflecting on this, Fang Yun decisively swung his sword towards his arm. Of course, it was an act of swordplay. The blade was sharp, and with a swift motion, one of the sword dance's arms was severed. Yet, Fang Yun encountered considerable resistance. Good heavens, such formidable defense! He marveled, and then commanded the sword dance to restore her arm. Even after enduring countless torments at his hands, the sword dance nodded with a smile. Then, he witnessed the surrounding celestial energy surging, as her arm visibly regenerated at an astonishing speed. In just a breath, it was restored to perfection. Fang Yun's eyes sparkled. This was utterly distinct from ordinary recovery. While could also restore the physical body, it required a lengthy process of refinement, was slow, and consumed substantial energy. Moreover, primarily involved internal consumption. In contrast, the speed and external absorption of blood and flesh rebirth were incomparable. At this moment, Fang Yun harbored doubts. The reason such a body-refining method might be auctioned off was undoubtedly due to its impracticality for cultivation. The sheer agony and time required for training were beyond human endurance. Fang Yun, with 285 avatars cultivating together for 8 days, equated to one person training for over 6 years. And this was merely minor mastery. Who could withstand such trials? To the average person, it would seem a futile endeavor. Fang Yun felt that even a true immortal might hesitate to practice it. Perhaps even a golden immortal. Yet, this divine ability appeared exceptionally suited for him. Having witnessed the extraordinary effects of minor mastery, Fang Yun couldn't help but anticipate the results of full mastery. Blood rebirth. Alas, achieving full mastery required reaching the realm of true immortals. Thus, Fang Yun was unable to cultivate it at present. Nevertheless, this was already commendable. Being a true immortal should not take long. Soon after, he retrieved 1,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals. As 10 days had elapsed, it was time for him to submit the celestial essence crystals. However, upon noticing the quantity of crystals within the system space, he was somewhat astonished. For in the span of 8 days, the 100 avatars had mined a considerable surplus. Fang Yun, filled with joy, quickly realized the reason. Although his realm had not changed, his strength had increased. The efficiency of mining had significantly improved. Ah, delightful! With a smile, Fang Yun soared towards the lair of the overseer, Olivia. Chapter 20. Olivia, Trouble. As Fang Yun traversed the path, he was suddenly drawn to the raucous commotion ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a throng of over 1,000 people gathered in the central clearing of the mine, including a considerable number of women, reveling in the lively atmosphere. At the heart of the crowd, 2 miners were engaged in a fierce battle, inciting a chorus of cheers. Give it your all. Keep going. He can't last much longer. Fang Yun observed from a distance and quickly discerned the nature of the event. This was a spectacle orchestrated by the overseers of the mine, a gladiatorial contest among the miners. They wagered on the outcomes of these duels, either for amusement or to facilitate certain transactions. Victorious miners were rewarded, which attracted many who believed themselves to possess formidable prowess. Winning could yield celestial crystals, enhancing their cultivation speed. Exceptional participants might even catch the eye of the overseers, leading to opportunities within the esteemed Yunfan immortal sect. It was indeed a chance for the miners. However, the stakes were high. Although fatalities were rare, serious injuries were not uncommon. Such injuries could hinder their ability to meet mandatory quotas, resulting in substantial debts to the mine, with dire consequences to follow. Initially disinterested, Fang Yun's attention was piqued when he spotted Olivia among the overseers. He felt compelled to approach her. At that moment, Olivia's expression was one of evident distress. Following her gaze, he realized that one of the combatants was none other than Keb, a miner under her command, whom he had previously encountered and casually greeted. Keb, a human, was pitted against a robust, lion-headed beastman. Despite being of the same realm, Keb was clearly outmatched. His body bore deep lacerations from the beast's claws, bloodied and on the verge of collapse. "Haha, Miss Olivia, it seems your man is about to lose," taunted Zhao Yen, the overseer, casting a mocking glance at Olivia. His gaze lingered on her ample figure, a comical mix of admiration and apprehension. Humph! Olivia scoffed, her annoyance palpable. Miss Olivia, this place is filthy and chaotic. It is hardly suitable for you. Perhaps you should return. Remaining here will only hinder your ability to fulfill the mine's demands. Zhao Yan continued, slyly stealing glances. At that moment, the arena echoed with a dull thud as Keb was struck hard in the chest, spewing blood and crashing into the onlookers. The crowd parted swiftly, not to assist, but to erupt in louder laughter. Ha ha! I have won! Zhao Yan bellowed, rising to his feet in triumph. He casually tossed 100 low-grade celestial crystals towards the victor, the lion-hearted beastman. Well done. Here is your reward. Zhao Yan commended. Thank you, my lord. The lionheart stowed away the celestial crystal, unleashing a series of roars that resonated with the triumph of a victor. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Among them, several female miners exchanged bold glances with the lionheart. The allure of strength invariably captivates the opposite sex. Meanwhile, the defeated Cobb struggled to rise, approaching Olivia with a face full of remorse. This duel was ignited by him. Not long ago he had been accosted, his celestial essence crystal stolen. Cobb, unwilling to yield, engaged in a scuffle, which was fortuitously witnessed by Olivia. Enraged, she noted that such incidents had become all too frequent. Her miners were inexplicably targeted, resulting in many failing to meet their quotas recently. She had intended to reprimand the troublemaking miner when the overseer, Zhao Yan, intervened. After a heated exchange, both parties resolved their grievances in the arena. Cobb's defeat was particularly brutal, leaving him significantly injured. At this moment, Olivia clenched her fists, piecing together Zhao Yan's earlier words, and she began to suspect the puppet master behind the scenes. This is not your fault. Take this for your recovery, she said, tossing a healing pill to Cobb. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude before taking his leave. Olivia turned to Zhao Yan, her voice icy. You, an inner disciple, have come to serve as overseer at the behest of Xiao Wuji. Haven to you? I know not what you speak of, Miss Olivia. Brother Xiao is a man of impeccable character, widely esteemed. Surely you must be mistaken, Zhao Yan replied with a smile, his small eyes narrowing almost to slits. Besides, if Miss Olivia can serve as an overseer, is it not entirely reasonable for me to do the same? Humph! Olivia scoffed, turning on her heel to depart. Zhao Yan observed her retreating figure, his smile unwavering, though a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yun calmly witnessed the unfolding drama. Olivia and Zhao Yan spoke without reservation, and he gleaned much from their exchange. With a sense of exasperation, he thought, I merely wish to mine in peace. Why must I be embroiled in such inexplicable affairs? Upon arriving at Olivia's abode, he found the door ajar, faint sounds of her frustration emanating from within. Perhaps sensing his presence, silence fell abruptly. Come in, a cool voice beckoned. As Fang Yun entered, he caught sight of Olivia wiping away tears. My lady, I have come to submit the celestial essence crystal. Very well, Olivia replied, glancing at him before casually collecting the crystal. Farewell, Fang Yun said, completing his task without further ado, but after taking just a couple of steps, he was halted by Olivia's voice. My lord, do you have any instructions? Fang Yun inquired, surprised. Be cautious in the days ahead. If anyone seeks to cause trouble, endure if you can. Should you fail to meet your quota, it matters not. I will find a way, Olivia advised. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun felt a strange sensation within. Everything he had encountered in the celestial realm had filled him with disdain for its so-called superiors. Yet, this woman before him seemed somewhat different. Nevertheless, he deemed it unwise to involve himself further. Yes, thank you, my lady, Fang Yun replied with a respectful bow, gradually departing. In the medium-sized mining district, the miners, predominantly at the first tier of virtual immortality, require neither sleep nor sustenance. Thus, even during the night, a multitude of individuals toil in the mines. This circumstance rendered Fang Yun's avatars seamlessly engaged in mining activities. Furthermore, commencing today, due to the minor success of Flesh and Blood Life and Death, the physical strength of the avatars has been enhanced, comparable to low-grade immortal artifacts. The previously employed hose now appeared somewhat inadequate. At Fang Yun's behest, the avatars abandoned their tools and resorted to manual labor. Consequently, the mining contingent transformed into a formidable excavation force. The efficiency of mining surged dramatically, doubling in productivity. Each avatar could extract 400 medium-grade immortal essence crystals in a span of 24 hours, equivalent to 4,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Observing the rapid accumulation of immortal essence crystals, Fang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The wealth flowed in with delightful ease. Thus, he sent Fang Yun No. 1 on another excursion, returning with 3 million low-grade immortal crystals. This left Su Qian, the attendant, nearly grinning from ear to ear. To alleviate the inconvenience of back-and-forth trips, Fang Yun decided to have Fang Yun No. 1 remain in Silver Moon City. His financial prowess allowed him to effortlessly purchase a residence in the Grand Immortal City. Moreover, Fang Yun No. 1 could also assist Fang Yun in his cultivation, ensuring that nothing was wasted. Chapter 21. This noble family has designated mines. 3 million low-grade celestial crystals have been received, and Fang Yun has exchanged them entirely for avatars. This sudden increase of 600 avatars has propelled the total number of his avatars to an astonishing figure, 985. How formidable! Fang Yun gazed at the 600 avatars in the system space, all poised for action. Filled with ambition, he thought, who else can rival me? With this system, I shall inevitably become invincible, the richest in the celestial realm, effortlessly. He felt himself drawing ever closer to his aspiration of excavating an entire celestial mine in a single day. As he had yet to conceive a new form for his avatars, Fang Yun chose not to edit them. The unedited avatars manifested as shadowy figures, and he could determine their forms at will. To his surprise, he noticed that these shadowy figures bore a striking resemblance to himself. Upon closer inspection of one newly emerged shadowy figure, he realized it did indeed resemble him. However, these figures could not materialize into flesh and blood like Jian Wu. They remained in a shadowy state. Before long, Fang Yun assigned tasks to his avatars. 484 avatars were to mine with one on lookout, while the remaining 500 were to engage in cultivation. Thus, power and wealth would progress in tandem. With 500 avatars cultivating, this meant a rate of 250 times the normal speed. At this moment, even if Fang Yun sat idle, his cultivation was visibly advancing at an extraordinary pace. For days later, while seated in meditation, Fang Yun suddenly opened his eyes. A radiant aura enveloped him, and he discovered that the first celestial aperture within him had been unlocked. How delightful! He felt as though a part of his body had been opened up, and his affinity with the heavens had noticeably improved. So, this is what it means to open a celestial aperture. Enhancing one's affinity with the universe, laying the groundwork for comprehending the laws of the great Tao. Fang Yun pondered, sensing a revelation dawning upon him. Moreover, having opened a celestial aperture also meant an increase in his strength. However, to advance from the first layer of Suxian to the second, one must unlock 12 celestial apertures, so the boost from a single aperture was not substantial. Yet, to open one celestial aperture in just 4 days, what a terrifying speed of cultivation! Should others learn of this, they would be utterly stunned. The unrivaled prodigies of the celestial realm could hardly compare. Ha ha ha! As Fang Yun contemplated the changes brought about by the celestial aperture, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. When he glanced at the quantity of celestial essence crystals, he laughed once more. A staggering total of over 190,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals. That equates to 1.9 million low-grade celestial crystals. Just in 4 days. With a thought, Fang Yun No. 1, located far away in Silver Moon City, stood up and headed once again to the Wanbao Celestial Association. When Su Qian saw Fang Yun No. 1, his humble face broke into a radiant smile. My lord, what would you like to purchase this time? I, Xiao Su, am here to serve you with utmost reverence. Given that only 4 days had passed since the last exchange of celestial crystals, Su Qian instinctively assumed Fang Yun No. 1 had come to make a purchase. However, the next moment Su Qian was taken aback. For the exchange of celestial crystals, Fang Yun No. 1 stated, handing over a storage bag. Su Qian cast a glance, and his heart was instantly filled with astonishment. So many mid-grade celestial essence crystals. Good heavens! This esteemed individual must have mining operations. Otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of celestial essence crystals? Truly, one cannot help but envy this person. Whenever they need money, they can simply retrieve some or for exchange. It is indeed a display of immense wealth and reckless abandon. Such envy. Noticing Su Qian lost in thought while holding the storage bag, Fang Yu raised an eyebrow and lightly inquired. Su Qian promptly regained his composure and humbly responded. Esteemed sir, I shall exchange it right away. Moments later, the transaction was complete. Fang Yun once again received 9 million low-grade celestial crystals. Within the cavern, just as he was about to exchange for a clone and strive for 1,000 to unlock the 4th stage of the system, suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind from the spirit clone outside. Master, 2 individuals have entered the mine where you reside. Fang Yun furrowed his brows. With a thought, he retracted the clone that was mining nearby. Moments later, he encountered the newcomers. You are Fang Yun under the command of Lady Olivia, are you not? One of the men, a middle-aged fellow with a hooked nose, spoke coldly. No, you've mistaken the person, Fang Yun replied indifferently. Instantly, both men were taken aback. Mistaken? Did the report not state that upon seeing Fang Yun, one should enter this cave? Moreover, he resembles him. The two exchanged dubious glances and then produced a scroll depicting a likeness of Fang Yun for comparison. In the next moment, both were filled with rage. Damn it! How dare you play us for fools? And what if I did? Fang Yun scoffed. The two present were merely at the first layer of the virtual immortal realm. With his own indestructible golden body at a small accomplishment of the first layer, he could confront low-grade celestial artifacts directly. At this moment, he had no need for a clone and felt no fear towards the two before him. Furthermore, he had hundreds of clones lurking within him, ready to strike. Dai Tong and Xiao Tai were momentarily dumbfounded. The young man who had just recently transformed into an immortal dared to provoke them. They were seasoned miners, beings who had opened 3 celestial apertures, and there were 2 of them. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tai chuckled in rage. Kid, I had intended to merely rob you and break one of your legs. Now, I've decided you'll be bedridden for a month. Xiao Tai's sinister grin had barely left his lips when, bang! He was sent flying like a cannonball by Fang Yun's kick. Dai Tong was stunned. Then, in a fit of fury, he bellowed, this person actually dares to strike first. Seeking death. In the next second, another projectile was launched. Do you think I am still the inexperienced newcomer? Fang Yun laughed dismissively. What a farce. He did not seek trouble, but he was not afraid of it either, now that others were intent on breaking his legs. To endure further would be no cultivation. It would be akin to merely existing as a coward. In a bend of the winding cavern, Xiao Tai and his companion were embedded in the rocky wall, their bodies forming a large character shape, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Didn't he just ascend to immortality less than a month ago? A chuckle escaped from Xiao Tai, but the movement sent a jolt of pain through his injured abdomen, causing him to spew a significant amount of blood. I am uncertain, Dai Tong replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Should we still teach him a lesson? Xiao Tai inquired. Dai Tong gazed at him as if he were a fool. If I don't go, then you should.
Moments later.
The two of them fled the mine in disgrace. No sooner had they departed than the sound of clinking coins echoed once more within the cavern. You two inept fools. You cannot even defeat someone who has merely ascended to immortality. With your capabilities, you shall never know freedom in this lifetime. Zhao Yan berated them vehemently. Get lost. After receiving such a scathing reprimand, Xiao Tai and his companion dared not retort and reluctantly withdrew. Zhao Yan furrowed his brow, pondering the capabilities of the newcomer Fang Yun. Then, a disdainful smile crept across his face as he thought of Olivia. Foolish woman, blissfully unaware of her fortune, content to wallow in degradation. She even mines for the miners, compensating them. If I were a woman, and if Senior Brother Xiao took a liking to me, I would yield to his every whim. For no other reason than that Xiao Wuji possesses a venerable golden immortal ancestor. Zhao Yan mused, then turned his gaze outside. Lionheart, come see me. Chapter 22. The Avatar of Fang Yun and the Battle Against the Golden Lion Within the Confines of the Mine. Fang Yun furrowed his brow after dismissing Chow Tai and his companion, sensing that he had become ensnared in a web of trouble and peril due to Olivia's involvement. Women. Reflecting deeply, Fang Yun soon devised a plan. It seemed there was no alternative. His eyes gleamed with determination, and in the next moment, a shadowy figure, engaged in mining, swiftly approached. As he drew near, his form began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a living replica of Fang Yun, identical in appearance. The only discernible difference lay in the depth of his gaze. With a raised eyebrow, Fang Yun then transferred his consciousness into the avatar. Soon, the avatar's eyes sparkled with vitality, and the aura emanating from him mirrored that of Fang Yun. In an instant, Fang Yun withdrew his consciousness. The avatar's gaze underwent subtle alterations, yet retained many of Fang Yun's expressions. Moments ago, Fang Yun had imprinted certain memories into the avatar's mind and established personality traits, crafted almost entirely in accordance with his own characteristics. Thus, the avatar was remarkably akin to Fang Yun, akin to a facsimile. However, distinctions remained. The avatar lacked a primordial spirit, whereas the true Fang Yun possessed one. Nonetheless, irrespective of how closely the avatar resembled the original, its heart would remain unequivocally and wholly obedient to the true Fang Yun. This was an immutable rule inscribed into the essence of every avatar from the moment of its inception. Subsequently, Fang Yun once more seized control of the avatar, guiding it to sit cross-legged. Meanwhile, he himself ventured into a neighboring fork of the mine, retrieving a concealed array disc and activating the formation. This array was capable of shielding against detection from mid-stage true immortals, a purchase Fang Yun had made at the previous auction. Based on intelligence gathered by the avatar, the mine's proprietor in this mid-tier mining area was indeed a true immortal, likely at the initial stage. For nearly a month, Fang Yun had mostly remained idle, though he had not been entirely complacent. He had contemplated potential risks and devised countermeasures. After all, as a mere shadow, he harbored no desire to perish before his growth was realized. He chuckled softly, determined to obscure his true identity within the immortal realm. With a serene smile, he mused that he possessed numerous shadowy figures, each capable of transforming into Fang Yun. As long as he, the original, remained alive and retained control over his avatars, every one of them could embody Fang Yun. This indeed was his confidence. "Master, more visitors are approaching, entering the mine where you are located," announced a sprite. With a flicker of thought, the mining avatars vanished simultaneously. The avatar of Fang Yun then seized a pickaxe, adopting a pose of readiness. "Are you Fang Yun?" Lionheart inquired, gazing at the youth before him with a hint of astonishment. Was this the very individual Lord Zhao had instructed him to confront? Apart from his youthful charm, this slight figure paled in comparison to Lionheart's towering stature of over 2 meters. Was it truly he who had instantaneously injured Chow Tai and his companion? Lionheart found it hard to believe. "I am not Fang Yun. You have mistaken the wrong person." The avatar of Fang Yun sheathed his mining pick and spoke with a faint demeanor. Lionheart was momentarily taken aback before scoffing. "I have perused your information prior to my arrival. Do not think you can deceive me." "Oh?" Fang Yun chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. "I did not expect you, a great lion, to possess a cunning that surpasses those 2 individuals from earlier. What a rarity indeed. Naturally, I am of the Golden Lion clan." Lionheart began, but suddenly his expression shifted, fury igniting within him. "You insolent wretch. Sever your limbs and surrender all your possessions, and I may spare your life." Lionheart's eyes, as large as copper bells, were fixed intently on Fang Yun, refraining from a hasty attack. Despite his rugged exterior, he was astutely perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed in over 30 matches in the arena, garnering the favor of Zhao Yan. "Are you jesting?" Fang Yun scoffed, regarding Lionheart as though he were a fool. This demon, merely at the first level of virtual immortality, had opened a few celestial orifices, but Fang Yun could not discern the specifics. Yet, as long as he remained at the first level of virtual immortality, he felt no trepidation. The strength of Fang Yun's avatar was nearly on par with his own, save for the absence of divine abilities pertaining to the primordial spirit. At Fang Yun's derision, Lionheart's ire ignited. In the next moment, celestial light surged around him, his arms swelling with formidable strength, golden bristles sprouting from beneath his skin, and his hands transforming into sharp claws. With paws as large as fans, he lunged ferociously at Fang Yun, a fierce gale trailing in his wake. Fang Yun, unperturbed, raised his fist, the essence of metal coiling around it, boldly meeting the attack. Witnessing a mere human daring to contest the physical prowess of the Golden Lion clan, Lionheart's face twisted into a savage grin. The human race is so deluded. With a thunderous roar, Lionheart's massive claws gleamed with a chilling light, his celestial power amplifying further. As fist met claw, a resounding explosion erupted, reverberating through the cavern as a torrent of raw energy surged forth, shattering the surrounding rock walls, debris cascading in all directions. Both combatants staggered back, Fang Yun sustaining a few cuts on the back of his hand, yet they healed almost instantaneously. Conversely, Lionheart bore greater injury. His claw's palm visibly dented, blood seeping through his golden fur, a wound inflicted by the sharp essence of metal. "You are a body cultivator," Lionheart exclaimed, shock flashing across his eyes, his low growl echoing within the cavern. One strike revealed their depths, and he realized the gravity of the situation. His opponent was a formidable master. Indeed, however, it was not yet enough to compel him to retreat. "Spare me your words. If you wish to fight, then let us battle. If not, begone. Do not disturb my mining," Fang Yun retorted coldly. He was a being who could amass thousands of celestial crystals in mere minutes. Every moment wasted was a loss of wealth. Ha! To be so underestimated by a mere human infuriated Lionheart beyond measure. He roared skyward, "Human! D!" The sound of his roar resonated like a demonic chorus, ensnaring the soul. In that moment, Lionheart's garments erupted, transforming him into a magnificent golden lion as he lunged fiercely toward Fang Yun. Generally speaking, under the formidable roar of the lion, the opponent's primordial spirit would be disrupted and suppressed, subsequently subjected to a devastating blow that would leave them gravely injured, if not dead. This was the plan of the Lionheart. However, what he did not realize was that he was not facing an ordinary being. The doppelganger, Fang Yun, possessed no primordial spirit whatsoever. "My lord, more have come," reported an elf from outside the cave at that moment. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, but there was little time to dwell on it. In the next moment, guided by Fang Yun's consciousness, the doppelganger moved. His form flickered, evading the ferocious onslaught of the golden lion's relentless strikes. The Lionheart's sharp claws, coupled with the gale of celestial energy, ravaged the surrounding walls of the mine. Yet, the doppelganger remained untouched. The golden lion grew increasingly enraged, its entire body radiating a golden aura. Its attacks became even more fierce and rapid. Fang Yun, in a moment of miscalculation, was struck squarely in the chest. Bang! He was smashed into the mine wall. Yet, before Lionheart could rejoice, Fang Yun surged back as if impervious to pain. In a flash, Lionheart was left momentarily bewildered by the scene before him. As the doppelganger evaded yet another strike, a golden radiance erupted from his hands, extending over 10 feet in luminescence. Leaping high, he mounted the back of the golden lion, driving the golden light down fiercely. Roar! The majestic lion let out a heart-wrenching cry. Its flesh was pierced, injuring its innards. Stop! Chapter 23. The Ascendant with Great Potential. The temptation of Olivia. The moment the command to halt echoed, a figure appeared beside a man and his lion. The newcomer, in both presence and speed, surpassed Fang Yun by a considerable margin. Fang Yun's doppelganger swiftly retreated, creating distance with great haste. Observing this, the newcomer paused with a smile. "Ha ha, Fang Yun, I did not expect you to possess such strength." Zhao Yan's eyes narrowed into slits, yet they shimmered with a keen light, reflecting a deep sense of admiration. At this moment, Zhao Yan's heart stirred. A newly ascended being held the power to defeat Lionheart. His physical prowess was formidable, a rarity among body cultivators. If he could be brought into the Zhao family and nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become a loyal and sharp-tongued asset. "My lord, I Lionheart, having regained his human form, bowed in apology. Never mind, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. It is merely that Fang Yun, my young brother, is too strong. It is not your fault. Zhao Yan spoke these words, yet his gaze remained fixated on Fang Yun. He was somewhat astonished. Such a figure should rightfully be qualified to enter the Yun Fan immortal sect. At present, he could only conclude that he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Noticing Zhao Yan's unwavering stare, Fang Yun maintained his vigilance, yet he was not intimidated. Zhao Yan, at the 4th level of Void Immortal, was beyond Fang Yun's capacity to contend with. However, this body was merely a doppelganger. Even if it perished, a new one would arise within 24 hours. Master, someone else is approaching. It is the overseer, Olivia, the spirit reminded. Fang Yun furrowed his brow. At that moment, Zhao Yan suddenly laughed heartily. Fang Yun, your talent is commendable, and I hold you in high regard. Would you care to become my attendant? Fang Yun, upon hearing this, felt an immediate disdain within. Yet, his doppelganger's visage displayed a contemplative expression. Zhao Yan, witnessing this, felt a flicker of displeasure. What was his status? To take on a mere mining slave as an attendant was a great fortune for him. How dare you hesitate? Fang Yun, becoming my attendant means I can help you shed your slave mark, liberate you from the mine, and grant you freedom. Moreover, you would gain access to the cultivation resources provided by my Zhao family. Of course, you must swear an oath to serve me for life. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun internally scoffed. What kind of attendant? Swearing an oath simply meant becoming a dog. You are not worthy. Just as Fang Yun's doppelganger was about to refuse, a melodious and clear voice resonated from the depths of the mine. Fang Yun is already with me. Zhao Yan, do you intend to steal my person? Olivia approached, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a peculiar light upon seeing the injured Lionheart. Zhao Yan, having heard the approach, was not overly surprised to see Olivia.
Ah, Miss Olivia.
You can barely protect yourself. Do you still have the heart to concern yourself with others? I advise you to return to the immortal sect and submit to senior brother Shao, where you can live happily and joyfully. Wouldn't that be better? You! Olivia was incensed and immediately took action. With a swift flick of her sleeve, a colorful ribbon shot forth from her hand, like lightning, striking Zhao Yan directly in the chest. Bang! Zhao Yan was sent flying, crashing into the mine wall, causing the ground to tremble. Begone! Olivia shouted in fury, her eyes ablaze with the intent to kill. Zhao Yan was unexpectedly attacked, suffering considerable losses, and although he felt a surge of anger, he forcibly suppressed it upon realizing that his opponent was a 5th-tier virtual immortal. If a real confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. Humph, we'll see. Zhao Yan scoffed, his small eyes narrowing as they darted towards Olivia and Fang Yun, turning into mere slits. With a lion's heart, Zhao Yan retreated in disgrace. Olivia cast an apologetic glance at Fang Yun, fully aware that it was indeed her presence that had drawn Zhao Yan and his entourage to trouble Fang Yun. Are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, Fang Yun replied. Olivia, upon hearing this, scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his calm demeanor, which indeed suggested he was untroubled, further piquing her curiosity. Did you just injure that lion-hearted one? I suppose so, Fang Yun responded nonchalantly. Confirmed. A spark of intrigue flickered in Olivia's eyes. She was well aware of the combat prowess of the Lion-Hearted, a formidable force among the 1st-tier virtual immortals, rarely facing rivals among miners. Yet, he had been defeated by Fang Yun. This revelation was remarkable, particularly since Fang Yun had only ascended to immortality less than a month ago. Suddenly, Olivia found herself captivated. She had heard from the elders of her clan that while most ascendants were initially lacking, some were capable of tremendous growth, their strength surging once they reached the immortal realm. They transformed like fish leaping to become dragons, akin to children of destiny. Among the current celestial emperors in the immortal realm, several were said to be ascendants from the lower realms. Fang Yun, have you opened your celestial orifices? Olivia asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Fang Yun frowned slightly. Do not worry. Speak freely, and I shall not harm you. If you have, I will even assist you, Olivia stated earnestly. I have opened one, Fang Yun replied. As he spoke, a celestial orifice within him radiated brilliant celestial light. Olivia's beautiful eyes widened, filled with intense astonishment. In such an environment, within less than a month, he had opened one celestial orifice. Goodness, a latent powerhouse. Olivia felt as though she had discovered an ascendant with immense potential. Once a cultivator enters the realm of virtual immortals, their cultivation speed significantly slows compared to their previous phase. Even she, without external aid, would take over a year to open a single celestial orifice. Now, at less than 100 years old, Fang Yun was already 600. On the surface, as a fifth-tier virtual immortal, Olivia's innate talent utterly overshadowed Fang Yun's. However, if he were indeed the kind of legendary ascendant capable of exponential growth, the scenario would be entirely different. Such individuals, given sufficient resources, would advance their cultivation at an astonishing pace, akin to parched soil flourishing upon receiving ample moisture. Surpassing her would merely be a matter of time. Olivia gazed at Fang Yun, her eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. Suddenly, she recalled what he had said when they first met. I am devoted to the path and shun romantic entanglements. Initially dismissive of his words, she now found herself increasingly convinced of Fang Yun's extraordinary nature. Fang Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable under Olivia's unwavering gaze. Could it be that this woman has taken a liking to me? Just as he pondered this, Olivia approached him, swaying gracefully, her alluring figure moving closer. The doppelganger of Fang Yun instinctively stepped back, finding the situation rather dull. What a tedious fellow, huffed Olivia, exhaling with a sense of displeasure. Then, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she said, Fang Yun, you cannot truly believe that the mine will grant you freedom after a millennium, can you? As far as I know, it is not that simple. To be frank, among the tens of thousands in this mine, no more than 100 miners will ever escape. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun felt a surge of alarm, his fists clenching involuntarily. Noticing his reaction, Olivia felt a sense of satisfaction and continued with a smile, however, I can help you escape and attain your freedom. The condition is simple, follow me. Olivia's gaze was piercing, and her alluring curves drew closer, nearly brushing against Fang Yun's chest. Impossible, he replied. Humph. Olivia pouted, casting a discontented glare at Fang Yun. What an unromantic individual. Yet, she held no high hopes, merely testing the waters with her proposition. If you were to stay by my side for a century, and later become powerful, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to look after my family a little? During this time, I will provide you with resources for your cultivation. Olivia expressed her thoughts candidly, seeing Fang Yun as a worthy investment. Chapter 24. The Choice of the Clone Race. Blood Fiend Clone. Seeing that Fang Yun did not immediately agree, Olivia felt somewhat exasperated. Under such conditions, had it been any other miner, even a slightly harsher proposition would have had that individual clamoring to accept. After a moment, the clone Fang Yun finally spoke. I agree. Olivia's face lit up with joy, yet she quickly regained her composure, realizing the implications of her reaction. Cough, cough. I must not appear too eager, she thought. Otherwise, this fellow might think himself quite valuable. Humph. Olivia's pride swelled within her, though her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. For she was convinced of Fang Yun's extraordinary potential. Moreover, her terms were quite astute. All right, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you away, Olivia declared, casting a cheerful glance at Fang Yun before turning to depart. She had taken on the role of overseer at this mine to evade the troublesome Xiao Wujia. However, now that her presence had been discovered, remaining here held little significance. As she made her way, Olivia felt a buoyant sense of happiness, even alleviating much of the burden Xiao Wujia had placed upon her. After being by my side for a century, you shall soon grasp the depths of my capabilities. If the situation were ordinary, I would suffer no loss. Yet, if you are indeed a true dragon, I shall sacrifice a touch of my beauty to ensnare you. Olivia's steps were light, her mind calculating with fervor. Though Fang Yun was not inclined towards women, it did not imply he lacked an appreciation for them. Olivia harbored considerable confidence in her appearance and physique. Within the mine, the true Fang Yun emerged from his concealed protective formation, a smile gracing his countenance. Initially, he had perceived this woman as a nuisance. Unexpectedly, she proved to be a fortuitous opportunity. Truly, the adage rings true. Misfortune often conceals fortune. The mark upon him, should he seek to eliminate it alone, remained an enigma, and he was uncertain how long he would have to wait. Fang Yun glanced at his clone, having already formulated a plan in his mind. System. Exchange for clones. He commanded within his consciousness. He still possessed 9 million lower-grade celestial crystals. Ding. Exchanging for 15 clones of the third stage, consuming 75,000 lower-grade celestial crystals. Exchange complete, the system announced. With the sound, Fang Yun acquired an additional 15 clones, bringing the total to a remarkable 1,000. Ding. The fourth stage is now unlocked, allowing for the creation of 1,000 to 10,000 clones, each priced at 20,000 lower-grade celestial crystals. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? 20,000 lower-grade celestial crystals each. Fang Yun frowned. The price had escalated rather swiftly. From 5,000 to 20,000, a fourfold increase. Nonetheless, with the exponential rise in his clone count, his rate of earning celestial crystals also surged geometrically. Thus, it was not entirely unacceptable. Exchange all. Fang Yun commanded. Ding. Based on the remaining celestial crystals, you may exchange for 91 clones. Exchange complete. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Yun immediately noticed the emergence of 91 new clones within the system space. In the realm of editing appearances, an astonishing option appeared. Race selection. Could this be the avatar feature unlocked in the fourth phase? Fang Yun was taken aback. What did this mean? Previously, he could freely edit races, any appearance he desired. Yet now there seemed to be a redundant function. Ding, the race selection feature is not merely a superficial resemblance or the simple endowment of one or two traits. It genuinely simulates a race, encompassing the unique talents and abilities inherent to that race. Fang Yun was astounded, then elated. How incredibly powerful. The human race in the immortal realm is merely an ordinary race, excelling in moderation and numbers. However, when truly compared to some formidable races, the innate starting point is not on the same level. For instance, the legendary races he knew of in the immortal realm, true dragons, true phoenixes, and the battle saint monkeys, have existed since the primordial immortal realm, born as true immortals. They possess terrifying innate talents and abilities, rendering them immensely powerful. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yun swiftly activated the race selection option. Soon he was left dumbfounded. There were only 3 races available for selection. Human, rating moderate, Blood Fiend race, rating premium, and Golden Lion race, rating average. Fang Yun was speechless. Having been overly optimistic, he had thought there would be a multitude of options to choose from. How hasty! However, the ratings associated with each race caught his attention, particularly the term moderate for the human race, which differed significantly from the average designation of the Golden Lion race. Ding. Moderate. Meaning cannot be distinctly defined. The system provided an explanation. Fang Yun began to grasp the concept. The human race may start low, but it possesses the potential to be extraordinarily strong or exceedingly weak, unlike some other races that have clear limits. System, are these the only options? Can more be unlocked? Fang Yun queried, unwilling to accept the limitations. Ding, by absorbing the essence of a race, you can unlock that race. A spark of hope ignited in Fang Yun's eyes. There was a way forward. It was evident that the race selection feature was one that could evolve. Quite impressive. He silently appreciated this, then turned his attention to the Blood Fiend race option. The system had bestowed a premium rating upon it. Fang Yun had witnessed the strength of the Golden Lion race and found it to be quite formidable, yet it had only received an average rating. Therefore, he was eager to discover what the Blood Fiend race possessed that warranted a premium rating and the initial favor of Ling Mo. With a mere thought, an avatar swiftly transformed into the Blood Fiend race. With flowing crimson hair, its appearance bore a resemblance to Fang Yun but exuded a strikingly cold and captivating charm. It remained a humanoid being. As Fang Yun's consciousness took control, he quickly discerned the differences from the human race. The Blood Fiend race inherently possessed a sinister aura, deeply attuned to blood-related abilities and laws. Moreover, it boasted 5 kidneys, One was similar to that of a human, while the other four were blood-red. This race possessed two remarkable innate abilities. Bloodthirsty frenzy. In the realm of blood slaughter, the awakening of the true immortal realm. The onset of bloodthirsty frenzy significantly enhances recovery capabilities, augmenting strength by 50%. The duration escalates with the elevation of one's realm. As the blood slaughter domain remains unawakened, Fang Yun, within the body of his doppelganger, has yet to fully comprehend its intricacies. Nevertheless, he finds himself somewhat astonished. This race appears to be born for the very essence of battle. It is no wonder that, in the lower-tier mining area, Blood Mad single-handedly seized so many immortal essence crystals. After a period of contemplation, Fang Yun swiftly identifies the shortcomings of the blood slaughter doppelganger. His human doppelganger inherits the gold elemental immortal power of his true self, while this blood slaughter incarnation does not share that attribute. Its strength is solely derived from the power of blood slaughter. However, in terms of realm, body refinement, and other immortal techniques, there exists no disparity. It is a trade of gains and losses. Consequently, with a mere thought, Fang Yun transformed an additional 99 blood slaughter doppelgangers, achieving a whole number. Let the mining commence, Fang Yun commanded, and instantly half of the doppelgangers delved into the nearby mines, resuming their excavation endeavors. The other half entered the system space, commencing their training. Meanwhile, within Zhao Yan's cave dwelling, the overseer bore an exceedingly grim countenance. Fang Yun, since you have foolishly aligned yourself with that woman, Olivia, you shall not be spared. If I cannot possess you, I shall ensure your destruction. Chapter 25. The Pitter-Patter of the Little Abacus. The slave seal is lifted under the veil of night. Fang Yun was engrossed in his cultivation within the depths of the mine. Suddenly, a warning was issued by his vigilant elven doppelganger stationed outside. Master, someone has entered the mine. It's that overseer Zhao Yan from earlier today. Fang Yun opened his eyes. His heart instantly filled with trepidation. Their negotiations had fallen through during the day. Zhao Yan's return at night surely boded ill. A glint of determination flickered in Fang Yun's gaze as he pondered the possibility of launching a surprise attack to eliminate Zhao Yan. However, after a brief consideration, he abandoned the idea. While 1,000 first-tier virtual immortals might indeed stand a chance of success, the commotion it would create was far too great. Failing to achieve a swift kill would only attract more attention. Furthermore, this medium-sized mine was under the oversight of a true immortal master whom Fang Yun had never encountered. In the next moment, Fang Yun recalled his doppelganger, who was busy mining. The doppelganger emerged from the system space and took Fang Yun's place, while his true self swiftly retreated into a small side tunnel, employing a concealment array to mask his presence. Soon, Zhao Yan located the doppelganger. Narrowing his eyes and curling his lips into a cruel smirk, he sneered, "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Swear allegiance to me, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits." Zhao Yan's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Fang Yun. He recognized the boy's potential and, the more he thought about it, the more he anticipated a promising future. Hence, he decided to make another attempt. Just as Fang Yun was about to refuse, a warning echoed in his mind from the elven doppelganger once more. It was the woman, Olivia, who had also arrived. What was happening? Fang Yun felt somewhat bewildered. "Make up your mind quickly. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time," Zhao Yan said impatiently. He had already made up his mind before arriving. Either he would be satisfied, or he would destroy the boy. For someone of his stature, killing a mere minor was inconsequential. Even if Olivia were to be displeased, he could eliminate Fang Yun without consequence. At that moment, the doppelganger Fang Yun laughed. "I have already pledged my loyalty to Lady Olivia and will never betray her. Moreover, someone like you is unworthy of being my master. You overestimate yourself." His voice was calm yet resonant, and Olivia, rushing through the mine, heard his words clearly. Instantly, a sweet smile blossomed on her delicate face as her figure flickered, her speed surging once more. "You seek death." Zhao Yan snapped back to reality, his fury igniting. But before he could strike down Fang Yun, Olivia had already charged in. "Zhao Yan, how dare you?" Her voice and figure surged forward simultaneously. Colorful ribbons danced through the air, aiming directly at the back of Zhao Yan's heart. Startled, Zhao Yan quickly dodged to the side. Olivia did not pursue but instead positioned herself protectively in front of Fang Yun, casting a glance back at him with a triumphant smile. She had a fair understanding of Zhao Yan and was wary of his potential retaliation, so she had kept a close watch on his movements. To her surprise, her predictions had indeed proven correct. "Thank you, my lady, for your rescue," the doppelganger Fang Yun expressed with a respectful bow. Olivia felt even more gratified. In her eyes, Fang Yun was a future powerhouse, and the more assistance she offered in his time of peril, the more advantageous it would be for her in the future. Olivia's little abacus once again emitted a delightful sound. However, her expression soon turned cold as she glared at Zhao Yan. "Zhao Yan, you have repeatedly provoked me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you?" With that, Olivia raised her hand, a gleaming sword materializing within her grasp, and she struck with deadly intent. Zhao Yan was filled with dread. This woman was indeed serious. Fearing for his life, he turned and fled towards the cave's exit. "She's going to kill me. Olivia is intent on taking the life of a fellow disciple," he shouted in desperation as he ran. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Void Immortal Realm and Olivia at the 5th, he knew he was no match for her. Soon, they emerged from the mine, attracting the attention of several overseers. Despite their attempts to dissuade her, Olivia reluctantly ceased her pursuit. She glared fiercely at Zhao Yan, her face a mask of frustration. Yet, within her heart, her little abacus was clicking away once more. For his sake, this lady had drawn her sword and pursued an enemy. Surely, Fang Yun must be quite touched by this display. As Olivia turned away, a smug smile graced her lips. Yes, her intent to kill Zhao Yan was merely a faude. The true motive was to garner favor. Although she harbored thoughts of slaying him, the sex regulations made it patently unrealistic. Upon returning to the mine, Fang Yun indeed expressed his gratitude once more, his demeanor radiating appreciation. This brought immense satisfaction to Olivia. "The taming plan is proceeding smoothly," she thought with pride. Then, addressing Fang Yun, she invited, "You should stay in my cave tonight." Fang Yun glanced at her in surprise. Realizing her words could be misconstrued, Olivia's ears flushed with embarrassment as she quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I am concerned that Zhao Yan might trouble you again. It would be safer for you to reside in my cave." "Oh," Fang Yun replied nonchalantly, then followed Olivia out of the mine. Unbeknownst to her, her heart fluttered inexplicably, only settling after a considerable time. Just moments prior, the two Fang Yuns she had encountered were not the same individual. The one now trailing behind her, admiring her graceful figure, was indeed the true Fang Yun. After Olivia and Fang Yun departed, the hidden doppelganger of Fang Yun revealed himself within the mine. With a thought, he activated the 500 avatars engaged in mining tasks, resuming their work. After all, nothing must delay the pursuit of wealth. Within Olivia's cave, Fang Yun, wary of her idle chatter, immediately found a spot to sit cross-legged and commenced his cultivation, though in truth, he merely dozed off while pondering the auction step to Heaven Sword technique. At that moment, over 500 avatars in his system space diligently labored to enhance his cultivation. For Fang Yun, time equated to celestial crystals, and time equated to cultivation. Yet, he truly did not require any additional effort. His diligence was commendable. No wonder his cultivation advanced swiftly. Olivia regarded the serious Fang Yun with admiration, and then she too began her own cultivation. The following morning, Olivia led Fang Yun into a magnificent cave. With the announcement, Olivia swiftly ventured deep into the cave. Before long, she returned with joy, holding a seal and leading Fang Yun to another chamber. There, Fang Yun beheld a jewel resembling an eye, suspended in the air and radiating a mysterious crimson light. As he gazed upon it, the jewel suddenly turned its focus towards him. Furthermore, a beam of celestial light shot forth, enveloping Fang Yun entirely. In that instant, he felt as though he was being scrutinized from head to toe, causing a flicker of tension within him. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a verification of identity." Olivia's voice resonated. Indeed, the celestial light soon retracted. The eye-like jewel transformed, revealing Fang Yun's information. Olivia tossed the seal into the air, and the jewel emitted a beam of celestial light that enveloped the seal. Moments later, Another beam of celestial light cascaded towards Fang Yun. In that fleeting moment, although he perceived no physical change, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over his spirit. When he turned his gaze back to the eye-like jewel, he noticed that his information had vanished. The slave seal had been lifted. Chapter 26. A surge of clones and a breakthrough in realm. After 500 years and 3 months in the celestial realm, Fang Yun finally liberated himself from the shackles of the miner's mark. In that moment, an indescribable sensation washed over him, a profound sense of freedom. While he still intended to remain in the mine to harvest celestial crystals, his mindset had undergone a radical transformation. I may choose not to leave, but the truth is I cannot truly depart. In that moment, Fang Yun was free. Thank you, my lord. Fang Yun bowed in gratitude to Olivia. A satisfied hum escaped Olivia's lips. Her plan to tame Fang Yun had achieved yet another minor success. She felt confident that he would eventually succumb to her will, yielding to her every command. Let us depart. The two exited the cave, but just before leaving the mine, Fang Yun suddenly recalled that he had forgotten something and turned back. Olivia paid it little mind, unaware that the returning Fang Yun had transformed into his clone. Soon after, the two joyfully departed. Within the mine, Zhao Yan cast a venomous glare at the scene before him. As soon as Olivia and Fang Yun left, he relinquished his role as overseer and followed suit. He had come here solely to undermine Olivia. Otherwise, as a distinguished inner disciple, why would he degrade himself to the role of a mere overseer? Now that the main players had departed, he saw no reason to linger. Inside the cavern, the true Fang Yun sat comfortably, reveling in sheer bliss. The sword dance sisters, Jian Wu and Jian Rou, knelt on the ground, attending to him from either side. Several enchanting succubi surrounded him, teasing and tantalizing him from all angles, eliciting involuntary sounds of pleasure from him. I shall not leave this celestial mine until it is completely exhausted, Fang Yun proclaimed boldly. This was the territory of the Yunfan celestial sect, an undeniably secure haven. Moreover, the dense and chaotic celestial energy within the mine provided excellent concealment, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for his development. A month swiftly passed. The 12th celestial orifice opened. Fang Yun opened his eyes, golden celestial light erupting from them, extending several feet. At this moment, 12 celestial orifices within him radiated light, resembling a swirling nebula of stars. Subsequently, Fang Yun turned inward, silently practicing the celestial feather orifice opening technique, pushing towards the second tier of virtual celestial. Within the system space, 2,000 clones simultaneously began aiding Fang Yun in breaking through his bottleneck. In the interim, Fang Yun had exchanged for celestial crystals once more. 500 clones mining for 15 days accumulated a total of 30 million low-grade celestial crystals, allowing for the conversion into 1,500 clones. Along with the originals, Fang Yun now commanded a total of 2,591 clones. At this moment, under the enhancement of a 1,000-fold impact force, the celestial energy within Fang Yun surged, charging forth with unstoppable momentum. The so-called bottleneck in his realm was shattered, swept away like debris in a flood, smooth and effortless. In the next instant, a resplendent brilliance erupted from Fang Yun. He had broken through to the second tier of virtual celestial. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist, feeling the abundant and profound celestial energy coursing through him. He sensed a renewed affinity and enlightenment with the cosmos, further elevated. The power has doubled. The effects of body refinement have also been enhanced. Fang Yun was overjoyed. The elevation of his strength has correspondingly led to an increase in mining efficiency. Soon, the test results were revealed. The mining efficiency surged by an impressive 5 times. Originally, a single avatar could mine 400 medium-grade celestial essence crystals over a full 24 hours. Now, that number has reached precisely 1,000. 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals equate to 10,000 inferior-grade celestial crystals. Fang Yun did a quick calculation, and his smile nearly twisted his face with delight. From this day forth, even if he deployed only 1,000 avatars for mining, he would accrue a staggering 10 million inferior-grade celestial crystals daily. In just one day. Moreover, with his enhanced cultivation level, The dedicated storage space for his avatars has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Ha ha ha. The infinite avatar system is simply invincible, sir. According to the detection by the spirit-seeking celestial treasure, the overall concentration of celestial energy in the mining vein has unreasonably diminished over the past month. Within the Grand Cavern, a group of administrators was convening. The meeting was presided over by Deputy Mine Master Huidu, a middle-aged man of somewhat stout build, possessing the strength of a 7th-tier virtual celestial. In this medium-grade mining area, the mine master typically remained in seclusion, rarely making appearances. Thus, most of the time, Huidu managed everything. The reason he secured this lucrative position was straightforward. His father was a true celestial. At this moment, upon hearing the report, Huidu furrowed his brow and turned to the speaker. "What's the matter? Speak in detail." "Yes, sir." The individual nodded and recounted the findings detected by the spirit-seeking celestial treasure. Over the past month, the overall content of celestial energy in the mining vein has been declining at an accelerated rate. Previously, it was less than 10, but in the last couple of days, it has surpassed 10. If this trend continues, this mining vein, which was expected to yield for another 300 years, will only last for an additional 270 years. Therefore, I suspect someone is stealing from the mine. His reasoning was sound, and his expression grave. One should not underestimate the significance of a 30-year difference. This mining site employs a workforce of 50,000 miners. Even if each person mines just 100 celestial essence crystals a day, that amounts to 5 million medium-grade celestial essence crystals daily, equivalent to 50 million inferior-grade celestial crystals. The loss over 30 years would be an astronomical figure. At this moment, the expressions of the assembly shifted, many exchanging glances with one another. The atmosphere in the meeting grew somewhat peculiar. Huidu, seated at the head, frowned and surveyed his subordinates below, suppressing an urge to curse under his breath. "Damn it, this group of people is far too greedy. I only embezzled 10 million inferior-grade celestial crystals each month, while the mine master takes 30 million. How could such discrepancies be so apparent? A thorough investigation is imperative. Those scoundrels!" Huidu's piercing gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to feel a shiver and bow their heads. Indeed, they were all guilty. Compared to the lower-grade mining areas, the administrators in this medium-grade zone were mostly disciples of the Yunfan Celestial Sect. Although it was chaotic and disruptive to their cultivation, it was still a lucrative position. Someone has secretly instructed the miners to increase their contributions. The more ruthless overseers even venture into the mines themselves under the cover of night. What they are extracting are celestial crystals. Yet, for the Yunfan Celestial Sect, this is merely a drop in the ocean. Just when they thought everything was fine, unexpectedly, this matter has come to light. In an instant, many cast accusatory glares at Yan Qingji. Yan Qingji was taken aback. He had only been here for less than 6 months, diligently and earnestly fulfilling his duties, and had even uncovered an issue this time. Why did this group look at him with such unsettling eyes? Ahem! Deputy Mine Master Huidu cleared his throat, and as all eyes turned towards him, he proclaimed sternly, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated." The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet only Yan Qingji smiled. However, Huidu then turned his gaze back to Yan Qingji, shifting his tone. "But at this moment, as the cause has yet to be determined, it is unwise to make this public. Young Yan, for now, refrain from reporting this to the sect." Chapter 27. The respect afforded by wealth in a gathering of mine managers, Fang Yun remained blissfully unaware, as he meticulously orchestrated his tasks. 1,000 avatars were engaged in mining, while 1,588 were devoted to cultivation. With a mere command, his avatars sprang into action, fervently undertaking their respective duties. The astonishing multiplication of 1,588 avatars facilitated an extraordinary cultivation rate of 794 times. Under Fang Yun's typical pace, it would ordinarily take 3 years to penetrate a celestial aperture. However, with such a staggering enhancement, he now required only a day and a half to unlock a single celestial aperture. With each subtle movement of the alluring demoness before him, Fang Yun could palpably feel his cultivation advancing at an exhilarating speed, nearly as swift as the demoness's own graceful service. With so many avatars at his disposal, It seemed almost excessive to have only one enchanting demoness attending to him. Indeed, it was a testament to his relentless diligence. Fang Yun mused, and with a mere thought, his distant avatar, Fang Yu No. 1, rose from meditation and made his way to the Silver Moon branch of the Wanbao Immortal Association. Having exchanged for half a month's worth of celestial crystals earlier, his system space still brimmed with celestial essences valued at 30 million low-grade celestial crystals. It was not that Fang Yun sought to optimize his exchanges seamlessly. Rather, his recent transactions had been so abundant and frequent that they had begun to draw considerable attention. He had been contemplating diversifying his exchanges across several merchant associations, perhaps even dispatching multiple avatars of varying appearances. As Fang Yun one stepped into the Silver Moon branch of the Wanbao Immortal Association, all eyes on the first floor turned toward him with a synchrony that was both striking and palpable. The gazes were intense, revealing a spectrum of emotions, some filled with envy, others with resentment. Many female staff members unabashedly cast flirtatious glances in his direction. In unison, the staff greeted him with a bright smile. "Greetings, esteemed sir." Their voices harmonized in a welcoming chorus. Su Qian, the team leader, approached with small, eager steps, his face adorned with an expression of obsequiousness. "Welcome, esteemed sir. I, Su, am at your service." He bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding a desperate desire for approval. The other staff members could not suppress their disdain, muttering silently, "What a sycophant!" They harbored resentment, envious that this illustrious guest was not among their clientele, and lamented their own inability to curry favor as Su Qian had done. The man they once disregarded had now ascended above them, all thanks to the affluent individual standing before them, a truly wealthy man indeed. Su Qian ushered Fang Yu No. 1 into the VIP lounge, continuing with his ingratiating tone. "Sir, you previously requested information regarding the blood essence of powerful races. I assure you, I have made significant progress without delay." Fang Yun's interest piqued at his words. 2 races' blood essences were en route and were expected to arrive in roughly 2 days, the Shama Demon and the Fire Flood Dragon. Noticing Fang Yu No. 1's frown, Su Qian hastily clarified, "Sir, the Shama Demon differs significantly from the ordinary demons we are accustomed to. In the city of Silver Moon, the lowly succubi are merely a mix of inferior bloodlines. In contrast, the Shamo, possessing a pure lineage, are endowed with formidable racial talents. It is said that their veins carry the blood of the ancient Rakshasa, one of the primordial races." As Su Qian spoke, he suddenly chuckled and remarked, "My lord, these Shamo are exceedingly rare. It is rumored that their unparalleled allure leads many esteemed figures above the celestial monarch level to take great pride in having a Shamo maidservant." Listening to this explanation, Fang Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Ever since the system unlocked the racial selection feature, he had come to realize a crucial truth. His previous so-called succubus avatar merely possessed the appearance of a succubus. In essence, it was still classified as a human. Due to its appearance, the system had granted it a simplistic charm characteristic. In truth, it could not be considered a true succubus. The ability of those succubus avatars to utilize his own Gengjin energy served as proof of this. Indeed, Fang Yu No. 1 praised. Su Qian, elated by the compliment, continued, "My lord, the Fire Serpent clan is also remarkable. It is said that they possess the bloodline of true dragons." Fang Yun remained uncertain of the truth. Yet as he listened to Su Qian's boastful discourse, his expectations grew ever higher. Ultimately, when he absorbed the essence blood, he would discern the system's evaluation. Regarding the matter of essence blood, neither of them mentioned money. Fang Yun, confident in his wealth, was indifferent. Su Qian, on the other hand, was well aware that this esteemed individual was not lacking in funds. After Su Qian finished speaking, Fang Yun rewarded him by presenting the celestial essence crystals he intended to exchange today, worth a staggering 30 million low-grade celestial crystals. Su Qian reverently accepted the storage bag, trembling with excitement. For an individual, experiencing happiness once a year is quite delightful. For Su Qian, such joy had come twice in a month, and recently, it had been a monthly occurrence. Good heavens! Su Qian felt as if he were soaring to new heights. This was not merely a matter of commission benefits. As long as this esteemed individual continued to seek him out so frequently, Su Qian would inevitably have the opportunity to challenge for the position of a third-tier floor master, a role that could only be held by those in the true celestial realm. The Wanbao Celestial Association's Silver Moon branch has 3 tiers of floor masters: first, second, and third. The first-tier floor master is the highest authority, with only one in the entire celestial city, who also serves as the branch president. The second-tier floor masters number 3 and cater to high-ranking guests among the true celestials. The third-tier floor masters, numbering 7 or 8, are responsible for managing the various group leaders and receiving general true celestial guests. With the substantial funds in hand, Su Qian's lofty ambitions aligned with that of a third-tier floor master. "My lord, please wait a moment. I shall fetch your celestial crystals right away." Moments later, Su Qian returned with a smile, accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged man of refined demeanor and gentle expression. Fang Yun took a glance and was immediately taken aback. According to the system's indication, the individual before him was indeed at the early stage of the true celestial realm. Fang Yun observed the newcomer through the perspective of Fang Yu number 1. The visitor also curiously scrutinized Fang Yu number 1, noting, although the cultivation is concealed, based on spiritual perception, he appears to be a virtual celestial, albeit of a rather weak kind. However, the appearance and demeanor of the individual were indeed remarkable. Su Qingzhu made a judgment in his heart. He did not harbor any contempt for Fang Yun due to his lower cultivation level. As a businessman, he was solely focused on wealth. In his eyes, Fang Yun, a prosperous yet seemingly superficial figure, commanded more respect than those impoverished true immortals. Furthermore,
Su Qingzhu harbored no ulterior motives.
The rules of the Wanbao Immortal Association were stringent, solely profiting from legitimate means. This was the foundation for the enduring prosperity of the business. After appraising Fang Yun for a moment, Su Qingzhu smiled and said, "Esteemed guest, I am Su Qingzhu, the third-level owner of the Wanbao Immortal Association. Based on the wealth you have displayed in our establishment, you have already met the criteria to be classified as a VIP of our association. Here is your Black Diamond VIP card. Please accept it." As he spoke, a dark black card materialized in his hand. Fang Yun took it and examined it with mild surprise. This card possessed a storage space, and quite a substantial one at that. Inside, it contained a staggering 30 million low-grade immortal crystals. Not only that, but it also seemed to harbor a mysterious formation. Noticing Fang Yun's astonishment, Su Qingzhu chuckled and added, "I trust you have discerned that there is indeed a formation within this card. Within a distance of 300,000 miles, you can activate it with your divine consciousness to contact us directly, and we can provide on-site services. Moreover, this card offers a degree of protection. When activated with immortal energy or immortal crystals, it can withstand a single strike from a true immortal. It may be used once every 3 days." Chapter 28. The exclusive auction, the draconic egg. After delivering the Black Diamond VIP card, Fu Qingzhu took her leave. Su Qian flattered, "Congratulations, my lord. This Black Diamond VIP card has numerous exceptional benefits." Upon hearing this, Fang Yun was instantly intrigued. The advantages previously introduced by Fu Qingzhu had already broadened his horizons, and he silently praised the meticulous service of the Wanbao Immortal Association. Little did he expect there were even more benefits. "My lord, with the Black Diamond VIP card, you can enjoy a 20% discount at our guild and during auctions we host. Moreover, if you wish, you can exchange low-grade immortal crystals for medium-grade ones at a ratio of 100 to 1, albeit with a monthly limit of 2 million, Su Qian explained with a smile. Fang Yun was once again pleasantly surprised. Medium-grade immortal crystals were a rarity for virtual immortals. The primary currency circulating in the immortal realm consisted mainly of low-grade immortal crystals. Medium-grade crystals, due to their significantly higher concentration and purity of immortal energy, were primarily utilized for cultivation and breakthroughs. In the black market, one medium-grade immortal crystal could be exchanged for 110 low-grade crystals, or even more, and they were often scarce. Fang Yun felt a stir of temptation, but he had no intention of engaging in reselling for profit. The risks were high, and it could attract unwanted attention and danger. Moreover, he was not in dire need of money. Stability and steady development were of utmost importance. Having gained a wealth of insights from this venture, Fang Yun prepared to depart. At that moment, Su Qian suddenly recalled something. Ah, my lord, there is an exclusive auction tomorrow, and with your Black Diamond VIP card, you are eligible to attend. You might want to check it out. The following day, within a private booth at the exclusive auction, Fang Yun was indulging in complimentary spiritual fruits and fine wines. Compared to a standard auction, these delicacies were of a significantly higher caliber. Just as Fang Yun finished eating, Fang Yun received feedback. Not only was his immortal energy visibly increasing, but he also felt a warm and pleasant sensation enveloping him.
Fang
Yun set aside some of the fruits, and in the mining cave, Fang Yun personally savored them. The joys of the immortal realm's elites were truly lavish. Beside Fang Yun #1 stood two beautiful and graceful maidens, ready to attend to any request. Furthermore, when it came time for the auction, they would even call out bids on his behalf. All of this made Fang Yun marvel at the financial power and service of the Wanbao Immortal Association. The Silver Moon City exclusive auction primarily catered to true immortals, though occasionally golden immortals would participate. Soon the auction commenced, and Fang Yun was thoroughly astounded by the financial prowess of the true immortals present. Each item started at a minimum of several 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals, soaring to tens of millions. The auction items were diverse and intriguing. Among them was an egg believed to belong to a Qilong, which instantly elevated the atmosphere of the auction to a fever pitch. 200 million low-grade immortal crystals. 250 million. The bidding frenzy continued, and Fang Yun watched in awe. Ultimately, the egg, suspected to be that of a Qilong, was secured by a patron in a private booth for the staggering price of 500 million low-grade immortal crystals. In that moment, with a fortune of tens of millions in his possession, Fang Yun, who had once felt somewhat elated, suddenly came to a stark realization. He was merely moderately wealthy, not excessively so. Although money came to him swiftly, it was spent even more rapidly, leaving him unable to accumulate any savings. At that moment, a disdainful snort reverberated through the auction hall. Humph! Mo Jian, are you so certain that the egg truly contains a Qi dragon? You wouldn't want to spend 5 billion on a mere wild snake, would you? The voice rolled through the air like a celestial melody, sending a shiver down his spine. Fang Yun instantly recognized the speaker. Yan Yun, the Golden Immortal. He had encountered him once before, and found him insufferably arrogant. Furthermore, he realized that the egg had fallen into the hands of Mo Jian, the Golden Immortal. Even if it is a wild snake, I could stew it for soup. What business is it of yours? The two exchanged barbs, while a crowd of ordinary true immortals in the hall watched the spectacle. Caught between laughter and restraint, their expressions comically strained. Amidst this interlude, Fang Yun felt a flicker of intrigue. The Qi Dragon, one of the legendary bloodlines of true dragons, if only he could acquire its essence. As this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer suppress his desire. Mo Jian, the Golden Immortal, was rumored to be associated with the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. After the two Golden Immortals had finished their verbal sparring, the auction resumed, and the enchanting auctioneer began to present the next item. It was a set of combined sword formations, known as the Thousand Shadows Convergence Sword Formation. A minimum of 3 individuals was required to initiate the formation, while it could accommodate up to 1,000 participants. The greater the number, the more formidable the power. Naturally, a larger assembly also increased the difficulty. The starting bid was set at 3 million low-grade celestial crystals, with increments of no less than 100,000. In the private box, Fang Yun felt an immediate surge of excitement. This was perfect for him. With numerous avatars connected by a shared essence, he could significantly reduce the difficulty of forming the array. Although he had refrained from bidding earlier, he was determined to acquire this. Fang Yun resolved to wait and observe before making his move. Soon, after a flurry of competition, only 2 contenders remained in contention. The price had escalated to 8 million. Both individuals were mid-stage true immortals, leaders of minor factions, eager to procure the sword formation to enhance their subordinates' training and overall strength. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate. At this juncture, Fang Yun discreetly signaled to the maid beside him. Instantly, the 2 participants displayed gleeful expressions. This gentleman was finally ready to make a move. The sisters had nearly thought they would leave empty-handed. It should be noted that if the guests they served successfully bid on items, they too would receive additional rewards. One of them promptly called out, 10 million low-grade celestial crystals. Out of nowhere, a surprise contender emerged. The expressions of the two individuals in the hall darkened. Yet the presence from the private box suggested considerable strength or status. After a moment of contemplation, one of them replied 11 million. Within the box, Fang Yun gestured, and the maid joyfully announced 12 million, 13 million. The other contender gritted his teeth, while the maid eagerly glanced towards Fang Yun. Suddenly, they witnessed a guest sneering dismissively. 15 million. The young lady confidently quoted. In the hall, the man clenched his teeth, his expression tinged with reluctance. Although he still had resources at his disposal, there was a matter of greater significance awaiting his attention, preventing him from squandering funds on this particular acquisition. Consequently, he relinquished his pursuit. Fang Yun successfully secured the sword formation. The two maidens, filled with joy, raised their little fists in celebration. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Fang Yun No. 1, captivated by his wealth, charisma, and youthful allure. How could one not be enamored and envious? However, Fang Yun No. 1 maintained a cold demeanor, casting not even a glance in their direction, leaving the two maidens somewhat despondent. Chapter 29. Swift Cultivation. Frenzied plunder of celestial mines until the conclusion of the auction, Fang Yun refrained from further participation. Although many items piqued his interest, his supply of celestial crystals was limited. He believed it prudent to prioritize the exchange for avatars. Moreover, while those items were indeed desirable, they offered little assistance in his current situation, unless they were exceptionally rare treasures ideally suited to him, such as the Thousand Shadows Fusion Sword Array, which, if missed, might not be encountered again for a long time. The enhancement this sword array could provide to his overall strength was quite evident. As soon as Fang Yun 1 stored the sword array technique in the system space, Fang Yun commenced his research within the mine. It wasn't too long before he grasped the principles underlying the so-called combined sword array. This was an extensive composite sword technique array. 3 individuals could form a simple sword array node, and these nodes would then combine to create a larger united sword array. Each participant merely needed to master their respective segment, significantly reducing the complexity. However, achieving a seamless integration of these triad sword groups would exponentially increase in difficulty as the number of participants rose. A flawless sword array of 1,000 individuals comprised 333 triad sword groups, all coordinated by that singular final one. The potential for explosive power was immense. The exact magnitude was not explicitly stated in the technique, but after thorough contemplation, a spark ignited in Fang Yun's eyes. Filled with ambition and overflowing confidence, he mused, with my 2,000 avatars, I comprehended the step to Heaven's sword technique in just over an hour. I wonder how long this combined sword array will sustain. A smile graced Fang Yun's lips, reminiscent of a dragon king. Such a staggering quantity would surely catalyze a transformative leap. All obstacles would crumble under the weight of accumulated wisdom and strength, cascading away like a torrent. With a command issued, the next moment revealed an intriguing scene within the system space. In the hazy, chaotic realm, figures were seated in meditation, delving into the Thousand Shadows Fusion Sword Array. Soon, the avatars rose in unison, spontaneously grouping into threes, initiating their array practice. They wielded no swords, instead employing the essence of gunmetal as a substitute. Their practice was commendably orderly and effective. The triad sword groups posed little challenge, and within a short while, they had nearly mastered them. However, assembling them into a cohesive whole still presented some difficulty. With each successive attempt, 10 triad sword combinations were successfully formed. 100 triad sword combinations were achieved. As 2,000 avatars engaged in comprehending and practicing the sword array, Fang Yun exchanged the remaining celestial crystals from the auction for additional avatars. With 30 million lower-grade celestial crystals, having spent 12 million at the auction, he retained 18 million. He converted all of it. In an instant, Fang Yun acquired an additional 900 avatars. Consequently, the total number of his avatars surged to an astounding 391. This was a terrifying figure, somewhat unfriendly even to a perfectionist. Fortunately, Fang Yun does not suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Moreover, Due to the fact that his doppelganger has chosen to abscond with a woman, he is unable to be at his beck and call. Thus, the number of doppelgangers that Fang Yun can fully command stands at 490. He has yet to finalize the appearance of his new doppelgangers and has instead instructed them to commence mining immediately. One day later, the 1,000-person sword formation was flawlessly established. Ha ha ha! Fang Yun laughed. The doppelgangers, sharing a common essence, perfectly adapted to comprehending this combined attack formation. Most crucially, Fang Yun reclined, exerting no effort whatsoever, while effortlessly mastering all their insights. Delightful! Within Silver Moon City, Fang Yun No. 1 encountered Su Qian once more. The blood essence of the Shamo demon and the fire flood dragon tribe had arrived. In 2 crystal vials, one emanated a mysterious purple glow that dazzled the eyes, while the other resembled a blazing inferno, causing a burning sensation with prolonged viewing. Truly remarkable. A glint of brilliance flashed in Fang Yun one's eyes as he stored them away, coldly inquiring, "How much? My lord, it is not much. The total amounts to 5 million low-grade immortal crystals. You enjoy a 20% discount, requiring only 4 million, Su Qian replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun No. 1 deemed the price acceptable and, without a second thought, casually tossed a storage bag in Su Qian's direction. Su Qian, taken aback, soon erupted with joy. Another batch of medium-grade immortal essence crystals, worth a staggering 25 million low-grade immortal crystals. My heavens, this esteemed lord is increasingly extravagant. Trembling with astonishment, Su Qian's heart blossomed with delight. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch your immortal crystals immediately, Su Qian exclaimed. Hold on, Fang Yun No. 1 called out to him. What orders does my lord have? Bring me 3,000 low-grade immortal swords. Su Qian was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, joyfully hurrying to fulfill the request. Due to the substantial quantity of swords required, it took some time, but he eventually gathered the necessary amount. The 3,000 low-grade immortal swords cost an additional 4 million low-grade immortal crystals, leaving a remainder of 6 million low-grade immortal crystals. This time, Fang Yun did not convert all his remaining crystals into doppelgangers. Instead, he only exchanged for 509, perfectly rounding up to a total of 4,000 doppelgangers. He still had over 8 million low-grade immortal crystals remaining. The reason for this decision stemmed from Fang Yun's sudden realization of a pressing issue. With his 2,000 doppelgangers simultaneously cultivating, the depletion of immortal energy accelerated far too rapidly. The ambient immortal energy from the air and the mines was utterly insufficient to satisfy their needs. Consequently, Fang Yun had to rely on immortal crystals to supplement the required energy. With 2,000 doppelgangers cultivating concurrently, the speed of progress surged 1,000-fold. At this moment, Fang Yun's cultivation and insights ascended as if propelled by a rocket, visibly accelerating at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the consumption of immortal crystals increased significantly. However, Fang Yun did not concern himself with the expenditure of crystals. The frenzied pace of cultivation enveloped him in sheer exhilaration. Merely one day had passed, and he had already unlocked an immortal aperture. With the opening of the second celestial orifice in the realm of the immortal, Fang Yun found himself momentarily astonished. How formidable! Previously, he had calculated that through solitary cultivation, it would take him 3 years to unlock a single orifice, and 36 years to ascend to the next realm. Yet now, he was capable of unlocking 1 orifice each day, allowing him to ascend a realm in merely 12 days. This was accomplished even while half of his avatars engaged in cultivation, with the other half occupied in mining. Ha ha ha! As Fang Yun cultivated and his avatar's mind, Yan Qingji, who was responsible for monitoring the mining site, was utterly stunned. The aerial probing celestial treasure had already sounded an alarm. Moreover, Yan Qingji had calculated a number that left him astounded. The rate at which the celestial energy content in the mine was declining had surged by 40 compared to before. What on earth had transpired? Panic surged within Yan Qingji. Fang Yun currently commanded 2,000 avatars tirelessly mining around the clock, each capable of extracting 1,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals, an efficiency 10-fold that of ordinary miners. Thus, His efforts equated to 20,000 ordinary miners clandestinely stealing resources, whereas the number of miners present at the site was merely around 50,000. Within the Grand Assembly Hall of the mining site, Deputy Mine Master Huidu was infuriated upon hearing the report. He slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. Scoundrels! He had previously thought that the managers were being excessive, having scolded them individually to be more restrained and to enhance their supervision. However, with such astonishing figures and peculiar circumstances, it was implausible that this was merely due to embezzlement. There had to be a significant issue at hand. Huidu's eyes flickered. Could someone be pilfering the mine? At that moment, a manager spoke up. "My lord, there must be someone hiding within our mining site, stealing from our celestial sect." Indeed, those prior incidents were undoubtedly the work of hidden thieves. In an instant, the assembly rallied against this unknown entity, attributing their previous misdeeds of embezzlement to Fang Yun as well. Yan Qingji, did the probing celestial treasure fail to locate the precise position?
Huo du Inquired.
Yan Qingji replied, "The complexity and variability within the mine, coupled with numerous interferences, only allows us to ascertain roughly which area is depleting at a faster rate."
Moments later.
Huidu personally led a team, accompanied by hundreds of law enforcement cultivators, seething with rage as they rushed towards a particular mining area. Chapter 30. Discovered. Deep within a secluded mine, concealed within a protective formation, Fang Yun was engrossed in studying a recently manifested doppelganger of the alluring succubus. His face flushed with excitement. Indeed, Su Qian was not exaggerating. The beauty, grace, and physique of the succubus were simply breathtaking, the epitome of seduction and enchantment. Her allure was an intoxicating force beyond comparison to the doppelgangers Fang Yun had previously conjured. Just a single glance was enough to stir his blood, even with his formidable composure. The succubus belonged to a humanoid race, adorned with a pair of crystalline demonic horns, pointed ears reminiscent of elves, and a pair of demonic wings that could be gracefully unfurled or tucked away. Most perilous were her two innate abilities, the whip of punishment and the power of enchantment, each capable of inflicting devastating harm upon male adversaries. Fang Yun was preparing to delve deeper into the mysteries of this extraordinary race when suddenly, an urgent alert echoed in his mind from his elven doppelganger. "Master, a large contingent of the enforcement team is approaching, heading straight for this mine." Startled, Fang Yun's heart raced. Had they been exposed? "You should retreat to a safe distance," he instructed his elven counterpart. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned back all doppelgangers within the range of his consciousness. However, due to the considerable interference within the mine, his spiritual awareness could barely penetrate a few walls, preventing him from retrieving those further away. Thus, he could only take control of a doppelganger situated in a more distant cavern and use it to gather all nearby manifestations. In no time, the doppelganger entered the system space, leaving behind 7 or 8 that could not be retrieved. Fang Yun ordered them to conceal themselves. "Right here." Severely Qingji, utilizing the spirit treasure to sense the disturbance, pinpointed the area where Fang Yun's doppelganger had been excavating. "I must see what entity dares to pilfer the celestial crystals of the Yunfan immortal sect." Huidu grinned maliciously. The hidden presence needing to resort to theft implied a lack of strength. Thus, he had no intention of alarming the reclusive mine owner at this juncture. Moreover, he had brought along the spirit beast, the light-seeking mouse, specifically trained to detect living presences. "Search every nook and cranny. Leave no trace unexamined." "Yes," the enforcement team responded. 1,000 individuals, comprising hundreds of enforcement guards and overseers, infiltrated the surrounding 20 or more mine shafts, commencing a meticulous search. Each team was accompanied by a light-seeking mouse. The mine tunnels twisted and turned, extending several kilometers deep, some branching off extensively. With significant interference, the search proved to be quite challenging. Such a grand operation quickly attracted the attention of other miners. "What is happening? What is going on?" Rumors of someone hiding in the mine to steal resources began to circulate. In an instant, the surrounding miners hastily distanced themselves from the area. Theft in the mines could lead to dire consequences. They wished to have no association with such perilous activity. As time passed, Results began to emerge from several tunnels. Sir, no individuals were discovered. However, there are fresh excavation marks within, and they appear quite deep. Master, we are facing a similar situation here. As he listened to the report,
Uo dues expression graduali d'Arkened.
suddenly, from within a mine, someone burst forth. Master, the Seeking Light Mouse has made a discovery. But what? Speak quickly. With that, Huidu eagerly dashed into the mine. Moments later, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. A squad of law enforcement guards surrounded a figure clad entirely in ebony. One of the figure's arms had been severed, yet it was rapidly regenerating. Strangely, not a single drop of blood had been shed. What in the world is this? Huidu was taken aback. Within the concealed protective array, Fang Yun sensed that one of his avatars had been encircled. A slight tremor coursed through him. The adversary had somehow discovered the hidden shadow. This revelation filled Fang Yun with apprehension regarding whether his protective array could elude the scrutiny of that spirit beast. How careless of me. Fang Yun silently admonished himself for his oversight this time. He then restrained his entire aura and entered a state of breath-holding. Simultaneously, he issued a command. Meanwhile, Huidu was intent on capturing the shadowy figure alive. Suddenly, the figure broke into an eerie smile and then committed suicide. That resolute act, coupled with a blatant disregard for life, sent chills down the spines of the surrounding dozens. This was not an isolated incident. Several other mines exhibited a similar pattern, where encircled shadowy figures unhesitatingly chose to take their own lives. Huidu snapped back from his astonishment, then erupted in fury. With no chance of capturing them alive, he would have to resort to examining the corpse. Yet, in a swift turn of events, the body vanished.
Huodu was utterly bewildert.
At this moment, within the mine where Fang Yun's true self resided, a dozen law enforcement guards, following a Seeking Light Mouse, gradually approached the vicinity of his concealed protective array. Fang Yun's heart skipped a beat as he prepared to dispatch an avatar to divert their attention. Within the range of Fang Yun's consciousness, he could deploy avatars at will. However, in the next instant, the Seeking Light Mouse altered its course and failed to detect his presence. Fang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. This time he had lost 8 avatars. Although this was of little consequence to him, it served as a significant warning. The adversary possessed means, and the mine was not as secure as he had envisioned. Moreover, in this crisis, it was only his true self who was at risk. His avatars were not in danger at all. The mine was no longer the sanctuary he had imagined. I must depart swiftly. The search persisted for half a day. Aside from the traces of mining and those peculiar shadowy figures, the law enforcement team found no further leads. Huidu was greatly dissatisfied with this outcome. A rough estimate indicated that the stolen minerals were worth over 100 million low-grade celestial crystals. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. This incident had arisen recently, yet those shadowy figures were merely at the second layer of the virtual immortal realm, nearing the third layer, making it implausible for them to have pilfered such an immense quantity of minerals. Someone analyzed this, and the others nodded in agreement. Huidu turned to the speaker. So, what are you suggesting? Explain how this could have transpired. I am at a loss for words. Huidu shot him a disapproving glare, expecting some profound insight. Should we request the mine owner to emerge? At that moment, another suggestion was put forth. However, Huidu promptly dismissed it. What a jest. If we were to summon the mine owner, the nature of this matter would change entirely. Should this blunder come to the attention of the sect, even with a true immortal father, Huidu would not escape punishment. For now, we must not disturb the mine owner and instead bolster our vigilance in secret. The enforcement team should take the light-seeking mice and conduct thorough inspections of the mine. Brother Yen, I must ask you to exert yourself further, diligently monitoring the condition of the ore veins. Huidu commanded, believing he could still salvage the situation. The group deliberated for an extended period, entirely oblivious to the silent figure cloaked in shadows in the corner. Fang Yun had been listening intently, gathering a wealth of valuable information. Did Yen Qingji discover this? Ah, you are doomed. Chapter 31. Enchantment, Departure. Rising clouds. 3 days have swiftly passed, and the atmosphere outside remains tense with vigilant patrols. Yet they have yielded no results. At this moment, Fang Yun has delved deep into the mine, shielded by a layer of concealed protective formations. Throughout these 3 days, he has refrained from sending any of his avatars to mine. Instead, he has commanded them all to cultivate within the confines of the system space. With 4,000 avatars, the terrifying speed of 2,000 times his usual rate is unleashed. Furthermore, Fang Yun has acquired several elixirs for enhancing cultivation from Aolivi, allowing him to open all 12 celestial apertures of the second layer of the virtual immortal realm in just 3 days. He is now on the verge of breaking through to the third layer. Break for me, Fang Yun intoned, channeling the tremendous force of his 4,000 avatars towards the bottleneck of his realm, delivering the most powerful impact. In the next moment, the barrier seemed to yield effortlessly, akin to a delicate maiden, utterly crushed by the might of 4,000 strongmen. The scene was almost unbearable to witness. Fang Yun did not even perceive the slightest resistance. Breaking through realms is truly a simple endeavor, he mused, feeling an unparalleled sense of elation. Within Huadu's cave, Yan Qingji was summoned for a private inquiry. My lord, everything has been normal these past few days. The previous anomalies have not recurred. Huadu nodded in satisfaction, then approached warmly, patting Yan Qingji on the shoulder. Little Yan, you have worked hard lately. As he spoke, he pressed a storage bag into Yan Qingji's hand. Yan Qingji's heart soared with joy, assuming it to be a reward from the deputy mine master, but upon probing the contents with his mind, he was immediately astounded. 500,000 low-grade celestial crystals. My lord? Yan Qingji gazed at Huadu in confusion. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a token of appreciation. Rest assured, this is your reward for your recent efforts. However, do not speak of the earlier incident or the losses incurred to anyone. You understand my meaning, do you not? Huadu's smile was warm as he patted Yan Qingji's shoulder once more. The latter's heart raced with trepidation, and he immediately replied, I understand, my lord. Everything at the mine is proceeding smoothly. Haha, you are a clever one. You will not lack for opportunities in the future.
Huo du Loguet d'Artilly.
Matters that can be resolved with money do not necessitate silencing. A vast medium-grade celestial mine, with tens of thousands of miners, generates an astronomical sum of celestial crystals daily. The managers, including the enforcement team and even the mine owner, have all engaged in their share of embezzlement. It is merely a small profit, hardly noticeable. Or perhaps, the celestial sect implicitly condones it to a certain extent. For everyone knows this is a lucrative endeavor, and those who come here are all disciples with backgrounds within the sect. As Yan Qingji departed, beneath his calm exterior lay a heart brimming with excitement. Upon returning to his cave, he suddenly felt his heart race uncontrollably, and then he beheld an extraordinarily enchanting figure. She filled his vision entirely. Instantly, Yan Qingji's complexion flushed crimson, a surge of fervor rushing to his head. He seemed to be ensnared in a realm saturated with desire, where countless young ladies, unable to afford garments, lunged towards him in unison. Yan Qingji was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The seductive demoness, with a lilting laugh, possessed eyes shimmering with a violet glow, gracefully entwined a whip around Yan Qingji's neck. With a slight tug, he found himself prostrated on the ground like a dog. The demoness, in her haughty demeanor, placed her high-heeled boot upon him, while the whip constricted around his neck, causing blood to surge forth. Despite this torment, Yan Qingji merely furrowed his brow and struggled briefly before regaining a look of fervent excitement. Incredible! This is astonishing! Fang Yun, who had taken control of Fang Xian No. 1, marveled from the sidelines. The seductive demoness' captivating power was utterly lethal to male cultivators with wavering convictions. Even though both were at the third level of the void immortal realm, Yan Qingji exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Useless with such a feeble resolve, Fang Yun sneered. Even someone as formidable as he could endure for a full hour. In a rather serious manner. Soon, Yan Qingji succumbed, perishing within the bliss of his own fantasies, failing to make a sound in the real world. With a thought, Fang Yun commanded a shadow clone to swiftly alter its appearance, transforming into a living, breathing Yan Qingji. Immediately, the clone bowed before Fang Yun, declaring, Yan Chengji, at your service. The tone and demeanor were nearly indistinguishable. Having observed for several days, he has learned quite well. Fong Xian number 1 chuckled. Subsequently, several nearby clones hastily tidied the scene, while Yan Chengji's body was stored within the system space. All other possessions were inherited by the new Yan Chengji. In the dead of night, Fang Yun emerged from the mine, skillfully evading patrolling guards under the guidance of his clones. With Yan Chengji's identity token in hand, Fang Yun exited the mining site seamlessly. Once he was safely away, he stored the token within the system space, allowing his consciousness to take over Yan Chengji once more, retrieving the token effortlessly. In an instant, the identity token space shifted back into Yan Chengji's possession. Without a flaw, shortly thereafter, Yan Chengji exited his dwelling, confidently striding toward a mining area. A squad of enforcement guards spotted him, and the leader smiled, saying, "Brother Yan has come to inspect the veins again? Indeed, while there have been no issues recently, we must remain vigilant." Yan Chengji replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, the leader turned to his companions, instructing, "Did you hear that? Learn from Brother Yan." Yan Chengji strolled about, and in a somewhat secluded mining area, he deployed 2,000 clone brothers. The mining army surged forth once more. When we say we will penetrate, we shall penetrate. Fang Yun chuckled, retracting his consciousness, as he now leisurely distanced himself by over 1,000 miles. This marked the first time since ascending to the celestial realm that his true self could wander freely through the world. Fang Yun felt an unprecedented lightness and ease, where even the rugged stones along the path appeared particularly pleasing to the eye. Breathing in the air of freedom, Fang Yun traversed mountains and waters, his heart tranquil and serene. His destination was the distant Silver Moon City, tens of thousands of miles away. Fang Yun had spent some time there and was well acquainted with the circumstances of Silver Moon City. It was relatively safe, at least on the surface, for within the city, combat was strictly forbidden. Without any urgency to hasten his journey, Fang Yun's pace was leisurely. At dawn, he happened to pass by a village. The sounds of roosters and dogs echoed, and wisps of smoke curled upwards. In the distance, fields crisscrossed, lush and vibrant, with golden rice swaying gently in the light. Many had already risen early, diligently harvesting the rice, embodying a spirit of hard work and harmony. Fang Yun couldn't help but be captivated, astonished that even in the celestial realm, such a mundane yet beautiful existence thrived. Curiosity piqued, he made his way toward the village. At the entrance, a weathered wooden sign bore the crooked characters, Yunqi Village. Splendid. Yunqi, Yunk, a good omen indeed. Chapter 32. The elder and the young girl Xiaoyun. Come drink this bowl of medicinal porridge. Oh, don't run away. It's so bitter. I refuse to drink it. Fang Yun, with keen hearing and sharp eyesight, could distinctly perceive the commotion emanating from a dilapidated courtyard ahead. It appeared that a young girl was being willful with her grandfather. Amused, Fang Yun continued his steady stride towards the source of the noise. As he approached the courtyard, a frail, petite figure suddenly darted out. The girl, around 5 or 6 years of age, was clad in a pale yellow dress adorned with delicate white flowers. In her haste, she seemed oblivious to Fang Yun's presence and collided directly into him. He skillfully sidestepped, and as she regained her footing, he caught a clearer glimpse of her features. Her small head was crowned with 2 dark, braided buns, and her large eyes were a striking black and white, glimmering like crystal-clear springs. A finely sculpted face bore a slightly furrowed nose, indicating her displeasure. "Hey, who are you?" The little girl finally noticed Fang Yun. He regarded her with a gentle smile, but in an instant, his expression froze. According to the system's notification, this girl was, astonishingly, a true immortal. A jolt of disbelief coursed through Fang Yun. How could he, merely passing through a village, encounter an immortal? Surely this was a jest. Just moments ago, he had seen what appeared to be ordinary villagers in the fields. Moreover, his spiritual perception clearly indicated that the girl was exceedingly weak, frail as a reed, devoid of any cultivation power, merely an ordinary mortal. Yet the system had never erred. Fang Yun double-checked the system's notification several times. Indeed, she was a true immortal, and he was standing in such close proximity to her. Fortunately, he felt no sense of danger. "Big brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you mute?" The girl gazed at Fang Yun with curiosity, her eyes gradually revealing a hint of sympathy. At that moment, a thin, weathered elder in coarse linen clothing emerged from the courtyard, chasing after her. "Xiaoyun, do not be rude." The elder reprimanded the girl before turning to Fang Yun with an apologetic expression. His gaze momentarily faltered but quickly returned to normal. "My apologies, young brother, for the abruptness. I beg your pardon on behalf of my granddaughter." By now, Fang Yun had regained his composure, turning his attention to the elder, and with a gentle wave of his hand, replied, "It's nothing, a trivial matter. Children often speak without restraint." In the next moment, the corners of Fang Yun's mouth involuntarily twitched. For in the system's prompt, the frail old man before him bore an ominous indication. What could this possibly mean? The system typically provided clear insights into the cultivation realms of those he encountered, particularly for true immortals. Yet, for this elder, it offered no definitive indication. This implied that the old man was at least a golden immortal, perhaps even more elevated. Fang Yun's heart raced, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was only his first day out and about. Must it be so exhilarating? After all, he was in his true form, in a seemingly ordinary village. When did the powerful beings of the celestial realm begin to indulge in such trivialities? Observing Fang Yun lost in thought, the elderly man furrowed his brow and said, "Young lad? Grandpa, look, this brother seems a bit peculiar. His complexion is rather pale. Perhaps he is unwell. Why not give him some medicinal porridge to restore his strength?" The young girl, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, playfully pouted at her grandfather. Her petite figure instinctively distanced itself from the medicinal porridge. This concoction was far too unpalatable. It was dreadfully bitter. At that moment, the ground of the village suddenly trembled. Fang Yun frowned and looked towards the distance, where a group of riders was charging toward them. In mere moments, they screeched to a halt at the village entrance. "Ah!" The little girl panicked, clutching her grandfather and scurrying into the courtyard. They quickly shut the wooden gate, but soon a small head peeked through the crack. "Big brother, hurry inside. These are bad people coming to steal our things." Fang Yun was bewildered. What was going on? What game were this grandfather and granddaughter playing? The group riding spirit beasts were not even celestial beings. They possessed merely the strength of the transformation realm, akin to half-mortal status. "You, a true immortal, and you, a golden immortal." Fang Yun shook his head, disregarding the girl, and proceeded onward. This place was abnormal and he needed to leave swiftly. Meanwhile, the bandits had begun to invade house after house. The village erupted into chaos, with cries and commotion filling the air. "Sir, the recent harvest of celestial rice truly amounts to only this much." "Nonsense. The seeds we provided were worth far more than this. If you don't meet the quota today, we'll take your daughter as collateral." A bandit brandished a gleaming steel knife, resting it menacingly on a villager's shoulder. Another approached, seizing a nearby young girl. "She looks decent enough. Let's take her inside for a bit of fun. If she survives, we can sell her later."
Ah!
Fang Yun frowned, contemplating a quiet exit when suddenly an oblivious bandit noticed him. The beast beneath him thundered forth, swiftly appearing before Fang Yun. "You there? Which family do you belong to? Instead of preparing celestial rice, you dare to linger here and watch the show." Dressed in simple blue robes and appearing travel-worn, Fang Yun was mistaken for a villager. As he spoke, the bandit unceremoniously lashed out with his whip. How tiresome! Fang Yun felt his earlier good spirits dissipate. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light shot from his eyes. The refined sword energy of metal surged forth, and in an instant, the bandit's pupils widened in shock as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of more bandits, all turning in unison. Upon seeing their comrade slain, fury erupted among them. One brandished a knife, rushing towards Fang Yun. "You little brat, you dare to..." Before he could finish, a streak of golden light pierced through his body, as if a golden dragon swiftly navigated through the ranks of bandits. In the blink of an eye, a multitude fell lifeless to the ground. 23 bandits lay slain. The villagers were left in a state of shock. A murder had occurred, The members of the Li Dao sect are dead. All of them. The gazes directed at Fang Yun were not filled with gratitude. Instead, they were tinged with fear. Fang Yun furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the villagers before continuing on his way. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind, causing Fang Yun to feel a surge of seriousness. Little brother, you have slain the members of the Li Dao sect, yet you intend to leave just like that? What are we to do? Fang Yun turned around, and the speaker was none other than the mysterious old man from earlier. At that moment, a grandfather and granddaughter approached him. The little girl hid behind her grandfather, occasionally peeking out with a mix of curiosity and fear in her eyes. Seeing that Fang Yun was ignoring him, the old man continued, although the members of the Li Dao sect are unreasonable and oppress us common folk, they would not have outright killed us. But now that you have taken their lives, the entire Yunqi village is surely doomed. The frail old man lamented deeply. Indeed, you cannot leave. Others among the villagers began to echo his sentiments. Fang Yun glanced over, and the few who had spoken retreated in fear. The old man added, "Little brother, though your intentions may be good, your actions have led to dire consequences." Fang Yun was at a loss for words as he regarded the old man. You, an esteemed figure from the celestial realm, feigning ordinariness and innocence. Is this amusing to you? He inquired within himself. Is this old man benevolent? Is he safe? Although Fang Yun sensed that the old man seemed genuinely good-hearted, a person of such demeanor typically preferred a life of discretion. Nevertheless, he prudently sought confirmation from the system. Ding, he is completely safe, devoid of any murderous intent. He is certainly more virtuous than the host. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun finally felt reassured. A person of such goodness is a rarity in this world, a paragon of morality. If he appears more virtuous than I, then one could only conclude that he is as steadfast as an ancient tortoise. My slaying of these individuals is not out of benevolence. Rather, they provoked me. As for the villagers' fates, what concern is that of mine? Fang Yun replied coolly before turning to leave. Do you wish to morally bind me? Alas, I possess no morality. The old man opened his mouth in response. Chapter 33. The first massacre of the clones. The old man was rendered speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The youth before him differed somewhat from his expectations. In his perception, this young man resembled a breath of free wind in spring, embodying tranquility and exuding a light-hearted essence. He seemed to be a commendable individual, yet the cold and unfeeling words left the elder in a state of bewilderment. As he witnessed Fang Yun truly walking away, gradually distancing himself, the old man inhaled deeply. At that moment, Fang Yun, who had reached the opposite end of the village, suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if he had been ensnared by an enigmatic force, compelling him to turn around and return to the village. A wave of horror surged within Fang Yun, his mind tumultuous with confusion. What kind of power was this? He had not even sensed the fluctuation of celestial energy before being forcibly drawn back. Despite his attempts to resist, his body continued to move toward the elder, a seemingly inevitable trajectory. The sole aspect that offered Fang Yun some solace was the absence of any murderous intent or imminent danger, suggesting that his life was not at risk. Realizing resistance was futile, Fang Yun gradually regained his composure and resigned himself to the pull, step by step making his way back. Ah, little brother, why have you returned? Have you had a change of heart? The elder's parched visage broke into a beaming smile, his wrinkled face resembling a blossoming daisy. Indeed, Big Brother is a good person. The little girl waved her tiny fists, offering Fang Yun an innocent smile. Fang Yun, at a loss for words, felt his body relax, and he regained control. Casting a glance at the elder, he communicated telepathically, "What exactly do you wish for me to do, senior?"
Little brother, you jest.
It is not I who desires something from you, but rather you who must take responsibility for your own actions. Worry not, for I am a reasonable old man, the elder replied. Inwardly, Fang Yun cursed, gritting his teeth. Senior, despite your age, why must you involve me in this? Ah, little brother, you jest again. As a mere mortal, I am no match for those formidable beings. It is you who must undertake this noble task and restore peace to Yunqi village. As soon as the elder's words fell, the details regarding the location and general strength of the Li Dao sect materialized in Fang Yun's mind. The sect boasted a leader at the 4th level of the virtual immortal realm, 3 individuals at the 3rd level, and 20 others at the 1st and 2nd levels. Below the virtual immortal tier, there were well over 100. Fang Yun raised an eyebrow, transmitting, "Senior, are you placing an undue burden upon me? I am merely at the 3rd level of the virtual immortal realm. How could I possibly eliminate all of them?"
I senza ior extraordinai natura.
"You are not destined for an early demise. This endeavor bears little peril. You should encounter no significant issues," the elder chuckled. Go forth. Go forth." 1,000 miles away, a figure quietly materialized upon the summit of Li Dao Peak. He stood atop a tree, intently gazing at the distant Li Dao sect. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the unwilling participant, Fang Yun. With a mere thought, 10 distinct clones emerged from the void, each wielding a celestial sword, and they charged forth with lethal intent. The 2 gatekeepers, both cultivators in the transformation stage, were swiftly dispatched by one of the clones, who simply fixed them with a deadly glare. Then, 10 avatars rushed in, commencing a brutal slaughter. Beneath the realm of there was no capacity for resistance. The avatars at the 3rd tier swiftly eliminated those at the 1st and 2nd tiers without hesitation. In mere moments, over 20 core members of the had fallen. The uproar soon alerted the sect master and 3 hall masters. Sect master was engaged in a philosophical discussion with his wife when the interruption ignited a surge of fury within him. In the next instant, unleashed his divine sense to probe the commotion at the mountain gate. Assuming it to be an attack from a rival, he initially approached with caution, but upon discovering it was merely several 3rd tier, his courage surged. What audacity! Seeking death, ignoring his wife's discontent, he donned his attire and ascended, ferociously striking at the figures engaged in the massacre. He paid no heed to the lives of his own comrades. The blade glinted like a cold, fierce ribbon as it descended, yet the avatars remained unfazed, 3 of them swiftly forming a small sword array, responding with a united strike. Bang! The clash of blade and sword resonated through the air, causing the void to tremble with the surging. The roof was shattered by the explosive. Pupils constricted. The 3 3rd tier could withstand his assault and even gained the upper hand. How could this be possible? A combined. Recalling the trio's movements and positions, a conjecture emerged in his mind. Moreover, his divine sense swept over to find his 3 hall masters being held off by a single 3rd tier, retreating under pressure. One already gravely injured was even more astonished. In a flash of insight, he made a decision. Kill. Annihilate these intruders. With a thunderous roar, unleashed a powerful divine strike and hurled several small flying knives to repel the 3 assailants. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and attempted to flee. Wanting to escape, observing, wore a disdainful expression. With a mere thought, 3 avatars were dispatched to intercept's path. The moment they appeared, they unleashed a combined sword strike. Dazzling sword light coalesced into a colossal golden sword, descending upon the fleeing. The speed of the attack doubled, occurring with startling abruptness. Caught off guard, hastily summoned protective but was struck by the golden sword of Bang! The erupted, sending hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Simultaneously, the pursuing sword array closed in. Soon, met a tragic end, helpless and despairing. His wife, clad in disheveled attire, clutched her pale chest as she stepped outside, only to witness the grim scene of demise in the air. "Ah, my lord!" the woman gasped, fainting from shock. Almost concurrently, the 3 3rd-tier hall masters were likewise slain by his avatars. The grounds of ran red with blood, corpses strewn everywhere. None who were present before arrival escaped. Then, some clones began to gather the spoils, while others unleashed flames from their palms, skillfully eradicating all traces. Fang Yun walked away into the distance, as if all of this were unrelated to him. Only behind him, the mountain peak blazed with fire, revealing the recent upheaval. 1,000 miles away in Yunchi village, the old man felt a stir in his heart, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He truly accomplished it, and so swiftly, this all surpassed his expectations. "I did not foresee this." "Intriguing," the old man murmured softly, then picked up the dark medicinal porridge, seeking out the little girl once more. "Xiao Yuner, dear, This porridge is good for your health. Chapter 34. The Fire Serpent's Avatar. Journey to the Celestial Sword Immortal Sect. After vanquishing the Fierce Blade Sect, Fang Yun had only acquired 5 million lower-grade immortal crystals and a plethora of miscellaneous items. With a hint of disdain, he continued his leisurely journey towards Silver Moon City. By midday, Fang Yun found himself outside the city gates. At that very moment, a surge of celestial energy erupted within him, and astonishingly, he unlocked another celestial aperture. With 2,000 avatars cultivating at 1,000-fold speed, he could open a new celestial aperture each day. A satisfied smile graced Fang Yun's lips as he surveyed Silver Moon City. Witnessing such a magnificent celestial city firsthand stirred his heart with awe. Silver Moon City boasted not only pavilions and various architectural marvels on its surface but also numerous celestial palaces floating above. During this time, Fang Yun had gathered a wealth of information regarding this domain. The vast expanse, covering tens of millions of miles, was governed by the Celestial Sword Immortal Sect, the Clouded Zen Immortal Sect, and the Golden Han Immortal Palace. These three factions were merely the forces under the command of the Celestial Lord Zhonghui. This revelation left Fang Yun both astonished and contemplative. The immortal realm was vast, and he felt exceedingly insignificant. First, I must ensure my survival. Using his celestial power, Fang Yun altered his skeletal structure, transforming his appearance. After presenting 10 lower-grade immortal crystals, he successfully entered the city. Having previously navigated Silver Moon City through Fang Yun, he was quite familiar with the layout. He observed his surroundings with a blend of familiarity and novelty. Upon reaching the Grand Celestial Palace at the city's center, Fang Yun came to a halt. This was the place responsible for the real estate transactions within Silver Moon City. As he stepped inside, a beautiful young lady approached to greet him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you looking to buy or sell property?" Fang Yun curled his lip at hearing this phrase in the immortal realm, feeling a mix of emotions. "To buy," he replied, and the young lady's eyes sparkled momentarily. However, her excitement dimmed slightly upon noticing his modest attire, which did not convey affluence. "Right this way, please," she said, leading him to a designated area where she began to introduce a model of the properties available. Although this small courtyard is on the outskirts, it is not only clean but also reasonably priced, at just 100,000 lower-grade immortal crystals per unit. Listening to her description, Fang Yun frowned. The perceptive young lady felt a pang of concern. Could it be that he lacks even 100,000 lower-grade immortal crystals? She discreetly puffed her cheeks and smiled. "If your immortal crystals are currently insufficient, you may pay 1/3 upfront and settle the remainder in monthly installments. However, the property rights will temporarily belong to Silver Moon Real Estate until you fully repay the amount." Hearing this, Fang Yun inwardly exclaimed in disbelief, casting a scrutinizing glance at the elegantly dressed young immortal before him. He was quite skeptical of her being from a sales department. "Dear guest," the young lady's spirits plummeted. "This is already the most affordable and budget-friendly option available. I have no interest in these. Please take me to view properties priced above 1 million, Fang Yun stated. In the Celestial City, the residences vary in level and consequently, their safety and privacy differ as well. The high-end mansions not only offer comfort but also feature specialized protective arrays. In contrast, the lower-tier dwellings are not only less appealing in their environment and size but also lack privacy." As Fang Yun articulated this, a spark ignited in the young lady's eyes. Though her heart raced with apprehension, she maintained her professional demeanor and smiled as she guided Fang Yun to the advanced model. Moments later, Fang Yun paid the full amount without hesitation, 5 million inferior celestial crystals, acquiring a secluded and luxurious private estate. Thus, he seamlessly became a resident of Silver Moon City, reaping the benefits of the city lord's protection. This was the aspect Fang Yun valued most. Naturally, he used a pseudonym. The Silver Moon Celestial City was indifferent to such matters. They recognized only the jade token of property ownership. Furthermore, fighting and plundering were prohibited within the city's confines. Once the formalities were completed, the young lady was overwhelmed with excitement, her heart brimming with joy. With this transaction, she had earned tens of thousands of inferior celestial crystals. Aware that her current client was affluent, she eagerly began to introduce the services of maids and guards. Fang Yun, however, declined, prompting her to refrain from further discussion. Just as she was about to leave, Fang Yun suddenly overheard a conversation among several cultivators nearby. The content of their discourse piqued his interest. Have you heard? A few days ago, the esteemed Mo Jian Jinxian acquired a dragon egg, which truly hatched into a Qilong divine beast. Indeed, I've heard that too. Moreover, it's said that Lord Mo Jian intentionally spread this news, infuriating Lord Yen Yun. The cultivators chuckled discreetly before one of them quickly silenced himself, realizing the implications. By the way, the Tianjian Xian sect has announced they are seeking cultivators with dragon lineage to care for the Qilong. Those who meet the criteria can directly become inner disciples. I'm considering trying my luck. What about you? Aren't you of human lineage? Aha, haven't you heard the legend? Some individuals are descendants of dragons. That's precisely me. Fang Yun listened intently, his heart elated. He had been troubled about how to obtain the Qilong bloodline from the Tianjian Xian sect. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He discreetly noted this information and, with the young lady's respectful gaze upon him, departed. Fang Yun No. 1 also had a courtyard in Silvermoon City, but Fang Yun was disinclined to go there, as it had attracted considerable attention. Arriving at his newly purchased estate, Fang Yun produced a jade token and, channeling his consciousness, opened a shimmering portal in the air before him. The estate's grand door opened in response. Indeed, the money was well spent. The protective array was in place, providing security. Fang Yun silently praised the purchase and strode confidently into his new luxurious abode. Upon his entry, the door closed once more, and the protective array sealed behind him. By the poolside garden, Fang Yun reclined in a grand chair, exuding an air of leisure. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern beads of sweat upon his forehead, and his lips occasionally twitched, as if he were struggling to endure something. Before Fang Yun stood two enchanting demonesses, clad in black and white silk, engaged in a rather serious endeavor. Their beguiling allure subtly cast an exquisite charm upon Fang Yun, who remained utterly still in his true form. However, one of his avatars proved somewhat rebellious. To hone his Tao heart with the allure of these demonesses to such an extent was a feat only achievable by Fang Yun himself. Indeed, all true immortals were but mere juniors in comparison. With a proud smile, Fang Yun endured the torment and activated the system's race selection. The Fire Jiao clan, as Su Qian had mentioned, was said to possess true dragon blood. Its authenticity remained uncertain, yet its esteemed rating promised considerable merit. Contemplating this, Fang Yun willed forth a shadowy avatar, which materialized before him. In the next instant, the shadowy figure underwent a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing from a human form into a blazing Jiao dragon. Fang Yun's pupils constricted, his gaze ignited with astonishment. This Jiao dragon sported a singular horn atop its head. For limbs beneath its belly, each foot adorned with 3 claws, and its entire body was enveloped in crimson scales that shimmered with a gentle glow. Although it measured less than a dozen zhang due to the confines of the courtyard, its presence was undeniably striking, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The Fire Jiao avatar glided gracefully through the air for a brief moment, then with a flicker, transformed back into a human form. Tall and statuesque, it bore a striking resemblance to Fang Yun, yet its aura was distinctly different. Each cheek of this avatar bore 2 fiery markings, unmistakably indicating its non-human lineage. As Fang Yun's consciousness seized control, he quickly discerned the avatar's innate divine power, Dragon Flame. Furthermore, this avatar possessed an inherent affinity for the fire element, far surpassing Fang Yun's own comprehension of the fire-related celestial arts and pathways. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Fang Yun. The true immortals grasped the laws of the Tao. An audacious thought crossed his mind. As a being of golden spiritual roots, he uniquely resonated with the metal Tao. Yet now, through the avatar's innate talents, he could harmonize with the myriad pathways of the heavens. Fang Yun's eyes glimmered with increasing fervor, his anticipation for various esteemed bloodlines intensifying. The dragon bloodline, far superior to that of the Fire Jiao, was an absolute necessity. Narrowing his gaze, Fang Yun sensed that a single Fire Jiao avatar might not suffice. Thus, he conjured 2 more, swiftly forming a trio of Fire Jiao siblings. one elder brother with two younger sisters. With the elder brother at the helm, the trio embarked on their journey toward the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. Chapter 35. The Qilong Divine Beast, Little White before the gate of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. A lengthy queue had formed. Numerous cultivators, upon hearing the news, flocked here in hopes of a stroke of luck. Most of these practitioners were not of the human race, each adorned in an array of peculiar attire and exhibiting various racial features, leaving Fang Yun utterly bewildered. The sight even ignited a fleeting urge within him to rob them of their essence. "Friend, are you here to participate in the selection and serve Lord Qilong?" A slender youth approached Fang Yun, initiating a conversation. As Fang Yun turned to regard him, he noticed that while the youth spoke, his eyes leered hungrily at Fang Yun's two companions, and he occasionally flicked out a long, forked tongue. A Serpent Clan cultivator? Fang Yun felt a surge of disdain and simply uttered, "Scram." The young man was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression twisted with anger. "What did you say? Are you daring to tell the Fei Yi clan to scram?" Just as his voice rose, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, brimming with joy, flew over from the front of the line. "Which one of you is from the Fei Yi clan?" The disciple surveyed the crowd. "It's me," the slender youth proclaimed proudly, casting a scornful glance at Fang Yun. Immediately thereafter, he was taken away by the disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Moments later, a 100-foot-long patterned python was unceremoniously tossed out, its body withered as if drained of all vitality, utterly lifeless. Fang Yun sensed its aura and recognized it as none other than the self-proclaimed Fei Yi from earlier. In the next instant, a figure soared from within the sect, radiating a brilliant, mystical light and exuding an overwhelming pressure. Mid-stage true immortal. Fang Yun was taken aback. Then, the celestial being called out, "All friends here for the selection heed my words. This time, we only recruit those of true dragon bloodlines or other formidable bloodlines of equal strength. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly or falsely claim their lineage, they shall meet a grim fate." As the celestial being spoke, their celestial power surged, intensifying the pressure. Many cultivators who had come to test their luck were struck with fear, their faces paling at the prospect. Testing one's luck was acceptable, but risking one's life was not. Several individuals gritted their teeth, weighing their options, and ultimately chose to depart. Soon, a significant portion of the crowd had retreated, leaving fewer than 20 behind. At this juncture, the disciple who had earlier called away the Fei Yi cultivator emerged once more. Addressing the remaining 20 or so, he inquired with a smile, "Are you certain your bloodlines are robust enough?" His question immediately sowed uncertainty among the remaining individuals. "If your bloodline is not sufficiently powerful, you may indeed face death," the disciple reiterated. In the next heartbeat, 7 or 8 more from the 23 fled. "Oh, it seems you are quite confident," the disciple remarked, glancing at Fang Yun and the others before gesturing with a smile. "Come along with me." Fang Yun stepped forward, followed closely by the two fiery sisters. The moment they crossed the mountain gate, he felt as though the very heavens and earth were shifting. When his vision cleared, he found himself before an expansive immortal sect. Countless celestial palaces adorned the immortal mountains, swirling clouds danced about, and ethereal lights shimmered, with purplish mist rising and coiling, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Among these majestic peaks, one particularly grand immortal mountain caught Fang Yun's attention, compelling him to gaze upon it longer. The mountain was adorned with an abundance of celestial swords, their vibrant and resplendent light intoxicating to behold. Fang Yun was taken aback, for within his perception, each sword was on par with his own golden feather sword. A rough estimate revealed there to be at least tens of thousands. Astonishing. Fang Yun gazed at them with fervent desire, wishing he could seize them all, distributing one to each of his avatars. However, for the moment, such thoughts remained, just that he clenched his fist and then relaxed it. "Very well, my swords shall remain here for now. Once I grow stronger, I shall return to reclaim them." His longing was palpable, and the excitement of the other 10 or so individuals present was even more pronounced, as if they had already joined the Celestial Sword Sect. With a proud demeanor, a disciple led the group swiftly to a celestial palace atop the mountain. "Sister, we have another wave of visitors. Come in and see if you can satisfy the little white one." The melodious voice rang like the tinkling of wind chimes. Subsequently, Fang Yun and the others entered the grand hall. Inside, a petite and exquisitely delicate fairy, dressed in a luxurious celestial gown, was cradling a fluffy white creature in her arms. The fairy appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, her diminutive form and bright, sparkling eyes reminiscent of the stars. Initially, Fang Yun paid little heed to her, but as the system prompted his awareness of realms, he regarded the fairy with newfound respect. She was at the early stage of true immortal. Good heavens! Fang Yun was astounded, for his intuition suggested that this girl was indeed quite young. Not merely appearing youthful, the disparity among individuals was evident. Fang Yun found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. If the girl was extraordinary, he was even more so. As if sensing their presence, the creature in the fairy's embrace lazily lifted its head, fixing its gaze upon them. In an instant, Fang Yun felt an invisible pressure weighing upon him. Not the kind emitted by a true immortal, but rather an intangible suppression rooted in bloodline. That sensation stirred within Fang Yun, in his current state as a fire dragon, an impulse to submit to the little white creature. Moreover, according to the system's notification, the recently born little white one possessed the formidable strength of a 5-layered virtual immortal. Truly a divine dragon beast. Fang Yun was elated. He must acquire its precious blood. Come forward and give it a try. The delicate fairy casually pointed to a nearby cultivator. The cultivator, upon hearing this, promptly stepped forward. Lady Fairy, what should I do? Just as he finished speaking, the little white creature in the fairy's arms let out a soft aha, opening its small dragon mouth and drawing in a breath towards the cultivator. Instantly, the 5-layered virtual immortal's face turned crimson as a large mass of essence blood emerged from within him. The essence blood rapidly condensed in the air, shrinking into a minuscule droplet. The little white one seemed unsatisfied and increased its suction. This caused the cultivator to transform, revealing his true form as a dragon tortoise. Yet, the essence blood continued to pour forth, and the dragon tortoise, sensing the threat of death, began to struggle violently. Please spare me, my lord. I withdraw. The dragon turtle cultivator cried out in panic. The young maiden extended a delicate jade finger, sealing the dragon's mouth of the little white creature. Instantly, the formidable suction ceased, and the dragon turtle cultivator managed to narrowly preserve its life. Little White swallowed a drop of blood, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The power of the bloodline was insufficient, could not serve Little White. You may withdraw, the maiden spoke, then turned her gaze toward the others. This time, she did not directly designate anyone but instead inquired, who will be next? Having just witnessed the terror of Little White, the crowd felt a wave of trepidation, their hearts pounding as they hesitated. I shall go. Fang Yun stepped forward. Chapter 36. The Avatar strikes again. Having witnessed the terrifying presence of the little white creature, the maiden fairy could not help but cast an additional glance at Fang Yun. As Fang Yun approached, his 2 younger sisters followed suit. The maiden fairy, surprised at first, quickly comprehended the situation. The trio before her exuded a similar aura, reminiscent of siblings. Are you 3 siblings? Of the dragon bloodline? Indeed, Fang Yun replied. A glimmer of delight flickered in the maiden's eyes. 3 cultivators of the dragon lineage, and siblings at that, were indeed a rare find in this realm. Meanwhile, the little white creature in the maiden's arms was already drooling in anticipation, having been released from her grasp. With an eager ahoo, it could no longer contain itself. Instantly, Fang Yun felt a dreadful force swirling within him, stirring his very blood, and his body instinctively resisted. The other 2 fiery dragon avatars experienced a similar sensation. Perhaps due to the closeness of their bloodlines, although the little white creature was stronger, it found it challenging to draw the essence from Fang Yun and his sisters at that moment. Growing impatient, the little one drooled even more, letting out another ahoo. Seeing this, the maiden fairy's anticipation intensified as she spoke. Do not resist too much. The sect will provide compensation afterward, allowing you to recover swiftly. Upon hearing her words, though Fang Yun was unaware of the reason behind the little dragon's blood-sucking, he glanced at the creature and thought, let it draw the essence from my avatar for now. I shall take yours later. With this thought, he exchanged a glance with his sisters, and together, they ceased their struggles. In an instant, 3 crimson essences shot forth from their bodies, and the little white creature was filled with joy. It seemed the quantity was sufficient this time, as it eagerly consumed the essence. Ahoo! It emitted a sound of satisfaction. Suddenly, it darted forward, leaping into the embrace of Fang Yun's second sister. This unexpected action left the maiden fairy momentarily stunned. Little White, what are you doing? Come back! Yet, the little one appeared oblivious to her call, nuzzling its small dragon head against the round bosom of Fire Yuan, its eyes squinting in either pleasure or drowsiness, ignoring the maiden fairy entirely. The maiden glanced at the well-endowed dragoness, then down at her own modestly curved form. In the next moment, she clenched her delicate fists in indignation, her nose crinkling in annoyance. You little lecherous dragon. Humph! Turning her attention to Fang Yun and his sisters, she inquired, What are your names? Fire Fang, Fire Yuan, Fire Ling, they replied in unison. The maiden nodded, then stated, You 3 are qualified. Shortly, I will have someone assist you with your admission to the sect. Upon hearing this, the trio's faces lit up with surprise, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The maiden cast a glance at the little white creature nestled in Fire Yuan's arms and remarked, Since Little White has taken a liking to you, Sister Yuan, you may temporarily reside in my celestial palace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Silver Moon City, Fang Yun was basking in the sunlight, yet his expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. He dispatched 3 avatars to steal the bloodline of the Chi Dragon, but not only did they fail, they also suffered significant losses. Not only did they fail to procure the precious blood essence, but they also expended a considerable amount of their own blood essence in the process. In recent days, Huiyuan has been drawing closer to the charming little fairy and has uncovered a wealth of insider information. It turns out that the Chi Dragon egg harbors issues. The Chi Dragon divine beast, Xiaobai, is inherently flawed. Although it possesses the innate level of a celestial being, it is incapable of transforming into human form. As such, it requires substantial amounts of divine beast blood essence to compensate for its deficiencies. At present, Fang Yun's 3 fire avatars, under the guise of inner disciples of the Tianjian sect, have become a veritable reservoir of blood essence for Xiaobai. Moreover, due to's relentless scrutiny, the 3 avatars dispatched by Fang Yun have not been afforded even a moment's opportunity to act against Xiaobai. This unforeseen outcome has left Fang Yun feeling quite discontented. However, he mused that, despite her vigilance, would eventually have to depart. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded his 3 avatars to remain in hiding and await a chance. Having penetrated the inner circle with great effort, he was unwilling to retreat without securing the Chi Dragon bloodline. Nevertheless, the sacrifices made by the 3 fire avatars were not entirely without recompense. As inner disciples, they had also received considerable compensation for their substantial expenditure of blood essence from the Tianjian sect, including restorative elixirs. However, another form of compensation that Fang Yun found particularly beneficial was the contribution points earned by the trio. For each offering of blood essence, they received a corresponding amount of contribution points. These points are invaluable within the sect, allowing for the exchange of numerous treasures, such as celestial crystals, celestial techniques, medicinal pills, and even opportunities to receive teachings from true celestial beings. Through the contributions amassed over the past 3 days, the trio successfully exchanged for a high-tier celestial technique, the virtual celestial portion of the Gengjin Sword Dao method, which perfectly aligns with Fang Yun's golden spiritual root and has greatly benefited him. This achievement has sparked a new idea within Fang Yun. Despite having numerous avatars engaged primarily in mining and cultivation, yielding swift financial gain and rapid advancement, he realized that he had not fully harnessed their potential. Particularly, high-level celestial techniques capable of directly elevating one to the level of a golden celestial are rare treasures, typically inaccessible through mere celestial crystals. To attain such techniques, he must approach the celestial sect. Currently, his celestial technique, the Shenyu Kaiqiao Ju, is a commonly circulated low-tier technique in the celestial realm, suitable only for solidifying foundations and cultivating to the early stages of true celestial beings. It appears he must procure additional avatars to enroll in celestial sections. As he pondered this, his thoughts drifted to the avatar who had eloped with Olivia. He couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. That woman, Olivia, had indeed made his avatar follow her as a loyal bodyguard, resulting in the avatar's entry into the Yunfan Xian sect merely as a family attendant of Olivia, devoid of any disciple status, which severely restricted its activities and incited jealousy and speculation among the male disciples of Yunfan Xian sect. It is said that Fang Yun is not merely Olivia's attendant, but rather her paramour. Behind this, naturally, Zhao Yan and others are clandestinely orchestrating events. However, in other respects, Olivia has indeed been quite generous towards her doppelganger, providing him with abundant resources, signaling her earnest intent to cultivate him. Ultimately, all those resources have found their way into Fang Yun's possession. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yun summoned a blood avatar from his residence, Fang Yu No. 1. This avatar, clutching the previously acquired Tengyun order, embarked on a journey to the Yunfan immortal sect. Isolating oneself from the world is not a viable path. Fang Yun seeks to amalgamate the strengths of various schools of thought, vigorously reaping the benefits of the sect's immortal techniques and resources. For prudence's sake, he would never allow his avatar to traverse directly in and out of his luxurious abode. With a light chuckle, Fang Yun arranged his affairs and turned his focus inward to his immortal apertures. Over the past 3 days, his cultivation has once again surged dramatically. Of the 12 immortal apertures at the 3rd layer of the virtual immortal realm, 3 more have been activated, bringing the total to 5, alongside the 2 previously opened. It is estimated that in another 7 days, he shall be poised to challenge the 4th layer of the virtual immortal realm. Chapter 37. 10,000 Clones. Shortly after the Blood Fiend clone stealthily departed, Fang Yu No. 1 activated the privileges of his Black Diamond VIP card. Su Qian, come here at once. In no time, Su Qian arrived at Fang Yu No. 1's residence, bearing gifts and a sycophantic demeanor, without even inquiring about the reason for his summons. The purpose of calling him was, of course, to exchange for celestial crystals. With Fang Yun advancing to the 3rd tier of the virtual immortal realm, the efficiency of his clones in mining had doubled, achieving an astounding rate. Each clone could mine 2,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals per day. Thus, in just 4 days, the 2,000 clones amassed a staggering total of 16 million mid-grade celestial essence crystals, equivalent to a value of 160 million low-grade celestial crystals. Within the estate, upon witnessing this substantial sum, Su Qian was utterly exhilarated. This, my lord, what are you still dawdling for? Exchange for the celestial crystals, Fang Yu No. 1 replied with an air of indifference. No, I can't. Su Qian stammered, his body trembling slightly. How much commission could he earn from such a vast transaction of celestial crystals? His mind raced with thoughts. After a brief explanation, Fang Yu No. 1 realized that the amount of celestial crystals exceeded Su Qian's operational capacity. Consequently, Su Qian promptly summoned Mo Qingzhu, the 3rd-level master of the Wanbao Celestial Association, bringing along the substantial sum of celestial crystals. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and Su Qian felt as though he were floating with joy. Having accumulated such an impressive quantity of celestial crystals for the first time, Fang Yun took a moment to admire the wealth. Merely 20,000 low-grade celestial crystals for 1 clone. A trivial matter, he scoffed, then issued a command to the system. Ding! Based on the host's celestial crystal count, you may exchange for 6,000 clones, consuming 120 million low-grade celestial crystals. Exchange completed. As the notification echoed, the system's nebulous space was suddenly populated by 6,000 dark figures, densely packed as if forming a military formation, awaiting the commands of their general, Fang Yun. At this moment, the total number of Fang Yun's clones reached an astonishing and terrifying figure. 10,000. Ecstatic. Ha. Fang Yun leaped to his feet within the estate. Feeling as though he were soaring, his spirit lifted. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, panting heavily. Then, an idea struck him and he inquired of the system, do I not have more celestial crystals? Why hasn't the 5th stage been activated? Ding! The 5th stage of the clone function is exceedingly powerful and requires the host's realm to reach true immortal before it can be activated. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Yun's eyes, igniting his anticipation. True immortal, merely that. He mused it would not be long now. The formidable quantity of 10,000 clones was sufficient for him to utilize for the time being. Thus, Fang Yun began to assign tasks. 5,000 clones for cultivation and 5,000 clones to continue mining. With the addition of 3,000 avatars dedicated to both cultivation and mining, a noticeable transformation occurred on both sides. Fang Yun's rate of advancement in cultivation reached an unprecedented level, with 5,000 avatars functioning at a remarkable 2,500-fold speed. In a single day, he could unlock nearly 3 celestial apertures. 3 days swiftly passed. As Fang Yun contemplated the 12 celestial apertures within his third layer of the virtual immortal realm, a confident smile graced his lips. Breakthrough to the fourth layer of the virtual immortal realm, he proclaimed. With a gentle command, all 5,000 avatars exerted their efforts simultaneously. To his surprise, he found that he could not achieve this breakthrough immediately. Previously, his 2 prior advancements had been seamless, devoid of any obstacles. Yet this time, encountering resistance while striving for the fourth layer indicated a certain level of challenge. Unperturbed, Fang Yun continued to reflect deeply. Moments later, he discovered that the 36 celestial apertures within him had coalesced into a luminous starry expanse, rapidly intertwining with his lower dantian, seemingly transforming it into a celestial domain. What is happening? Fang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. According to the descriptions of celestial arts, the virtual immortal realm should only require the opening of celestial apertures without forming a cave heaven. It was only upon reaching the true immortal realm and grasping a thread of the Tao that one could manifest a corresponding cave heaven. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yun was taken aback to find that his cave heaven was showing signs of premature formation. Could it be that the collective force of 5,000 avatars was simply too overwhelming, propelling him forward in one fell swoop? Baffled, he resolved to continue exerting his strength. Another day elapsed. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from his being, illuminating his lower dantian, which transformed into a dazzling ocean of gold, reverberating with the sound of thunderous waves. Continue. Fang Yun's eyes shimmered with golden brilliance as he urged his avatars to immerse themselves in fervent cultivation. Half a day later, a thunderous transformation occurred. The golden light converged, swiftly forming a cave heaven. Simultaneously, Fang Yun's power surged dramatically as he ascended to the fourth layer of the virtual immortal realm. Fang Yun found himself perplexed. Having relied solely on his own cultivation, he was essentially self-taught in the wild. This situation left him bewildered. If only he had a true immortal or golden immortal mentor, he might have discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. Alas, he had none. Fortunately, after a thorough contemplation, Fang Yun felt no discomfort. Rather, he was invigorated with newfound strength. His power had tripled, and the defensive capabilities of his indestructible golden body had significantly enhanced. Particularly, his lower dantian had transformed into a cave heaven, resembling a miniature ethereal world, awaiting his exploration and development. Casually, he cast a celestial art and immediately noticed a difference from before. His celestial energy, passing through the cave heaven, became more refined and potent, its might sharper and more formidable. Indeed, this was remarkable. I wonder if any unparalleled genius of the celestial realm could rival my prowess. Fang Yun clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. However, as further experiments ensued, he soon discovered a disheartening reality. His cultivation speed had diminished to half of what it once was. Was this a standard occurrence upon entering the mid-stage of the void immortal realm, or was it due to the peculiarities of the cave heavens? Fang Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. At this moment, he increasingly realized the significance of having a mentor. The following day, the message arrived. Master, I have arrived at the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Several true immortals are vying to take me as their disciple. Under whose tutelage should I place myself? Please guide my decision. The Blood Slaughter avatar conveyed this news, and Fang Yun promptly assimilated his memories, allowing his consciousness to inhabit the past. That morning, the Blood Slaughter avatar, holding the cloud-soaring token, reached the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Initially, the attending steward regarded the Blood Slaughter with a hint of disdain. However, as the assessment of his cultivation, lineage, and aptitude progressed, The steward's demeanor swiftly transformed, leading him to rush excitedly into the depths of the sect. Soon, a true immortal Taoist approached, followed closely by a second, a third, and a fourth. Indeed, they were void immortals and what more of the blood slaughter lineage. A gray-robed Taoist confirmed the blood slaughter's credentials, his eyes alight with profound astonishment. My good disciple, come under my wing, and I shall impart to you the supreme methods. How shameless! This is clearly my disciple. Chapter 38. The Avatar's apprenticeship. As Fang Yun observed the four celestial beings before him, their spittle flying amidst their heated exchange, he instinctively took a step back. The dispute persisted for a considerable duration, akin to the time it takes to brew tea, with none willing to concede. At that moment, a Taoist clad in purple cleared his throat and suggested, "Perhaps we should consider my disciple's opinion?" "How dare you call yourself his master?" retorted the Taoist in gray, seething with anger. Just as the argument threatened to escalate once more, the attendant disciple accompanying Fang Yun swiftly intervened, stating, "Uncles, please refrain from arguing. If more individuals arrive, the situation will only become more complicated." Upon hearing this, the four immediately fell silent and turned their gazes towards Fang Yun in unison, imploring, "Disciple, whom do you wish to choose?" Fang Yun found himself in a quandary. No wonder the blood fiend Avatar sought his counsel moments ago. He scrutinized the four celestial beings, all of whom were at the mid-stage of their celestial cultivation. How about this? Why not have a duel? Whoever emerges victorious shall become my master, he proposed. The four were momentarily taken aback, and then exchanged glances filled with astonishment at the audacity of the young man. "Very well, let us engage in a friendly contest," declared the irascible Taoist in gray, eager to accept the challenge. Who fears whom? In an instant, the four ascended into the sky, and indeed, they commenced their battle. The void trembled, and myriad colors of celestial light erupted, transforming the air into a vast ocean of mystical brilliance. Fang Yun, his eyes shining with celestial radiance, found it difficult to discern the chaotic melee before him. What was happening? An ambush? Such commotion soon attracted the attention of more individuals within the Yunfan celestial sect. As a booming voice descended, the tumult swiftly subsided. It turned out to be merely the elders engaged in a sparring match. Thus, there was no cause for alarm. Fang Yun waited in silence, unawares that dozens of divine senses had swept over him. Ah! No wonder these four beings have begun to clash. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the sect. Though Fang Yun's realm was too lowly to perceive the divine senses of the celestial beings, the system provided him with pertinent notifications. He felt a surge of anxiety but was relieved that no one detected his peculiarity. An hour later, the gray-robed elder descended from the clouds, laughing heartily. "Aha! My good disciple, I shall declare you my disciple from now on." As the sound reached Fang Yun's ears, his vision blurred, and he found himself grasped by a large hand and taken into a magnificent celestial mountain. "Disciple Blood Cloud, I pay my respects to my master," Fang Yun greeted upon entering the grand hall. "Ha! Splendid. You may call me Master Fuguang." The gray-robed elder chuckled, stroking his beard. "You guessed correctly. I have comprehended the principles of light." "Quite impressive." The elder beamed with pride. Fang Yun, momentarily taken aback, replied, "I did not guess, master. Your prowess is commendable." Fang Yun praised. "Ha! Master Fuguang laughed even more joyfully. Subsequently, he inquired about Fang Yun's past and expressed surprise upon learning that Fang Yun had always been a solitary cultivator. A solitary cultivator has achieved the realm of Dongtian Shushin? It is rare indeed, even with the substantial support of the celestial sect. With each new arrival, one is invariably a paragon of contemporary excellence. However, any lingering doubts were swiftly dispelled by the esteemed Master Fuguang. For every individual entering the Yunfan immortal sect is subjected to the scrutiny of the Fan Tian mirror within the sect. Should any discrepancies arise, the mirror would emit a warning. The absence of such an alert signified either that the individual posed no threat or possessed the remarkable ability to elude the mirror's detection. Given that this disciple was merely at the fourth tier of the virtual immortal realm, it was likely the former. With this thought in mind, Master Fuguang soon felt at ease. "Master, what is a cave heaven virtual immortal?" Fang Yun inquired. Master Fuguei regarded Fang Yun with a smile, explaining, "A cave heaven virtual immortal is a practitioner capable of transforming their immortal apertures into cave heavens while still within the virtual immortal realm. Such individuals often possess an exceptionally profound foundation. Not only do they cultivate at a pace that far exceeds that of ordinary mortals, but upon reaching true immortal status, they also bypass the arduous process of establishing their own cave heaven, starting at a significantly elevated point compared to typical true immortals. Cave heaven virtual immortals are further classified into 3 tiers. First cave heaven virtual immortal, second cave heaven virtual immortal, and third cave heaven virtual immortal. The greater the number of cave heavens condensed within the virtual immortal realm, the more formidable the practitioner's immortal foundation becomes." As he spoke, Master Fuguei stroked his beard with pride, adding, "I am a first cave heaven virtual immortal." However, he omitted the fact that he had only achieved 1 cave heaven after reaching the 9th tier of the virtual immortal realm, which could not be compared to Fang Yun's accomplishment of establishing a cave heaven at the 4th tier. This was also the reason Fang Yun attracted so much attention. In Silver Moon City, once Fang Yun deemed everything in order, he withdrew his consciousness from his avatar and, for safety's sake, erased the memories regarding his true self from the avatar. The memories were only erased in his mind. The avatar's essence would not forget its true self. The behavioral guidelines of the avatar were akin to Fang Yun's. Hence, there was no necessity for constant control. Fang Yun was acutely aware that his rapid advancement in cultivation, while the avatar could obscure his true level, would eventually draw significant attention. This meant that the avatar might not remain within the sect for long. Therefore, Fang Yun instructed Blood Cloud to gather intelligence, procure resources, and acquire immortal techniques. If the avatar were to perish, he could simply create another of a different race. He reasoned that, no matter how astute the sect members were, it would be exceedingly challenging to link a blood fiend race to another human. At this moment, within a grand hall on a celestial mountain of the Yunfan immortal sect, a brother named Xiao was confronted by Zhao Yan. "Brother Xiao, Miss Li Wei has gone too far. Not only did she drive away our envoy, but..." Zhao Yan paused abruptly. "But what? Speak quickly," Xiao Wuji urged, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, brother," Zhao Yan replied promptly. "There are reports within the sect that Miss Li Wei and her companion were seen in an intimate and inseparable manner." In an instant, Xiao Wuji's expression darkened ominously. "Are you certain of what you say? I have not witnessed it myself, but the news has been circulating privately among the disciples within the sect. It seems unlikely to be unfounded. Some even whispered that Miss Li Wei and her attendant Fang Yun had become intimately involved, which is why they repeatedly disregarded you, senior brother," Zhao Yan remarked. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the jade fan in Xiao Wuji's hand shattered. An invisible aura of menace surged through the hall, wreaking havoc. Yet, in an instant the tension dissipated, restoring tranquility to the chamber. "You may leave," Xiao Wuji said with a faint smile. "Yes," Zhao Yan replied, bowing as he turned to depart. At that moment, Zhao Yan appeared composed, but his heart was brimming with joy. Senior brother Xiao smiled. "Alawei and Fang Yun are doomed. I, Zhao Yan, am not one to be trifled with." Once outside the hall, his small eyes involuntarily narrowed into slits. Inside, Xiao Wuji gazed outside and commanded coldly, "Investigate whether Zhao Yan's words hold any truth." "Yes, young master," came the reply, though no figure was in sight. Just an hour later, a gentle breeze swept through the hall. "Young master, we have discovered that there are indeed such rumors circulating among the disciples inside." Xiao Wuji sneered, his expression dark as if it could drip with water. "How audacious! Young master, there is no need for such distress. With us in service, are you not satisfied?" "It is not the same," Xiao Wuji replied. A scoff echoed in response, but he paid it no mind. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Zhao Yan once more. After a discussion between the two, insidious laughter gradually filled the hall. Chapter 39. The Swamp of the Poisonous Dragon, where the concealed dagger reveals itself. The following day, Olivia received a task from her sect. Though somewhat distant, the difficulty was moderate. Everything seemed reasonable, and thus Olivia paid little mind, embarking on the journey with Fang Yun. "Brother Xiao, look. Olivia even brings that servant along for her task." Zhao Yan squinted his eyes and remarked, "Fang Yun, Our sex mission is to collect 10 demon cores from the 3-patterned poison pythons in the poisonous dragon swamp. Those pythons are likely at the 2nd to 3rd level of the Void Immortal realm. I shouldn't have brought you, but I feared someone might cause you trouble. So, rest assured, just stay hidden at a distance while I effortlessly deal with those pythons. Olivia explained, glancing at Fang Yun aboard the flying vessel. At this moment, Fang Yun, in his avatar form, sat cross-legged at the edge of the vessel, cultivating. Upon hearing her voice, he opened his eyes, glanced at Olivia, and replied with a simple, "Oh, understood." This brief response left Olivia feeling somewhat vexed. She clenched her silver teeth in frustration. What a dull fellow. Humph, here I am, a considerate master, and you respond with merely an "oh"? As time passed, Olivia had developed a general understanding of Fang Yun. He was indeed, as he had claimed, solely devoted to the path of cultivation, indifferent to women. He spent his days either cultivating or contemplating, truly a fanatic of the craft. Unless she specifically called upon him, he would wholly disregard her presence. After Fang Yun spoke, he closed his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. This action further exasperated Olivia, for the stunning beauty that she was had been completely overlooked by Fang Yun. A male. Fang Yun, how many celestial apertures have you opened? Why do you persist in concealing your aura? Olivia huffed coldly. At her words, Fang Yun, displeased, opened his eyes. Please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary. Thank you. You. Olivia was taken aback. Fang Yun, how dare you speak to me like that as my attendant? I am not your attendant. I merely agreed to stay by your side for a century, to ensure your safety. That is all, Fang Yun replied, his expression calm as if merely stating a fact. Ah! Olivia clenched her delicate fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, when she recalled that Fang Yun was a legendary ascendant with immense potential, she inhaled deeply several times, forcibly suppressing her anger. Very well. Even if you are not my attendant, I have provided you with cultivation resources. It would not be unreasonable for you to share your progress with me, would it? Upon hearing this, Fang Yun pondered for a moment before dispersing his concealment. The next moment, Olivia's delicate mouth dropped open in astonishment. 2nd level of the Void Immortal realm. Olivia rubbed her eyes and repeatedly probed with her consciousness, soon confirming the truth. It was indeed the 2nd level of the Void Immortal realm. In that instant, she was utterly stunned. How long had it been? Merely 2 months. And he had broken through a level? Olivia was awestruck, her heart soaring with exhilaration. A truly prodigious ascendant. Absolutely.
Olivier Loguet Joyfully.
Reminiscent of a little girl discovering sweet confections. Yet, in the blink of an eye under Fang Yun's gaze, she swiftly covered her mouth. Fang Yun's expression bore a hint of disdain. Women, indeed. He then closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. This time, Olivier refrained from interrupting Fang Yun, instead standing beside him with a myriad of emotions flickering across her face. Occasionally stifling a giggle, at other times casting a glance at him, secretly reveling in her astuteness and feeling quite proud of herself. Before long, they arrived at the poison dragon swamp. Olivier roused Fang Yun. The miasma within the swamp was toxic, impervious to ordinary celestial defenses. This is an antidote pill, you should take it as well, she said, tossing a pill to Fang Yun and consuming one herself. Subsequently, the two ventured into the swampy forest, quietly delving deeper, entirely oblivious to the pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, watching with ill intent. How are preparations coming along? Xiao Wuji inquired of the maid beside him. Rest assured, young master, a prohibitive spiritual formation has been established within a radius of several hundred miles, ensuring that no news can escape. The maid replied, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Zhao Yan chuckled, Brother Xiao, with the aid of that antidote pill, you shall surely achieve your desires this time. Within a thicket of the swamp, Olivier displayed her prowess, battling several 3-patterned venomous serpents. These serpent demons possessed massive serpentine bodies below but humanoid forms above, covered in scales and adorned with tricolored patterns, their faces fierce with sharp fangs. Amidst the fierce clash, streams of green venom spewed from the serpent demons' mouths, all evaded by Olivier with grace. "D," she cried, her waist ribbon repelling two of the demons as her celestial sword danced like a butterfly, swiftly severing the other two with radiant flashes of light. In an instant, those two were cleaved in half, and soon, the remaining two demons also met their demise. Olivier retrieved the demon cores and soared towards Fang Yun, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Suddenly, her body shuddered, and she plummeted from the air. What is happening? Olivier struggled to regain her balance, feeling an unexpected weakness and a rising heat within her. Fang Yun, observing Olivier's distress from afar, rushed forward to inquire, "What is wrong?" In that moment, Fang Yun furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar sensation within his own body. "The antidote pill is toxic," Olivier exclaimed, her countenance shifting dramatically. She hastily whispered to Fang Yun, "We must leave. Someone has plotted against us." A booming laughter reverberated through the swampy woods, followed by 7 or 8 individuals approaching leisurely. Upon seeing the young man at the forefront, Olivier's heart surged with anger and realization. "Xiao Wuji, it was you who orchestrated this sect mission," she exclaimed. "Indeed," Xiao Wuji replied with a sinister grin, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Olivier's alluring curves. Olivier quickly produced a pill and swallowed it, then offered one to Fang Yun before swiftly retrieving a jade talisman. Xiao Wuji merely watched, showing no intention of intervening. Moments later, Olivia's countenance turned pale. The communication talisman had inexplicably failed. Moreover, the elixirs she had consumed bore no effect. Instead, her body grew increasingly feeble and languid with the passage of time, accompanied by an unsettling heat and anxiety. "What ails you is not poison, but the enchantment of spring charm. The antidote is utterly futile unless—" Zhao Yan taunted with a sinister chuckle. Much of this turmoil was attributable to his schemes. Upon hearing this, Olivia's heart plummeted into despair. "Xiao Wuji, dare you lay hands on me? Are you not afraid of retribution from the immortal sect or retaliation from the Ao family?" Fully aware that escape was no longer an option, Olivia resigned herself to attempting a desperate measure. "He, junior sister Li Wei, do you not find your words rather naive at this juncture? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your ignorance," Xiao Wuji sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the doppelganger Fang Yun. "Indeed, once the die is cast, do you truly believe the Ao family would confront Brother Xiao over a matter that has become inescapable? I surmise they would, in fact, be inclined to facilitate this affair out of respect for the Golden Immortal." Zhao Yan concurred, his small eyes glinting with mischief. The doppelganger Fang Yun observed the unfolding events in silence, then spoke, "Master, Olivia and I find ourselves in a predicament." Chapter 40. The Sword's Intent and the True Fire Nucleus within the confines of Silver Moon City. Fang Yun was engaged in his tasks when he suddenly heard the call of his doppelganger echoing in his mind. Raising an eyebrow, he swiftly transferred his consciousness to the past. Though his doppelganger feared not death, he would not allow himself to be bullied so easily. Until now, it was only Alawei who had assisted him, and Fang Yun had yet to repay her kindness. Taking without giving back was not in his nature. If he could lend a hand, he would do so. However, should the situation prove insurmountable, he would not hesitate to turn away. Upon taking control, Fang Yun absorbed the memories of his doppelganger and quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, he and Alawei were stumbling in a frantic escape, with 8 pursuers trailing them leisurely, their expressions mocking, as if they were hunters toying with their prey. "Ha, where do you think you can run to?" Xiao Wuji sneered, his gaze fixated on Alawei's voluptuous form and her panicked, stumbling figure, filling him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The long-desired conquest was finally within reach, and he found himself uncharacteristically patient, relishing the thrill of inducing fear and the subsequent submission. Fang Yun glanced back at Xiao Wuji, who was at the 6th layer of the Void Immortal Realm, flanked by 2 maidservants at the 8th layer. Among the remaining 5, 3 were at the 5th layer, and 2 at the 4th. Recognizing the strength of his adversaries, Fang Yun felt a wave of calm wash over him. The challenge was considerable yet manageable. His murderous intent surged as he spotted the smug Zhao Yan, though Fang Yun had no intention of seeking his death. Deeming him unworthy, if fate brought him within reach, he would not hesitate to strike. "Alawei, you go ahead. I'll hold them off," Fang Yun asserted, channeling his celestial energy and giving her a push to propel her forward while he remained steadfast. In an instant, Alaway, racing away, felt a jolt of shock. She glanced back at Fang Yun's upright figure, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. You, a mere second-layer void immortal, think you can stop them? Alaway's figure surged forward but then hesitated, returning. No, you should leave. I'll hold them off. They are targeting me. This is my burden to bear, she declared with resolute determination. Fang Yun was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Was there truly such innocence and goodness in the celestial realm? It was nothing short of miraculous that this woman had survived until now. Foolish woman, let us flee together, he replied, grasping her hand and taking to the skies. Simultaneously, he willed forth 100 doppelgangers, deploying them thousands of meters away to avoid suspicion. As the doppelgangers materialized, they instantly assumed a dark, battle-ready form, stealthily advancing towards Xiao Wuji and his entourage. At that moment, Xiao Wuji's patience began to wane, especially after witnessing the previous scuffle between Fang Yun and Alaway, igniting a fiery rage within him. Capture them, Xiao Wuji barked. No sooner had his command been issued than a multitude of shadowy figures emerged from hundreds of meters away, rushing forth with alarming speed. 100 figures formed a formation, and without further ado, unleashed the heavenly sword of Ling Tian. The radiant golden light coalesced into a colossal sword, poised to strike. The resplendent celestial light illuminating the poison dragon swamp shimmered with a golden hue. Suddenly, a shocking transformation occurred, leaving Xiao Wuji and his companions utterly astonished. They had yet to comprehend the origins of these individuals when a colossal golden sword, spanning hundreds of feet in the air, descended upon them with relentless fury. Enemy attack. Young master, flee at once. The two maidens, possessing the highest cultivation, reacted with remarkable swiftness. They stepped forward, their hands aglow with celestial light, and in an instant, a bell-shaped celestial artifact expanded rapidly, positioning itself before the group. Boom! The immense golden sword struck the bell, causing the void to resonate with a thunderous hum. The overwhelming force surged forth, and the two maidens instantly turned pale, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. The clash between the golden sword and the celestial bell unleashed a tempest of celestial energy, ravaging the swampy forest, reducing countless trees to mere powder. Yet, the bell artifact appeared to be of exceptional quality, managing to withstand the formidable blow of the colossal sword. In the sky, Fang Sun, the master of Fang Yi, observed with a trace of surprise, swiftly followed by a cold smile gracing his dark visage. If one sword is insufficient, then let there be another. With a flourish, he summoned the power of his 99 clones. In a dazzling display, over 100 phantoms surged forth, only to converge into a singularity. In an instant, a towering light sword materialized in the air. As Fang Sun swung down, the sword, akin to a startled phoenix, plunged towards the heavens. Empowered by the essence of the metal sword, its sharpness was unparalleled. The two maidens felt a surge of dread, hastily expelling blood to infuse the celestial bell above them. In an instant, the bell radiated brilliant light. Young master, do you possess any means? Hurry and unleash it. We cannot withstand much longer, Maiden Piaoxue cried in a frenzy while urging the bell. The battle, striking unexpectedly, left Xiao Wuji momentarily stunned. At last, he regained his composure. Trembling as he spoke, you two hold firm. I have the true fire talisman bestowed by my ancestor, can extinguish true immortals. No sooner had Xiao Wuji uttered these words than the massive light sword descended once more. Boom! The celestial bell could not endure, sinking several dozen meters as the explosive celestial force bore down, causing Xiao Wuji and the others to spew blood in unison. The defending maidens, Piaoxue and Hongmei, bore the brunt of the assault, their vitality waning as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The brilliance of the bell dimmed, swaying precariously in the air before plummeting. At that moment, Xiao Wuji activated the true fire talisman in his hand. The talisman instantaneously transformed into a sea of flames, rapidly enveloping Fang Sun and his 100-strong sword formation. Fang Sun frowned, and with a mere thought, all his clones enacted the sealing technique, transforming the sword formation from offense to defense. Thousands of sword lights whirled around the 100 clones, coalescing into a massive sword shield barrier. Yet, despite this, the oncoming true fire still sent an inexplicable shiver down Fang Sun's spine. In the next instant, the myriad sword lights began to melt as if submerged in lava, rapidly dissolving. In a heartbeat, the space occupied by the 100 clones was engulfed by the sea of flames. Below, Xiao Wuji, who had previously trembled in fear, witnessed the peculiar foes ensnared by the true fire, and his courage surged once more. Not only did he regain his noble demeanor, but he also erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Beside him, the young subordinate, overwhelmed with anxiety, hurriedly flattered, "Young master, you are truly formidable. We must depart swiftly. This group of shadowy figures is exceedingly ominous." Shui, in a state of urgency, implored. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the expressions of the group suddenly froze, for they beheld that while the inferno raged on this side, over the horizon emerged more than 20 shadowy figures. These specters were ablaze, and without hesitation, they charged directly towards them. At this moment, within the throng of shadows, Fang Yun was enraged. Moments ago, the true flames had scorched through his sword and shield, reducing 8 of his avatars to ashes. Fortunately, Fang Yun had reacted swiftly, withdrawing the remaining avatars into the confines of his system space. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that more than 20 of these avatars were now engulfed in flames. The fire seemed to spring forth from nowhere, as if it had taken root within their very beings, vowing to consume them entirely. This filled Fang Yun with a mix of fury and dread. He then commanded these burning avatars to spatially shift, reappearing on the opposite side. "Go!" Fang Yun commanded coldly with a wave of his hand. The 20 fire-wreathed figures, heedless of their surroundings, began to unleash their celestial energy in a frenzied blaze. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, 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 the fiery beings surged into the vicinity of Xiao Wuji and his companions, akin to human-shaped nuclear warheads, detonating explosively. Chapter 41. The misfortune of the doppelganger. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air, and in an instant, the marshy woodland was ravaged by explosions. When the smoke finally cleared, the place where Xiao Wuji and his companions had stood had transformed into a vast chasm. They're still alive. The remaining shadow of Fang Yun in the sky detected that there were still traces of life within the pit. Upon closer inspection, he beheld Xiao Wuji in a woeful state, sprawled awkwardly at the bottom of the pit, blood gushing from his mouth, his face etched with profound terror, yet his garments radiated an ethereal glow, and the jade pendant at his waist shimmered with mysterious light. Remarkably, it had managed to preserve his life. As for the others, they were utterly obliterated. Truly, those with powerful patrons possess an abundance of treasures. This life is more resilient than that of a cockroach. Fang Yun couldn't help but marvel. It was said that the flame cloud golden immortal was this fellow's ancestor. He pondered whether slaying him would attract the attention of the golden immortal. Fang Yun contemplated, deciding it best not to take any risks. In the next moment, a sudden idea struck him. A malevolent smirk began to curl at the corners of his mouth. Soon after, the doppelganger of the demonic enchantress appeared, gracefully striding toward the desolate Xiao Wuji. Moments later, the gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Xiao Wuji stood up with a frenzied expression. He then lunged toward the several 3-pattern venomous pythons that Fang Yun had sent him. These pythons, with human torsos and serpentine tails, covered in scales and bearing sharp fangs, were equally deranged at that moment. It cannot be said that one pounced upon the other. Rather, it was a mutual rush. In an instant, the chasm was filled with a cacophony of chaos, a sight almost too ghastly to behold. Wishing you happiness. Fang Yun stole a few glances, unable to watch any longer. Just as he was about to withdraw, suddenly the voice of his doppelganger echoed in his mind. "Master, I have encountered trouble here. It is best if you come handle it." Fang Yun frowned. Weren't those two supposed to have fled far away? How could they have found themselves in trouble again? He quickly focused his consciousness. As he took control of his body, Fang Yun was immediately assaulted by a fragrant warmth, unreasonably tugging at his clothing. Moreover, due to the state of his body, he suddenly felt an unbearable heat enveloping him. In an instant, Fang Yun comprehended what his doppelganger meant by encountering trouble. Oh no, the doppelganger has misled me. An hour later, the small grove was left in disarray, with numerous tattered pieces of clothing strewn across the ground. You, Fang Yun, you scoundrel, taking advantage of others in their moment of vulnerability. Olivier, with tear-streaked eyes, held her sword to the throat of the doppelganger Fang Yun. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the sword tip a mere fraction away from the throat. The usually cold and composed expression of the doppelganger Fang Yun exhibited a rare flicker of disturbance. My true self, you cannot just leave like this. The doppelganger Fang Yun frowned and then spoke. First, put on some clothes. Ah! Olivier shrieked, finally realizing the situation. Moments later, both were appropriately attired. The doppelganger Fang Yun remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. This only fueled Olivia's anger. Just as she was about to erupt, her doppelganger, Fang Yun, spoke. You are aware of the circumstances. It was unintentional and beyond my control. Please, forget it. With his mind solely focused on the Tao, he harbored no ill thoughts. In an instant, Olivia was enraged. What does this mean? Is he brushing it off without acknowledgement? If such words were to be uttered, they should come from me. Ah! I will slay you. Tears streamed down Olivia's face like scattered pearls, and gritting her teeth, she drew her sword once more. Fang Yun merely gazed at her, his expression unperturbed as he said, If you wish to vent your frustrations, you may do so. At that moment, his task would be complete, allowing him to return to his true self. Suddenly, Olivia was taken aback. Her emotions shifted rapidly, a tumult of complexity. Is she truly going to kill Fang Yun? Why is he so composed? Throughout these days of interaction, Olivia had indeed been somewhat captivated by Fang Yun's demeanor. Particularly during the previous crisis, Fang Yun's selflessness had allowed her to escape. Olivia was genuinely touched. Yet, this relationship was still far from what it ought to be. In that fleeting moment, Olivia's feelings were a whirlwind. The two remained locked in a standoff, with Olivia fixating her gaze on Fang Yun. Fang Yun simply closed his eyes. Olivia's teeth gnashed in frustration, but ultimately, she sheathed her sword, summoned her flying vessel, and prepared to depart. Observing her actions, Fang Yun immediately followed suit. His mission was to fulfill the agreement made. Unless the agreement was completed or dissolved, he would not depart. Who invited you here? Olivia shouted in anger. Shall I take my leave then? Fang Yun replied. Leave? Olivia hesitated. Allowing this man to depart just like that? Wouldn't that nullify their previous arrangement? Moreover, she had sacrificed so much. Moments later, the vessel took flight. Two had arrived, and two would depart. Within the Yunfan Xian sect, the flame cloud golden immortal, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Wuji is dead. Upon sensing this news, Xiao Yenyun furrowed his brow. Xiao Wuji was his fifth-generation descendant, and due to their striking resemblance in youth, he held a deep affection for him. Yet now, he had been slain. What audacity! Xiao Yenyun's eyes narrowed. He was not overtly furious but felt a sense of provocation. With numerous descendants, the death of one Xiao Wuji was inconsequential. However, to kill Xiao Wuji was to disregard the flame cloud golden immortal. I shall see who dares to slay Xiao Wuji. The flame cloud golden immortal chuckled coldly before closing his eyes once more. He formed seals with his hands, and after a moment, opened his eyes again. With a single step, Xiao Yenyun instantly appeared in the toxic dragon swamp. There, he beheld a massive pit in the ground. The next moment, a twitch crossed Xiao Yenyun's lips. A shadow of dark fury flickered in his eyes. An invisible force surged forth, and the surrounding swampy forest fell silent, instantly reduced to ashes. As Xiao Yenyun descended, he gathered celestial light, casting it upon the barely human form of Xiao Wuji. In no time, celestial light surged from the void above Xiao Wuji's head, conjuring hazy images out of thin air. For a woman, damnable thing. Xiao Yenyun silently cursed Xiao Wuji for his foolishness. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. What on earth are these? In the blurred images before him, he distinctly witnessed a group of shadowy figures abruptly emerge, charging directly at Xiao Wuji and his companions. It was utterly bizarre. Soon, Xiao Yenyun felt another jolt of realization. Could it be the charm demons? His eyes sparkled with intensity as he continued to uncover revelations that left him astounded. However, after some calculations, Xiao Yenyun found himself at a standstill. For Xiao Wuji's belongings remained untouched by those shadowy figures. What indeed are these shadows? They bear an uncanny resemblance to the legendary race. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yenyun murmured, seemingly struck by a terrifying thought, his body involuntarily quivering. Chapter 42. Did we steal a celestial mine? Within the Yunfan immortal sect. In the residence of Olivia, a figure appeared silently. This figure hovered quietly in the air, unnoticed by those below. After observing for a while, the figure gradually vanished. Xiao Yenyun returned to the grand hall and commanded the void. Send someone to keep an eye on Olivia. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, my lord. Also, keep watch on her attendant. In Silvermoon City, at Fang Yun's estate, the mansion was now fortified with an additional protective array on the exterior, complemented by a concealed protective formation he had previously acquired at auction. Indeed, it was a double-layered defense. Fang Yun believed that nothing was more crucial than stability. If there was, it would be even greater stability. At this moment, Fang Yun was leisurely enjoying himself, surrounded by the alluring and coveted Shamo demon, who served him. If other cultivators were to behold this scene, they would undoubtedly scold Fang Yun for his complacency and waste of his immortal life, declaring, "We are ashamed to be associated with him." Yet, unbeknownst to them, even in his relaxed state, Fang Yun's cultivation was steadily advancing. It had been 5 days since he stepped into the 4th layer of the virtual immortal realm. Through the relentless efforts of his 5,000 avatars, he had successfully unlocked 6 more celestial apertures. In another 5 days, he would be poised to challenge the 5th layer of the virtual immortal realm. How astonishingly rapid! As he sensed the celestial apertures within him, Fang Yun marveled at the speed of his progress. It was akin to riding a rocket. Moreover, each increment of his cultivation was the result of diligent and earnest training. It was immensely solid. Even shortcuts like medicinal pills, which bore side effects, were unnecessary for him. This is the true essence of life in the immortal realm. Fang Yun chuckled softly. He remained in the city, not venturing anywhere, relying solely on his avatars to complete all tasks, cultivating, earning wealth, and even enjoying life, while his avatars bore the brunt of any consequences. Ahem, when boredom struck, he would inhabit one of his avatars for a leisurely stroll, ensuring both safety and experience. Surprisingly, the events surrounding Xiao Wuji had not stirred significant turmoil within the Yunfan immortal sect, which left Fang Yun slightly astonished and inwardly cautious. After reflecting on recent developments, he turned his gaze to the celestial essence crystals within the system space. Recently, due to the number of avatars reaching a bottleneck, Fang Yun's attention towards the celestial crystals had waned. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback. Upon confirming once more, he realized he had not misread the figures. There were an astonishing 90 million middle-grade celestial essence crystals. How could there be so many? Fang Yun was astounded. These middle-grade crystals, if exchanged for lower-grade ones, would be worth a staggering 9 billion. With this realization, a smile crept onto Fang Yun's face, followed by a moment of recovery, then another smile, and again a recovery. This back and forth continued several times, nearly causing him to laugh uncontrollably. After the initial surprise, curiosity filled Fang Yun's mind, and he calculated swiftly. Now a virtual immortal, his mind was as sharp as a computer, and in an instant, he grasped the reason behind this abundance. As he ascended to the 4th level of the virtual immortal realm, the substantial enhancement of his power resulted in a significant increase in mining efficiency. At the 3rd level, his avatars mined 2,000 mid-grade immortal essence crystals daily, and now, according to Fang Yun's calculations, the figure soared to an astounding 6,000. This is a straightforward mathematical problem, with 5,000 avatars mining for 4 days at the 3rd level, followed by 5 days at the 4th level. The accumulated immortal essence crystals amounted to a staggering 190 million. At this rate, it seems that the mining site will not endure for long. Fang Yun murmured, secretly troubled about the sustainability of his mining operation. His 5,000 avatars at the 4th level equated to the productivity of 300,000 ordinary miners, while the workforce at the mining site consisted of merely 50,000. Then, with a flicker of thought, Fang Yun summoned Avatar 1 once more, dispatching him to the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Association. Immortal essence crystals are, after all, not the same as immortal crystals. Until exchanged, they cannot truly be considered currency. Presently, with such a substantial accumulation of immortal essence crystals, Fang Yun felt it prudent to exchange them sooner rather than later, lest unforeseen complications arise.
Moments later.
In the VIP lounge of the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Association, Su Qian greeted Avatar 1 with obsequiousness. At this moment, Su Qian had donned a more sophisticated outfit. Though Fang Yun was not well versed in fashion, it was evident that this individual had recently prospered. My lord, thanks to your benevolence, I have now ascended to the position of senior team leader. Oh, congratulations, Avatar 1 replied coldly. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly expressed humility, his face breaking into a broad smile. My lord, what brings you here today? Su Qian inquired eagerly. To exchange for immortal crystals. Soon, when Su Qian beheld the storage bag handed over by Avatar 1, he was left utterly astonished. Previously, Fang Yun had exchanged 160 million low-grade immortal crystals, which had already sent Su Qian into a frenzy of excitement. This time, Su Qian nearly stumbled, almost toppling over. After a brief moment, Su Qian's superior, Fu Qingzhu, was alerted by the commotion. Upon his arrival, he scrutinized Avatar 1 intently, seemingly attempting to discern the origins and background of this virtual immortal. This time, Fu Qingzhu was equally taken aback, for this was a staggering sum of 1.9 billion low-grade immortal crystals. Moreover, it was in liquid form. It is worth noting that even powerful sects like the Cloud Fan Immortal Sect, despite possessing numerous mining operations, have many dependents to support. The wealth is thus dispersed through layers, and even high-ranking members of the sect might not possess such an amount in circulating immortal crystals. Only their merchant association, dedicated to commerce, could amass such a vast quantity of immortal crystals at once. At this moment, Fu Qingzhu was filled with skepticism. The individual before him had recently seized a mine. Yet that was not his concern. Even if he had indeed seized a mine, it merely spoke to this person's capabilities. After all, their association engaged in legitimate business. Casting another glance at Avatar 1, Fu Qingzhu solemnly handed over the colossal sum of 1.9 billion low-grade immortal crystals. Esteemed guest, the sheer volume of your immortal crystals may pose a security risk. It is advisable to store your possessions with us, allowing for convenient retrieval whenever desired. Our Wanbao Immortal Association boasts numerous branches across various realms within the immortal world. Furthermore, we shall offer a modest reward in the form of immortal crystals, commensurate with the duration of your deposit. However, Fang Yun outrightly declined.
What ist?
Where could one find a system space as secure as their own? Subsequently, he procured a considerable assortment of elixirs from the trading hall, encompassing a myriad of functions, ultimately spending less than 100 million immortal crystals. This left Fang Yun slightly disheartened. Yet he relished the exhilarating sensation of extravagance, feeling as if he could lavishly squander without limit. The following day, pondering over the substantial amount of immortal crystals at his disposal, which he could not yet convert into avatars, and recognizing that his cultivation did not require such an abundance, he mused, what shall I engage in? As he contemplated, he casually consumed a celestial pill akin to candy. Within mere breaths, it was entirely refined by his avatars. At that moment, Fang Yun was seeking out ventures that demanded considerable expenditure. Alchemy, artifact crafting, formations these seemed to be quite costly. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he perceived these endeavors as worthy of consideration. For the average individual, pursuing such paths might entail a significant waste of both time and immortal crystals, yet for him, it would merely consume a fraction of his time as he was deep in thought. An urgent voice echoed in his mind. Yan Chengji's. This is bad, master. The mine has collapsed. What happened? Fang Yun inquired. The vein was compromised by our brethren's excavation. Chapter 43. speculation, the Avatar's journey through the celestial realm within the mine. A cacophony of sounds reverberated, akin to an earth dragon thrashing beneath the surface, causing tremors to resonate throughout. An unexpected collapse of a mining cave triggered a cascade of landslides in the mineral veins. There was no doubt that the collapse occurred precisely in the area excavated by Fang Yun's avatars. Moments earlier, due to the frenzied pace of the mining expedition, one of the smaller teams inadvertently struck a concealed vein pillar hidden within the mineral deposits. This incident sparked a chain reaction instantaneously. It was purely accidental, and there was no time for remedial measures. The tremendous commotion swiftly drew the attention of the enforcement team. The responsible Yan Chengji rushed to the scene promptly and reported the incident to Fang Yun. Upon receiving the news, Fang Yun reacted with alacrity, immediately dispatching an avatar to each of the teams. In a flurry, 5,000 avatars were rapidly summoned back by Fang Yun. Simultaneously, within the highest cavern of the canyon opposite the mineral veins, the reclusive true immortal mine owner, Lingyun Jinxian, was roused from his meditative retreat by the overwhelming disturbance. Disrupted from his cultivation, Lingyun Jinxian was incensed. His divine consciousness swept forth, and his anger intensified as he discerned not only the collapse of the mineral veins but also a conspicuous reduction in the overall celestial energy of the mines. Lingyun Jinxian's expression turned frigid, his eyes ablaze with intensity. In a single stride, he launched himself into the collapsing mineral veins. He moved like a streak of light, deftly avoiding the tumultuous debris, and rapidly reached the epicenter of the collapse. He sought to comprehend the cause of the disaster and the reason for the evident depletion of celestial energy within the mineral veins. Amidst the chaos of rocks and soil, he caught sight of a shadowy figure. This shadow was none other than one of Fang Yun's avatars, unable to access the system's spatial realm. Lingyun Jinxian was taken aback upon discovering the concealed shadowy figure. The dark silhouette, devoid of any aura, would startle anyone who chanced upon it. In the moment of his astonishment, the shadow also became aware of his presence. With an eerie smile, it chose to take its own life. Almost simultaneously, in a dozen other mining caverns, the shadowy figures, unable to access the system's spatial realm, also resolutely ended their own existences. Lingyun Jinxian, regaining his composure, summoned forth his celestial power and seized the lifeless body of the shadowy figure. Upon inspection, his astonishment deepened. This was a creature he had never encountered before. In the next moment, the corpse of the shadow vanished. Under the suppression of Lingyun Jinxian's celestial might, it was forcefully eradicated. Lingyun Jinxian's pupils constricted. Though the shadowy figure was not strong, its peculiar qualities sent a shiver down the spine of even a true immortal. The very essence of this enigmatic being evoked thoughts of a terrifying existence. What on earth has transpired during my few months of seclusion? Lingyun Jinxian seethed with rage. Bursting forth from the mining area, he quickly spotted the panicked deputy mine owner, Huidu, rushing towards him. Huidu was frantically shouting at his subordinates. "Where is Yan Chengji? Where is that scoundrel Yan Chengji?" In an instant, Lingyun Jinxian's fury intensified. "Huidu, this is your doing." In the next moment, he unleashed a beam of celestial light, striking the corpulent body of Huidu, which was violently hurled against the distant cliff. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire mining site, rendering everyone speechless with fear. Moments later, the severely battered Huidu was brought forth. Yet the one he sought, Yan Chengji, was nowhere to be found. What unusual events have transpired recently? Dare to conceal even a single word, and I shall end your life. The true immortal Lingyun stood aloft, her voice icy. Had it not been for the fact that this individual was a descendant of her own disciple, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Under the immense pressure of the true immortal, Huidu, blood oozing from his mouth, reported the recent developments. "You discovered that sinister being earlier. Why did you not inform me?" "Uncle Master, spare me." Huidu, drenched in sweat and at a loss for words, chose to prostrate himself on the ground, burying his head in the dirt. At that moment, he had mentally cursed Yan Chengji's ancestors 100 times over. Where did it all go awry? Everything was supposed to be normal. Damn it. Humph. The true immortal Lingyun snorted coldly, causing Huidu to spew blood once more. his breath faltering as if he were on the brink of death. The captain of the law enforcement team soon faced punishment as well. Lacking Hudu's connections, he was swiftly eliminated by Ling Yun. Subsequently, the true immortal casually appointed someone else to lead the enforcement team, instructing, "This matter is of grave importance. Heighten vigilance. I shall return to the sect momentarily." With that, she vanished, taking Hudu with her. Yunfan Xian Sect. Elders meeting. The gathered individuals gazed at the peculiar shadow depicted by the true immortal Ling Yun, each one lost in contemplation. Could it be the Devourer clan? One elder ventured. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The Devourer clan is undeniably a terrifying race in the immortal realm. Wherever they tread, all sentient beings are consumed entirely. Cannot possibly be the Devourer clan. They have already been suppressed. Moreover, if it were the Devourer clan, would they steal but a mere fragment of celestial or? That would lead to a calamity of domain-level proportions. A Taoist in azure robes on the left spoke. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, senior brother speaks wisely. At this moment, a Taoist on the right interjected. Do you not sense that this resembles the legendary Taigu clan? As soon as these words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Several Taoists trembled involuntarily. After a long pause, one finally shot a glare at the Taoist who had spoken, gravely stating, "Junior brother Fuguwei, do not utter such nonsense. How could the Taigu clan be so weak? This shadow merely bears a slight resemblance. If it truly were that entity, it would be Ling Yun who lay dead." As this Taoist elaborated, the atmosphere in the hall once again became lively. "Precisely, do not speak such absurdities. You nearly startled me. Ahem, I merely meant to lighten the mood. No need to take it seriously," Fuguwei Taoist stammered. At that moment, a Taoist at the head of the table spoke. "There is no need for wild speculation. This entity does not appear particularly strong. If we could capture one, we would naturally discern its true nature. This matter shall be entrusted to junior brother Ling Yun for resolution," the Taoist remarked as he glanced towards the true immortal Ling Yun. "Indeed, senior brother." As they deliberated on capturing Fang Yun's avatars, within the confines of Silver Moon City, Fang Yun was in a rather foul mood, vociferously chastising a multitude of avatars in the system space. His voice resonated through the nebulous realm, echoing with a celestial grandeur. The 5,000 avatars appeared as obedient as dutiful sons, their expressions tinged with remorse. The loss of a few avatars was inconsequential. They would be restored the following day. However, the commotion stirred would undoubtedly prompt the Yunfan immortal sect to heighten their vigilance. This signified yet another period during which mining would be fraught with difficulty. Fang Yun felt that these avatars had been exceedingly careless. They bore little resemblance to him. How could mining lead to a collapse? Such a cacophony. Was this not a waste of his efforts to acquire wealth? After reprimanding them, Fang Yun proceeded to impart wisdom, elucidating the essence of the art of survival to his avatars. The avatars listened intently, absorbing his teachings. As he spoke, he unexpectedly received a vague insight regarding the principles of survival from the myriad of avatars. Fang Yun was taken aback. Could there truly be a path of survival? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he resumed his fervent discourse, continuing for a full hour before concluding. He then reallocated tasks. This time, he designated 10 human avatars, 10 fire dragon avatars, and 10 blood fiend avatars, instructing them to venture forth into distant realms, seek opportunities, and broaden their horizons. Each of these avatars bore distinct appearances, entirely unrelated to Fang Yun's true self. Furthermore, to safeguard them from falling into the hands of those with malicious intent and being subjected to soul-searching, Fang Yun deliberately erased their memories of himself, providing each with a fabricated memory. Should you encounter an opportunity, call upon me. If you face a crisis that can be resolved, selectively summon me. In the event of an insurmountable peril, perish without troubling me. Set forth. Fang Yun commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes. The 30 avatars responded in unison. Chapter 44. Casting a wide net, Versailles 30 avatars were dispatched to traverse the realm of immortals, allowing them to develop their fates as they saw fit. This quantity could be deemed negligible in its influence on the true self of Fang Yun. However, Should even a couple of them encounter fortuitous opportunities, they would undoubtedly relay their discoveries back to the original. In any case, there was little risk involved. Even if none were blessed with such fortune, the losses would be minimal. This was the essence of Fang Yun's strategy. These 30 avatars represented the initial wave of pioneers. If their efforts yielded favorable results, Fang Yun would consider sending forth additional avatars. He hoped each of them would soar to great heights, ultimately uplifting the original. With aspirations in mind, he arranged for another 100 avatars to embark, led by Fang Xian No. 1. Within the territories of the three great immortal sects, they were to establish a small faction to test the waters. Fang Yun made no elaborate plans, merely assigning a name, meaning piercing heaven. Indeed, it was an organization of assassins. Their primary missions were twofold: to eliminate targets for celestial crystals and to gather intelligence. Fang Xian would serve as the public leader, while Fang Yun's true self remained the mastermind behind the scenes. The myriad traits of the avatars rendered them exceptionally suited for the assassination trade. Fang Yun had long contemplated this venture. Previously, he lacked the strength to pursue it, but now the circumstances had changed. With 100 avatars, all at the 4th level of the ethereal immortal realm, and moreover of the cave heaven variety, they constituted a formidable force. Provided they did not provoke factions with true immortals, they had little to fear from numerous minor powers. Furthermore, while appearing as merely 100 individuals, they could easily masquerade as 10,000. One might ask, how powerful is that? Fang Yun allocated 10 million inferior celestial crystals to Fang Xian as startup capital and subsequently released the 100 avatars into Silver Moon City. After that, he was content to let them be. As it was not prudent to engage in mining at present, all remaining avatars were directed towards cultivation. Nearly 9,800 avatars diligently trained, achieving an astonishing rate of near 5,000 times. After 2 days, Fang Yun had fully opened all 12 celestial apertures of the 4th level of the ethereal immortal realm. Break through to the 5th level. Meanwhile, within the Fuguang Palace of the Yunfan immortal sect, the esteemed Fuguang Zhenren was imparting wisdom to a dozen or so ethereal immortal disciples. Suddenly, the youngest disciple, Blood Cloud, felt a surge of celestial energy enveloping him. In the next moment, he broke through, successfully advancing to the 5th level of the ethereal immortal realm. It was an experience of unparalleled smoothness. Fuguang Zhenren paused his discourse, turning to Blood Cloud with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Blood Cloud, you have ascended to the 5th level? Indeed, Master. Just now, while listening to your teachings, I experienced a profound revelation, feeling as though I had entered an extraordinary state of understanding. The celestial energy within the cave heaven surged vividly, and thus I broke through, Blood Cloud respectfully replied. These words were a carefully crafted explanation that Fang Yun had devised to account for the rapid pace of his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fuguang Zhenren's eyes brightened with astonishment. No wonder the breakthrough had come so swiftly. It was due to a moment of enlightenment. Yet, was it truly so simple to attain such insight? Could this disciple be akin to that prodigy within the sect, a natural talent for the path of enlightenment? The talent of comprehension may appear rather ordinary within the realm of the virtual immortal, yet upon ascending to the true immortal stage, those endowed with profound insight into the laws become truly formidable. Contemplating this, Master Fuguang gazed at Shu Yun with increasing fondness, as though he beheld a raw gem, a potential challenger to that extraordinary prodigy. Ha ha! Indeed, Master Fuguang exclaimed with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters also turned their attention to Shu Yun. In response, Shu Yun offered his respects, displaying great humility. He then addressed Master Fuguang. Master, I am uncertain, but ever since I formed my cave heaven at the 4th level of the virtual immortal stage, my cultivation speed has accelerated exponentially. Is there a risk associated with such rapid breakthroughs? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the senior brothers and sisters stiffened slightly. This junior brother seemed to possess quite the demeanor of the master, adept at subtlety. His words were incessantly about his cave heaven, as if he feared others would not recognize his achievement. Cultivating too swiftly? Questioning the potential dangers? It was enough to make one want to spit blood. His tone mirrored that of the master, who often boasted of grasping a fragment of the laws of light. Ha ha ha! Above the celestial palace, Master Fu Guang laughed heartily. His gaze towards Shuiyun grew even more approving. Shuiyun, bewildered, was genuinely not attempting to boast. Rather, he sought to subtly instill in those around him the notion, I am progressing swiftly in my cultivation. Do not be astonished when you see my advancement. Basic skills. Sit down. After a brief moment, Master Fu Guang dismissed the other disciples, retaining only Shuiyun. Yuner, initially your cultivation was low, and you had only recently begun. I did not intend to allow you to participate in this disciples' competition. However, you have now broken through another level, and given your formidable bloodline as a member of the Blood Fiend clan, you may indeed attempt the competition for mid-stage virtual immortals. Upon hearing this, Shuiyun's spirits lifted immediately. Observing his curiosity, Master Fu Guang continued, This disciples' competition is designed to select a group of outstanding disciples to prepare for the forthcoming trials in the secret realm. Your talent is commendable. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, should you miss this opportunity, you would have to wait another century. Shuiyun listened attentively, committing all the information to memory. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he promptly reported to Fang Yun. Master, I have uncovered an opportunity. The rewards for placing in the top 3 are quite substantial. Within the city of Silvermoon, Fang Yun, intrigued by Shuiyun's report, became immediately interested. Over the following days, he continued his cultivation while observing the movements of his various avatars. Firstly, the Fire Serpent avatars from the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect had made no progress. The little fairy Melling had yet to depart, and the 3 avatars found no opportunities at all. However, they had unwittingly contributed a considerable amount of essence blood. Yet, their diligent efforts had not gone unrewarded, as they gradually gained the trust of Fairy Melling. As a senior sister, Mo Lin occasionally offers guidance to the 3 of them in their cultivation. The breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, coupled with their close association with the celestial Mo Lin, have significantly elevated the status of the 3 avatars within the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Fang Yun instructed them to remain vigilant and wait for opportunities. Subsequently, there were 30 avatars embarking on their journeys. From a divine perspective, Fang Yun could observe the encounters of these 30 avatars. Several had already ventured hundreds of thousands of miles away, continuing to distance themselves. Among them, 3 avatars unfortunately stumbled upon a fierce battle between true immortals, resulting in their untimely demise. 2 fire dragon avatars were captured by true immortals and forced to become mounts. Naturally, such indignities could not go unchallenged, and they heroically sacrificed themselves. The majority of the remaining avatars achieved little of note, yet one caught Fang Yun's attention. A human avatar was unexpectedly favored by an elder from the Jin Han Immortal Palace and was brought back to the sect. The sacrificed avatars, evidently lacking in fortune, were resurrected only to become mere tools for cultivation. Fang Yun dispatched other avatars to replenish their numbers back to 30. The immortal realm is vast, but opportunities do not present themselves casually. Fang Yun sighed and turned his gaze towards the Celestial Piercing Organization. Indeed, Fang Xian No. One lived up to his reputation as an elder avatar, exhibiting remarkable survival instincts. Chapter 45. The Celestial Assassination. Through the command of Fang Xian No. 1, Fang Yun swiftly became apprised of the recent events surrounding celestial assassination. In recent days, 100 avatars were systematically dismantled and integrated into various small to medium-sized factions, over 20 in total, armed with the prowess of a 5th-tier immortal and formidable individual combat capabilities. These avatars swiftly ascended to prominent roles within these factions, with several even attaining positions akin to hall masters or elders. Meanwhile, Fang Xian No. 1, accompanied by a few of his avatar brethren, took on the role of second-in-command within a minor faction situated in the central region, thereby establishing a communication hub for celestial assassination. Due to the myriad of factions infiltrated and their dispersed nature, this endeavor not only yielded a wealth of intelligence but also discreetly disseminated messages within their faction's territory, advertising their services, accepting contracts for immortals of the 6th tier and below, dealing with both the assassination and the disposal of bodies, guaranteeing a clean and efficient execution. The assassination fees were determined by the difficulty of the target, and already one contract had been successfully completed, with another in progress. The completed contract involved the assassination of a hall master from a faction, a fifth-tier immortal, netting them a profit of 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals. This outcome left Fang Yun astounded, secretly giving a nod of approval to Fang Xian No. 1. Although the earnings in immortal crystals were negligible, it marked merely the inception, serving as a practice run for the avatars. Once they attained true immortal status, Celestial Assassination would burgeon into a formidable organization, one that could instill trepidation even in a sect like the Yunfan Immortal Sect. My lord, the current assassination target is one of our own. Should we proceed with the assassination to uphold Celestial Assassination's reputation, or eliminate the contractor instead? At this moment, Fang Xian No. 1 directed an inquiry at Fang Yun. Quickly grasping the situation, Fang Yun nearly chuckled. The second assassination order was notably aimed at the second-in-command of a small faction, a fifth-tier immortal who viewed the recently integrated avatar, also a fifth-tier immortal, as a potential threat due to its rising influence. Therefore, he sought to covertly eliminate this avatar. Unbeknownst to the second-in-command, the information he received was, in fact, disseminated by the very third-in-command avatar he intended to assassinate, leading to the current predicament. Understanding the sequence of events, Fang Yun promptly declared, "Why assassinate our own? Let us eliminate the one who placed the order. The immortal crystals are still ours. Our reputation will remain intact. In the future, handle similar situations likewise. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." With Fang Yun's resolution solidified, that night, the ill-fated second-in-command concocted an excuse to summon the third-in-command avatar. With a mocking demeanor, he anticipated witnessing the demise of the one he perceived as a threat. However, he himself met a tragic end before he could enact his plan, dying without a trace. Not only did he forfeit his life, but the avatar successfully ascended to the position of second-in-command. Within the Yunfan Immortal Sect, the arena was alive with action as Blood Cloud faced off against another disciple in a duel for advancement. His head adorned with flowing crimson locks, casually tied back. He wielded a blood-red spear, with threads of sanguine energy coiling around its shaft, resembling a roaring scarlet dragon. With grandiose movements, the spear surged forth like a dragon. He faced an opponent at the 5th level of the virtual immortal realm, who staggered back under relentless onslaught, utterly unable to defend. The arena erupted with cheers, a cacophony of excitement. Many female disciples with lesser cultivation gazed at the strikingly handsome Shuiyun on the stage, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Yun is so powerful and so handsome. I've heard he possesses extraordinary talent and has quickly become the favored disciple of Master Fuguang. Such a promising future. Oh, Sister Jie, it seems you are smitten. Brother Shuiyun belongs to the Blood Fiend clan and possesses 5 kidneys. You might find it hard to resist him. As for me, with my higher cultivation, I could certainly give it a try. At this moment, the manifestation of Shuiyun was none other than Fang Yun. Previously, Fang Yun had instructed Shuiyun to inform him before the match commenced. Spending each day in Silvermoon City was terribly dull. Fang Yun believed that this spectacle required his true self to shine. As he listened to the roars of the crowd and the whispers of beautiful female disciples, his grip on the spear grew ever more powerful. With the sound of dragon roars, blood energy surged, roaring like thunder. The 13 dragon spear techniques was a celestial art that Shuiyun had exchanged for with his contribution points at the Yunfan Immortal Sect, emphasizing groundedness and stability. He must not expose his true techniques. Wei Ji, if you do not concede, I shall unleash my next strike, and I fear it may inadvertently harm you, Fang Yun stated, effortlessly sending his opponent flying with a thrust of his spear, one hand casually resting behind him while the other held the spear aloft, smiling lightly. Wei Ji's expression darkened immediately. He had been in the sect for decades, yet here stood someone who had just joined and had not even been here a month, referring to him as a junior. This was difficult for him to accept. If he were to lose and be called a junior, he could bear it, but he had not yet lost. Angered, Wei Ji retorted, Brother Shuiyun, the outcome is still uncertain. Your arrogance is rather excessive. With that, Wei Ji leapt into the air, his celestial artifact gauntlets radiating dazzling light, fists swirling like a tempest, stirring the void before him into a vast ocean of energy. Within this tidal wave, countless fist imprints intertwined, crashing towards Fang Yun. Furious wave fist. 8th form. Below, female disciples gasped, secretly worried for their brother Shuiyun. It was not bias. Rather, Shuiyun was far more handsome than Wei Ji. With his fiery red hair and graceful spear skills, it was hard not to be captivated. As the furious wave of fist imprints approached, Fang Yun merely scoffed. Not only did he not evade, but his figure surged forth like a rainbow, swimming against the current. The universe traverses, the moon like a hook, the blood fiend flows. Fang Yun called out, his spear dancing wildly, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, threads of sanguine energy swirling and coalescing into a blood moon. Surrounding the blood moon were myriad crimson threads, blossoming like flower petals, propelling the blood moon through the air. In the next instant, the two figures crossed in mid-air. The tidal fist imprints swiftly transformed into a deep crimson. With a splatter, Wei Ji coughed up blood, and Fang Yun sheathed his spear. Shuiyun triumphed. The officiating elder cast a bemused glance at the sanguine clouds above before announcing the results. Ha ha ha! In the stands, the esteemed Master Fulguang was elated. He turned to a nearby true immortal and began to boast. Previously, he had taken in a disciple from the Blood Fiend clan, and he spoke with a certain pride, wondering, I wonder who possesses greater talent and strength, my disciple or yours. Master Fulguang grinned with a mischievous smirk. At that moment, a true immortal of the Ling clan wore a grim expression. The remark was clearly a jab at him. Earlier, he had accepted a disciple from the Blood Fiend clan, Shuiquang. However, Shuiquang was merely at the first level of the virtual immortal realm, having opened only 3 immortal apertures. There was no basis for comparison. Humph! What was there to be smug about? In the next round, your disciple's opponent is likely to be Ale away from the Ao family, who has already reached the 6th level. The chance of victory is utterly impossible. Chapter 46. Diligence and Genius in the Arena. Fang Yun sheathed his spear and waved his hand toward the onlookers before gracefully descending beside the esteemed Master Fulguang. Well done, the master praised, then added, your next opponent will be that girl, Olivia. She is at the 6th level of the virtual immortal realm and possesses formidable strength. Do your utmost. Acknowledging with a nod, Fang Yun settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. The Yunfan immortal sect boasts a multitude of disciples, and this competition is divided into 2 arenas, the mid-stage and late stage of the virtual immortal realm. The mid-stage contest alone draws over 1,000 participants, initially engaging in a chaotic melee to determine the top 100 contenders. These 100 are then sorted into 10 groups for further contests, with the top 3 from each group advancing to the final arena match, totaling 30 disciples. The final match is straightforward. 3 platforms are designated as first, second, and third, allowing the 30 disciples to vie for supremacy. When time is called, those still standing on the platforms will be declared the top 3, along with their respective rankings. At this moment, Fang Yun found himself in the 5th group, coincidentally alongside Olivia, a woman he had noted previously, having interacted with her on several occasions. The subsequent matches were not his concern. He merely observed briefly before closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Until the 3rd match, when he once again made a dazzling entrance, this time facing Olivia. You are at the 5th level of the virtual immortal realm. You may strike first, Olivia said coolly, brandishing her sword. Her opponent, Shuiyun, with his striking crimson hair, exuded a flamboyant air, and Olivia found his previous antics rather distasteful. In comparison to her own companion, Fang Yun, she realized there was a significant disparity in the quality of their determination. Unintentionally, she began to compare the two, ultimately concluding that Fang Yun was indeed superior. Be cautious, junior sister. I am no ordinary virtual immortal, but a rare cave heaven virtual immortal approaching the 6th level, Fang Yun declared with a smile. With a single step, he unleashed the Dragon S roar stance, thrusting his spear directly at Olivia. Frowning, she raised her sword to block. Bang! The clash of their powers reverberated through the air, filling the arena with a resonant hum. One strike revealed the depth of their abilities. To Olivia's astonishment, she discovered that Shuiyun's spiritual power was not in the least inferior to her own. Instantly, her dismissive attitude waned. In the next moment, the two engaged fiercely, their weapons creating a dazzling display of sword light and spear radiance, interspersed with flying ribbons and the roar of dragons. The aerial battle was not only intense but also visually captivating. Shuyun is remarkably strong, a 5th-level virtual immortal who stands equal to senior sister Olivia. Ah, you are unaware. It is said that Brother Yun is a rare cave heaven virtual immortal. Do you not wonder why he has garnered the favor of Master Fu Guang? A cave heaven virtual immortal. My goodness! Several younger disciples gasped, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Go, Brother Yun! Go, Brother Yun! Among the crowd, Fang Yun, in his guise as Olivia's attendant, also watched the duel. He knew that the formidable Shuyun presently in battle was none other than his true self. Thus, he steadfastly supported Fang Yun's victory. There is no other. The master reigns supreme above all. In comparison to the master, Olivia is not. Even if the master commanded him to end his own life or to take Olivia's, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps even the avatar of Fang Yun would not lend support to Olivia. In the skies, Fang Yun grew increasingly valiant, having already executed the 8th form of the dragon's roar 13 shots. With the power to summon storms and conceal deadly intent, he swept through legions across vast distances. Flying Pong! Fang Yun shouted, his crimson hair billowing as his spear vibrated with a myriad of shimmering gunlight, akin to cascading clouds and surging waves, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds, ominous and radiant. He charged forth, unrelenting. Olivia watched in astonishment. She was aware that the dragon's roar 13 shots was an extraordinarily formidable spear technique. Yet, to master it to a minor extent was no easy feat yet here. The blood cloud had reached the 8th shot. It was evidently nearing perfection. Truly astonishing. How long had this individual been here? Is this the essence of a true genius? She too was known for her talent, but in comparison to the blood cloud before her, it was clear she paled in significance. In a fleeting moment, Olivia felt a pang of emotion, but her expression swiftly turned grave. She quickly formed intricate hand seals, channeling ethereal light onto the celestial sword that hovered before her. Instantly, the sword split into beams of light, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a miniature sword formation. Within the formation were hundreds of luminous swords, radiating a gentle violet light, mysterious and fierce. Violet Star Sword Shadow, go! Olivia commanded, directing the swords, which surged forth like startled swans, meeting the relentless spear light. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very void, deafening all. As the smoke cleared, Olivia and Fang Yun stood 100 meters apart, suspended in mid-air. Fang Yun held his spear behind his back, exuding calm confidence. Olivia, stunned, exhibited a myriad of shifting emotions. The onlookers were perplexed, unable to discern who had triumphed. Yet, in the next moment, Olivia unexpectedly conceded. She immediately withdrew to the ground. The previous exchange could not be deemed a loss for her. It was rather a draw. However, that had been her most potent technique. Olivia understood that the blood cloud belonged to the Blood Fiend tribe, which possessed a ferocious innate ability that, once awakened, significantly amplified their power. It was evident that her opponent had not employed this racial talent. Thus, there was no point in continuing the battle. Acknowledging her inferiority, Olivia decisively chose to concede, preparing for the subsequent matches. Ha ha ha! The audience erupted in laughter, particularly Master Fuguwei, who then turned serious, gazing ahead with a hint of regret. What a pity. My disciple is merely at the 5th level of the Void Immortal stage. Otherwise, defeating one at the 6th level would likely have been easier. After speaking, he turned to the other true immortals nearby, casually inquiring, what do you think? The true immortals merely shrugged, offering no response. One true immortal of the Ling clan even rose, waved his robe dismissively, uttering a parting remark before departing. What arrogance! Your disciple has reached his limit. The next opponent is at the pinnacle of the 6th level. A certain defeat awaits him. Humph! It seemed to echo his sentiments. In the arena, after his victory, Fang Yun did not immediately depart. Instead, he sat cross-legged in mid-air, drawing the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The very next moment, exclamations erupted among the crowd. Goodness! It seems Brother Yun is on the verge of a breakthrough. Indeed, at this very moment within Silver Moon City, Fang Yun's true self was undertaking a significant advancement. The frenetic cultivation of his myriad avatars had accumulated over several days, perfectly aligning for this day to strive for the 6th level of the virtual immortal realm. Consequently, Fang Yun opted for a most ostentatious display. His ascension was rapid, an undeniable reality. He had no desire to deliberately suppress his cultivation out of concern for the safety of his avatars, like Blood Cloud. While his avatars possessed an innate ability to conceal their presence and shroud their cultivation levels, it remained uncertain just how high a realm could remain undetected by others. Moreover, the Yun Fan immortal sect was home to numerous formidable beings, and Blood Cloud, frequently flaunting his presence before true immortals, was rather conspicuous, rendering complete concealment impossible. The more one attempted to be discreet, the more suspicion it could arouse. Thus, in this moment, Fang Yun boldly proclaimed to all, "Indeed, I, Blood Cloud, am a peerless genius, a celestial being of the cave heaven level, an extraordinarily gifted talent of unparalleled comprehension. This is the new realm of understanding that Fang Yun has realized, the path of unyielding perseverance, uncompromising yet steadfast." Chapter 47. The Fury Unleashed. The momentum like a dragon in the void, Blood Cloud was enveloped by celestial energy, as the ethereal force from all directions swiftly converged upon him. Soon, his figure was shrouded in resplendent celestial light. In that moment, within the Yun Fan celestial sect, numerous divine thoughts silently swept back and forth across his being. On the viewing platform, Master Fuglite's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He could hardly believe it. Was he truly on the verge of a breakthrough? It had only been a few days. The Taoist murmured, grappling with disbelief. No one understood Blood Cloud better than he. Merely days prior, he had just ascended to the 5th tier of the void celestial realm. Yet now he was poised to ascend once more. Could he truly be an unparalleled genius of exceptional comprehension? Or perhaps, as Master Fuglite pondered, his thick brows furrowed involuntarily, his gaze brimming with brilliance. "Brother Fuglite, congratulations. It seems you have taken on an extraordinary disciple," remarked a true celestial beside him, gazing enviously at the Blood Cloud in the air. Master Fuglite chuckled heartily. "Of course, follow me." In the next instant, a hum resonated through the void as Blood Cloud's celestial energy surged, his momentum soaring. Before the astonished onlookers, he ascended to the 6th tier of the void celestial realm. Fang Yun opened his eyes, clenched his fist to sense the increasingly surging celestial energy within, and could not help but smile. Then he clasped his fists and bowed to the surrounding crowd, saying, "I have gained some insights from the recent battle, which may have delayed your time." Blood Cloud apologizes to all present. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples around him transformed into a spectacle of intrigue. Blood Cloud's demeanor was both grand and humble, leading to polarized opinions among the spectators. Those who found him disagreeable grew even more disdainful, perceiving him as shamelessly ostentatious. Conversely, those who admired him felt as though stars were about to burst from their eyes, yearning to convey their admiration to Brother Yun. In the air, after offering his apologies, Fang Yun did not linger, stepping forward to return to his master, Master Fuglite. "Master, I have just attained further enlightenment and inadvertently made a breakthrough." A barely perceptible twitch crossed Master Fuglite's lips as he regarded Fang Yun with a profound gaze before responding with a smile. "Well done, but do not let pride overtake you." "Yes," Fang Yun affirmed. Following this battle, he faced only one remaining opponent in the group competition. As evening approached, it was once again his turn to take the stage. The setting sun cast its remnants upon the sky, where thin clouds unfurled across the horizon, resembling crimson scales. Beneath these ethereal clouds, Fang Yun stood in confrontation with a young man suspended in the air. This youth was tall and graceful, exuding an air of elegance, with azure divine patterns tracing his temples. As his opponent, Fang Yun had previously gathered knowledge about him, Shuofeng at the 6th tier of the Void Celestial Realm, rumored to belong to the Kuefeng Wolf clan. Coincidentally, Shuofeng wielded a spear as well. With the referee's command, both Fang Yun and Shuofeng vanished almost simultaneously. In the next instant, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing metal. The two figures flickered at incredible speeds, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow. engaging in hundreds of exchanges without employing any celestial techniques, relying solely on their martial prowess with the spear. The northern wind shimmered with a vibrant azure light, graceful and agile, while his spear technique was elusive and cunning. In contrast, Fang Yun radiated a fierce crimson aura, wielding his spear with the might of a dragon, each strike infused with immense power and ferocity. For a moment, neither combatant could gain the upper hand, their clash resonating through the air with a symphony of clangs and echoes, sparks and ethereal glimmers bursting forth. Where they fought, the orderly crimson clouds above were violently disturbed by their overwhelming energy. At this stage of their battle, although neither had unleashed their most formidable abilities, both were nonetheless astonished by the intensity of their confrontation. The Kuefeng Wolf clan, reputed to be an exceedingly powerful race, possessed an innate affinity for the path of the wind. This battle was indeed a testament to that. Fang Yun, having repelled the northern wind with a fierce thrust, beheld the figure of this Kuefeng wolf cultivator before him, and a thought crossed his mind. He was tempted to draw forth the essence of his blood. I never anticipated that junior brother Yun's spear skills could be so formidable, but this is where it ends. Let us conclude this. As the northern wind spoke, a brilliant blue light erupted around him, and in the next instant, a colossal apparition of a blue wind wolf manifested at his surface. This wind wolf bore wings, a singular horn upon its brow, and its sharp fangs glistened menacingly, its gaze fierce and penetrating. In that moment of its appearance, the northern wind's speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Fang Yun. Startled, Fang Yun sensed the imminent attack from behind and swiftly turned to confront it with his spear. Bang! The very next second, Fang Yun was sent flying by the onslaught of the swiftly approaching spear. Moreover, the northern wind did not pause in his assault. The phantom wind wolf whirled its wings, relentlessly pursuing him once more. Caught off guard, Fang Yun could only barely defend himself against the barrage. In the viewing stands, many true immortals exchanged glances of intrigue. The Kuefeng Wolf clan possessed an unparalleled comprehension of wind-based celestial techniques. Should the northern wind ascend to true immortality, he would likely grasp the laws of wind with ease. Brother Fuguang, it seems your disciple is on the verge of defeat in this contest, one remarked. Fuguang Zhenren furrowed his brow but retorted coolly, not necessarily. My disciple belongs to the Blood Fiend clan, and he possesses his own racial talents. Above the arena, the northern wind surged forward once more, his spear slicing through the air, thousands of spear shadows piercing towards Fang Yun's form. Anger surged within Fang Yun. It was not that he was inferior in strength. In fact, with his formidable physique and rapid recovery ability, he could even hold an advantage. Yet, the opponent's speed was simply too overwhelming, and Fang Yun found himself constrained by this velocity, unable to unleash his power fully. Realizing that this situation was untenable, Fang Yun's body trembled as he summoned forth his immense celestial energy, delivering a sudden palm strike backward that resonated through the void. Utilizing the rebound force, he steadied himself in an instant. Then, with unyielding resolve, he retaliated with his spear. Simultaneously, he activated his racial talent, Berserk. Once unleashed, Fang Yun felt the blood fiend power within him boil over, a violent aura surging to his mind. His crimson hair billowed as if a blood dragon were soaring, and a crimson haze swiftly enveloped his eyes. His strength and speed surged by 50%. Yet, correspondingly, his mind began to spiral into a frenzy of bloodlust. With a fierce determination, Fang Yun moved, his figure blurred as he became a mere shadow, the spear roaring like a blood dragon. The northern wind was taken aback. However, it was already within arm's reach. There was no choice but to confront it head-on. The clash of long weapons resounded, and Shuofeng could only feel the overwhelming ferocity of his adversary. In a fleeting moment, his hand gripping the spear was rendered numb from the shock. Bang! 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 The reverberations of metal striking metal erupted. Fang Yun's spear moved like a shadow of blood, its momentum akin to a thunderous storm. It struck with relentless force. Shuofeng's advantage in speed dissipated, and he found himself at a significant disadvantage in strength, plummeting several hundred meters under Fang Yun's overwhelming assault. Puff! Shuofeng's complexion turned crimson, as the ferocious impact injured his internal organs, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Fang Yun's eyes brightened. The bloodthirsty power swiftly engulfed the crimson fluid. Then, he continued to press down relentlessly, with the force to uproot and crush. His momentum was as mighty as a dragon. With every collision, blood trickled from the corners of Shuo Feng's mouth, silently whisked away by the bloodthirst. Noticing that sufficient blood had been collected, Fang Yun decided to no longer delay. It was time to conclude this. The 13 Dragon Spear Technique's 11th Strike. Blind Dragon. Chapter 48. The splitting of the Wind Wolf and the advantage of the laws at this moment. The disciples surrounding the arena stood in stunned silence. The innate abilities of the Bloodslaughter clan were undeniably formidable. Brother Shuofeng seemed utterly defenseless. While their strength was immense, there were limitations and side effects to consider. If Brother Shuofeng could endure until the blood cloud entered a state of weakness, victory would be assured. Some disciples, having grasped the situation, began to analyze the unfolding events. However, the next moment revealed a blood-red spear swirling through the air, instantly coalescing into a colossal, menacing blood dragon, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, roaring directly towards Shuofeng. Bang! Shuofeng was sent crashing into the arena. The solid ground erupted as earth and stone were flung into the air, creating a massive, gaping pit. As the dust settled, Fang Yun stood serenely in the air, the crimson hue fading away, a sense of tranquility enveloping him, though waves of weakness washed over him. Below, Shuofeng lay in a pit, his attire tattered and his demeanor disheveled, a picture of desolation and helplessness. Gazing at the blood cloud above, a profound sense of defeat washed over him. He had lost. How could a being with 6 celestial apertures at the 6th level be bested by someone barely stepping into the same realm? It was not merely a loss due to racial aptitude but a failure in overall strength. That individual had just executed the 11th strike of the dragon's roar spear technique. This indicated that the blood cloud's mastery of the spear technique had reached a pinnacle. In the realm of martial prowess, he had been surpassed. Blood cloud wins. The referee announced the outcome. Consequently, the top 3 of Fang Yun's group were also revealed. First place, Blood Cloud. Second place, Shuofeng. Third place, Olivia. The next finals, where 30 disciples would vie for the top 3 spots, were scheduled to take place in 2 days. Thus, following this match, there would be a temporary cessation of competitions, and the crowd began to disperse. Yet, many spectators were left exhilarated by the day's battle, engaging in fervent discussions. The top 3 from each group were all remarkable individuals, each possessing a certain renown among the disciples of the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Naturally, Blood Cloud's performance garnered significant attention, particularly due to his audacious breakthrough in the midst of the contest. Within the Flickering Light Immortal Hall, Master Flickering Light observed Blood Cloud below with a contemplative gaze, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Was this disciple a true prodigy? Or perhaps he possessed some extraordinary treasure? Or could he be the reincarnation of a great immortal? Master Flickering Light's penetrating gaze seemed to seek clues within this disciple, yet regardless of how he scrutinized, he could discern no definitive conclusion. Such was the dilemma, unless he resorted to soul-searching. The thought of this method stirred something within him, yet he soon found himself ensnared in conflict. Soul-searching could easily unveil another's secrets. It was the simplest and most direct approach. However, it was also the most intrusive and brutal means, infringing upon privacy and damaging the soul. Currently, they shared a mentor-student relationship that was still amicable, but conducting a soul search would undoubtedly transform them into adversaries. Without question, if the outcome of the soul search revealed that Blood Cloud harbored some ulterior motive, that would be one thing. But if this disciple truly were an exceptional talent, the repercussions would be dire indeed. In the realm of celestial beings, countless talents abound, and those with extraordinary gifts are certainly not few. Among them, the Yunfan Immortal Sect boasts an exceptional individual who ascended to true immortal status at the age of 50. In comparison, although my disciple currently displays remarkable progress, he remains far from that pinnacle. Until one attains true immortal status and comprehends the way, they are ultimately but an insignificant insect. No matter how swiftly an insect may grow, it will always be just that, an insect. The threshold of true immortality has obstructed the paths of innumerable virtual immortal cultivators. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Shui Yun could not help but inquire, "Master, you summoned me. May I ask the purpose of your call?" At that moment, he was merely a doppelganger, yet possessed all the memories of the competition. "Yuner, do you possess some extraordinary treasure?" Master Fuguang asked, testing the waters. "Ah," Shui Yun responded, surprised. "No, Master, what makes you say that? Since you do not, why do you flaunt yourself so brazenly, unafraid of being misunderstood and coveted?" Fuguang retorted. Shui Yun, bewildered, quickly replied, "Master, I truly do not. Today, I suddenly experienced an epiphany and inexplicably broke through. I did not intend for it to happen. However, you once mentioned that such enlightenment is a great opportunity, and when the chance arises, one cannot simply refuse it." Upon hearing this, Fuguang could not help but twitch his lips. "Goodness, why is this lad so insufferable? Have you mastered the 11th spear of the dragon roar 13 spears?" Fuguang casually asked, astonished by the revelation. What kind of comprehension could lead to such terrifying progress? "Master, it is not the 11th spear. I have grasped the 13th spear," Shui Yun replied. "Ah, this." In Silver Moon City, Fang Yun returned after filling his cup, although not entirely. His gains today were substantial. He had personally witnessed the capabilities of the Yunfan immortal sect's disciples, the formidable talents of his blood fiend doppelganger, and the shortcomings of his own strength. Such insights could not have been gleaned without first-hand experience. One must read myriad volumes and traverse vast distances. Only through the examination of things can true knowledge be attained. It is impossible for a person to remain in one place, relying solely on imagination or observation to fully comprehend the myriad facets of the world and discern various truths. The wisdom acquired in such a manner often remains superficial, merely scratching the surface of profound understanding. Reclining in a grand chair, Fang Yun pondered deeply, reflecting on his experiences. His physical body was quite powerful, and his celestial techniques were adequate for the time being. However, he sensed a deficiency in his speed of movement. For instance, when facing the Kuei-Feng wolf today, had his agility been a touch greater, he might not have needed to unleash his fury. The wind-based principles appeared remarkably potent. Fang Yun mused, intrigued by the Kuei-Feng wolf's talents. He then retrieved a large basin of blood obtained from Shuofeng. Vital essence and blood are distinct. The essence is the quintessence of blood, yet it can be extracted from the blood itself. Unable to acquire Shuofeng's vital essence directly, Fang Yun resorted to beating him until he expelled a copious amount of blood, indeed, a full basin's worth. Thus, he commenced the process of refinement. Fang Yun conjured flames of celestial radiance from his palm, enveloping the spoils acquired from the northern winds. Before long, the basin of blood began to boil, evaporating and condensing. After several breaths, Fang Yun obtained a drop of blood shimmering with a bluish hue. Just one drop, he pondered, would it suffice to unlock the racial selection feature? With this thought, he commenced the absorption. As the essence of blood entered his body, his gaze remained fixed on the system's racial options. In the next moment, a transformation indeed occurred. It is feasible. Fang Yun felt a profound sense of certainty. Furthermore, the evaluation of the Kuei-Feng wolf clan was notably exceptional. With a mere thought, Fang Yun summoned a shadow clone, subsequently editing it into the form of the Kuei-Feng wolf clan. Instantly, the figure of the shadow transformed at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a grand and majestic azure wolf. This azure divine wolf bore a striking resemblance to the phantasm manifested by the northern winds, adorned with a pair of wings and a singular horn upon its forehead, exuding an air of remarkable elegance and authority. Moreover, Fang Yun keenly observed that swirling gusts of wind accompanied the azure wolf. A glance evoked a sense of ethereal grace. As Fang Yun's consciousness took the helm, he soon found himself laughing with delight. Innate divine ability, gale, an inherent affinity for the laws of wind. In that moment, Fang Yun comprehended the profound significance of the racial selection for his clone, recognizing the inherent advantages it conferred in understanding the path of the laws. Should he gather more gifted races, it would imply an opportunity to grasp a greater array of laws. Compared to his true self's comprehension, the efficiency would be exponentially enhanced. It is essential to understand that the strength, depth, and diversity of the laws one comprehends dictate the prowess of a true immortal and the realms that follow. Contemplating the prospect of advancing to true immortality, where he might surpass his current self, Fang Yun couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 49. No Madness, No Conqueror. After manifesting the Kuei-Feng Wolf doppelganger, Fang Yun, adhering to the principle of utilizing strengths where they lie, commanded the doppelganger Shuiyun to the Cloud Fan Immortal Sect Scripture Pavilion to select a wind-based agility technique. The wind escape without trace is a method embodying the principles of wind, which can only be mastered to its fullest by someone who has attained great mastery of the wind's profound laws. Naturally, the complete version is exorbitantly priced, and Shuiyun's contribution points were insufficient. Thus only the initial portion meant for virtual immortals was exchanged. This segment of the technique can be practiced without a deep comprehension of the wind laws. As soon as Fang Yun acquired the technique, he instructed the Kuei-Feng Wolf doppelganger to commence its training. Soon, he began to appreciate the unique insights that the Kuei-Feng Wolf possessed regarding the wind technique. It was almost effortlessly accessible. Believing it to be simple, Fang Yun, in a spirit of challenge, attempted it himself, only to humbly acknowledge the innate talent of the Kuei-Feng Wolf. He had no choice but to concede. As a bearer of the Gung metal spirit root, he held an advantage in comprehending metal-based techniques. However, when it came to wind techniques, his proficiency could only be deemed average. He was not incapable of understanding them, but his progress was sluggish and required an inordinate amount of time. Every individual, and indeed every entity, possesses distinct characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. When aligned with one's nature, efforts yield great results. When opposed, they result in futile labor. This is the simplest truth of the great Tao. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to those who specialize in them. With a sigh of realization, Fang Yun transformed 99 additional Kuei-Feng Wolf doppelgangers. In an instant, 100 elegant and ethereal young men and women appeared within the system's misty realm. Learning from past experiences, he ensured that each doppelganger possessed a unique appearance this time. Commence your training. With Fang Yun's command, all 100 Kuei-Feng Wolf doppelgangers fervently began to practice wind escape without trace. Instantly, the misty world was filled with shadowy figures as their initial movements appeared somewhat clumsy and unrefined. However, as time progressed, they rapidly demonstrated astonishing results. Insights surged towards Fang Yun's true self, prompting his own body to begin moving within the courtyard, transcending light and shadow, concealing the wind without a trace. Once Fang Yun had achieved a breakthrough in his technique, he imparted his understanding to the doppelganger Shuiyun. Upon attempting it, Shuiyun indeed grasped the wind agility technique remarkably quickly, as Fang Yun had anticipated. Although Shuiyun was not adept in wind techniques, Fang Yun essentially transferred his comprehension directly into the doppelganger's mind. Lack of proficiency was not an obstacle. As long as one was not foolish, it sufficed. Subsequently, to ensure victory in the finals and solidify Shuiyun's reputation as an unparalleled genius within the Cloud Fan Immortal Sect, Fang Yun commanded Shuiyun to exchange for a versatile offensive and defensive technique. The 4 symbols of the cosmic harmony. Train. All of you train. As time drifted by, 3 days had swiftly passed. At this moment, in a grand plaza of the Cloud Fan Immortal Sect, 3 elevated platforms loomed, suspended and emanating a soft radiance. This marked the final battle of the competition. Whosoever occupied the platforms would secure their respective ranks. The rewards were exceedingly generous. The rules were simple and brutal. There were no established rules. Whether it be a free-for-all or one-on-one, how one chose to engage was entirely up to them. As the incense burned down to 3 sticks, the individual remaining on the platform would be declared the victor. Of course, the narrow height could accommodate only one. At this moment, the square was already teeming with spectators, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions regarding which 3 contenders would claim the top spots, while some discreetly initiated betting pools, wagering on their favorites. Brother Fanxian had achieved the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Void Immortal Realm a few years ago, reportedly suppressing his cultivation to pave the way for the early opening of a cave. His first place was assured. Indeed, I concur. I have wagered 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals on Brother Fan for first place. A little gamble for amusement, heh. However, I remain skeptical. Brother Xiaoyan has also reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Void Immortal Realm. His fire-based divine abilities unparalleled, honed under the direct guidance of the esteemed Lord Yenyun Jinxian. Sister Luoyu is equally at the pinnacle of the 6th layer, and she is certainly not inferior to the two you have mentioned. The discussion among the onlookers grew increasingly animated, with some nearly coming to blows in defense of their favored seniors. The names most frequently mentioned were indeed the three aforementioned. Yet there was also a casual mention of Brother Yunbai, a junior sister, albeit her voice was drowned out by the crowd. Ding! The sound of the golden bell resonated. On the viewing platform, several figures cloaked in mysterious light descended gracefully, taking their seats. These were the elders and judges for this competition, among whom was the revered Master Fuguei, mentor to the Blood Cloud. As the elders settled in, another toll of the bell resounded, heralding the entrance of the participating disciples. The sound reverberated as 30 disciples, who had been waiting at the side, leapt into the air and rushed towards the center of the square, displaying their skills as if in a grand performance. Each participant showcased their unique talents upon taking the stage. Among them, a striking bald young man caught the eye. He wore a serene smile, treading the void with an air of calm, each step adorned with lotus blossoms, each movement flourishing with grace. Surrounding him was a magnificent aura of sacred sound, creating an atmosphere of peace that compelled the other contestants to give him space. Look, it's Brother Fanxian. So impressive, so handsome, the crowd exclaimed in awe. Amidst the dazzling immortal light, another figure exuded dominance, charging forth with the power of a divine dragon of celestial fire, none other than Brother Xiaoyan. Fang Yun, perplexed by the spectacle, found himself lagging behind, somewhat speechless. These individuals were merely ascending a platform, traversing a few hundred meters, yet they made it seem as though they were already receiving accolades for the top 3 positions. Dismissing the display, Fang Yun summoned forth a surge of blood essence, his figure transforming into a streak of light. Simultaneously, the sound of celestial music erupted. Without audacity, who shall claim the crown? Without battle, who shall conquer the realms? Among peers, I alone am the unrivaled prodigy. The celestial music resonated, wild and unrestrained. Clad in resplendent robes, Fang Yun ascended the lofty platform of champions with the force of soaring clouds, reaching the pinnacle in an instant. In that moment, the participants in the square were left in utter shock. Even the thousands of spectators surrounding the square fell into a stunned silence. After a brief moment of quiet, a cacophony of indignation erupted. How shameless! The competition hasn't even begun, and you've already taken your position with a song. How arrogant! How brazen! How dare he! Not to mention that the conflict has yet to commence, even should it begin. Do you truly aspire to ascend the leader's platform first and become the focal point of everyone's ire, challenging the remaining 29? Among the onlooking disciples, even some who initially supported Blood Cloud found themselves lowering their heads in embarrassment. In the stands, the assembly of true immortals, after a brief moment of astonishment, was met with the approving laughter of Taoist Chiang at the center. What a bold one! Truly, without audacity, one cannot claim the title of leader. Haha! This generation of disciples is formidable and exudes confidence. It seems our sect, Yunfan Immortal Sect, has nothing to fear in this secret realm journey. By the way, this arrogant lad must be your disciple, Master Fuguang, correct? Master Fuguang was left speechless, casting another glance at Blood Cloud on the platform. He felt a slight flush of heat on his cheeks and, in the next moment, turned away in silence. I do not know him, not at all. I have never been this audacious myself. Chapter 50. Fearless. One shot to defeat the enemy. Upon the high platform, Blood Cloud stood majestically, casting a disdainful gaze upon those below. An aura of formidable blood energy radiated from him, embodying an air of unparalleled confidence. At this moment, Blood Cloud was, of course, under the dominion of Fang Yun's consciousness. The transfer of one's primary consciousness to a manifestation can occur in 2 distinct manners. Firstly, by entirely shielding the manifestation's awareness, rendering it merely a vessel for the primary self. Secondly, by allowing the primary consciousness to maintain absolute dominion while the manifestation's awareness becomes a hidden appendage, capable of observation and learning. There exists another form known as consciousness descent, wherein the primary self assumes a godlike perspective, observing without interfering in the manifestation's actions, possessing the option to either make the manifestation aware or unaware. This was Fang Yun's understanding after multiple instances of merging with his manifestations. At this moment, as he presided over Blood Cloud, it was indeed a situation of absolute dominion. In order to retain complete memories and experiences, Fang Yun allowed Blood Cloud to observe and learn. "Master, are we being too ostentatious? It feels somewhat precarious," Blood Cloud inquired. "What is there to fear? It is you who is being ostentatious, not I. Moreover, the more conspicuous you are, the harder it becomes for others to associate you with my humble self, who prefers to remain discreet." Fang Yun reprimanded internally. This principle was what he termed not being fastidious while being fastidious. Fang Yun's teachings resonated with Blood Cloud, who suddenly gained a new understanding of the concept of fastidiousness. Master is wise. Once Fang Yun ascended the high platform, he had no intention of descending. The officiating judge's expression shifted. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. However, given that the other party was a disciple of the true immortal of radiance, he was reluctant to offend. He then cast a troubled glance towards the elders in the stands. "Not to worry. Ascending the platform may not be a disadvantageous move. It does not violate any rules, so let us proceed," came the command. Thus, the officiating judge no longer hesitated. With a swing of his golden hammer, he struck the bell that signified the commencement of the finals. Instantly, 29 disciples leaped into the air, rushing towards the 3 floating celestial platforms. Fang Yun stood alone atop the foremost platform, observing that among the more than 20, only a handful aimed for the other 2 platforms, while the majority charged towards him with fierce determination. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. However, his audacity was matched by preparedness. In the next moment, a smirk graced Fang Yun's lips as he disdainfully proclaimed, "Are you all intending to band together against me? Ha ha ha! Come forth! I, Blood Cloud, fear nothing." Fang Yun laughed heartily, his crimson hair billowing with a spirited fervor. The power of blood energy pulsated around him, swirling in all directions, resonating with celestial sounds that echoed for all to hear. "Wow! How arrogant! I know him. He is Blood Cloud, a disciple of the true immortal of radiance. It is said he is a celestial of the cave heavens, the top contender of the 5th group." A voice among the onlookers revealed Blood Cloud's identity, provoking a wave of astonishment. A celestial of the cave heavens. Such a title alone commanded respect. Yet, even a celestial of the cave heavens ought not to be so presumptuous. Fascinating, the youth is indeed spirited. The figure seated at the center of the stands regarded Blood Cloud with renewed interest. At this moment, a group of individuals approached through the air, halting their movements upon hearing Fang Yun's audacious voice. There was no other reason. They were all confident in their pursuit of the pinnacle platform, each harboring a lofty sense of self-worth. Therefore, none would willingly join forces to besiege a single individual. Even if they triumphed, it would not be a true victory. Instead, it would only serve to elevate the notoriety of Blood Cloud. One person defeating a dozen prodigies would be a tremendous topic of conversation. Even in defeat, there would be honor. Let us not be deceived. This fellow likely knows he stands no chance, hence his attempts to attract attention. Among the crowd, a robust young man with short hair bellowed, "Stand back. Allow me to bring him down, and then we shall compete amongst ourselves." The speaker was Duan Mingyuan, the top contender of the 3rd group. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement, parting ways. Fang Yun smiled. Indeed, these individuals were swayed by their pride, easily fooled by a single remark. However, it was quite understandable. Many elders were observing this competition, and every genius yearned to showcase their prowess. A collective assault would be beneath them. After Duan Mingyuan's declaration, he turned to Fang Yun, saying, "Junior brother Yun, this platform is too high, and you have only just arrived. You are not yet stable on your feet, so please step down." No sooner had he spoken than the bronze mace in Duan Mingyuan's hand erupted with celestial light, suddenly raising high, and in an instant, countless mace shadows cascaded forth, coalescing into a colossal mace. The might of the mace was fearsome and daunting, accompanied by the sound of thunder. As it rained down upon Fang Yun, Duan Mingyuan came forth with fierce intent, evidently aiming to strike Fang Yun down in a single blow. Fang Yun scoffed, utterly unperturbed. His ambition to seize the champion's position was not mere bravado. In the next moment, his spear whistled through the air, unleashing the 12th strike of the Dragon Roar 13 spears. Beneath the bridge, the waters of the River of Forgetfulness. The flowers bloom on the other side of the Yellow Springs. The spear shadows danced fiercely. The surging bloodlust and celestial power within the spear's shadow roared forth like a tidal wave, blossoming into a massive crimson flower of the other shore. It then shot forth to meet the descending colossal mace shadow. Boom! The void erupted with sound. The mace shadow faltered for but an instant before being shattered by the spear's blossom. Yet, its momentum did not wane, as it rapidly surged towards Duan Mingyuan. In this moment, many were taken aback. Blood Cloud was not merely seeking attention. His strength was undeniably formidable. Duan Mingyuan was at the forefront, feeling the impact most acutely. With his heart trembling in shock, he retreated swiftly, wielding the bronze mace in rapid succession, summoning forth a dozen strikes before finally fending off the flower of the other shore. However, his flustered state was evident to all, starkly contrasting with Blood Cloud's composed demeanor after firing a single shot. The disparity was clear. Duan Mingyuan, now defeated, flashed a look of reluctance. Yet upon catching a glimpse of Blood Cloud, he swiftly made a decision. He abandoned the pursuit of the champion title and flew towards the other two battle circles. Next, Fang Yun declared, one hand resting behind him, the other brandishing his spear with pride. At this moment, the dozen or so individuals encircling him hesitated to strike. Having witnessed the previous group matches, they were still uncertain of their peers' true strengths. However, once a master made their move, the truth would be evident. Blood Cloud had just decisively defeated an opponent with the 12th strike of the Dragon Roar 13 spears. With the mastery of this remarkable celestial gun technique, the prowess of Blood Cloud undoubtedly ranks among the top 5. The comparison of powers among the illusory immortals becomes strikingly clear when juxtaposed with that of the true immortals. Beyond the realms of cultivation and celestial artifacts, it is the potency of celestial techniques and divine powers that holds paramount importance. Even among those at the same realm of illusory immortal 6th layer, possessing a few more celestial apertures pales in significance compared to mastering a formidable celestial technique. At this moment, after a brief tranquility, another figure gracefully emerged. She moved with delicate steps, her celestial gown fluttering, adorned with vibrant ribbons that danced around her, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Luo Yu, here to engage, her melodious voice resonated. It was then that Luo Yu formed intricate hand seals, and the 6 colorful ribbons surrounding her seemed to blossom like lotuses, emanating a myriad of celestial lights. In the next heartbeat, these ribbons expanded in the wind, swiftly dividing into 6 directions, hurtling towards Fang Yun. What appeared to be an ordinary strike ignited an unexpected surge of trepidation within Fang Yun. For he sensed that these 6 ribbons embodied the combined might of 6 illusory immortals unleashing their divine powers simultaneously. Good heavens! Senior Sister Luo Yu's 7-aperture exquisite technique has reached the level of 6 apertures, exclaimed someone from the crowd in astonishment. Chapter 51. The Wrath of the Demon God. Overpowering the champion. In the blink of an eye, 6 colorful ribbons shot towards Fang Yun from various directions. He wielded his spear to block their advance. The vibrant shadows of the spear clashed against the seemingly gentle ribbons, creating a cacophony of clang sounds, accompanied by sparks flying and celestial energy pulsating chaotically. Initially, Fang Yun managed to fend off the attacks with relative ease, but the 6 ribbons quickly intertwined and shifted, as if 6 ethereal beings had formed a tacit understanding. Under the relentless and ghostly onslaught, Fang Yun soon appeared somewhat flustered. His spear was sharp and formidable, yet when confronted with the ribbons, he felt an ineffable sense of powerlessness. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Luo Yu sat in midair, her hands performing intricate gestures, displaying no other movements. Sister Luo Yu is magnificent, cheered some disciples below, their spirits lifted. At that moment, Luo Yu had the ability to suppress the Blood Cloud, bringing relief to many who longed to witness the arrogant Blood Cloud face defeat. Her ability to simultaneously wield 6 divine techniques is impressive, noted a true celestial from the stands. Moreover, her ribbons possess a harmonious balance of strength and gentleness, perfectly countering the long spear of Blood Cloud. That young man may find it difficult to maintain his arrogance in this match. Another true celestial spoke up, casting a casual glance towards Master Fug Guang. Humph! Master Fug Guang snorted, inwardly cursing Blood Cloud's disciple. If he had approached with a more strategic mindset instead of acting arrogantly, perhaps with his mastery of the Dragon Roar 13 spears, he might have had a chance to contend for the championship. Humph, you arrogant brat. Now you realize there are greater powers beyond your own, he thought, feeling a hidden satisfaction. But in the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. On the champion's platform, Fang Yun radiated with a brilliant crimson light, and a towering blood shadow suddenly manifested from his form. The blood shadow resembled a demon god, standing several dozen feet tall, adorned with antlers and 3 faces, boasting 6 powerful arms. Each arm wielded a blood spear. As the blood shadow demon god emerged, the crowd fell silent in awe. The 4 elements of the universe. The wrath of the demon god, Fang Yun exclaimed, as the 6-armed blood shadow met the 6 ribbons head-on. In that instant, he finally freed his hands. With an audacious move, he unleashed the 12th strike of the Dragon Roar Spear technique. Yellow springs. A torrent of blood-red flowers surged forth, and the once calm and exquisite face of Luo Yu revealed a trace of panic. In the next heartbeat, she hastily retracted the 6 ribbons to defend herself. However, as she braced against the onslaught of the blood flowers, the blood shadow demon god seized the opportunity to strike again. The 6 blood spears were hurled forth simultaneously, ruthlessly aimed at Luo Yu, devoid of any mercy. Sister Luo Yu, be careful. Many hearts trembled at that moment. Luo Yu, caught in the chaos, felt her mind racing. Casting a glance at the distant blood cloud, she summoned all her celestial power, determined to withstand this desperate assault. Yet deep down, she understood that beneath such a ferocious combined attack, even if she survived, she would likely be gravely injured. Luo Yu, retreat. A deep and resonant voice echoed, and suddenly a large hand appeared before Luo Yu, crushing the Bian Flower and the 6 realms blood spear with a decisive grip. Indeed, it was the true immortal Qiang who had intervened. Luo Yu hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Qiang, casting a lingering glance at Shuiyun before retreating to the outskirts of the square, thereby relinquishing her pursuit of the top 3 positions. Ha, this little girl has quite the spirit, Qiang chuckled. His intention was merely to have Luo Yu abandon her quest for the championship, a form of assistance to spare her from severe injury. Otherwise, she would have had no chance of even placing 2nd or 3rd. To his surprise, she had opted to withdraw entirely. The interference of the battle did not concern Fang Yun. After all, his sole ambition was to claim 1st place, not to take lives. As he activated his bloodthirsty talent, rapidly absorbing the surrounding celestial energy for recovery, his gaze swept over the remaining competitors. Who else is there? Fang Yun called out, standing firm with his spear, a colossal blood shadow demon looming behind him, exuding an immense sense of pressure. His voice boomed, retaining its previous arrogance. Yet this time, no one dared to mock Shuiyun's audacity. When one's reckless behavior does not align with their strength, it is deemed arrogance. However, when their capabilities match their actions, it is labeled as silence. Just as it was for the myriad disciples surrounding the square. On the viewing platform, Master Fugui laughed heartily, his joy radiant. Ha ha ha, this is my disciple. Do you see? Who else is there? Just as formidable as I was in my youth. Master Fugui reveled in his pride, while the other true immortals exchanged glances of disdain, choosing to observe in silence, pretending not to hear. Yet, within their hearts, they could not suppress their envy and frustration. The day he accepted disciples, he had missed the news of Luo Yu's arrival, allowing that old rascal Fugui to reap the benefits. Under Fang Yun's inquiry from above, the expressions of those opposite him darkened instantly, many turning to join the contest at the other 2 celestial platforms. They no longer desired the championship platform. Unable to compete, they opted to let him have it. Soon, only 2 remained before the championship platform, Fan Xian and Xiao Yan. Their expressions shifted, revealing signs of struggle. The might displayed by Shuyun had truly exceeded their expectations. As a celestial being of the cave heaven, his celestial energy was profound. With the dragon roar 13 spears mastered and the 4 aspects of heaven's fury fully realized. Moreover, the Blood Fiend clan's innate divine abilities were yet to be unleashed in their full fury. The bald youth, Fan Xian, was internally tormented, unable to comprehend how the person before him had progressed so rapidly. Not only was his cultivation advancing swiftly, but his divine abilities were also reaching fruition with unreasonable ease. Was this what it meant to be a genius akin to the prodigious Xianin? After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xian glanced at Shuyun once more, then clasped his hands together and flew towards the second celestial platform. Ah! Brother Fan Xian is actually conceding. Some onlookers were shocked by the unfolding scene, feeling their world collapse around them, unable to accept the reality. It was painful to the point of breathlessness. They had wagered hundreds of thousands of celestial crystals on Fan Xian to secure first place. Ah! The cries of despair echoed continuously, clearly indicating that numerous individuals had placed their bets on Fan Xian. Simultaneously, another group grew anxious, their gazes fixed upon the still-present Xiao Yan. Indeed, this faction had placed their hopes on Xiao Yan securing the top position. Xiao Yan, my esteemed senior, you must endure. Go forth and defeat Blood Cloud, seizing the first place. I have wagered 300,000 celestial crystals. Their anticipation mingled with trepidation, only to witness Xiao Yan ultimately retreating. Ah, my heart aches. This outcome was unbearable for many, particularly those who had miscalculated their wagers. Yet, a few were elated, their hearts brimming with joy. Among them was Meng Hong, one of the organizers of this betting pool. He, along with several affluent peers, had orchestrated this gamble, even enlisting the sect's steward as a witness to enhance its credibility. Naturally, Meng Hong lacked sufficient celestial crystals, but he had a recently prosperous cousin, Su Qian, from whom he borrowed the necessary funds. Ha! My foresight was indeed astute. This venture should net me at least several tens of millions in celestial crystals. Meng Hong mused, a smile gradually spreading across his face. At that moment, a disciple hurried over, breathless with urgency. Not good, Brother Meng. We have just tallied the accounts and discovered. Chapter 52. The opportunity of clones and the crystal of jellyfish. Meng Hong furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the messenger who had rushed in, feeling a surge of discontent. He admonished, "What is the cause of this panic? What have you discovered to warrant such a commotion?" The disciple, panting heavily, replied, "Senior brother, we have just tallied the accounts and found that someone has bet on Blood Cloud to secure first place. So what if someone has placed a bet? What could a single individual possibly lose?" Meng Hong scoffed, yet an inexplicable tremor began to stir within him. The disciple continued, "The one who placed the bet is none other than Blood Cloud himself, wagering 30 million low-grade celestial crystals." What? Meng Hong's expression turned to one of horror, his body trembling as darkness clouded his vision, and dizziness enveloped him. If his memory served him correctly, the odds for Blood Cloud to secure first place were 1/10. Ah! Meng Hong's heart twisted in agony, and he fainted on the spot. This was disastrous. It was all over. In the void, Fang Yun established his dominance as the champion and then withdrew his consciousness from the main body, leaving the Blood Cloud clone to bask in the ensuing glory. Having accomplished his goals, he departed, content to remain hidden from fame and recognition. At that moment, within the courtyard of Silver Moon City, Fang Yun donned a scholarly blue robe, holding a scroll of scriptures, exuding the demeanor of an elegant scholar. He brushed his sleeves and radiated an air of refinement and amicability, devoid of the earlier arrogance he had displayed at the Yunfan Immortal Sect. It was as though everything that transpired held no relevance to him. The stark contrast in his demeanor would likely leave anyone unable to connect the two personas. Fang Yun gazed at the metal sword Dao, and suddenly recalled the 3 Fire Flood clones still at the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. They had recently experienced a rapid breakthrough, yet unlike the Blood Cloud clone, they lacked the notoriety of genius. How had they managed to remain undetected? Pondering this, Fang Yun then entered the consciousness of the Fire Yuan, who had been in close proximity to Princess Mo Lin. As he accessed their memories, he swiftly unraveled the experiences of the past few days. The three Fire Yuan had been living in seclusion, selflessly contributing and gaining trust, especially with the dependency of the mocking little white. As for their cultivation, they had kept it concealed. Although Mo Lin had detected signs of their breakthroughs, the Fire Yuan siblings managed to deflect suspicion by claiming they practiced a joint secret method and had recently consumed a significant number of elixirs, thereby accelerating their progress. Mo Lin had said little on the matter, leaving Fang Yun uncertain of her faith in them. However, within the memories of Fire Yuan, he stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing. Mo Lin shared a close relationship with Fire Yuan, even having bathed together. Thus, Fang Yun inadvertently glimpsed the entirety of the situation. The little dove certainly had a remarkable flight. Retrieving his consciousness, he instructed the three to continue their covert operations, waiting for the opportune moment. He would never relinquish the bloodline of the Qi dragon. If he were to successfully acquire it, he felt it would become the most potent bloodline race he possessed. Moreover, as the Qi dragon belonged to the water element, which he lacked, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. At that moment, a clone unexpectedly contacted Fang Yun's true self. "Master, I have encountered a significant opportunity." Upon hearing this, Fang Yun's spirits immediately soared. The Avatar of Transcendence is one of the 30 avatars previously dispatched. Fang Yun initially held little hope, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly fortune had come his way. He turned his consciousness toward the Avatar, and upon discerning its location, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This Avatar was a staggering 10,000 miles away from his true self. Amidst his surprise, the Avatar resumed its report. "Master, a few fellow cultivators and I were approached by a certain faction, claiming that there exists a celestial mountain overseas, abundant with treasures. Thus, we set forth." Fang Yun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This scheme sounded eerily familiar. Could it be that this Avatar had been deceived into a perilous situation? At that moment, the voice of the Avatar resonated in his mind again, tinged with a hint of pride. "Humph! Such a crude ploy was easily discerned by one endowed with just a fraction of your wisdom. Nevertheless, I chose to follow along. And guess what, Master? You won't believe what I encountered." Fang Yun chuckled, finding this Avatar rather intriguing. Having possessed avatars for quite some time, he had developed a general understanding of their characteristics. Each avatar was essentially a relatively independent entity, endowed with its own intelligence and behavioral logic. He refrained from interfering with them, allowing each to live a life of its own. Yet, the ultimate principle governing their existence was unwavering obedience to their true self. Should Fang Yun intervene, they would transform into mere tools, capable of losing their self at any moment, even becoming extensions of him. They possessed a degree of autonomy while remaining absolutely subservient to Fang Yun, the primary entity. At this juncture, Fang Yun could have directly assumed control to access the memories, but seeing the Avatar's enthusiasm, he chose to let it express itself. The Avatar continued, "We indeed arrived at a celestial island through the teleportation array, but instead of treasures scattered everywhere, we found ourselves imprisoned. They commanded us to dive into the sea in search of a substance known as the Water Mother Crystal." "Oh?" Fang Yun replied, intrigued. He had never heard of this Water Mother Crystal. "Master, I inquired with the elders here, and it is said to contain the essence of water principles. It is a crucial material for refining heavy water elixirs and water-based magical treasures. Extremely precious. I have just discovered a piece. Look." As the Avatar spoke, Fang Yun noticed a dark blue crystal materializing within its exclusive space. With a mere thought, he summoned the crystal into his possession. Upon grasping it, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The crystal, no larger than a chicken egg, felt extraordinarily heavy, over 10,000 pounds. Moreover, the moment it appeared, Fang Yun observed the air within the courtyard rapidly becoming humid, as though it were on the verge of dripping with moisture. Upon probing the crystal with his consciousness, he was even more astonished. He distinctly sensed that it was infused with an exceptionally rich water energy, akin to a concentrated ocean. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Fang Yun joyfully stored it away. "Master, quickly summon the brothers. This maritime expanse harbors peril. Should I arrive too late, I fear I may be lost, missing the opportunity entirely." Fang Yun listened, both astonished and amused. He was taken aback by the serendipity of the jellyfish's spiritual crystal, and even more so by the wisdom of this avatar. Indeed, it is a testament to my training. Fang Yun silently praised. He then delved into the consciousness of the past. At this moment, this avatar of the human race found itself amidst a sea of deep azure and black hues. Not far away lay a small celestial island. The surrounding waters were vast and boundless, stretching beyond sight. As he absorbed the memories, everything aligned with what the avatar had stated. However, Fang Yun gleaned further information. The island was named Beefing Island, where 3 true immortals resided, primarily to ward off the encroaching sea beasts. There were 2,000 to 3,000 ethereal sailors diving for crystals, most of whom were above the 5th level of ethereal immortality. Among them were loyal members of this faction, yet a greater number were deceived water slaves. At this moment, Fang Yun was submerged hundreds of meters beneath the surface, having just grasped the general situation, when he suddenly spotted a colossal sea beast in the distance. It surged forth, rushing towards a cultivator. Chapter 53. The Undersea Task Force. First prize, Fang Yun witnessed the terrifying sight of a sea beast devouring a cultivator at the 7th layer of the Void Immortal Realm. He immediately grasped the peril that his clone had alluded to. According to the system's warning, this beast possessed an astounding strength at the 9th layer of the Void Immortal Realm. As it approached, Fang Yun swiftly evaded to a concealed reef. Perhaps due to the clone's ability to mask its presence, the sea beast failed to detect him. After wandering aimlessly for a while, it gradually vanished into the dark azure waters. It was no wonder that no one dared to venture forth from the immortal island. Fang Yun began to comprehend the situation. This vast expanse of ocean stretched far from the shore. The skies were inhabited by avian demon beasts, while various sea creatures lurked below. Without the protection of the immortal island, attempting to flee would be a swift path to demise. With a flicker of thought, Fang Yun summoned 99 human clones, bringing their total to a neat 100. The undersea treasure hunting team was ready to commence. At his command, the clones formed into groups of 3, concealing their auras, and swiftly began the search for the Water Mother Crystal. Fang Yun also endeavored to seek it out, but soon discovered that this task was far from simple. The pressure of the ocean in the immortal realm was exceedingly formidable, and the weight of the water was overwhelming. As a cultivator at the 6th layer of the Void Immortal Realm, he could hardly dive into the deeper waters. He was limited to searching in shallower areas within a few hundred miles of the immortal island. Moreover, the probability of finding the Water Mother Crystal exceeded his expectations in its rarity. After 2 hours with 100 clones, not a single crystal had been found. Instead, they had managed to slay several sea beasts at the 5th layer of the Void Immortal Realm, acquiring a handful of beast cores. This hardly seemed worthwhile. He decided to reassess the situation. Fang Yun, feeling somewhat at a loss, withdrew his consciousness from the body of his clone, Fang Shui. Upon returning to his courtyard, he soon received updates on the tasks he had assigned to Fang Yu No. 1. From the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Fair, he had procured a catalog of treasures from the immortal realm. He quickly retrieved it and began to search through its pages. Before long, he found a detailed entry regarding the Water Mother Crystal among the treasures of the rule level. The information largely mirrored what Fang Shui had gathered, albeit with greater detail. Water Mother Crystal, a treasure of the water element at the rule level. It commonly forms in areas rich in water elemental laws and serves as a primary material for refining water-based Dao pills and water element immortal treasures. Immortals who practice the water element laws can directly absorb its inner water elemental power, enhancing their cultivation and accelerating their comprehension of water element laws. Estimated value: a minimum of 1,000 low-grade immortal crystals per pound. The heavier the Water Mother Crystal, the more precious it is. Upon reading the estimated value at the end of the description, Fang Yun couldn't help but gasp. The Water Mother Crystal in his hand, roughly the size of an egg, weighed over 10,000 pounds. This meant it was worth a staggering 10 million low-grade immortal crystals. Such a treasure was worth this much? Realizing its true value, Fang Yun, who had previously thought the endeavor somewhat unprofitable, promptly sent another 100-member undersea task force to join his clone, Fang Shui. It is noteworthy that previously, his doppelganger had engaged in mining incessantly for 24 hours, yielding a mere 60,000 inferior celestial crystals. With 100 individuals, the daily yield amounted to 6 million. By this calculation, even if the 100-member underwater team were to discover just a single piece akin to what Fang Yun held, it would result in profit. Moreover, there lies the possibility of serendipity. Should they unearth something substantial, it could directly equate to several billion inferior celestial crystals. Fang Yun mused on these delightful prospects, his heart brimming with anticipation and a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The demon pills from virtual celestial level sea beasts, when accumulated, should also amount to a significant income. In the courtyard, Fang Yun diligently computed, embodying the demeanor of a responsible family patriarch. His entire household required a copious amount of celestial crystals. Recently, the Celestial Mine venture faced constraints, leaving Fang Yun troubled over financial resources. At this moment, it seemed he had found a potential avenue. Little did he realize that had it not been for the myriad attributes of his doppelganger, this so-called opportunity would have been first a kidney harvested, then a kidney extracted, and subsequently tossed into the ocean, fed to the fish turning into fat. Hey. Master, the first-place reward has arrived. The voice of Blood Cloud echoed, and Fang Yun's eyes brightened. Lately, fortunate events had been plentiful. Could it be that he was beginning to ride the wave of good luck? Fang Yun felt a sense of ease in his heart and promptly received the memories from Blood Cloud. Reward 1. Choose any complete technique from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion. Reward 2. 30,000 contribution points to the sect. Reward 3. 3 Celestial Yuan Passage Pills. Furthermore, there was a hidden reward for Meng Hong owed him 3 billion inferior celestial crystals. This too constituted a considerable fortune. Observing his gains, Fang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the generous offerings from the Yunfan celestial sect. Not to mention the selectable technique. Merely the 30,000 contribution points were sufficient for Fang Yun to exchange for several celestial arts. The celestial Yuan Passage Pills were also remarkable. Unlike ordinary methods of enhancing cultivation, these pills could significantly expedite a cultivator's opening of celestial apertures. For others, such pills might be the most precious, as they could save decades of arduous training. However, for Fang Yun they were merely average. His cultivation speed was rapid, and the pills would only save him a few days. Nonetheless, they could serve as a facade to explain his swift advancement, which was acceptable. Fang Yun took out the pills, examined them for a while, and then put them away once more. The celestial arts previously exchanged by Blood Cloud were primarily from the 1st and 2nd levels. Thus, the technique from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion was evidently extraordinary, and Fang Yun planned to select it personally. However, at this moment, he instructed Blood Cloud to use the contribution points to exchange for a water-based celestial art. There was no other reason, but to better assist the underwater team in their treasure-seeking endeavors. Before long, the water-based celestial art was delivered into Fang Yun's hands. Qinglan Water Control Technique, a rule-level water-based celestial art. Rule-level celestial arts. These involve the comprehension and application of rules, predominantly utilized in the realms of true celestial and golden celestial beings. Fang Yun casually perused the text for a while, feeling an immense depth of mystery, before he entrusted this challenging dilemma to his practicing avatar. An hour later, Fang Yun discovered that his avatar's progress in mastering the water-based technique was far from what he had anticipated. With 5,000 avatars practicing for an hour, the cumulative efficiency barely allowed them to grasp the rudiments of the skill. In fact, they had scarcely made any meaningful progress. It could only be described as a mere inkling of understanding. Astonished, Fang Yun meticulously analyzed the situation and soon grasped the essence of the matter. The celestial techniques he had previously mastered with such alacrity were either inclined towards supernatural abilities, such as Dragon's Roar 13 Spears or Heavenly Fourfold Decision, or were areas where his avatars possessed particular expertise. For instance, his Kuefing Wolf avatar had successfully comprehended Wind Escape without trace, while his human avatar had mastered the Gung Metal Sword technique. Currently, however, neither Fang Yun nor any of his avatars exhibited any particular prowess in the water element. Among the recent attempts to understand the water-based celestial technique, his human avatar performed slightly better, while the avatars from the Blood Fiend and Kuefing Wolf tribes displayed almost complete ineptness, making their comprehension of the technique exceedingly sluggish. Coming to this conclusion, Fang Yun found it difficult to accept the reality. He, who had always been as fierce as a dragon, swift as the wind, and powerful as a tiger, now found himself at a loss when faced with the ethereal water fairy. Who could endure such a predicament? Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Water Motheress Crystal. Chapter 54. The Water of Qinglan. The secret realm of Lingguang. Fang Yun extracted the Water Mother Crystal and cast it into the ethereal space of the system. With a mere thought, 5,000 avatars encircled the crystal, resuming their cultivation. Under the impetus of the celestial energy from the avatars, the vast oceanic essence within the Water Mother Crystal began to disperse. Soon, the effects of the crystal manifested within the ethereal space. Mist billowed forth, and the surrounding water elements grew lively. The avatars, who previously held little interest in the water elements, began to show signs of enlightenment in such an environment. As time passed, Fang Yun could distinctly sense that the rate of comprehension of the Qinglan water art by his avatars had multiplied several times over. A day later, Fang Yun opened his eyes from meditation, a hint of surprise illuminating his face. At that moment, mist enveloped him, and strands of azure celestial light emanated from his being. In the next instant, he lightly pointed at the air in the courtyard, and instantly, the water vapor became animated, coalescing into a gentle, dense rain. Moreover, there was not a trace of celestial energy fluctuation emanating from Fang Yun. It was evident that this rain was not conjured by forceful celestial power. Should onlookers witness this scene, they would undoubtedly believe him to be a water deity. Haha! Finally, some modest achievements have been realized. With a hearty laugh, Fang Yun waved his hand, and the dense rain in the courtyard dissipated instantly, leaving even the puddles on the ground vanished. While the results were satisfactory, the Water Mother Crystal, valued at over 10 million lower-grade celestial crystals, had been nearly consumed in a single day. If only I could obtain the bloodline of that Qi Dragon, creating a Qi Dragon avatar would be far less troublesome. Fang Yun murmured, recalling the chubby little dragon Xiao Bai from the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect, wishing fervently to drain it dry. That creature had been feasting on the essence of his avatars, taking more than it gave, often rubbing against Huayuan and Hualing. There were several occasions when, had he not been wary of the true immortal Mo Lin, Fang Yun would have acted more forcefully. Recently, Fang Yun had been instructing Fang Yuno, One and the Wanbao Immortal Association to gather information on powerful bloodlines from formidable races. The Sighting Sky had also been keeping an eye out. However, despite the multitude of races in the immortal realm, exceptional and powerful bloodlines appeared to be quite elusive. Fang Yun held high standards. He was unwilling to waste his avatars on inferior bloodlines. Once an avatar selected a race to transform into, changing it was impossible. Weak races were unworthy of becoming avatars. This was Fang Yun's principle. In the next moment, Fang Yun's consciousness took over Fang Shui, who was far away on Bai Feng Island, still submerged in the sea. This time, he instantly perceived a stark difference from before. Previously, he had descended into the depths by forcefully resisting the immense pressure of the ocean. Yet now he felt as though the surrounding waters had embraced him. Like a fish, he became nimble and invigorated. The rich water elements surrounding him even inspired an impulse to sit cross-legged and cultivate. After experimenting in the aquatic domain, Fang Yun quickly arrived at a conclusion. The depth he could descend had nearly doubled, and the area he could explore had expanded significantly. Moreover, his sensitivity to the conditions of the ocean has markedly improved. Such enhancements greatly assist in the search for jellyfish law crystals. Indeed, the costs incurred have not been in vain. Fang Yun's consciousness returned to Silver Moon City, where he gazed upon the exclusive space of his avatars, which contained 2 jellyfish law crystals. Clearly, from yesterday to today, the 2 underwater teams had managed to collect only these 2 pieces. One was slightly larger than an egg, while the other was a tad smaller, collectively valued at approximately 20 million low-grade immortal crystals. Within the various avatar spaces, there were also several beast demon cores, considered an additional bounty. Upon examining a few, Fang Yun found them to be, as expected, water attribute demon cores. He had previously researched that water attribute demon cores at the virtual immortal level held considerable value, ranging from several thousand to several 100,000 immortal crystals, depending on their tier. The following day, the underwater teams presented their new findings: 5 additional jellyfish law crystals. This news filled Fang Yun with delight. The 5 crystals varied in size, and upon weighing them, he estimated their worth at around 60 to 70 million low-grade immortal crystals. Furthermore, these crystals proved beneficial for cultivating and comprehending the laws of water. Since he currently lacked 4 immortal crystals, he decided against exchanging them and opted to store them for the time being. Naturally, Beefing Island had also suffered significant losses. The further one strayed from the immortal island and delved deeper into the ocean, the greater the chances of discovering jellyfish law crystals, albeit with heightened danger. Over the past 2 days, the 2 underwater teams, consisting of 400 individuals, faced attacks from sea beasts and the complexities of the ocean depths, resulting in the loss of 7 to 8 members. Upon their return to the system, Fang Yun promptly replenished their numbers, maintaining a treasure-hunting squad of 400. Although he had reaped rewards, Fang Yun refrained from deploying additional avatars, focusing primarily on his cultivation. In the medium-sized mine, true immortal Ling Yun had cast a vast net. He had even ceased his own cultivation, periodically sending out his mental energy, always prepared. True immortal Ling Yun had summarized numerous capture techniques and precautions, holding complete confidence that if the shadow reappeared, he could secure it without fail. However, as days passed, that elusive shadow seemed to have vanished entirely, never to be seen again. The heightened tension and readiness of true immortal Ling Yun and the enforcement team had become quite exhausting, even causing the light-seeking mouse to appear visibly worn down. Ah, still hoping to capture me. How naive. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon City, Fang Yun lounged comfortably in a grand chair, thoroughly relaxed. The sisters Jian Wu and Jian Ro occasionally fed him peeled, succulent grapes. The news from the mine naturally stemmed from Blood Cloud, which he had heard through the loose lips of his master. Master Fuguei had not elaborated much, merely mentioning it in passing, but Blood Cloud had keenly picked up on it and reported back to Fang Yun. Thus, Fang Yun temporarily abandoned any thoughts of venturing to the mine. Survival is paramount. There is no need to take risks, especially since he currently had no shortage of immortal crystals. Should the time come when he required a substantial amount for true immortality, he would undoubtedly reconsider. However, at that time it may not merely be a matter of mining. The Yunfan Celestial Sect and the Fuguang Palace. At this moment, Blood Cloud was summoned by the esteemed Fuguang. Yuner, in 5 days the ethereal realm of spiritual light will be unveiled. Since you have only recently arrived, you may not be fully aware of the circumstances. Allow me to elucidate the situation for you. Then you may decide for yourself whether to enter. Chapter 55. The Sutra of the Formless Mysterious Void. Upon hearing the words, Blood Cloud instantly felt invigorated. As the Master of Radiance recounted the tale, Blood Cloud's eyes sparkled ever more brightly, especially upon learning of the potential presence of the rare bloodlines of ancient extraordinary beasts. Observing this, the Master of Radiance recognized that his disciple was undoubtedly eager to embark on this journey. Thus, he ceased his attempts at persuasion, understanding that peril lurked in every corner of the celestial realm, and only those with unyielding ambition could forge ahead. Should fortune favor him in the secret domain, the possibility of soaring to great heights was not out of the question. His own mastery of the light principle was a serendipitous boon obtained within a similar secret realm. The Master of Radiance cast a knowing glance at Blood Cloud and chuckled softly, acknowledging the indomitable spirit of his disciple. While there are abundant opportunities there, the dangers are equally formidable. Not only will our 3 sex disciples venture forth, but those from several nearby celestial realms will also participate, including disciples nurtured by the Celestial Monarch's palace. Thus, the true peril lies not solely in the secret realm itself, but rather in the rival cultivators vying for the same opportunities. Your cultivation is still modest. Remember to stay close to your senior brothers who are at the late stage of the Void Immortal Realm, seize what opportunities you can, and prioritize your safety. Upon receiving this counsel, Blood Cloud hurried back to his dwelling to promptly report to the true body of Fang Yun. As the memories flowed in, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Fang Yun's eyes. A fragment of a continent from the ancient celestial realm, celestial herbs, spiritual roots, ancient ruins, and the rare alchemical pills of the laws, not to mention the bloodlines of ancient beasts. Fang Yun felt a stirring within. These opportunities were firmly held by the various celestial sects, and had he not orchestrated for his avatar to infiltrate the celestial sect, he would have remained oblivious to them. Moreover, if Bloodcloud, as a sixth-layer Void Immortal, had not contended for a quota, he would have had no chance of entering the Secret Realm. This expedition into the Secret Realm was limited to those beneath the true immortal level. Thus, the majority of entrants would likely be at the late stages of the Void Immortal Realm or even at the 9th layer. As Fang Yun pondered, a sudden realization struck him. The Master of Radiance mentioned that the Secret Realm existed in an alternate space. He was uncertain if his avatar could be successfully summoned there. The distinction of alternate space was not merely one of distance but of spatial hierarchy. If the avatar could traverse to that realm, then Bloodcloud would represent an army of tens of thousands of Void Immortals. Even in the face of 9th layer Void Immortals, Fang Yun would hold no fear. At that moment, no faction would possess a greater number of loyal adherents. Tens of thousands of Void Immortals, rallying around a group of exceptional cultivators, would cry out, "Leave the opportunities for us. They are all ours." Imagining such a scene filled him with exhilaration. Yet, should the Avatar army be unable to enter, Bloodcloud would merely be Bloodcloud, a sixth-layer Void Immortal, with his life hanging by a thread. Even if he advanced later, his circumstances would remain largely unchanged. Ultimately, it would hinge upon the rules of the Secret Realm and the regulations of the spatial system, determining whose prestige reigns supreme. With 5 days remaining, Fang Yun resolved to make another bold attempt. With a single thought, Shui Yun made his way to the scripture repository of the Yunfan Immortal Sect. He had one last opportunity to select an immortal technique. Within the repository, he respectfully addressed the Elder, "Elder, I have come to claim the reward for achieving first place in the competition." He presented his identity token. The Elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing a surprisingly youthful visage, donned a violet Taoist robe, exuding an aura that was utterly imperceptible. However, the system indicated that he was indeed at the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation. The Taoist opened his eyes, their depths resembling an unfathomable abyss, imbued with a touch of the ages yet strikingly clear. With a mere glance, Fang Yun felt a tremor in his heart, as if his very being had been penetrated, leaving him with a sensation of utter exposure. He felt a tightening in his chest, though his expression remained composed. In the next moment, the Taoist withdrew his gaze and spoke impassively. "Choose any one technique from the 3rd floor, but you have only the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." With that, he elegantly flicked his whisk, and the enchantments of the 3rd floor of the repository parted to reveal an entrance. Fang Yun swiftly stepped inside. The immortal techniques on the 3rd floor were all of the law level. However, their quantity paled in comparison to those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Nonetheless, there were still over 100 techniques available. Each law-level technique emanated a unique aura of law, their brilliance varying in strength. At that moment, these techniques appeared like ethereal spirits of immortal light, suspended within the grand hall of the repository. To the observer, they resembled a myriad of stars, each radiating a distinctive luminescence. For a moment, Fang Yun's eyes were dazzled. What type of immortal technique should I choose? Fang Yun mused, raising an eyebrow. Recently, he had acquired several immortal techniques within the sect, some of which were law-level, but most were not complete versions. Due to limitations on contribution points, he could not select freely. This was an exceptional opportunity, and he approached it with utmost caution. Each floating technique was bound by restrictions, and upon probing with his consciousness, he could glimpse a brief introduction. As time elapsed, he narrowed his choices down to 3 techniques. One was a gold element law technique perfectly suited for his essence. Another catered to the blood-killing clan, and the last was unexpectedly focused on soul cultivation. Among these, Fang Yun leaned more towards the final technique concerning the cultivation of the soul. Although it was not a law-type technique, its placement on the 3rd floor indicated its value was equivalent to that of law-level immortal techniques. Furthermore, to this point, he had yet to encounter any cultivation methods related to the soul. As time was still not up, Fang Yun chose not to make an immediate decision and continued his examination. While observing, he noted an intriguing phenomenon. Most of the law techniques pertained to the 5 elements, with many appearing somewhat similar. Techniques outside the 5 elements were exceedingly rare. As the time drew near, Fang Yun's peripheral vision caught sight of a faint white glow at the edge of his view. The luminosity was exceedingly dim, and compared to the other floating orbs, it was easily overlooked unless one looked closely. What kind of immortal technique is this? This glow is so faint. It's even less radiant than those on the second floor. Fang Yun was taken aback and then probed with his consciousness. In an instant, his pupils constricted. The Wuxiang Shenkong Sutra, a celestial technique pertaining to the laws of space. Upon merely reading the initial words, a tempest of thoughts surged within Fang Yun's mind, leaving him almost incredulous. Although the Yunfan celestial sect was formidable, its numbers were not particularly overwhelming. To Fang Yun's knowledge, it boasted merely 2 golden immortals at its zenith. How could it possibly be accompanied by a celestial technique of the laws of space? While Fang Yun was unaware of the precise hierarchies among the myriad laws of the celestial realm, it was evident that time and space represented the pinnacle of such laws. Filled with exhilaration, he continued to read, only for the expression on his face to gradually stiffen as he progressed. At the conclusion of the technique's introduction, a small note was inscribed. A disciple fortuitously obtained this during a secret realm expedition a myriad of years ago. The technique remains incomplete, and to this day, no one has been able to comprehend it. Choose wisely. As the time elapsed, he swiftly exited the 3rd floor and approached the elder. I choose the Wuxiang Shenkong Sutra. Chapter 56. 5 young disciples of the immortal 2nd generation, are you certain about your selection of this particular celestial technique? The purple-robed Taoist cast a glance at Blood Cloud, his expression tinged with mild surprise. Recently, Blood Cloud had been quite the sensation among the disciples of the sect, and the purple-robed Taoist had heard the whispers. It was said that he was exceedingly self-assured and arrogant, yet possessed extraordinary talent. Is there a problem? Fang Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired. There is a possibility, but have you not read the description? This technique is incomplete. It only contains the middle portion. The earlier segments are absent. Do you truly believe you can cultivate it? Young lad, do not reach for the unattainable, the purple-robed Taoist advised. Such opportunities are rare. I recommend you choose another. Thank you, Elder Xie, but I shall stick with this one, Fang Yun declared solemnly. He had long contemplated this choice. Celestial techniques related to the laws of space are as rare as they are precious, while alternatives exist for others, but this technique is indeed a rarity even if it is flawed. Heh! The purple-robed Taoist chuckled lightly at Fang Yun's words. You are indeed quite confident, and perhaps a touch presumptuous. He regarded Fang Yun once more, then chose not to elaborate further. Over the millennia, he had encountered many young individuals brimming with the same confidence, yet most were merely self-assured. In the next moment, the purple-robed Taoist flipped his palm, revealing a golden circular box. The box was adorned with inscriptions that shimmered with a gentle golden light. The purple-robed Taoist formed a seal with his hand and, channeling his celestial energy, propelled the box forth, which swiftly descended above the luminous sphere of the Wuxiang Shenkong Jing. With a swift motion, it enveloped the sphere within. The surface of the circular box radiated with brilliant runes. This spectacle persisted for several breaths, after which the celestial light gradually receded, and the box returned to the Taoist's hand. He opened the lid and gently shook it, causing a jade slip to tumble forth. Fang Yun observed this with curiosity, soon grasping its significance. This peculiar circular box appeared to possess a function akin to duplication, capable of imprinting the content and essence of the celestial techniques within those luminous spheres. Moreover, it would not leak. Even the purple-robed Taoist himself could not view the techniques contained within. There are restrictions on the jade slip. Only you may peruse its contents. Do not attempt to copy or disseminate the scriptures contained within, lest you bear the consequences, the purple-robed Taoist cautioned, tossing the jade slip over to Fang Yun. Understood, Fang Yun replied, receiving it with a bow. As he exited the scripture repository, a graceful figure approached from a distance. It was Luo Yu, the very individual he had nearly injured days prior. As she landed, seemingly taken aback by the encounter with Blood Cloud, surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. She fixed her gaze upon Fang Yun, and as she drew near, offered a slight nod. Fang Yun reciprocated with a subtle inclination of his head. Having acquired the technique, Fang Yun set off to seek Meng Hong. Those fellows still owed him 300 million. At that moment, Meng Hong and several senior brothers were in their cave dwelling, fraught with anxiety and lamentation. They had meticulously calculated their accounts over the past few days. Without Blood Cloud's gambling debts, they would have netted a staggering 60 million low-grade celestial crystals. Yet, there was no what-if upon factoring in Blood Cloud's debts. The gambling venture they had initiated had completely collapsed. I just recalculated. The celestial crystals we earned from this gambling venture, combined with our existing celestial crystals, artifacts, elixirs, and sect contribution points, the total value amounts to a mere 130 million inferior immortal crystals. We cannot afford to settle the debt with Blood Cloud. Zhao Zhen lamented, holding the accounts with a furrowed brow. The others nearby exhibited little change in expression, evidently having already assessed their financial situation. I fail to comprehend how Blood Cloud acquired such a fortune in immortal crystals. There must be some hidden intricacies. Should we use this as an excuse to threaten him? Or perhaps seize an opportunity to handle it directly? Qi Chong suggested, gesturing ominously at his throat. Heh, do you not know who Blood Cloud is? Threatening him? Not only does he have a reputation for brilliance, but let us not forget his master is the true immortal of light. Zhao Zhen replied. Indeed, Qi Chong, I advise you to suppress your perilous thoughts. We are merely in debt for the time being. Our lives are not at stake. Luo Bufan shot a warning glance at Qi Chong. Ahem, I was merely offering a suggestion. Do not take it to heart. Qi Chong said awkwardly, then turned to Luo Bufan, saying, Brother Bufan, your sister Luo Yu is renowned as a celestial beauty, pursued by many. She is both stunning and gifted. Why not introduce her to Blood Cloud? That way we could all be family, and the debt would vanish. Get lost. Luo Bufan fumed. Within the Luo family, his sister held a far superior status. If he were to sell her out like that, their ancestor would surely strike him down. Moreover, is it so simple to sell off one's sister? Meng Hong, do you not have a cousin in the Wanbao Immortal Association? I hear he holds a significant position there. Perhaps you could seek his assistance. Zhao Zhen suggested. I've already tried. The moment I mentioned this matter, he disowned me and demanded repayment of his immortal crystals. Meng Hong raised his head, filled with indignation. Damn it! I even helped him procure items back in the day. Meng Hong muttered resentfully. At that moment, Tang Huan, who had remained silent, spoke up. Why not request help from our families? Upon hearing this, the other four immediately glared at him, almost in unison exclaiming, Absolutely not. All 5 of their families were esteemed clans of cultivators, certainly not lacking in immortal crystals. However, this time they had overreached, accumulating far too much personal debt. They could not dare speak of it to their families. Otherwise, they would surely face dire consequences. Senior Brother Meng is present, and Blood Cloud is visiting. The voice from outside echoed into the cave residence, causing all 5 to tremble simultaneously. If only time could rewind, they would have never chosen to gamble. After a brief moment, the entrance to the cave sluggishly opened, and upon seeing Fang Yun, the 5 immediately knelt before him. What is the meaning of this? Fang Yun frowned. These individuals were all senior disciples of the Yunfan Immortal Sect, each hailing from respectable backgrounds, 2 at the 7th level of the Void Immortal Realm, and 3 at the 8th level. They constituted a formidable faction of second-generation immortals. Yet, at this moment, they collectively began to bemoan their plight to Fang Yun. Ah, Brother Yun. Moments later, Fang Yun's expression darkened significantly. He kicked aside the one clinging to his leg, Luo Bufan, and coldly remarked, Do you intend to default on your debts? I shall not hesitate to reveal that the 30 million inferior celestial crystals were borrowed from my esteemed master. Should they remain unredeemed, do you believe I would summon my master to demand them? Upon hearing this, the few present quivered once more. It is said that Blood Cloud is quite favored by the true immortal of the dawn, and now they are convinced of it. Ah! No, absolutely not. We simply cannot produce such a sum of celestial crystals at this moment. Please, Senior Brother Yun, grant us a little more time. Zhao Zhen hastily explained. This matter must not escalate. If it becomes known at home, we shall face severe repercussions. In the midst of his speech, Zhao Zhen hurriedly presented a storage bag. Here is over 100 million inferior celestial crystals. Please accept them for now, Senior Brother Yun. Luo Bufan then added, "We shall undoubtedly repay the remaining crystals. Until we do, you shall be our elder brother. We can pledge our oath to the heavens."
Come.
Let us acknowledge our elder brother. Chapter 57. Endless Void. Assault on the second cave of the Immortals. Greetings, elder brother. With these words, Luo Bufan was the first to bow, followed closely by the other four. This was their recently devised last-ditch strategy. They were uncertain when they would be able to repay. After all, it amounted to several tens of millions of low-grade immortal crystals per person. And this was in light of their already depleted resources. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, silently cursing. A bunch of paupers. It was merely 300 million low-grade immortal crystals. Was it truly such a daunting task? Little did he know. Not everyone possessed wealth as he did. Moments later, as Fang Yun departed, he had not fully collected the immortal crystals. Yet he was compelled to accept 5 second-generation disciples. He understood in his heart that these 5 individuals were not genuinely sincere but were merely attempting to appease him. Regardless, he saw no loss in retaining them. After all, they might prove useful in the future, possibly yielding even greater rewards. In Silver Moon City, upon regaining his consciousness, Fang Yun immediately retrieved the Wuxiang Shen Kong Jing. As his divine sense probed within, it indeed resembled what the elder from the scripture pavilion had described. Outsiders were unable to view it. This jade slip was bound by the Tao rhythm of Blood Cloud, permitting only Blood Cloud to peruse its contents. Fang Yun then entered the consciousness of Blood Cloud. This time, the exploration was remarkably smooth. However, after thorough study, Fang Yun reluctantly confirmed that the Wuxiang Shen Kong Jing could not be cultivated. It seemed as though something was lacking at the beginning of the text, rendering him unable to grasp its essence no matter how deeply he contemplated. Nonetheless, it was not entirely without merit. Fang Yun managed to replicate the scriptures and the unique principles contained within the jade slip into the memories of all his practicing avatars. Then, as over 9,000 avatars simultaneously engaged in cultivation, the profundity of the principles in Fang Yun's mind intensified exponentially. At the peak of this profundity, Fang Yun felt his consciousness plummet into an abyss of chaotic emptiness. There was no up or down, no left or right. As he gazed around, the chaotic expanse enveloped him, his consciousness seemingly lost within the boundless void. In the next moment, Fang Yun awoke from this void, beads of fine sweat unexpectedly adorning his forehead. What was that? His gaze sparkled with curiosity towards the unknown. He commanded his avatars to delve into study once more. Yet this time, Fang Yun found himself unable to penetrate that sense of void. After half a day of attempts, the remarkable sensation surged within him again. In the next instant, his consciousness slipped quietly back into the endless void. However, in this infinite emptiness, Fang Yun felt as though he were the sole existence, utterly incapable of finding any direction or perceiving anything else. After numerous attempts, Fang Yun awoke once more, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of loneliness and insignificance. It was a lamentation of a sentient being confronted with the vastness of endless space. This feeling lingered in his eyes, even long after his consciousness had returned, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Until he summoned the Sword Dance Sisters and a few enchanting demons, he gradually began to sense the essence of life. It was terrifying, truly deserving of being one of the supreme laws. Fang Yun reflected, and then promptly set aside his thoughts of further exploration and comprehension. The technique was indeed incomplete. Even with the enhancement of thousands of times the comprehension ability, he could only grasp certain enigmatic realms without a genuine direction, rendering effective cultivation impossible. Nevertheless, despite this, Fang Yun did not feel regret regarding his decision to acquire the Wuxiang Shen Kong Jing. Such a treasure was rare and invaluable, far surpassing any common celestial law. Even if its immediate aid was limited, Fang Yun wished to gather it nonetheless. Turning his gaze inward, Fang Yun observed that the 12 celestial orifices within his body, situated at the 6th level of the virtual celestial realm, had all been opened after days of diligent effort. Thus, all 36 celestial orifices radiating from his central dantian were now fully illuminated. Virtual celestial 7th level. Let us advance. Fang Yun sat cross-legged, and with a command resonating in his mind, Over 9,000 avatars within the system space began to strike against the bottleneck of the 7th level of the virtual celestial realm, with an enhancement of nearly 5,000 times the speed. In an instant, the 36 celestial orifices within Fang Yun's body, centered around the central dantian, flickered rapidly, shining brilliantly like stars. As the great circulation progressed, Fang Yun felt a torrent surging within him, roaring and rushing towards the unseen bottleneck. Wherever it passed, it was fierce and forceful, penetrating with ease, uprooting all resistance. With a confident smile, Fang Yun envisioned the bottleneck succumbing before him, like a delicate fairy overwhelmed by a legion of mighty warriors. Suddenly, the 36 celestial orifices of the central dantian emitted a thunderous sound, and in an instant, they connected as one, under the dazzling light, exhibiting signs of melting and merging. What on earth? Fang Yun was astonished and quickly considered a possibility. Could it be that the impact was too forceful, leading to the formation of a second heaven in one fell swoop? With this thought, Fang Yun's eyes lit up, urging himself to push even harder. Charge, charge, charge. At this moment, Fang Yun resembled the commander of a grand celestial formation, issuing a fierce assault command to his subordinates. In an instant, the great circulation within him accelerated further, the 36 celestial orifices around the central dantian thundering with booming sounds. A brilliance enveloped him, dazzling like a starry realm. This time, Fang Yun sensed an extraordinary level of difficulty. That bottleneck's iris was particularly convoluted and pliable. The birth of the second heaven appeared to be a slow process. Not only was he constrained by the inherent difficulty, but the first heaven of the lower dantian also began to glow in response to his onslaught. They seemed to resonate with each other while simultaneously obstructing one another. No wonder the virtual celestial heavens were so rare. The second heaven of the virtual celestial realm was even more exceedingly uncommon. Fang Yun contemplated the conditions and changes within his body and began to understand. It was important to note that he currently possessed an astounding 5,000 times the enhancement in cultivation and comprehension. Yet, even so, he encountered considerable obstacles. This illustrated how extraordinary the talent and the time required for an individual to achieve the virtual celestial heaven must be. This endeavor is not something an ordinary individual can accomplish solely through personal prowess, devoid of external assistance. From the insights gleaned from the esteemed Master Fuguei, Fang Yun has learned that a first-level Void Immortal is a true prodigy with profound foundations, while a second-level Void Immortal is regarded as a paragon among the elite disciples of the foremost sects in the celestial realm. As for a third-level Void Immortal, they are the stuff of legends. Once a Void Immortal achieves true immortality, they possess an intrinsic and considerable advantage in terms of the profundity of their celestial power and their comprehension of the laws of existence. Crucially, a Void Immortal can fundamentally support a cultivator in their future endeavors, allowing them to reach greater heights. Every third-level Void Immortal, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, is destined for achievements at least on par with a Golden Immortal or beyond. However, with gains come losses. While the might of a Void Immortal is undeniable, it demands a significant investment of time for cultivation or the assistance of rare celestial materials and treasures. Furthermore, the tribulations faced during the transition to true immortality are considerably more formidable. Many Void Immortals perceive this as a double-edged sword. For instance, one might invest an extensive amount of time and resources to attain the status of a third-level Void Immortal, but a cultivator as unremarkable as I may already have ascended to true immortality by that time. What does it matter how exceptional you are? In the presence of a true immortal, a third-level Void Immortal remains a fleeting existence, as the disparity lies in the very essence of life itself. Of course, once you attain true immortality, the tables may turn. Yet, until that moment arrives, you must remain steadfast and compliant. Gains and losses have always been intertwined, like the dance of yin and yang. Nevertheless, these musings stem from a sense of helplessness in the face of the challenges posed by the Void Immortal. Were it possible to challenge that status, no Void Immortal would willingly relinquish their position. Such is the fervent spirit of Fang Yun, who is currently surging forward with relentless determination. Time swiftly passes, and 5 days later, in the skies above the Yun Fan Immortal Sect, a colossal celestial vessel hovers majestically, enveloped in ethereal clouds, exuding an aura of divinity. Led by the golden immortal Yen Yun, a cohort of over 10 true immortal elders accompanies 100 disciples of the Yun Fan immortal sect, embarking on this expedition to the Spirit Light's secret realm. Let us depart. Chapter 58. The seventh layer of the illusory immortal, the second cave of illusory immortals. A colossal celestial vessel soared through the skies, roaring like a primordial beast, parting the clouds and stirring the winds in its wake. Numerous wandering cultivators gazed upon it with a sense of awe. Look, the dragon-riding celestial vessel of the Yun Fan celestial sect. Such grandeur. What could their purpose be? Ha! With the recent opening of the Spirit Light secret realm, they are surely heading to participate in the trials. It was rumored that the last time the Yun Fan celestial sect ventured into the realm, they suffered tremendous losses, with barely half of their 100 talented disciples returning. One can only wonder if they will reclaim their honor this time. In the distance, clusters of wandering cultivators whispered amongst themselves, some filled with envy, others with respect, and many merely spectating the unfolding drama. The dragon-riding celestial vessel was magnificent and resplendent, adorned with arrayed cloud patterns. It resembled a celestial palace suspended in the air, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, each housing numerous individual chambers. Present, on the broad platform at the vessel's bow stood dozens of ambitious illusory immortals, their spirits high and their energy palpable. Most were at the 8th or 9th layers of the illusory immortal realm, distinguished among their contemporaries in the Yun Fan sect, each harboring their own pride and aspirations. Among them, one striking young man stood out, for he was merely at the 7th layer of the illusory immortal realm. This cultivation level placed him among the lowest of those participating in the trials. However, none dared to look down upon him, for he was a prodigy of the Shao family. The Shao family enjoyed an extraordinary standing within the Yun Fan celestial sect, boasting several true immortal elders, as well as the preeminent Yen Yun, a figure of immense power. They were a significant force within the sect, garnering the admiration and respect of the disciples. At this moment, the young man was casting his gaze around. "Shao Yen, what are you looking for?" inquired a cultivator at the 8th layer of the illusory immortal realm, smiling at the youth. "I am searching for that fellow, Shui Yun," replied Shao Yen, raising an eyebrow. His white robe adorned with fiery patterns making him particularly conspicuous, his face radiating confidence. After the competition among disciples concluded, he had ascended directly to the 7th layer of the illusory immortal realm due to the rewards, marking a significant enhancement in his strength. Not only had he mastered another fire-based celestial technique under the guidance of his true immortal elder, but he had also been bestowed with a low-grade fire elemental treasure for his safety. At this moment, Shao Yan's confidence swelled immensely. He was eager to teach Shui Yun a lesson and reclaim the spotlight that had been snatched from him a few days prior. Shui Yun? The one who placed first in the mid-stage illusory immortal disciple competition. The nearby cultivator exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing this, Shao Yan felt a surge of discontent, especially at the mention of the word first, which struck a nerve. The reward for first place was exceptionally generous, and he had boasted before his elders, vowing to surpass Fan Xian and seize the top position. Yet, while he had indeed bested Fan Xian, he had failed to secure first place. Although the elders later praised him for his prudence and restraint, suggesting that had he acted impulsively, he might not have even secured second place, these well-meaning words only stoked the fire of frustration within Shao Yan. The monk beside him noticed the grim expression on Shao Yan's face and quickly realized he had misspoken. He hurriedly added, "Shao Shidi, there is no need to concern yourself with that blood cloud. He merely possesses a bit more talent. However, we cultivators value not just talent, but also background and resources." Before he could finish his sentence, Shao Yan narrowed his eyes and shot him a glance, letting out a huff before turning to leave. The man felt embarrassed, sensing he had erred but uncertain as to where. What he stated was, after all, a widely accepted truth in the immortal realm. Cultivators require wealth, companions, techniques, and locations, all indispensable. Wealth relates to resources for cultivation. Companions refer to allies and supportive backgrounds. Techniques encompass cultivation methods and innate understanding. Locations pertain to blessed lands and cultivation sites. In these regards, aside from techniques, which Blood Cloud could slightly rival Shao Yan in, He was overwhelmingly inferior in all other aspects. The cultivator was utterly befuddled. He intended to flatter and get closer, yet it seemed to have the opposite effect at that moment. Suddenly, a brilliant celestial light erupted from a room within the flying vessel, radiating with such brilliance that even restrictions could not contain it. Accompanied by waves of celestial sounds, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Instantly, everyone aboard the vessel was taken aback, all gazing in that direction. Soon, a figure soared into the sky, directly sitting cross-legged beneath the protective barrier of the vessel, eagerly absorbing the surrounding celestial energy, with resplendent rays of light bursting forth, astonishingly flamboyant. Indeed, it was the Blood Cloud avatar, embodying the principle of being ostentatious rather than modest. Blood Cloud had broken through at the edge of the vessel. The enchanting fairy Luo Yu fixed her gaze on a certain individual in the sky, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of unusual brilliance. This fellow, how infuriating! Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, watching the young man with crimson hair floating above, wishing he could rush up and reduce him to ashes. It was merely a breakthrough. Did it require such a commotion? However, the next moment, Xiao Yan's mouth fell agape, his face a mask of disbelief. He beheld Blood Cloud suddenly radiating celestial light, as two gleaming images of blessed lands erupted from his lower and middle dantians. Dazzling and magnificent. Two blessed lands. Oh heavens! A dual blessed land, virtual immortal. This scene immediately stirred all aboard the vessel, including the Yen Yun Golden Immortal in the uppermost chamber, along with numerous true immortal elders. The Yen Yun Golden Immortal peered into the void, astonishment flickering in his eyes, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. Within the Yun Fan Immortal sect, there were essentially three major factions. One led by the Fan family under the Fanhua Golden Immortal, another was Zhao's family, and the third was associated with the Yun Fan sect master directly under the Zhang Hui Immortal. The sect master's faction was the weakest, maintaining neutrality. Yet due to their connection with the immortal, neither the Xiao nor Fan factions dared to offend them. The true immortal Fu Guang belonged to the Fan faction now. Suddenly, an extraordinary genius had emerged that stirred some thoughts within the Yen Yun Golden Immortal. At this moment, the true immortals aboard the vessel all revealed themselves, fixated on Blood Cloud in the sky, their gazes intense yet veiled, each displaying different emotions. The true immortal Fu Guang's eyes sparkled with profound delight. With a single step, he arrived before Shuiyun. At this moment, Shuiyun had successfully advanced, and the celestial light gradually dimmed. Master Fu Guang's eyes sparkled with joy, but then his expression hardened as he glared at Shuiyun, exclaiming, "It's merely a breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Void Immortal. Even if you are a Void Immortal of the 2nd Cave Heaven, why create such a commotion? This flaw of yours is unbecoming of my disciple." Though he reprimanded Shuiyun, his gaze wandered toward his fellow disciples, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, betraying a sense of pride and ambivalence. The teachings of the master were understood, yet the disciple had not anticipated such an extraordinary phenomenon accompanying his opening of the 2nd Cave Heaven. "I acknowledge my error." Shuiyun modestly scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Master Fu Guang's lips twitched at his response, uncertain of its authenticity. After all, he himself was not a Void Immortal of the 2nd Cave Heaven, nor had he witnessed one breaking through. "Congratulations." At that moment, several true immortals approached, offering their felicitations to Master Fu Guang, their gazes filled with admiration for Shuiyun. They extolled him as Nephew Yun. In an instant, the other disciples of the flying vessel regarded Shuiyun with a complex mix of envy and admiration. Particularly, Xiao Yan clenched his fists in silence. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, causing Xiao Yan to shudder, followed by a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Shuiyun, you are doomed. Yuner, perhaps you should forego this expedition to the secret realm. Your talents are commendable, and I believe it unnecessary for you to take such risks," Master Fu Guang advised earnestly. The disciple understood the sincerity behind his master's words. "Master, your intentions are clear to me. However, I cannot forget what you said before. As cultivators seeking the path of immortality, we defy the heavens. How can we retreat in the face of danger? If I were to do so, even with my decent talents, I would eventually be surpassed by others. I am willing to go," Shuiyun declared resolutely.
What est?
He must venture into this secret realm. Moreover, he intended to bring along 1,000 brothers to plunder and conquer the entire domain. Chapter 59. The Departure of the Fairy Melon. Within the city of Silvermoon, Fang Yun reveled in the power and transformation coursing through him, his spirits soaring high. The second-level celestial immortal? Merely a triviality. He cast a 45-degree glance towards the void, his figure standing tall and straight, reminiscent of a solitary pine in a courtyard, or a transcendent immortal proud upon a mountain peak. His demeanor exuded a serene solitude, as if he could take flight on the winds and ascend to the celestial realms at any moment. Yet, the expression on his face bore a sneer, his lips curling upwards in an air of arrogance and disdain. He had been closely monitoring the situation over by the blood cloud, where the commotion stirred by the second-level celestial immortal was enough to illustrate the envy such prodigious talent could evoke in others. However, that envy was limited to others, not including Fang Yun himself, for the trials faced by the second-level celestial immortal had merely lasted 5 days before the torrent of 10,000 souls. After indulging in a moment of solitary self-appreciation, Fang Yun unleashed a punch. The void erupted with a resounding explosion. The essence of the gung metal sword energy surged forth in the air, akin to golden threads shooting forth in a fleeting flash. In that instant of celestial power's application, Fang Yun distinctly sensed that his essence, having been refined through the two great realms, had become increasingly robust and profound. If his previous essence could be likened to a brook, then now it was undoubtedly a mighty river, rushing and powerful. As he continued to experiment, Fang Yun soon made a delightful discovery. The two realms within him could mutually balance each other, ultimately converging into formlessness, and then reconstituting their respective 36 celestial orifices, much like an ordinary celestial immortal. Moreover, as long as he withdrew the mutual balance of the two realms, he could instantaneously revert to his original state. This revelation instantly illuminated Fang Yun's mind. Recently, due to his extraordinary advancements, he had been troubled by a particular concern that filled him with a sense of instability. His worries revolved around the realms themselves. It was crucial to note that upon becoming a celestial immortal, his avatars shared the same fate. Yet, he possessed over 10,000 avatars. Beyond the 9,000 engaged in cultivation within the system space, several hundred roamed freely outside. If discovered en masse by those with ulterior motives, it could lead to significant consequences. In the vast expanse of the celestial realm, the emergence of prodigious talents was commonplace. However, should a small locale witness the appearance of a multitude of celestial immortals, it would raise eyebrows. Previously, Fang Yun had recognized this predicament. Therefore, aside from the audacious and prideful blood cloud, he instructed the remaining avatars to conceal their true cultivation levels and remain exceedingly cautious. At the first sign of trouble, they were to retreat and undergo reconstruction. He aimed to avoid causing any inconvenience to his siblings, especially to his true self. And now, the two major realms of the Middle and Lower Dantian could balance each other, shrouded in invisibility. Ha! Splendid! How stable! Fang Yun chuckled, then began to assess the gains of the past few days. Upon discovering the spoils of Fang Shui's underwater squad over the last 5 days, his brows arched in astonishment. They had amassed a total of 30 blocks of mother water, most of which were the size of eggs. However, one particular piece caught Fang Yun's attention. It was remarkably the size of a bowl. As he retrieved it and casually weighed it in his hand, it felt like it weighed an astonishing 70 to 80,000 pounds. The water essence within resembled a verdant lake, rich and boundless. Goodness! This piece is worth at least 100 million low-grade celestial crystals. It serves as a splendid treasure for comprehending the laws of water. A gleam shone in Fang Yun's eyes. He cherished this opportunity even more. Continuing his search, Fang Yun replenished his recent underwater squad's avatars, yet did not deploy them extensively. For now, his primary focus remained on cultivation. After arranging everything, he simultaneously kept an eye on the situation with the blood cloud while beginning to refine his Dao heart. The method was straightforward yet effective, involving several alluring charm demons, who either took turns or acted in unison to unleash their enchanting powers upon him. In the most serious manner, Master, the little fairy Mo Lin has departed. As Fang Yun was sharpening his Dao heart, a sudden voice reached his ears. Instantly, his already rosy, handsome visage became even more radiant. With a thought, he sent a fragment of his consciousness into the fire-round avatar. In the next moment, he comprehended the situation. It turned out that the Tianjian Celestial Sect had dispatched disciples to participate in the Spirit Light Secret Realm, and the true fairy Mo Lin was among them. At this moment, Mo Lin's celestial palace was rather empty, with only a few maidservants of minimal cultivation guarding outside. Due to his close relationship with the little fairy Mo Lin, Fire Round received the news promptly and could enter and exit the celestial palace without suspicion. Inside the celestial palace, Fire Round embraced the chubby little dragon and strolled deeper into the palace. Everything appeared as usual, yet this time, a meaningful smile graced her round, charming face. In the next moment, the slumbering little dragon sensed a flicker of unease, lifting its tiny head to gaze around, and upon seeing nothing amiss, it turned back to look at Fire Round, who greeted it with a sweet smile. With a soft ah-woo, the little dragon nestled deeper and resumed its slumber. This action instantly incited a sense of distaste in Fang Yun's consciousness. "You little glutton, you'll soon realize your mistake." Fire Round, still cradling the little dragon, entered a chamber. With a flick of her wrist, a concealed protective array emerged, enveloping the area. In the next moment, two figures quietly appeared beside her. They were the enchanting charm demon sisters, one exuding a mature allure and the other radiating youthful innocence. This little color dragon should be quite taken by this duo. Fang Yun smirked. The little dragon was merely at the 6th layer of the celestial realm, while all his current avatars were at the 7th layer. The two charm demons, employing their innate abilities against the little dragon, would surely achieve an overwhelming victory. Fang Yun raised his hand and playfully slapped the little dragon on its head. The little dragon, startled by the pain, immediately awoke, only to find itself gazing into two mesmerizing eyes, shimmering with a purple hue. As the enchanting power surged forth, the little dragoness expression shifted from confusion to a fervent obsession. The little dragon indulged in an extraordinarily beautiful dream. In the realm of dreams, countless vibrant little dragonesses adorned with colorful scales danced about, each representing a different dragon clan. Surrounding them were fiery orbs, blazing diamonds, and even the enchanting Mo Lin fairy, all catering to the whims of the dreamer, who found themselves in a veritable paradise. Crystal-clear drool incessantly trickled from the corners of their mouth, while their petite form writhed restlessly. Legends speak of the dragon's innate lasciviousness, and indeed, such tales hold true. Observing this chubby creature's disgraceful demeanor, Fang Yun could not help but sneer disdainfully, proclaiming, "Your resolve is weak." In comparison to himself, it was utterly insignificant. In the next moment, Fang Yun unsheathed a dagger and began to draw blood from the little dragoness, Qi Long Xiaobai. As the pain surged, the dreamlike Xiaobai mistakenly believed she was under attack from the little dragoness, failing to perceive the true nature of her distress and, paradoxically, becoming even more exhilarated. Consequently, the flow of dragon blood surged forth even more violently. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, within a magnificent and unparalleled canyon, the Yunfan Immortal Sect, the Tianjian Immortal Sect, and the Jinhang Immortal Palace assembled. Additionally, over a dozen other sects arrived, all led by golden immortals. Celestial beings floated in mid-air, their radiant auras shimmering brilliantly, as if competing with one another. In an instant, thousands of immortals filled the skies, painting the vast expanse with resplendent hues, their overwhelming presence exuding an air of audacious defiance. Chapter 60. Doubting the Dragon's Birth of Xiao Bai. Such a disgrace to the dragon, the Lingguang secret realm exists in an alternate dimension, periodically aligning with the primary plane of the celestial realm. It serves as a remarkable trial ground within the dominion of the Chenyan Celestial King. Though its location frequently shifts, the predictions made by the unparalleled celestial beings above ensure that the entrance can be accurately located each time, duly notifying the various sects and factions. This time, 3 entrances have been calculated, and the one before the crowd is among them. Although the factions present ultimately serve the same celestial king, the competition remains fierce due to their allegiance to different celestial lords. This trial is not merely a quest for treasures and opportunities. It is also a contest among the disciples of the various sections. The number of participants is roughly equal, and those who fare poorly within are deemed deserving of their fate. Even if disciples perish within, post-trial complaints are unwelcome, a tacit rule acknowledged among the celestial lords. Furthermore, the performance of the entering disciples will influence the distribution of certain benefits among the factions. Thus, while the journey into the Lingguang secret realm serves as a trial for the virtual celestial disciples, it is taken very seriously by all parties involved. At this moment, the golden immortals began to converse amongst themselves, boasting grandly, inevitably leading to some provocations, mockery, and even wagers exchanged. However, such matters are trivial among the greats. Bloodcloud, having overheard a few remarks, lost interest. They were all golden immortals. How juvenile! Shaking his head, he scanned the other disciples from various sects with keen eyes, each time lingering a moment longer on the formidable non-human races that appeared before him. In a short while, he had silently noted several of them. He chuckled wickedly to himself. Do not let me and my brothers cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall surely drain your essence dry. Just then, the senior brother, Chaoang, spoke up. Junior brother, our master has instructed that when we enter the secret realm, you should stick with us and prioritize caution. Remember not to wander off. Indeed, junior brother, our master has made it clear. If you fail to return, none of us shall return either. You must stay close to senior sister, not straying even a step, added senior sister Nyesiaoyu, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Bloodcloud, accentuating her alluring curves naturally. As a disciple of the second cave heaven, her future is boundless. It incites both envy and an irresistible urge to approach. Quite vexing. Nyesiaoyu gazed at Bloodcloud's striking figure, his handsome face framed by flowing crimson hair, and her heart raced subtly, quickening its pace. Suddenly, it struck her that this junior brother belonged to the Blood Fiend clan, possessing 5 kidneys. Instantly, a faint blush graced her delicate cheeks. At that moment, ripples suddenly began to form in the void of the vast canyon ahead. Everyone turned their gaze in unison. Master, the Lingguang secret realm is about to open. Bloodcloud promptly reported the situation to Fang Yun, the true form. At this moment, within the Celestial Sword Immortal sect, Fang Yun had already provided 2 large barrels of blood to the dragon cub, Xiaobai. From an outward perspective, the barrels appeared to be many times larger than the diminutive creature. However, this was merely an illusion. Xiaobai's true form was at least dozens of feet long. Currently, the once plump dragon had significantly slimmed down, its once lustrous scales now dulled considerably, presenting a picture of excessive indulgence and frailty. Upon hearing the report from Bloodcloud, Fang Yun's eyes brightened, and he promptly stowed away the blood barrels. It was evident that the dragon's essence was more than sufficient, serving as a compensation for the previous sacrifice of his own blood. After completing this task, Fang Yun thoughtfully retrieved some healing elixirs and sprinkled them upon Xiaobai's wounds. In no time, the injuries vanished. Were it not for the dragon's lackluster appearance, one might have thought nothing had occurred. Pondering for a moment, Fang Yun poured a viscous liquid, slightly foamy, beneath Xiaobai's abdomen. This concoction was a blend of the dragon's previous saliva, enhanced with a special formulation. Clearing his throat, Fang Yun discreetly dismissed the shadow demon avatar beside him. As his consciousness receded, the fire circle avatar also vanished. Previously, Fang Yun had arranged for Fire Ling and Fire Fang to be within the range of his spiritual awareness, ready for action. The fire circle would collect the shadow demon avatar, while Fire Fang, stationed outside the sect, was poised to receive Fire Ling. All that was needed was for Fang Yun to sequentially guide his consciousness to reclaim his avatars. Almost instantaneously, Fire Fang outside the sect completed the final retrieval. As for the Fire Fang avatar, it would have to make its own escape. Perfect. Fang Yun smiled faintly as he retracted his consciousness, redirecting his focus to Bloodcloud. Inside the immortal palace of Mo Lin, devoid of the nightmarish allure of the dragon's charm, Xiaobai soon opened its eyes, a mix of confusion and lingering desire evident in its gaze. A wave of weakness surged within, and it sensed something unusual beneath its abdomen. Suddenly, the little dragon sprang into the air. Looking down, its eyes widened in disbelief, and it emitted a series of incoherent, sorrowful roars. I had a spring dream, and now I feel so weak. Ah, how utterly shameful for a dragon. At the entrance of the Spirit Light's secret realm, as time progressed, the void above the canyon trembled increasingly, as if two invisible beasts were clashing fiercely in battle. The space quaked incessantly. After several moments, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, resembling the sound of shattering. Immediately thereafter, a vast, irregular gap opened where the violent tremors had been. In a flash, a dozen golden immortals acted in unison, their diverse celestial lights intertwining with the power of laws, forcefully stabilizing the rapidly contracting spatial breach. All disciples, enter. As the celestial being issued a command, disciples from various sects swiftly soared towards the entrance. Fang Yun, enveloped in the sanguine mist, followed closely alongside his 3 senior brothers and sisters, racing forward. Just as they crossed the threshold, an almost imperceptible force subtly stirred the essence of the sanguine mist. Chapter 61. The earthly origin swallowing python. Rampant clones. The external force was feeble. Although Fang Yun sensed it, he paid it little heed. After all, surrounded by a throng of people, a momentary disturbance was quite ordinary. However, when the world around him shifted and he clearly discerned his surroundings and the people present, his countenance darkened instantly. He found himself in a vast desert, with endless sands swirling around, stretching as far as the eye could see. To make matters worse, the 3 senior disciples of the esteemed Master Fu Guang, who had been by his side, were nowhere to be found. Yet, he noticed Xiao Yan and several members of the Xiao family nearby. Master Fu Guang had previously mentioned that those who entered simultaneously and stood close to one another would generally appear in the same location within the secret realm. However, that was not the case now. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, already suspecting that the earlier disturbance was a deliberate act. Such coincidences were too uncanny to be mere happenstance. Nonetheless, there were a few others around. Among them was Luo Yu, who was currently being guarded by several cultivators, her expression vigilant as she surveyed the area. The others were mostly disciples from different celestial sects, huddled together in small groups. Only Fang Yun stood apart, looking solitary and isolated. Damn it! Fang Yun cursed inwardly and then concentrated his thoughts, attempting to summon his clones. In the next moment, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. It worked. Thus, without hesitation, Fang Yun summoned 1,000 clones, dispersing them in all directions to prevent the blood cloud clones from suddenly perishing, which would render this journey into the secret realm futile. With 1,000 clones deployed, as long as one survived, he could assume control at any moment and summon even more clones. Stability achieved. Just as Fang Yun completed the summoning, Xiao Yan and his entourage approached with mocking expressions. Heh, Blood Cloud, you're all alone? How unsafe. Why not join us? Xiao Yan sneered, his companions swiftly encircling Fang Yun, subtly confining him within their midst. This scene did not escape the notice of those nearby, who regarded it with indifferent eyes, before proceeding to investigate their surroundings. Fang Yun cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers and the uncertainty of the situation, he would have relished the opportunity to unleash his clones and send Xiao Yan on his way. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Senior Xiao, we are fellow disciples. We should assist one another within this secret realm. Fang Yun turned to see Luo Yu, surprisingly speaking up on his behalf. Xiao Yan paused, a frown crossing his face as he turned to Luo Yu with a smile. Junior sister Luo, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to invite junior brother Blood Cloud to join us. Nothing more. Luo Yu shot him a skeptical glance, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Given the earlier display, it was hard to accept that he sought no trouble. Without further ado, she approached Fang Yun directly. Junior brother Yun, why not join us? Faced with Luo Yu's invitation, Fang Yun found himself taken aback. His Blood Cloud clone had seemingly had no prior interaction with this woman. In a singular moment, during a fierce contest, he showed no mercy and nearly inflicted grave injury upon Luo Yu. Suddenly, Fang Yun's brow furrowed. An inexplicable sense of impending danger surged within him. As a second-tier celestial, his spiritual awareness was sharper than that of the average ninth-tier celestial. In the next instant, His bloodlust sensed through the haze of the yellow sand several formidable forces of blood energy, surging like waves, rapidly approaching. One of them was barreling directly towards him. "Evade!" Fang Yun exclaimed in alarm, his reflexes swift as he executed a flying kick, propelling Luoyu away. Simultaneously, he utilized the force of the rebound to flicker away at great speed. In the blink of an eye, Luoyu found herself airborne, stunned, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Having acted with goodwill, she felt betrayed by this person who had repaid her kindness with a kick to her chest. Enraged, her silver teeth ground together, a murderous intent igniting within her. Yet, in the very next moment the sand erupted violently. A colossal figure, resembling a dragon, surged forth from the yellow sands where they had just stood. Its gaping maw, vast enough to encompass several zhang, devoured a celestial from the Shao clan before he could react. Simultaneously, a dozen more dragon-like entities burst forth. Screams of despair rang out as additional celestials met their demise in the monstrous jaws. Chaos erupted among the crowd as they hastily took to the skies, fleeing in every direction. At that moment, one of the dragon-like creatures transformed, adopting a humanoid form with a serpentine tail, its gaze coldly fixated upon the numerous celestials above. "Damn invaders! You shall perish!" With a commanding roar, the leader signaled, and the dragon-like beings unleashed a torrent of wind and sand, engulfing the celestials above. Each possessed the prowess of 8th or 9th tier celestials, and now, empowered by the terrain, the tempest was utterly terrifying. "It is the Earth Origin devouring python." Someone recognized the creature, urgently rallying the others to counterattack. Initially taken by surprise, the group swiftly regained their composure, undeterred by the threat. They outnumbered the beasts and were not inferior in strength. In an instant, various celestial lights erupted, and several figures morphed into their true forms, boldly confronting the multitude of native pythons. Moments later, under the onslaught of the celestial disciples, the Earth Origin pythons found themselves at a disadvantage, with several of their kin swiftly slain. Enraged, the leader roared furiously, brandishing a horn that it raised to the heavens, issuing a piercing call that summoned a fierce gale. A resounding wave of sound reverberated across the battlefield. Soon, a violent tempest arose in the distance. The onlookers were gripped by terror as they beheld hundreds of Earth Origin devouring pythons charging towards them. "Run!" someone shouted, the first to take flight on a beam of celestial light. Then came the second, the third. By the time the pythons arrived, the crowd had managed to escape by a staggering 90%, with only a few unfortunate disciples ensnared, meeting their untimely demise. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Yan fled in disarray under the protection of the Shao clan celestials, his gaze darting in search of the blood cloud. Yet he found no trace. Unbeknownst to him, in that moment of pandemonium, Fang Yun had deftly concealed himself amidst the swirling sands. Swiftly vanishing, he was now thousands of miles away. The ability to conceal his duplicates proved to be remarkably effective and quite advanced. Fang Yun, cloaked in invisibility, stood atop a sand dune, his expression tinged with envy. As his prowess grew, he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of this ability. Not only could he become invisible, but he could also mask his presence. It was incredibly advantageous, allowing him to evade numerous dangers. Subsequently, Fang Yun summoned thousands of his duplicates, positioning them to swiftly explore the secrets of the realm from all directions. However, he dismissed the notion of a broad dispersal, as it would leave vast areas uncharted. Instead, he opted for 32 specific positions, densely deploying his duplicates. Each group consisted of precisely 31 individuals, all at the 7th level of the Second Void Immortal Realm, proficient in the combined sword formation, representing a formidable force. These were merely the vanguards of his exploratory endeavor. For simple opportunities, he would seize them directly. For more challenging prospects, he would rally his forces immediately. With a decisive wave of his hand, 32 groups of duplicates simultaneously embarked, cloaked in the cold bronze masks Fang Yun had meticulously prepared. Like an enigmatic whirlwind, they began to wreak havoc throughout the secret realm. The secret realm would persist for a month, and Fang Yun hoped all could endure a bit longer. With a serene smile, he navigated the desert, exuding an air of strategic foresight, poised for decisive triumph from afar. thanks to the efforts of his duplicates. He felt no need to hasten his search for opportunities. As he wandered, he suddenly spotted several members of the Earth Yuan Python tribe. With a casual flick of his wrist, over 100 duplicates reappeared. Chapter 62. Infiltrating the Earth Python clan. The mystical realm is truly amusing. 100 avatars effortlessly overwhelmed 5 members of the Earth Python clan, as if they were merely brushing away dust. The Earth Pythons could not emit a single distress signal before being incapacitated. Rather than ending their lives, Fang Yun chose to delve into their souls first. Upon completing this soul search, his avatars commenced the task of cleansing the battlefield without any prompt from him. In mere moments, the avatars vanished, returning to the system's space for cultivation, having wasted hardly a few minutes. The surroundings were immaculate. The wind remained the wind and the sand still sand, as if nothing had transpired. Fang Yun remained concealed nearby, absorbing the memories of the Earth Pythons. This locale was known as the Shifengla Desert, home to 2 dominant clans, the Earth Pythons and the Wind Pungs. For generations, these 2 factions had thrived in this vast desert, harnessing the unique energies of the land and wind for their cultivation. Earth Jade and Wind Stone, Fang Yun murmured, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The Spirit Realms trial had explicitly forbade the opening of detailed maps to the disciples, lest successive generations accumulate experience and breach the so-called mystical treasures, thereby diminishing their long-term significance. However, certain treasures within the realm were indeed disclosed. Among them were the Earth Jade and Wind Stone, both of which were treasures of rule-level significance, rich in earth and wind energies, greatly aiding the comprehension of earth and wind laws, akin to the Water Mother's Law crystal. Indeed, how remarkable! This mystical realm presents itself with treasures of rule-level right from the start. Fang Yun pondered, feeling quite fortunate with the first destination's promising discoveries. Yet, what captivated Fang Yun even more was another entity, the Earth Queen and the Azure Pung King. According to the memories extracted from the Earth Pythons, not all of them were of the Earth-devouring Python lineage. Only the Earth Queen possessed the purest bloodline of the Earth-devouring Pythons. Furthermore, within one of the memories, Fang Yun glimpsed the Earth Queen's figure. She resided in a magnificent stone castle, seated upon an imposing throne, a regal, alluring woman with a human upper body and a serpent's tail, adorned with a golden crown and intricate golden armor. She exuded a valiant presence, akin to a Valkyrie, radiating nobility and brilliance. Your essence is mine for the taking. Fang Yun grinned, setting his first minor objective. With his palm outstretched, the essence of the Earth Python he had previously slain was swiftly absorbed. He then activated the system's race selection feature. Earth Python, race rating, upper tier. This rating was slightly inferior to the superior tier, leaving Fang Yun somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, with a mere thought, 5 shadowy avatars manifested, swiftly transforming into 5 members of the Earth Python clan. These avatars bore the exact likeness of the 5 Earth Pythons he had just vanquished. Fang Yun imbued them with the memories obtained from his soul search. Instantly, these avatars morphed, entirely replacing the 5 Earth Pythons. Fang Yun's consciousness took control of a being, and before him, the Earthborn Python clansman swiftly transformed. At times, it manifested as a colossal python dragon, its yellow scales fierce and formidable. At other moments, it displayed a human form with a serpentine tail, or even a complete humanoid visage. For the Earthborn Pythons, shifting into human form was effortless. However, they typically preferred to present as a hybrid of human and serpent. Fang Yun absorbed this transformation, gaining a detailed understanding of the Earthborn Pythons. This race naturally harmonized with earth-based powers and exhibited a proficiency in certain wind-based abilities. Their massive bodies traversed the sands with the grace of fish gliding through water or eagles soaring in the sky. Truly a remarkable advantage. As he contemplated, Fang Yun's desire for the blood of the Earthborn Queen intensified. The Earthborn Python was already impressive, but what extraordinary talents must the pure lineage of the Earth-devouring Python possess? Delai, having met his master, bowed respectfully as the leading Earthborn Python avatar addressed Fang Yun in their unique language, fluent and authentic, devoid of any noticeable flaws. The only imperfection lay in Delai's cultivation. Once the leader of an Earthborn Python tribe at the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm, he now found himself at the 7th level. Fortunately, he could conceal his aura and cultivation. At that moment, the previously dispatched Vanguard avatars began to report their findings. They had collected several pieces of Earthborn Jade and Typhon Stone, along with various earth and wind spiritual herbs, and had unearthed a wealth of intelligence that corroborated Fang Yun's recent soul-searching revelations. One team even pinpointed the exact location of the Earthborn Royal City. With a multitude of avatars at his disposal, the tasks became manageable. Fang Yun smiled. It had not been long since he had dispatched the Vanguard avatars, and they were already yielding results. Suddenly, one of the avatar teams transmitted coordinates and news. "Master, we have located Xiao Yan and his group." Upon hearing this, Fang Yun's eyes sparkled with surprise and amusement. "Assign one to continue tracking them, while the rest shall continue seeking opportunities. The remainder is up to me." Understood. After issuing his commands, Fang Yun's consciousness withdrew from the blood cloud and entered D Lai's form. The blood cloud avatar was left to become a prisoner among the Earthborn Python brethren. Before long, D Lai, accompanied by 4 subordinate avatars and the captured blood cloud, returned to their tribe, having also captured several ferocious beast provisions along the way. This was a tribe of 600 to 700 Earthborn Pythons, residing within a small town constructed of earth and stone. Upon their return, Fang Yun and his companions were met with enthusiastic respect from numerous clan members. "The chief has returned. We have seen the chief. The chief has captured an outsider." As someone spotted the disheveled and dispirited captive blood cloud, excitement erupted. "The chief is mighty. Ha ha ha." Fang Yun laughed heartily, drawing upon the memories gleaned from his soul-searching, and emulating D Lai's character, he proclaimed with exuberance. "These accursed outsiders have just been discovered. Regrettably, we could only seize one, while several managed to escape. Come, De Long, ere long, gather 100 brothers, and let us deal with them." Fang Yun fluently spoke the rustic dialect of the Diuan Python tribe, waving his hand to swiftly summon over 100 warriors of the tribe. In a whirlwind of activity, they once again ventured forth from their enclave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and his entourage of 7 or 8 found themselves in a dire predicament. Yet their expressions bore hints of joy. They had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the Diuan Pythons and subsequently encountered a group of Fengpeng tribesmen. A fierce battle ensued, but relying on their celestial artifacts and more formidable divine abilities, they fought their way through, forging a bloody path. They had recently discovered several pieces of Typhon Stone,
A delightful surprise.
treasures of law-level significance. Each piece held considerable value, marking a significant gain. Although this place was fraught with peril, it was also a treasure trove. "Let us tread carefully and continue our search for Typhon Stones and Diuan Jade," Xiao Yan instructed. Just as he finished speaking, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm suddenly changed countenance. "Beware, there is something beneath," he exclaimed, swiftly lifting Xiao Yan and soaring towards the higher skies. In the next moment, a dozen Diuan Pythons surged forth, ruthlessly attacking Xiao Yan and his companions. Before long, they were encircled by hundreds of Diuan warriors. The winds howled, and the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Fang Yun, accompanied by a few underlings, watched from a distance, a playful smile gracing his lips. "The secret realm is truly entertaining, yet it seems we 1T survived the first day. Alas, how pitiful." Chapter 63. Just 10 days. The secret realm is in chaos. In the sky, Xiao Yan and his companions, the virtual immortals, were nearly rendered speechless. They had been exercising utmost caution, always on high alert. How could they have suddenly found themselves surrounded? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom that an invisible clone had been tailing them all along. Tak, the leader of the Earth Yuan Python tribe, De Long, commanded with a booming voice. Over 100 members of the Earth Yuan Python tribe lunged forward in unison to besiege them. Their dragon-like bodies were robust and powerful, with cold, sharp scales that glimmered menacingly. A tempest of sand and wind surged forth, akin to a bone-slicing blade and a barrage of particle projectiles. In an instant, the protective barriers conjured by the several virtual immortals guarding Xiao Yan began to flicker and falter under the onslaught of violent force. At that moment, De Long revealed his true form, delivering a thunderous tail swipe that crashed heavily against the already cracked protective barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered instantly, releasing a blinding flash of light. One of the Shao family's virtual immortals coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, before the Earth Yuan Pythons could press their advantage, another Shao family virtual immortal swiftly produced a defensive artifact. Miraculously, they managed to hold their ground once more. From a distance, Fang Yun observed with mild astonishment, secretly marveling at the Shao family's second-generation prodigy of a celestial lineage. They truly possessed an abundance of treasures. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Yan, in a state of panic, pulling out a shimmering fire talisman glowing with blinding golden light. A true fire talisman. Fang Yun's heart raced, and he immediately relayed a warning to De Long and the others. Retreat. They possess a formidable weapon. The leader's words were met with unwavering belief from the Earth Yuan Pythons, who quickly fell back. In the next moment, a blaze erupted, a conflagration of crimson tinged with gold, resembling a boiling sea of magma and fire clouds, roaring towards the densely packed Earth Yuan Pythons. Sizzle. Over 20 massive Earth Yuan Pythons were enveloped in true fire. Cries of agony erupted as those pythons, no matter how they flickered their Earth attribute celestial energy in resistance, were rapidly scorched to the bone. The true fire talisman contained the principles of fire, imbued with the might of true immortals, utterly beyond the realm of what the virtual immortals of the Earth Yuan Pythons could withstand. Those pythons consumed by true fire were instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, De Long and Erlong were momentarily struck dumb by the ferocity of their murderous intent and their hatred for the intruders. Ha ha ha, come on. Do these mere natives truly believe they can kill me? Xiao Yan. With newfound confidence, Xiao Yan sneered arrogantly. In the midst of his taunts, he once again produced two true fire talismans. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, revealing a sword shimmering with crimson light. The aura of that sword was intensely fiery. At a glance, it seemed less like a sword and more like a blade of blazing flame. The two true fire talismans, fire attribute celestial treasures. Fang Yun's eyes sparkled with wonder. This second-generation celestial was flaunting his wealth, which was exceedingly irksome. In his mind, Fang Yun had already regarded that sword as his own. At that moment, Xiao Yan brandished the true fire talisman, poised to unleash its power. Instantly, the Earth Yuan Pythons before him recoiled in fear. Although they were reckless, they were not foolish. Their intellect was nearly on par with that of humans. Confronted with an irresistible force, none dared to step forward to test their fate. Run. Xiao Yan transmitted a message, and several virtual immortals from the Shao family soared into the sky, swiftly darting away. The true fire talisman, a treasure of celestial caliber, had been bestowed upon them by their ancestor in limited quantity. Only 3 were granted, and with each usage, 1 less remained. This was merely the first day of their predicament. As Xiao Yan fled, he felt an urge to curse. The Great Dragon and the Second Dragon were poised to pursue, but were halted by Fang Yun's command. Enough! This group of outsiders wields a formidable weapon. If our kin rushed to the forefront, it would result in unnecessary sacrifices, Fang Yun declared. He then shifted his tone. However, we could devise a way to inform the other tribes or even the Fengpeng tribe. Tell them of the abundant celestial crystals and elixirs they possess. Once these outsiders have exhausted themselves, we shall strike and reap the rewards of their celestial crystals and treasures. Ha ha ha! Fang Yun laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Recalling his memories, he was aware of many valuable insights regarding the locality. For instance, the outsiders coveted the local Earth Origin Jade and Taifeng stones. Meanwhile, the indigenous Earth Origin Python bore a deep-seated hatred for the outsiders, coveting the celestial crystals, treasures, and techniques they possessed. Upon hearing Fang Yun's words, the Great Dragon and the Second Dragon's eyes lit up with admiration and astonishment as they glanced at their leader, Di Lai. What was happening today? Wasn't the chief typically the most reckless? How had he suddenly become so astute? The two simpletons pondered, before promptly executing the command. Fang Yun, accompanied by his younger companions, returned to the Lai Tu tribe. The Blood Cloud doppelganger was securely held by several other Earth Origin Python doppelgangers, ensuring utmost safety. As soon as Fang Yun arrived at Di Lai's abode, a captivating woman with a serpent's tail approached him, entwining herself enticingly around him. The Earth Origin Python tribe was known for their exuberance. The The men exhibited chiseled physiques, while the women donned scanty, intricately designed attire that left little to the imagination. As the chief's consort, she was undoubtedly among the finest in beauty. Fang Yun couldn't help but steal a few glances, astonished to discover that the aesthetic sensibilities of the Earth origin pythons bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his own human kin. For instance, the enchanting beauty before him was strikingly alluring, with a curvaceous figure and delicate, fair skin, starkly contrasting with the rugged appearance of the male Earth origin pythons. Time flowed, and 10 days passed. During this period, Fang Yun thrived and accomplished numerous endeavors. Firstly, leveraging the strength of the Lai Tu tribe, he amassed a considerable collection of Earth origin jade and Taifeng stones, thus enriching himself both financially and materially. Secondly, he took delight in toying with Xiao Yan and his entourage. Throughout these days, no matter where Xiao Yan fled, they were relentlessly pursued and intercepted. Occasionally, groups of indigenous people would emerge, attacking them on sight. At this point, only 2 companions remained by Xiao Yan's side, both severely injured. The trio trembled with fear, unable to escape the Shifengla desert, living in constant trepidation and hiding. Fang Yun did not rush to eliminate Xiao Yan, for the latter still possessed a true fire talisman, which posed a significant threat. Moreover, allowing him to remain in fear for a few more days served Fang Yun's purpose well. Lastly, within just 10 days, the secret realm had descended into chaos. The thousands of doppelganger scouts previously dispatched had already traversed the Shifengla desert, venturing into even more distant territories. Throughout this arduous journey, Fang Yun's avatars have encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities, predominantly in the form of cherished celestial herbs and materials for forging. He has also acquired the bloodlines of several commendable races, totaling around 7 or 8. Some of these bloodlines belong to the indigenous tribes, while others are derived from non-human disciples participating in the trials, who were compelled to relinquish their lifeblood. Moreover, certain avatars stumbled upon fortuitous discoveries made by the virtual immortals during the trials, only to be abruptly confronted by a horde of enigmatic figures donning bronze masks, who surged forth like a torrential wave. In their wake, numerous disciples of the virtual immortals, ranging from a handful to dozens, fled in terror or joyfully reincarnated. Consequently, a legend has begun to circulate among the trial disciples within the secret realm. Within this domain, there exists a cadre of mysterious beings in bronze masks, their numbers unknown, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Fearless in the face of death and utterly merciless, they seize treasures at will, and any hint of resistance is met with immediate violence, showing no distinction between natives and trial disciples. Their actions are exceedingly devoid of reason. Chapter 64. The 8th Layer of Illusory Immortality. Despair of Xiao Yan. During these 10 days, Fang Yun undertook another significant endeavor. He dispatched several avatars of the Earth origin python to infiltrate the Earth origin king city. After thorough investigation, he uncovered an astonishing revelation. The Earth Queen had attained the realm of illusory immortality at its pinnacle. Had it not been for the incomplete rules of the secret realm and the absence of the true immortal thunder tribulation baptism, she would have long ascended to true immortality. Her power far surpassed that of an ordinary illusory immortal at the 9th layer. Furthermore, her royal guard comprised over 100 members, all at the 9th layer of illusory immortality. Among her subordinates, there were also hundreds at the 8th layer, with even more at the 7th layer. The situation was similarly formidable on the side of King Qingpeng. This revelation left Fang Yun astounded, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of a direct confrontation, which would result in tremendous losses, not to mention the uncertainty of victory. Swiftly, Fang Yun shifted his strategy. After careful contemplation, he conceived a plan for a dual guerrilla warfare approach, inciting the already antagonistic Wind Peng clan and Earth origin Python clan into open conflict. In the ensuing days, he dispatched 100 avatars of the Wind Peng clan to hunt down members of the Earth origin Python clan, while simultaneously sending another 100 avatars of the Earth origin Python clan to target the Wind Peng clan. After several days of relentless pursuit, the two historically feuding clans began to grow increasingly enraged. Meanwhile, Fang Yun resided within the Flame Earth tribe, savoring the pleasures of life while patiently awaiting the situation to escalate, poised to reap the benefits of the impending ultimate battle. Within Silver Moon City, Fang Yun's true self reclined in a grand chair, attended by the sword dance sisters, who catered to him with grace and elegance. The atmosphere was one of warmth and comfort. Suddenly, Fang Yun's eyes flew open. He had arrived. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of illusory immortality. In these days, although his avatars were diligently occupied with their respective tasks, whenever they had a moment of respite, they were summoned by Fang Yun to engage in cultivation. Those who survived the battles were immediately directed to refine their skills, wasting not a single moment. This exemplified Fang Yun's economic philosophy. Consequently, despite a slight delay, it was minimal. At that moment, Fang Yun sat upright and turned his focus inward. Within the 36 celestial apertures radiating from his upper dantian, 12 had already blossomed brilliantly, emanating a mysterious celestial glow. To the 8th layer of illusory immortality. Charge. With Fang Yun's command, over 8,000 avatars within the system space collectively launched a vigorous assault on the bottleneck of the 8th layer. Under the combined force of over 4,000 times the impact, the great circulation of Fang Yun's internal energy surged with unprecedented speed and intensity. The celestial power roared like a torrential river, violently crashing against the boundary of his realm. Amidst this formidable onslaught, the iris-like barrier of the 8th layer swiftly began to bend and yield under the relentless pressure. The collisions intensified with each passing moment. Suddenly, Fang Yun faintly heard a pop. The bottleneck of the 8th layer shattered in response. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease and clarity as the surrounding celestial energy rushed toward him. He casually scattered a handful of celestial crystals and began to voraciously absorb the celestial energy contained within them. Within mere breaths, the celestial crystals turned to ash. Fang Yun successfully ascended. He had broken through to the 8th layer of illusory immortality. Fang Yun stood tall, feeling the surging power within him. Compared to the 7th level of the Void Immortal, his strength had more than doubled. It is worth noting that this enhancement was built upon the already robust foundation of his 2nd-tier Void Immortal status. At this moment, Fang Yun felt utterly fearless against even the 9th level of the Void Immortal. Ha ha ha! Fang Yun laughed heartily. How rapid his advancement had been. Ever since acquiring the Avatar system, his cultivation upgrades could only be described as a reckless charge forward, exhilarating and audacious. As his cultivation level rose, the capabilities of his avatars also improved, such as their exclusive storage space and the ability to become invisible. At least for now, ordinary 9th-level Void Immortals could not detect the Avatar's concealment. Below the true immortal realm, he could stride boldly. Fang Yun brimmed with ambition, filled with confidence. Congratulations, Master. The sisters Jian Wu and Jian Ro chimed in unison, genuinely happy for Fang Yun's success. Hee, let us remain low-key, Fang Yun replied with a faint smile. In the next instant, he reclined once more, his demeanor transforming into one of serene composure. It was true that he had grown stronger, yet he understood the importance of self-awareness. Even if he could walk boldly among those below the true immortal realm, it merely indicated a slight enhancement. He was not yet at the stage of true arrogance. Until he reached invincibility, Fang Yun vowed never to act recklessly. Such behavior would be irresponsible not only to himself but also to all his Avatar siblings. The Fengpeng clan and the Diwen Python clan were likely on the verge of conflict, which might render them unable to deal with that fellow Xiao Yan. After a few more days of tumult, they would surely meet their end. Fang Yun chuckled, savoring the fragrant tea offered by Jian Wu, feeling utterly content. At this moment, in a region of the desert to the south, Xiao Yan and his companions were hiding in a sandpit, resembling lost dogs, struggling to heal their wounds. Moments earlier, they had just repelled 5 or 6 members of the Fengpeng clan. They dared not linger in the skies and had fled to this place in a frenzied escape. After days of relentless pursuit, the trio was utterly exhausted. Damn it! Why is it that wherever we go, whether in the sky or on the ground, we encounter either the Fengpeng clan or the Diwen pythons? Have these creatures developed eyes? Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy, feeling utterly unlucky. Suddenly, the sand and gravel nearby shifted. Instantly, the 3 of them were alarmed, and the 2 9th-level Void Immortals from the Xiao family swiftly pulled Xiao Yan to flee. However, moments later, from beneath the shifting sand, only a small insect emerged. The trio exhaled deeply, exchanging weary glances, feeling utterly drained. But in the next moment, their gazes inadvertently flickered toward a point in the sky. There, they beheld a group of Fengpeng clan members, numbering no less than 50, each at the 8th level of the Void Immortal Realm. It was as if they were waiting for the three of them. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, a look of despair gradually etching itself onto his face. A sense of bewilderment filled his heart. What had he done wrong? Why were these Diuan pythons and Fengpengs relentlessly pursuing them? This was utterly unreasonable. Across from them stood the Wind Phoenix clan, towering and upright avian beings, possessing sharp beaks and talons. A pair of immense wings fluttered behind them, enabling rapid movement. As soon as the two parties confronted each other, dozens of colossal azure wind blades whistled through the air, slicing toward them. Indeed, these were the manifestations of Fang Yun, specifically summoned for the purpose of hunting the earth element python. Despair enveloped Xiao Yan. Perish. All of you perish. Xiao Yan's expression twisted in rage as he resolved to embrace destruction. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he yearned for annihilation. The true fire talisman in his grasp shot forth, hurtling toward a cluster of wind phoenixes with a fierce roar. The searing flames surged forth with astonishing speed. Yet the leading wind phoenix remained unmoved, its gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan with a mocking disdain. In the next moment, the kin of the wind phoenix vanished in an instant, leaving only one standing unharmed amidst the inferno. Gazing at this solitary wind phoenix, which stood coldly within the sea of flames, allowing the true fire to engulf its very essence, one could detect a hint of contempt in its eyes. Xiao Yan and his companions were struck with a chilling dread. What manner of adversary had they provoked? It was truly terrifying. In the distance, a manifestation remained cloaked, silently observing the unfolding events. The true fire talisman had to be borne by someone. Otherwise, it could still be retracted. This was an unexpected conclusion Fang Yun had previously deduced through experimentation. In the next instant, the Wind Phoenix squad re-emerged, plunging Xiao Yan into utter despair. Chapter 65. The celestial realm is merciless, yet some revel in exuberance in moments of utter despair. One either relinquishes courage or exhibits unparalleled bravery. At this juncture, Xiao Yan and his companions embodied the latter. Their once fearful gazes gradually transformed into steely resolve. Simultaneously, they consumed a crimson elixir. In an instant, their weakened bodies surged with formidable vigor. With a battle cry, the trio, radiating celestial brilliance, charged fearlessly towards the numerous Wind Peng avatars. Fang Yun observed from a distance, his expression a stoic mask, devoid of joy or sorrow. The celestial realm was indeed harsh. He had endured 5 centuries as a laborer in the mines upon his arrival. He had long since grasped this truth. Had it not been for his avatars, he might still be toiling in the depths of the mines, laboring day and night under the whims of overseers, enduring their beatings and scorn. Or he might have already fallen victim to his peers, meeting his demise at the hands of Xiao Yan, or being toyed with and tortured by Xiao Yan. Yet there are no what-ifs. Life's circumstances vary, leading to different outcomes. At this moment, it was not Fang Yun who faced despair in the face of overwhelming numbers, but Xiao Yan. The blame lay solely with the Xiao clan's overconfidence, provoking those they ought not to have trifled with. Azure wind blades and fierce flames clashed amid the turbulent, sand-laden void, resembling fireworks, brilliant yet ephemeral. The fate of Xiao Yan's group had long been sealed. Mere breaths later, the tumultuous battle in the skies dissipated into nothingness. The Wind Peng avatars swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, Fang Yun found himself wielding a resplendent celestial sword ablaze with fervent flames, the Fire Blade, a low-grade fire element celestial treasure. Fang Yun swung it a few times, its fiery radiance emanating formidable power. However, he sensed a lack of harmony, unable to fully harness the sword's potential. This avatar, a member of the human race, primarily bore the essence of metal energy, clearly misaligned with the Fireblade. Soon after, Fang Yun assumed control of a Fire Flood Dragon avatar, and the moment he grasped the sword, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. With a single stroke, the sword's brilliance resembled that of a blazing dragon, cleaving the desert below and creating a vast gash, while flames roared around the blade, incinerating the sands into molten remnants. Truly, it was a celestial treasure. Fang Yun felt a surge of delight and promptly stowed the sword into his system space. Having just inspected it without discovering any issues, he was confident that no one could perceive what he had concealed within the system. Otherwise, his myriad of avatars would have been exposed long ago. Above the chasm in the outside world, the moment Xiao Yan perished, the golden immortal of Flame Cloud felt an immediate disturbance. How could this be? The golden immortal's countenance darkened ominously. 3 true fire talismans, a low-grade celestial treasure, and the protection of 9 ninth-layer void immortals, under normal circumstances, as long as they were not continually besieged, death would be a near impossibility. Yet now he was truly dead, and this was merely the 11th day. The golden immortal of Flame Cloud found himself utterly perplexed at how Xiao Yan had met his end. Useless. A band of imbeciles. The golden immortal scowled at the void, where the entrance had already returned to its original state, leaving him to await the expiration of the 1-month period before it could be reopened. Thus, even as a golden immortal, he could not discern the circumstances within. The following day, within the secret realm, the 2 dominant clans of the vast desert, stirred by the persistent provocations of Fang Yun's avatar, could no longer contain their fury. At this moment, within the palace of the Earth Origin King City, several leaders of the Earth Origin Python clan, filled with righteous indignation, denounced the Wind Peng clan. Your Majesty, those avian beings have gone too far lately. Our kin outside are often subjected to their rampant slaughter. Many of our people now dare not venture out. It seems they are intent on igniting war prematurely. Perched upon the high throne, adorned in intricately designed golden armor, the regal Earth Origin Queen listened to the reports below, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, her exquisite visage gradually revealing her anger. Once the reports had concluded, the Earth Origin Queen commanded, instruct our weaker kin to remain hidden underground for the time being, and summon the warriors from the various tribes outside. We shall choose a day to strike at Mo Fong Cliff. With the royal decree issued, the Earth Origin Pythons, who had long been eager for action, erupted into fervent excitement. On the other side, within the Wind Peng clan's stronghold at Mo Fong Cliff, the atmosphere mirrored that of their adversaries, though they were even more exhilarated, as if they had eagerly anticipated this moment. Thus, both clans simultaneously issued summons, intent on delivering a bloody lesson to the other. Living in the same territory, the Earth Origin Pythons and Wind Pengs frequently clashed, and over the long years, many had lost friends and family at the hands of their foes, solidifying their status as irreconcilable enemies. Furthermore, with resources finite, there was no room to accommodate the burgeoning populations. Consequently, every few centuries, a war was destined to erupt, both to diminish the opposing clan and to seek retribution. Fang Yun merely served as a catalyst in this scenario. His actions might have hastened the onset of war slightly, but they fundamentally altered nothing. Moreover, the prior hunts targeting the Earth Origin Pythons were not solely the work of Fang Yun's avatar. Many were executed by the Wind Peng clan themselves. Fang Yun had observed this through his avatar, and though slightly surprised, he welcomed the development. Sighing inwardly, Delai Fang Yun felt a twinge of regret upon receiving the Queen's decree. Yet, in an instant, an intense fervor for vengeance illuminated his face. Kill. Annihilate those avian scoundrels. Protect our kin. At his furious roar, the Earth Origin Pythons of the Lu Tu tribe rallied, their spirits soaring, echoing his battle cry with fervent zeal, especially the 100 Earth Origin Python avatars that Fang Yun had recently dispatched, who were particularly animated, shouting, Kill. Annihilate those avian scoundrels. Protect our kin. Witnessing this scene, the Queen's messenger, Yuan Zi, was profoundly moved, filled with immense satisfaction. As the deputy commander of the Queen's Guard, she was both striking and beautiful. Throughout her journey, Yuan Zi had conveyed messages to 3 tribes, yet none exhibited the fervent fighting spirit displayed by the Lu Tu tribe. At this moment, she found herself deeply affected by their enthusiasm and martial fervor, casting a lingering glance at Delai Fang Yun. Indeed, he was a gallant, formidable, and valiant man, the earthly fierce leader. You are the true warrior of my tribe. I take great pride in you. The beautiful messenger bowed gracefully towards Fang Yun, performing the customary tribute of the earthly python tribe. This scene instantly filled the heart of the enchanting earth spirit behind him with pride. Her man is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he seems to be even more valiant than before. Soon, Fang Yun summoned 200 tribal warriors and promptly followed the messenger. His decisive and efficient demeanor once again caught Yuan Zi's admiration. The commotion between the two tribes quickly drew the attention of all beings in the vast desert, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension, as if every blade of grass and every tree were on high alert. Some weaker races in the desert hastily burrowed underground, awaiting the situation to pass. Meanwhile, those disciples searching for treasures in this region faced dire predicaments. They frequently encountered the summoned troops of the two tribes. Fleeing in a panic meanwhile, the architect of all this chaos was leisurely playing the guqin in a luxurious mansion in Silver Moon City. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, accompanied by the slow, melodious tunes. The young gentleman in white, in high spirits, was flanked by exquisite maidens, their graceful harmonies resonating in the background. In front of him danced an enchanting succubus, adding to the merriment of the occasion. The atmosphere was utterly jubilant. Chapter 66. An absolute opportunity. It's all mine. Time abounds, and I've cultivated numerous interests and hobbies. This immortal life. Quite delightful. Fang Yun strummed the guqin, occasionally stealing glances at the enchanting demons before him. Despite their ostensibly serious dance, there was something infuriating about the way they performed. Were it not for Fang Yun's steadfast heart and profound composure, any other man would have rushed forward to subdue those provocative demons, delivering a sound thrashing. How outrageous! I can endure, but my second brother cannot. Fang Yun maintained a gentle smile, continuing to play the instrument, the melodies flowing gracefully like a babbling brook, elegant as the spring breeze, yet at times surging like mighty tidal waves, akin to the Kunping soaring over the sea, tumultuous and rising to great heights. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Fang Yun's mind, urgent and excited. Master, I have discovered a tremendous opportunity. Please assist me at once. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, chastising internally. What is the cause for such haste? How have I instructed you in our daily teachings? In the next moment, he leisurely dispatched a fragment of his consciousness into the past. Goodness, it is indeed vast. Deep within a secluded gorge in the Lingguang secret realm. As Fang Yun's consciousness materialized, he was immediately engulfed in chaos. His eyes nearly blinded by the sight before him. There stood a towering tree, 100 feet high, resplendent with golden hues, adorned with hundreds of luminous fruits. Fang Yun swiftly recalled the treasure catalog of the celestial realm, instantly identifying the name, Golden Essence Fruit. A treasure of the law level, it can be used for alchemy or consumed directly, enhancing the qualifications of cultivators with golden spiritual roots and aiding in the comprehension of golden elemental laws. Moreover, this golden essence fruit tree is extraordinary. It can be said to be a treasure in its own right. The golden leaves can be brewed into golden spiritual tea, while the branches and trunk can be fashioned into celestial treasures of golden attributes. With these revelations, the light in Fang Yun's eyes grew ever more fervent. After all, his true form embodies the essence of golden metal. This treasure is perfectly suited for him. And there are so many golden essence fruits. Such a colossal tree. In that instant, Fang Yun comprehended why the human avatar had been so animated. A grand opportunity indeed. At that moment, he resolved within his heart, the golden essence fruits shall all be mine. No, I shall uproot the entire tree. Meanwhile, Fang Yun's avatar remained concealed at the periphery, observing the fervor surrounding the golden essence fruit tree, where dazzling lights and chaotic divine powers clashed. Hundreds of virtual immortal disciples were engaged in purging a swarm of golden insects. These insects appeared as if forged from gold, small yet exceedingly swift, with razor-sharp fangs and formidable jaws. After just a moment of watching, several disciples found their protective celestial auras pierced by the creatures, which then burrowed into their bodies, unleashing cries of agony. The disciples' auras plummeted alarmingly, as if their entire cultivation had been siphoned away by those dreadful insects. Truly terrifying. Hundreds of cultivators, standing at the 9th or even higher tier, found themselves thwarted by a swarm of insects, unable to cross the line to harvest the coveted golden essence fruits. Although these creatures attacked ferociously and moved with remarkable speed, their defenses appeared rather mediocre and they were rapidly perishing. According to Fang Yun's observations, it wouldn't be long before these insects were eradicated. The disciples allowed to enter this trial were the cream of the crop among the various sects, each possessing formidable strength. Moreover, the prospect of such a treasure lay before them, evident from the fervent expressions on their faces. It was clear what occupied their thoughts. Once they breached the insect's defenses, the tree would be stripped bare. As for notions of sustainability, what a jest. That would merely benefit the next generation of trial disciples. Why had previous trial participants failed to discover this tree? They must have been blind. Ha ha ha. This was their chance to prosper. Do not hold back. Quickly eliminate these insects, or we shall attract more competitors, making it all the more difficult to share. A voice boomed, igniting the disciples' celestial auras into a dazzling display. Indeed, many had been concealing their true abilities, for they all understood that once the insects were vanquished, they would become rivals to one another. It was likely that yet another brutal conflict would ensue. Such encounters had not been rare in the past 10 days. Sensing the intensified murderous intent from their adversaries, the golden insects emitted a blinding light, producing a cacophony of shrill sounds that filled the air with a resonant hum, sending tremors through the hearts of those present. In an instant, numerous disciples and golden insects alike fell to their demise. What manner of creature were these insects? They seemed remarkably powerful. Fang Yun furrowed his brow. He possessed numerous avatars adept at group assault tactics. Yet, if one were to nurture a swarm of such insects, wouldn't he that allow them to rival his many avatars? Ding! This creature is known as the golden devouring insect, which can only thrive by consuming treasures akin to the golden essence fruit. The average person cannot afford to raise them, and those who can are unlikely to regard them highly. The system's voice interrupted abruptly, causing Fang Yun's eyes to gleam with understanding. You do make a compelling point, but could you refrain from startling me with such sudden exclamations? This system was generally reticent, often unresponsive even when called upon. Yet it had chosen to explain itself this time. Fang Yun was taken aback. Could his recent thoughts have provoked the system into acknowledging its presence? With a slight grin, he turned his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding and mused. You continue your fight. I shall go reap the fruits of victory. With a mere thought, one of his avatars was dispatched directly into the fray, bypassing both the crowd and the golden devouring insect's defenses, and landing squarely atop the golden essence fruit tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concealed avatar swiftly began plucking the golden essence fruits. 400 to 500 fruits were distributed among his avatars, and the task was exceedingly simple. In almost no time at all, the golden essence fruit tree stood barren, its once resplendent golden glow dimming by half in an instant. This sudden change caught the attention of a few combatants amidst the chaos. Look, the golden essence fruits have vanished. A voice exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze towards the golden essence fruit tree. Even the menacing, buzzing gold-devouring worms ceased their attacks, fixating on the sustenance they depended upon. However, in the next instant, the crowd beheld something even more astonishing. The towering golden essence fruit tree, reaching heights of 100 zhong, began to tremble. Indeed, it slowly arched upwards, causing the entire chasm to seem as if it were quaking at that moment. Chapter 67. Depart. But the fairy remains, alas. The crowd was astonished. At this moment, upon an inconspicuous ancient tree on the cliff of the crevice, a gaunt and eerie figure gazed in astonishment. The figure stood upon the ancient wood, its form seemingly merging with the tree. Even upon close scrutiny, it was challenging to discern whether it was merely a branch of the ancient tree or another type of being altogether. Only when the golden essence fruit tree stirred did the figure also make a subtle movement. As the instigator, Fang Yun was equally taken aback. Despite his 100 avatars fiercely attempting to uproot the golden essence fruit tree, they could not budge it. It is worth noting that these were 102nd-level celestial beings of the 8th tier. Even moving a grand celestial mountain should pose no challenge. Yet, they could not shake a single tree. Regret washed over Fang Yun. He had acted hastily. He should have unleashed 5,000 avatars, no 8,000. If 8,000 avatars had embraced the golden essence fruit tree, they would have likely managed to grasp it fully. Fang Yun could not believe they could not uproot it. However, he had just been careless, missing the optimal moment. At this instant, the hundreds of trial disciples, along with the golden devouring insects, had already reacted. Cursed be it. Someone is stealing the fruit and attempting to steal the tree. A celestial disciple shouted in fury. His heart bled, raging with indignation. They had battled for so long, suffering grievously, to be outdone by another in claiming the spoils. How could they endure this? In the next moment, someone, incensed, struck out. Celestial light surged directly towards the robust roots of the golden essence fruit tree. Fang Yun frowned. He still wished to cultivate this tree, could not be destroyed. Therefore, a portion of his avatars abandoned the attempt to uproot the tree and swiftly positioned themselves before the golden essence fruit tree, then resolutely retaliated. Boom! A multitude of frenzied celestial lights intertwined and thundered. In the next instant, it exploded violently. Terrifying celestial energy surged forth. Immediately, many faces turned crimson, and some even spewed blood from their mouths. Only about 100 trial disciples had struck in that fleeting moment. However, Fang Yun's 100 avatars, sharing a vital connection, gained the upper hand. Yet, having engaged in battle, these avatars revealed their forms. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. The expressions on the faces of the numerous trial disciples were remarkable. Before them appeared over 100 figures, all adorned with mysterious, cold bronze masks. The crowd was taken aback, astonished, and then, it's them, the bronze-masked individuals, the infamous ones. From within the crowd, someone erupted in a furious wail. Fang Yun cast a glance at that individual, faintly recalling that a few days prior, he had pinned him to the ground and drawn forth much of his blood. This individual belonged to a formidable bloodline of the demon race, and Fang Yun felt quite satisfied. At that time, his cries had been more pitiful than they were now. One spoke out in condemnation, and immediately, many others echoed similar furious protests. They had either been robbed of opportunities or mercilessly hunted down and bled. Reflecting on the past, they felt a deep sorrow, unable to bear the memories. Once again, these mysterious figures, cursed be them, those who have suffered indignities instinctively yearn to flee. However, upon witnessing the multitude gathered on their side, they swiftly suppress their inner turmoil. Facing merely 100 adversaries, they are confronted by a force of several hundred. Who are these individuals? What have they done to you? Among the crowd, there remain a number of fortunate souls who have yet to encounter Fang Yun's avatars. Observing their companions' faces contorted with anguish and rage, these lucky few find themselves filled with curiosity. Their inquiries, though innocent, seem to strike a chord of pain within some, causing their faces to flush with indignation. In the next moment, these individuals are driven by wrath to summon their celestial artifacts. Yet, as they raise their hands, a grim realization dawns upon them. Their celestial treasures have already been seized by the wretched foes before them. Slay them. Annihilate these shameless wretches. One among them rolls up his sleeves and is the first to strike, eager to incite a collective assault against the enigmatic bronze-masked figures, seeking to avenge past grievances. But the next instant, they are met with the chilling command. This is my domain, begone. 100 bronze-masked figures stand in perfect formation, disdainfully voicing their contempt in unison. The resounding proclamation reverberates through the valley, silencing the restless crowd. Such impeccable coordination. It feels as though they are not confronting 100 beings, but rather a singular entity. Who are you? This golden marrow fruit tree was discovered by us first. The mellifluous voice resonates, imbued with an aura of profound sanctity. Fang Yun's gaze sharpens as he beholds a figure of extraordinary purity, a woman resembling an angel, radiating divine light. Her entire form seems to emanate a gentle halo of pristine white. Her formidable strength is evident, possessing the pinnacle of the 9th layer of celestial immortality. Yet, before she can conclude her words, Fang Yun's avatars interject in unison. Begone. A single, straightforward command, direct and imperious. Cold and unyielding. Not even a trace of leniency graces their tone, despite her breathtaking beauty and sanctity. The exquisite countenance of the snow-white figure darkens. Her enchanting eyes blaze with fury, and the sacred essence within her begins to boil with combativeness. In the distance, Fang Yun, concealed from view, witnesses the unfolding drama with keen interest. These words are not of his own design. They are purely the spontaneous utterances of his avatars. In this moment, he realizes the remarkable prowess of his avatars, truly formidable beings. Their recent encounters with fortune and their own initiative have flourished without his direction. Often, he has merely dispatched them, allowing events to unfold without his scrutiny, as he deemed the overwhelming odds unworthy of his attention. Moreover, his avatars possess exceptional intelligence, each fiercely formidable and unafraid of death. Fang Yun feels entirely at ease. Thus, frequently, they conclude their battles and clear the battlefield before he calls them back with but a thought. It appears they are indeed capable. Fang Yun silently commends his avatars. However, at this moment, they have incited the wrath of the masses. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of trial disciples raise their celestial artifacts in unison. Even the insatiable gold-devouring insects have now redirected their focus, fixating intently on the 100 enigmatic figures donned in mysterious masks. Meanwhile, the once dismissed Zhang Shui, who had just been scolded to leave, has unexpectedly sprouted a magnificent pair of immaculate white wings from her back. These wings shimmer with an intense holy radiance, captivating all who gaze upon them. They enhance her visage to an extraordinary divine stature. Truly, she is of the angelic lineage. Fang Yun was taken aback. His heart swelled with unrestrained joy. Upon first encountering this woman, a flicker of doubt had crossed his mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. One cannot, or rather should not, resort to the mere suspicion of sacrificing the blood of a magnificent fairy. That would be exceedingly crude and brutal. Hence, Fang Yun had believed that her beauty merely rendered her appearance more radiant. However, at this moment, this astonishingly beautiful woman has revealed her angelic wings. Ah! Ah! In the next instant, as hundreds of ethereal disciples prepared to encircle and eliminate the mysterious bronze-masked figures, a multitude of silhouettes appeared behind these masked entities, perfectly synchronized, a staggering 2,000. In 3 breaths, those who do not retreat shall face annihilation, the avatars proclaimed, their voices resonating like thunder, echoing with celestial authority. Then, the leading cold-hearted masked figure cast a singular gaze upon Zhang Shui. Let this little fairy remain. Chapter 68. Within my gaze, you are provoking the sudden appearance of 2,000 enigmatic figures, accompanied by a thunderous decree from the heavens, instantly quelled the presence of all assembled. The advance of several hundred disciples of the virtual immortal realm, poised for battle, came to an abrupt halt, and they collectively retreated in alarm. It was utterly terrifying. Their combined forces numbered barely 400, while the opposing side was a densely packed multitude, nearly filling the sky before them. The overwhelming numbers instilled a profound psychological dread. Moreover, the enigmatic individuals exuded an aura so peculiar that their true realms remained indiscernible. The unknown and the domineering only amplified their terror. The disciples of the virtual immortal realm reacted swiftly, retreating with great urgency. As they withdrew, they speculated on the identities of these mysterious bronze-masked figures. Were they puppets, illusions, or perhaps representatives of a clandestine organization? What on earth was happening? The Lingguang secret realm had existed for so many years, yet such occurrences had never been heard of. A multitude of gazes flickered uncertainly, unable to decipher the situation. To err on the side of caution, they chose to observe for the time being. However, the group of gold-eating insects evidently lacked the requisite intelligence and reflexes. Perhaps they had no intention of retreating at all. They continued to surge forward en masse, charging towards the 100 figures before them, towards those who threatened their very sustenance. The leading bronze-masked figure regarded the swarm of gold-eating insects rushing towards them, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his exposed mouth. In the next instant, from the ranks of 2,000 bronze-masked figures, several hundred emerged with a flash. They were the dragon clones. The moment they stepped forth, without uttering a word, they unleashed their innate divine ability, Dragon Flame. Accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons, a torrent of flames surged forth, sweeping across the expanse like a molten lava flow. The oncoming gold-eating insects instantly sensed a profound threat to their existence. Emitting piercing cries of alarm, they frantically beat their wings, desperate to flee. Fire counters metal. This was an innate suppression. Although the gold-eating insects possessed limited intelligence, their instinctual reactions required no reasoning. Yet, everything unfolded too suddenly, and the insects had charged forward of their own accord. The collision of forces only heightened their speed. Despite the remarkable swiftness of the gold-eating insects, in an instant, the dragon flame engulfed the majority of them. Sizzle! Sizzle! A significant portion of the gold-eating insect swarm was consumed by the flames. They emitted frantic, piercing screams as their golden exoskeletons glimmered with a fierce radiance, attempting to dispel the consuming fire. However, the dragon flame of the Dragon Clan was no ordinary fire. While it may not possess the laws of true fire akin to that of true immortals, it was not something the gold-eating insects could easily extinguish. In but a fleeting moment, vast swathes of the gold-eating insects were reduced to ashes by the dragon flame. Only a few scattered remnants managed to escape the inferno's grasp. They flitted about in a panic, their frantic chirps echoing their distress. Yet upon witnessing the sea of fire before them, they dared not advance a single step further. In an instant, their numbers had been decimated by 80%. The extraordinary lethality displayed by Fang Yun's avatars starkly contrasts with the previous encounter faced by the disciples of the Void Immortal, who were ambushed by swarms of gold-eating insects. Initially, this group had stumbled upon the golden essence fruit tree, only to be suddenly besieged by a horde emerging from the cliffs on both sides, plunging them into chaotic combat. However, Fang Yun's avatars were thoroughly prepared, executing a coordinated assault with fierce firepower right from the outset, decisively sealing their fate in the blink of an eye. In a mere flash, the retreating hundreds of disciples found themselves pursued by the seething dragon flames, with some lagging behind and falling victim to the relentless inferno. Instinctively, they summoned their celestial light and invoked protective artifacts, only to have their pupils constrict in shock. The flames were far more formidable than they had anticipated, intense and overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the legion of bronze-masked figures bore an unmistakable strength. Evidently at the 9th level of the Void Immortal realm, a collective gasp of horror rippled through the attentive disciples. Could it be that this entire cohort of bronze-masked individuals was comprised solely of 9th level Void Immortals? The chaotic celestial light swirled around them as some flew back in disbelief, exclaiming the impossibility of the situation. Yet their flickering gazes betrayed their uncertainty. Their words served more as self-reassurance than conviction. As the Void Immortal disciples retreated, their expressions shifted erratically, torn between fear and desire. After all, it was an entire golden essence fruit tree, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they were loath to relinquish so easily. But if the opposing force of 2,000 bronze-masked figures was indeed composed entirely of 9th level Void Immortals, united as one, what hope did these trial disciples have? Each sect or faction had only sent a mere 100 disciples, many of whom were not even at the 9th level, and they were embroiled in fierce competition amongst themselves. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the great rift. 3 breaths have passed. Kill. With the command from the leading bronze-masked figure, the 2,000 avatars surged into action, with 100 of them charging directly toward the angelic disciple, Zhang Shui. A manic cacophony of cries echoed, as the relentless swarm of avatars pursued the panicked crowd with the grace of startled swans, an explosion of celestial light illuminating the chaos. Those who hesitated and lagged behind were swiftly overtaken by several avatars. In a violent eruption of celestial energy, a 9th level Void Immortal was shattered to pieces, leaving only a quaking primordial spirit amidst the encirclement of the enigmatic masked figures. One of the masked individuals then delivered a golden handprint, sending the spirit irrevocably into the cycle of reincarnation. This merciless scene was vividly etched into the minds of the trial disciples, plunging them into utter panic. A terrified female disciple let out a piercing scream, her exquisite features paling in fear as she fled with newfound urgency, no longer daring to hesitate. The mysterious figures were not mere illusions or bluster. Their power was undeniably real, each one a 9th level Void Immortal. "Do not pursue me. I have already retreated," cried a well-dressed male cultivator, desperately fleeing with all his might while pleading for mercy. "Ha, your retreat is far too sluggish. and you remain within my sight. Are you intentionally provoking me? A bronze-masked figure sneered and valiantly continued the pursuit. Chaos reigned in the great rift, with myriad celestial lights erupting in brilliance. Occasionally, fierce battles erupted. Soon, the fleeing disciples discovered a dire predicament. As they fled, the enigmatic pursuers relentlessly followed. The mysterious figures outnumbered them significantly. To be caught was tantamount to death. Choosing to resist only delayed their demise, as they were besieged and met the same grim fate. Furthermore, these enigmatic beings exhibited not only a fearlessness in battle but also appeared to possess extraordinary physical prowess. Their defensive capabilities were astounding, and their regenerative abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Moments ago, the onlookers witnessed a prodigious disciple from the Celestial Monarch Hall sever the arm of one of these mysterious figures with a single strike. Yet, in an instant, that arm regrew. Subsequently, the enigmatic pursuer became even more exhilarated in their chase of the Celestial Monarch's genius. What was even more exasperating was that these mysterious figures were remarkably swift, each seemingly trained in an exceptionally profound technique of movement. Their forms flickered and danced like a whirlwind, instilling a sense of despair in the hearts of all. Chapter 69. The Aerial Angel Pursuit. The Art of Spatial Displacement. In truth, I am a benevolent soul, devoid of any bloodlust. I have granted you opportunities, yet you have failed to seize them. Sigh. Fang Yun, concealed in the void, quietly observed the chaos and conflict around him. He was not a killer by nature. His prior act of capturing individuals merely to drain their blood without taking their lives was a testament to that. He adhered to his principles. Those who provoke him are destined to perish. However, he could not bring himself to take lives without just cause. Suddenly, amidst the frantic fleeing of the trial disciples, he spotted two familiar figures. They were none other than Chao Ong, his senior brother from the Blood Cloud clone, and Nye Xiaoyu, his second senior sister. At that moment, they were being relentlessly pursued by three of his clones, fleeing in a state of utter disarray. On the brink of being caught, one of the clones had already closed in on them, its feet executing the wind escape technique. Moving with the grace of a divine spear, radiating resplendent celestial light, as it delivered a fierce kick towards Nye Xiaoyu's back. Feeling the chilling intent of impending death, Nye Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is the end. Yun Shidi, I am coming. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she thought of her junior brother from Blood Cloud. Since entering the secret realm, they had not laid eyes on him, and now, it seemed the odds were grim. With this thought in mind, Nye Xiaoyu resolutely turned to make a desperate stand. In her haste, she could only conjure a single layer of light shield, which was shattered instantly by the mysterious figure's powerful strike. The figure then continued its assault towards her heart. Suddenly, the mysterious assailant hesitated, its force abruptly diminishing. After delivering a light kick to her chest, it leveraged the momentum to depart, redirecting its attention to another battlefield. The clone pursuing Chao Ong, after repelling him with a swift sword strike, disregarded him entirely. As Nye Xiaoyu was sent flying, her eyes were filled with panic and astonishment. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on her thoughts, for at that moment, she felt her chest swelling, as if it would burst forth. Fang Yun, being a practitioner of physical cultivation, endowed his clones with immense power. Even after momentarily holding back, the force remained formidable. Nye Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she clutched her chest, quickly rejoining her brother Chao Ong. Without a moment to spare, they fled towards the chasm's edge. Within the tumultuous chasm, no one noticed the eerie figure resembling a withered tree, silently fixated on Fang Yun's clone, its eyes gleaming with a faint azure light. What are these masked individuals? They can appear and vanish at will. Could it be that they possess some arcane spatial techniques? The withered figure pondered, wondering if it could lead him to safety. With a slight tremor, the figure released several minuscule specks of light, which, upon emerging, swiftly faded into the void and drifted toward the masked individuals. Having completed this, the enigmatic figure gradually descended, vanishing into the ancient wood beneath its feet, leaving no trace behind. The relentless pursuit by the avatars persisted, driving the group of ethereal disciples out of the Great Rift Valley's secret realm, and continuing their chase for 1,000 miles. Only under the command of Fang Yun's true self did the avatars return one by one. Of the 400, over half perished. The remaining few either possessed special means of escape or wielded formidable artifacts akin to the true fire talisman. Though they managed to flee, they remained in a wretched state, all sustaining serious injuries. Meanwhile, the 100-member Avatar squad dedicated to the relentless pursuit of the angelic racist Zhang Shui showed no signs of yielding. They feverishly chased down Zhang Shui and her entourage of a dozen or so, embodying a relentless spirit. This group, tasked with protecting Zhang Shui during their flight, consisted of formidable individuals at the 9th layer of ethereal mastery, each boasting exceptional combat prowess and possessing celestial-grade weapons. Fang Yun's 100-member squad had already suffered losses during the chase. Yet similarly, Zhang Shui's companions had also fallen, with 7 or 8 casualties. As the pursuit continued, the remaining few became a burden to Zhang Shui. While they could fight to protect her, their speed in fleeing was not comparable to her angelic swiftness. Prompted by Zhang Shui's command, these individuals quickly veered off on their own. The pursuing avatars disregarded them entirely, their focus unwaveringly set on Zhang Shui. At this moment, the bronze-masked figure, an avatar under Fang Yun's command, was the leader of this small squad, a manifestation of the Qilong. Harnessing the powers of wind and water from the skies, he pursued with the speed of light. This Qilong avatar had been created shortly after he acquired the bloodline, rated as a top-tier species by the system, surpassing even the Blood Fiend clan in quality. This realization filled Fang Yun with joy, as he silently praised the contributions of his 3 Fire Flood avatars. The Qilong avatar possessed extraordinary innate abilities, demonstrating an inherent affinity for the water path that far exceeded the affinity of the Fire Flood. Upon transforming into the Qilong avatar, Fang Yun promptly replaced the underwater squad at Baifeng Island with Qilong avatars, leaving only the Meritus human avatar, Fang Shui. He believed that despite the latter's lesser talent in the ocean compared to the Qilong, in terms of fortune, it was not to be underestimated. Each being carries a mysterious fortune, a fate seemingly dictated by the heavens, akin to celestial favor. With fortune on one side, one ascends effortlessly. Against it, every endeavor becomes arduous. Ahead, Zhang Shui dashed forward at remarkable speed, surpassing even Fang Yun's Qilong avatar by a few measures. With her agile maneuvers and sharp turns, she evaded capture with remarkable finesse. Each time her pristine angelic wings fluttered, radiating divine light, her graceful form would momentarily vanish, reappearing several kilometers away. Yet, no matter how swift she could not outpace the speed of Fang Yun's deployed avatars within his mental reach. Whenever the gap threatened to widen, he unhesitatingly dispatched more avatars. His desire for the angelic bloodline was unwavering. Even beyond combat prowess and innate talent, the self-illuminating angelic wings and the sacred aura they exuded were treasures he yearned to possess. With a few quick moves, Fang Yun felt quite pleased. "Little fairy, do not flee. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take a small portion of your blood," he remarked with a smile. "With your capabilities, you dare to presume," came the furious voice of Zhang Shui from ahead. In the next instant, Zhang Shui's angelic wings fluttered, and her graceful figure vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, dozens of feathers radiating holy light, resembling divine swords, fiercely shot towards Fang Yun from behind. In the face of the angel's sudden ambush and swift escape, Fang Yun chuckled lightly. With a mere thought, he summoned his 100 clones, which were instantaneously released. He then re-entered one of the dragon avatars he had cast forward. The clone left behind immediately vanished, causing the myriad of sharp, feathered swords to strike nothing but air. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shui's angelic visage was momentarily overtaken by intense shock, followed swiftly by a seething rage. Who were these individuals? Their abilities were utterly bizarre. Their vanishing act and reappearance could only be described as a spatial exchange, silent and unseen. As the angel Zhang Shui, shaken and alarmed, attempted to flee, suddenly, Fang Yun's 100 clones reappeared. This time he positioned them with remarkable cunning, surrounding Zhang Shui on all sides, above, below, left, and right. She found herself besieged from every direction, a seamless corporeal encirclement. In an instant, Zhang Shui was engulfed in darkness. Caught off guard, several of the suddenly materialized clones seized her immense wings. Then, with a swift motion, Fang Yun lunged toward the body of the angel Zhang Shui. Chapter 70. The profound depths of the super-immortal second generation. Different ways of unleashing power. The doppelgangers encircled Zhang Shui, and at the very moment two of them manifested, they seized her angelic wings. Yet, in the next heartbeat, even the palms shielded by immortal light were still cut, bleeding profusely from the seemingly pure and harmless feathers. A mysterious radiance infiltrated the flesh and blood of the doppelgangers. Nevertheless, they exhibited no fear. Rather, they were invigorated, for they had brushed against the skin beneath the angelic wings, drawing ever closer to the divine blood they sought from the true body. As they grasped her wings, they inadvertently touched Zhang Shui's exquisite visage, which instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "Scoundrel! Shameless!" she cursed, her words barely escaping her lips when she abruptly noticed an unwelcome hand making a sudden appearance, oddly reaching out, large and soft. Fang Yun realized he had perhaps mislaid his grasp. In an instant, Zhang Shui's murderous intent surged. Her frame trembled violently, and radiant angelic light erupted forth, her crystalline armor glowing brilliantly in unison. Simultaneously, a holy light talisman was summoned. Fang Yun felt an acute sense of danger escalate within him. Before his eyes, a blinding white light enveloped everything, as if a miniature blazing sun had ignited in the air, centered around the angel Zhang Shui. The terrifying white light swept away all in its path. Fang Yun swiftly dispatched his doppelgangers in all directions. Yet, it was a moment too late. Several of the doppelgangers were slightly delayed and were directly purified by the angelic holy light, dissolving silently. Seizing this fleeting moment, Zhang Shui, her face flushed, hastily fled from her original position. However, unbeknownst to her, her crystalline armor had already been deformed from the grasp, and her angelic wings bore two unsightly bloodstains. All of this incited the angelic maiden's profound indignation and fury. Even golden immortals would show her reverence. When had she ever been subjected to such humiliation and grievance? "Ah!" Zhang Shui roared in the air, her voice resonating like a lark's furious song. Beautiful yet filled with wrath, the angelic wings surged with urgency, seeking to escape swiftly. Yet, in the next moment, she beheld a masked figure ahead, as if waiting for her arrival. Fang Yun was equally astonished. He was taken aback by the true nature of this angel and her array of treasures and terrifying abilities. She surpassed Xiao Yan by leagues, operating on an entirely different level. He had unleashed hundreds of dragon doppelgangers, employing bizarre techniques like spatial exchange and close-range deployment, yet he could not approach her. Seeing only a solitary enigmatic figure ahead, Zhang Shui's murderous intent flared. "Shameless thief, I shall slay you." But just as she charged forward a few meters, she immediately pivoted to escape. Anger notwithstanding, throughout this chase, she had witnessed the masked figure's prowess. As long as there was one, many would soon follow. If she did not flee, it would be too late. However, in the next instant, 100 masked figures materialized around her, encircling her completely. This scene instantly transformed Zhang Shui's delicate face, igniting an overwhelming fury, and in utter helplessness. What a devious tactic this is. It is utterly shameless. It is exhausting to the soul. Like an insufferable adhesive plaster, it makes one want to peel off their own skin. In the next moment, the beautiful eyes of Zhang Shui glinted with a murderous intent as she produced the sacred light jade talisman. This time, Fang Yun was also incensed. With his myriad of avatars, he chose not to engage in close confinement, but rather to decisively strike with lethal force. Since a friendly bloodletting was not an option, Fang Yun opted for a brutal assault to collect the blood. 100 qi-long avatars soared in all directions, uniting their powers to unleash their innate abilities upon the angelic Zhang Shui at the center. The Zhang Shui dragons roar. 100 qi-long cast their spells in unison. Suddenly, the water vapor within a radius of thousands of miles was completely absorbed. Even the waters from the rivers and marshes below were commandeered. A multitude of azure water dragons converged, radiating blinding celestial light, roaring towards Zhang Shui. The sky was filled with water dragons, fierce and majestic, yet strikingly beautiful. Zhang Shui was left in a state of astonishment. She felt deeply wronged, helpless, and furious. Such an enemy is too treacherous, too despicable. However, this was still not the moment of her despair. You damned scoundrel, just wait. Song Shue's delicate face flushed with indignation, her gaze fixed intently on the calm and composed figure of the mysterious masked man in the distance. If looks could kill, Fang Yun would surely be reduced to ashes. In the next instant, Song Shue produced a peculiar talisman. Then, with a sudden crush, she shattered it. Buzz! A wondrous sphere of radiant white celestial light enveloped Song Shue, and in an instant, she vanished from her original spot. Fang Yun, witnessing this spectacle, felt a jolt of astonishment, yet he harbored no resentment. At that moment, he realized the vast chasm that existed between individuals. He relied on the system for an edge, while the super-celestial second generation depended on bloodline heritage and the gifts of their elders. It was simply outrageous. Wasn't the secret realm supposed to be a fair trial for all?
PFFT.
This must be a favor bestowed at the level of a celestial monarch. So impressive, yet she didn't even attempt to forcibly seize the golden essence fruit tree earlier. Fang Yun pondered in surprise. Little did he know, these were all life-preserving methods. Who would easily expend them on the acquisition of mere resources? Although the golden essence fruit tree is precious, it pales in comparison to the life of a super-celestial second generation. Had Song Shue recklessly employed these tactics earlier, she might have been able to seize the fruit tree, but in that case she would have been dead by now. My avatars are scattered throughout this secret realm. Little angel, where can you possibly escape to? Fang Yun smiled faintly, casting a glance at the distant void. The surrounding Qi-Long avatars were swiftly retracted. Then, with a thought, he initiated a mental probe through his scattered avatars, searching for traces of Angel Song Shue. It was of no concern if they did not find her immediately. Fang Yun was in no hurry, as long as she remained within this secret realm. He felt confident that she would not escape his grasp. The various treacherous and powerful methods of the angel were undoubtedly precious and likely limited in number. Fang Yun's avatars could endure a prolonged engagement, while he surmised that she could not afford to do the same. Conceal yourself more tightly. If found too easily, it loses all significance. Muttering to himself, in the next instant, Fang Yun's consciousness took control of a clone situated around the golden essence fruit tree. 100 clones were stationed at the entrance of the Great Rift Valley. Subsequently, Fang Yun summoned 5,000 clones, embarking on the monumental task of uprooting the tree. All 5,000 clones rendered themselves invisible, imperceptible to outsiders. Yet, Fang Yun could see them. At this moment, numerous clones were almost entirely enveloping the towering tree, which stood 100 feet tall. With a gentle command from Fang Yun, all 5,000 clones exerted their strength. The golden essence fruit tree stirred. Its golden, robust roots emerged from the earth like serpentine dragons, gradually revealing their form. The entire Great Rift Valley trembled in response. Chapter 71. Uprooting trees and washing the ground. Where is my home? As the golden marrow fruit tree was gradually uprooted, the great chasm trembled incessantly, and the ground began to split rapidly in the distance. A multitude of fissures spread across the vast canyon, creating a truly terrifying scene. At that moment, Fang Yun finally comprehended why the golden marrow fruit tree was so difficult to extract. Its roots resembled coiled dragons, deeply embedded in the earth, their vastness surpassing even the enormous canopy of the tree itself. Yet, despite the tree's profound anchorage in the soil, it could not withstand the formidable force of thousands of ethereal beings. Boom! The earth rumbled and stones flew. The creatures within the great chasm fled in sheer terror. Just as the golden marrow fruit tree was on the verge of being completely uprooted, it suddenly sprang to life. The thick, golden, dragon-like roots swiftly recoiled towards its own avatars. Crack! Crack! The startled avatars were caught off guard and were instantly sent flying. The force of the roots was ferocious. Some avatars were even left spitting blood, while several were pierced through entirely. Fang Yun's pupils narrowed in shock, but he soon found solace in the realization that such a celestial entity possessed some degree of self-awareness. It was only natural for it to instinctively resist when its very existence was threatened. However, the resistance was futile. Fang Yun observed quietly, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, more and more avatars were struck and flung away by the tree's roots. Yet these avatars were robust. With remarkable regenerative abilities and swift speeds, they would be knocked back only to swiftly return, once again ensnaring the tree with their celestial powers and attempting to uproot it with renewed vigor. Boom! The golden marrow fruit tree was lifted once more. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the tree, and it shook violently, casting thousands of avatars into the air. In that instant, the towering divine tree, which had loomed large, shrank to a mere few meters in height before Fang Yun's gaze. Beneath it, the roots resembled short legs, dancing rapidly, racing through the air as if a golden-haired elder with octopus-like limbs was fleeing from the chasm. What a cunning tree! Fang Yun watched in astonishment, feeling a tinge of absurdity. Attempting to escape would not be so simple. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled allowing that angelic maiden to flee previously, and he was resolute that such a scenario would not repeat itself. With a mere thought, he swiftly summoned 5,000 avatars into the system space and then dispatched them at high speed. At this moment, the 100 avatars stationed at the entrance of the Great Chasm also acted in unison against the fleeing golden marrow fruit tree. 100 golden chains of celestial light surged forth, blocking the path of the golden marrow fruit tree. The Great Chasm was a secret place, a small realm within a hidden domain. It had only one entrance, thus the golden marrow fruit tree had to overcome the blockade at the entrance to escape. The golden sapling seems to comprehend this principle as its crown rustles above while countless short roots dash below. As it approaches the entrance, its body radiates a brilliant golden light, attempting to forcefully break through the blockade. However, in the next moment, 5,000 avatars materialize from all directions. Without hesitation, they wield chains of celestial light in various colors. The human avatars brandish golden chains. The dragon avatars wield azure water dragon chains, while the flood dragon avatars unleash chains of crimson flame. Due to their differing attributes, the colors and shapes of the celestial chains vary, creating a dazzling spectacle in the sky of the Great Rift. Thousands of celestial chains span the heavens, completely encircling the golden sapling. Momentarily taken aback, the golden sapling then flickers with light, swiftly evading left and right. Yet, as the first chain wraps around its trunk, it is soon followed by hundreds, then thousands. As the myriad celestial chains converge upon it, their colors coalesce, creating a radiant display reminiscent of a vibrant sun. Ah, no. Faintly, a weak and aged voice echoes within the Great Rift, imbued with panic and reluctance. Fang Yun is taken aback and begins to attempt to draw these avatars, along with the golden sapling, into the nebulous realm of the system space. He had previously tried this, the nebulous realm of the system space, aside from being able to collect avatars, functions more like a storage space, permitting only the collection of items devoid of significant sentience. However, spiritual herbs like the celestial spirit grass are permissible. The golden sapling, at present, seems somewhat different from such spiritual entities. It appears to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Thus, Fang Yun is not entirely certain at this moment. Collect. With Fang Yun's mental command, the next instant, the 5,000 avatars vanish simultaneously. Yet the golden sapling appears to be stuck. The myriad celestial chains entwining its trunk flicker violently, at times becoming transparent, then restoring. This condition seems to subject the golden sapling to immense stimulation and fright. His trunk trembles uncontrollably. Ah! Please stop. The aged and hoarse voice resounds once more, filled with fear and pleading. Ding! Alarm. Host, you are engaging in unauthorized operations. This is a true immortal level unlocking function, which is currently unavailable. Please immediately abandon this dangerous thought. The system's voice echoes, and Fang Yun's gaze flickers. True immortal level function could it be? Fang Yun inquires. It seems that Tree is in great distress. Could you perhaps open a back door? Allow this being to enter temporarily, just to enter without any movement. Fang Yun asks, and the system falls into silence. Ah! Spare my life. Ah! The old man cannot endure. Ah! The golden light upon the golden sapling flickers violently, shifting between the tangible and the intangible, as if it might vanish at any moment. Thousands of celestial chains remain entwined around its form, their ends fading into the void. Mysterious and otherworldly, after a brief interlude, the system appeared to relent. In the next instant, the trembling golden sapling vanished without a trace. Fang Yun's consciousness immediately penetrated the hazy realm, and his heart swelled with joy. The towering golden sapling indeed manifested within the nebulous expanse. However, it exhibited a rather peculiar state. The great tree was ensconced within a colossal bubble, suspended motionless in the ethereal void, utterly devoid of the vibrant essence it once possessed. Ding! The tree spirit is temporarily sealed, entering a state of suspended animation. Due to the host's impertinent request, a deduction of 100 million low-grade celestial crystals will be incurred. The system's voice resonated, and Fang Yun soon realized that his celestial crystal reserves had inexplicably dwindled by 100 million. Ha! Deduct away. I am not lacking in funds. As long as I can retrieve it, all is well. Fang Yun's heart's desire was fulfilled, and he couldn't help but smile. The cost of 100 million to secure the entire golden sapling within the system's confines. What an astute bargain! If the tree could not be accommodated, he would have had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. A plethora of precious timber could hardly compare to the worth of a sustainably growing divine tree. But how could there be a tree without soil? Fang Yun had observed that the soil in this area seemed rather extraordinary. Thus, moments later, he, still in his primary form outside the great rift excavated 10 meters into the ground. A vast quantity of soil was drawn into the system space. After a thorough cleansing, the once vibrant great rift appeared as though a bulldozer had ravaged it. When Fang Yun departed, some native beings of the rift returned, gazing upon the desolation before them. Where has my home gone? Chapter 72. The presence of a powerful unknown entity at this moment. As Fang Yun withdrew his avatar into the system space, in the depths of the Lingguang's secret realm, a mysterious place filled with azure profound light, a figure suddenly opened its eyes. What is happening? The essence of my vegetation spirit cannot be sensed. The figure was taken aback, rising abruptly to its feet, its gaze sharp as a blade, imbued with an unfathomable aura. Standing at approximately 1 meter 60, the figure was enveloped in a deep azure hue. Its legs resembled unsheathed swords, while its hands emanated a fierce brilliance. The entire physique was lean, upright, and strikingly sharp, radiating a vibrant life force and an exceedingly formidable presence. In Silvermoon City, Fang Yun gazed at the golden marrow fruit tree within the system space, filled with immense satisfaction. This could be considered the most significant harvest of his journey through the secret realm. Casually retrieving a golden marrow fruit, Fang Yun was about to indulge when, suddenly, the system's voice rang out urgently. Alert! Alert! Detection of avatar being parasitized by an external spirit. Please eliminate it immediately. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity. His avatar had been parasitized. What was happening? When did this occur? He was completely unaware. It was important to note that each of his avatars possessed remarkable strength. For an entity to silently parasitize them without detection was exceedingly challenging. In the next moment, Fang Yun put away the golden marrow fruit and directed his consciousness to the avatars diligently cultivating within the system space. Among the ranks of avatars, for were emanating a dangerous red glow. Fang Yun was astonished. The system had already marked the problematic avatars for him. This scene inexplicably reminded him of the antivirus software on Earth in his past life, which scanned for viruses. Quite responsible, indeed. Fang Yun silently praised the system. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, he summoned those 4 avatars to another vacant area within the nebulous space. Fang Yun instantly recognized them as a few of the many avatars that had been on a mission in the Great Rift Valley. Master, what is the matter? One of the avatars inquired, astonished. Through Fang Yun's perspective, the avatars flickered with red light, yet they seemed oblivious to it. Examine yourselves closely and see if there are any anomalies, Fang Yun commanded. Immediately, the 4 avatars commenced self-assessment. After a brief moment, they spoke in unison. Master, all is well. I am filled with power, ready to battle for you at any moment. The confident declarations from the avatars gradually caused Fang Yun to furrow his brow. Could there be an unknown entity within the secret realm? One capable of silently parasitizing my avatars. Fang Yun murmured, a sense of vigilance rising within him, for he had just personally assumed control of his avatar and had detected nothing. According to the words of true person Fuguang, the Lingguang secret realm was a fragment of the ancient immortal realm, shattered into an alternate space, which later devolved into a trial ground. Due to the constraints of the rules, only beings below the true immortal level are permitted. This implies that even the most powerful entities within the secret realm cannot ascend to true immortal status. Yet, now there exists an unknown presence capable of effortlessly parasitizing his avatars, leaving him completely oblivious. Remarkable. Do not let me catch you. Fang Yun's gaze turned cold as he commanded the 4 parasitized avatars. You shall self-destruct. In the next moment, within the hazy space, the 4 avatars detonated without hesitation. Unlike self-detonations in the external world, the self-destruction of avatars within the system space resembled disintegration, causing no significant disturbance. Soon, as the avatars vanished, they were reborn anew. In their place lay 4 transparent orbs. Fang Yun regarded these objects with curiosity, yet he prudently refrained from extracting them from the system space. These items were enigmatic, and their essence seemed contained within the system space. However, should they fall into the hands of his true self in Silvermoon City, their nature could drastically change and potentially reveal his whereabouts. Fang Yun could not afford to overlook any risks. He was not yet that formidable. Nevertheless, he generally avoided actions that he perceived as hazardous. The concept of survival was not merely for show in Fang Yun's case. After a period of contemplation, he gleaned little from his investigation, only vaguely sensing that these objects resembled seeds. Since they could parasitize his avatars, they must possess some form of consciousness, possibly resonating with their original entity. Perhaps, through this subtle connection, I could attempt to locate the source behind it all. Fang Yun pondered deeply. Within the Lingguang secret realm, in the vast expanse of the Shifengla Desert, the warriors of the Diwen Python clan and the Fengpeng clan had gathered. As one of the leaders of the 8 clans of the Diwen Python, Fang Yun was received by the Diwen Queen upon entering the royal city. At this moment, the queen personally hosted a banquet for the leaders of the 8 clans. Fang Yun sat in the ancient hall, gazing at the exquisitely noble and alluring Diwen Queen upon the throne. His heart ablaze with awe, perhaps influenced by the bloodline of his avatars. Fang Yun felt an inexplicable reverence for the Diwen Queen emanating from the depths of his soul. Adorned in intricately designed golden armor and crowned with a golden tiara, the queen resembled a valkyrie, as if a divine being of gold had descended from antiquity. The hollow design of the armor accentuated her alluring figure. However, Fang Yun understood that this was not intentional. It was merely the customary attire of the Diwen Python people, a blend of exotic charm and the beauty of ancient times. As the simple formalities concluded, the hall soon buzzed with lively conversation. The Queen's banquet featured an abundance of spirit fruits, fine wines, and sumptuous delicacies. Additionally, 7 enchanting maidens of the Diwen Python clan performed a simple, ancient dance within the hall. This rustic dance resembled a form of ritual, one that Fang Yun found somewhat difficult to appreciate. His gaze frequently drifted back to the Diwen Queen. Contemplating how to subdue this resplendent queen and draw forth her essence, Fang Yun felt a piercing gaze directed at him. The Earth Elemental Queen cast a fleeting glance in his direction, devoid of anger, for she had encountered such fervent looks many times before, not only from Fang Yun but also from the other 4 masculine leaders present in the hall. However,
Dilie exhibited a bolder demeanor.
The queen smiled gently, signaling to a nearby maid, and then spoke. Esteemed guests, my guards have recently apprehended some intruders and discovered intriguing items upon them. I invite you all to partake in these treasures. Instantly, the eyes of the gathered leaders sparkled with interest. Soon, 8 maidens entered the grand hall, bearing trays laden with rare and precious spiritual artifacts. Upon witnessing these individuals, several leaders exhibited a flicker of surprise, for among them were 3 intruding human beings. At that moment, Fang Yun's heart skipped a beat as he recognized Luoyu. Chapter 73. The crown above us, just like heaven and earth, 3 women of the human race, each possessing extraordinary grace and beauty, stood out prominently, with Luoyu being the most remarkable among them. Adorned in the lightweight garments of the Diwen Python tribe, she exuded an enchanting allure, moving with a rhythm reminiscent of gentle waves. As the trio entered the grand hall, a rugged leader bellowed, "I claim this human woman. May the king grant my desire." His finger pointed at a woman standing before Luoyu, causing her to tremble, her complexion paling instantly. Luoyu and the other woman also turned ashen, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. In the trials of the secret realm, certain disciples had peculiar preferences, often drawn to exotic allurements. A sentiment echoed among some of the natives as well. The leader, Tumen, had chosen the most voluptuous of the three women. As soon as he spoke, another leader's eyes sparkled with interest, directing his attention to Luoyu, declaring, "I want this woman. May the king grant my wish." Before long, a third leader joined the fray, and within mere moments, the three human women had been claimed. The fourth leader, lagging behind, also pointed towards Luoyu. Suddenly, the two leaders were at odds with one another, leaving Luoyu and her companions pale and trembling, their legs nearly giving way from fear. Bound by their suppressed powers, they found themselves utterly helpless. On the throne, the Diwen queen remained silent, observing the unfolding scene with a faint smile. It was one of the three female leaders, Yuanxia, who scoffed, "Humph, foolish men. Are our own women not alluring enough? Why the eagerness to snatch a human woman?" Her words elicited disdainful glances from the other two female leaders towards the male leaders. However, when they turned to the silent Di Lai, they regarded him with a hint of admiration. "Look at Di Lai unshaken. Now he embodies the true essence of our kind. Indeed, our women are far more enticing. Yet, after indulging too much, one inevitably craves a change of flavor." Tumen laughed heartily, showing no signs of embarrassment. Fang Yun cast a glance at the Diwen queen on her throne, dubious of whether this situation had been orchestrated by her design. Three human women faced five male leaders of the Diwen Python tribe. What was the implication? Noticing Fang Yun's gaze, the Diwen queen turned her attention to him, inquiring curiously, "Di Lai, do you have no interest in human women?" Fang Yun was taken aback by the queen's question, pausing momentarily before responding with a smile, "Of course I do, but my interest in your majesty surpasses all." His gaze was fervent, and his unabashed proclamation rendered the grand hall momentarily silent. Every Diwen queen was the supreme embodiment of the Diwen Python tribe. Their lineage was preserved not through the traditional means of procreation, but through a unique ritual performed before their demise, wherein they transferred their entire bloodline to a pre-chosen holy maiden of the tribe. This not only ensured the purity of the queen's lineage, but also guaranteed that the next queen would immediately ascend to become a formidable force. The precise reasons behind this tradition remained unknown to Fang Yun. Some conjectures suggest that this method of inheritance, devoid of gestation and the frailty of childbirth, enables one to constantly confront formidable adversaries, ensuring the perpetual prosperity of the Diwen Python clan. Another perspective posits that if the queen's bloodline is ever tainted, her strength will plummet. In any case, the queen must remain unwed. Thus, Fang Yun's remarks at this moment can be construed as a provocation against the queen's lineage, a desecration of her honor. At this juncture, a maid beside the queen reacted sharply, exclaiming, "Impudence! Dai Li, do you dare show such disrespect to her majesty?" Simultaneously, the assembly within the hall cast furious glances at Fang Yun. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense and oppressive. Dai Li Fang Yun promptly rose and apologized, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I meant no disrespect. I sincerely admire your unparalleled grace." "Humph," the Diwen queen scoffed, her exquisite visage momentarily flashing with anger as she cast a lingering gaze at Fang Yun. How audacious! Not only did he dare to show her disrespect, but he also derailed the meticulously orchestrated occasion. Infuriating, our ancestors established a decree. Until the Fengpeng clan is eradicated, the lineage of our clan must remain unchanged, the Diwen queen stated, her gaze flickering almost imperceptibly as she looked at Fang Yun. "Dai Li, if you truly possess the capability, assist me in eliminating the Fengpeng clan, and then your bold aspirations may yet come to fruition." The Diwen queen sneered, a flicker of anticipation stirring within her depths. The queen embodies the highest honor of the Diwen Python clan. Yet it also signifies that an exceptionally gifted Diwen Python woman is destined for a life of solitude, pledged to safeguard her clan. This is the vow they take upon receiving their inheritance. a solemn promise to the heavens. Until the Fengpeng clan is vanquished, they are condemned to a life devoid of love and attachment. Such a vow, for a species like the dragon python, prone to periodic restlessness, is akin to a continual torment. Who can alleviate a millennium of solitude? Only the golden crown binds one for a lifetime. Ha! Our crowns are akin to the heavens above. These words were spoken by the previous queen before her inheritance. At the time, the Diyuan queen did not fully comprehend, but after centuries, she has begun to grasp their meaning. She vaguely recalls her master, who wept and laughed, gazing at her with pity before calmly embracing death. At that time, her master had much life left. Yet, the challenge of eradicating the Fengpeng clan has eluded the Diyuan python clan through the succession of numerous queens. This highlights the formidable nature of the task. The Diyuan queen's thoughts swirled as she cast another glance at Fang Yun. Humph! Presumptuous. However, suddenly, the individual whom the Diyuan queen had deemed unworthy, upon hearing her recent declaration, became invigorated. With eyes alight, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, is this truly so?" The Diyuan queen momentarily paused, her captivating features displaying a hint of surprise. Then she coldly replied, "Indeed. Haha! Splendid. It is settled." Fang Yun beamed with a radiant smile, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the queen of the earth, bloodline, proclaiming his bold ambitions. Chapter 74. I desire all three. Witnessing the audacious confidence of the formidable Di Lai, the expressions of those present in the hall were a tapestry of astonishment and disbelief, momentarily captivated by his bravado. Yet, it did not take long for them to dismiss him with scorn. This man must be utterly infatuated with the queen. He ought to weigh his own capabilities. The inhabitants of the Diyuan python tribe harbored an intense loathing for the Fengpeng clan. Nevertheless, despite their disdain, they could not overlook the latter's formidable prowess. Take, for instance, the recent royal edict. Although the leaders were ablaze with a fervor for vengeance, deep down, they merely regarded this conflict as one akin to those of the past, a chance to diminish their adversary and impart a bloody lesson. However, the notion of completely annihilating the Fengpeng clan was beyond their wildest thoughts. It was a concept they had never entertained. After years of warfare, both tribes were acutely aware of each other's strengths and capabilities. Their powers were largely comparable, each holding significant advantages in their respective domains. For instance, the Diyuan python tribe excelled in earth manipulation and sandstorms. When faced with overwhelming odds, they could burrow underground. Conversely, even if the Fengpeng clan gained the upper hand in battle, extinguishing the Diyuan pythons entirely would prove exceedingly difficult. Similarly, the Fengpeng clan was exceptionally skilled in aerial combat, boasting remarkable speed. Should they find themselves in defeat during warfare, their instinct would be to flee, and the Diyuan pythons would struggle to impede their escape. One tribe could not confine the earth, while the other could not seal the skies. This presented an insurmountable dilemma for both factions. Without resolving this conundrum, it would be nearly impossible to slay the opposing king. Thus, the aspiration to entirely eradicate the other was as fantastical as a dream from a far-off land. At least, given the current strengths and circumstances of both tribes, such a feat was utterly unattainable. Unfazed by the scornful gazes of the assembly, Fang Yun remained resolute in his convictions. He merely wished to proclaim, "The sparrow knows not the ambitions of the swan. How can the ant fathom the vast ocean? The might of my true self is beyond your imagination. Provided the queen serves adequately, I possess the strength to obliterate the Fengpeng clan." Seizing the moment while the crowd was momentarily distracted, Fang Yun swiftly grasped the pale-faced Luoyu, pulling her into his embrace. "Ah, my lovely maiden, how would you feel about becoming my little consort?" Fang Yun's coarse voice carried a teasing lilt. Instantly, Luoyu shuddered, gasping in shock. Her delicate face turned ashen, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unshed tears as she struggled violently in his grasp. Yet, constrained by her current cultivation, she was powerless against Fang Yun's formidable hand. In an instant, a resolute gleam flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Her inner spirit surged forth, radiating with a brilliant light, as she resolutely chose to self-destruct. Fang Yun sensed the tumult within Luo Yu and was immediately alarmed. "Ha ha ha! This little girl has quite the spirit. I like it. Fang Yun laughed heartily, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Luo Yu's rear. At once, a torrent of robust celestial energy surged into her body, forcibly suppressing her urge for self-detonation. Ah! Luo Yu cried out in pain, her despair deepening. Her delicate form trembled, her spirit's self-destruction forcibly quelled, compounded by the raging fire within her heart. And in the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The events unfolded with an abruptness that startled all. The chief of the Gale tribe, Di Feng, reacted instantly, rising in a fit of rage. Di Lai, what are you doing? This is the woman I have set my sights on. Do you dare to contest with me? No sooner had he spoken than another chief, who had also taken a fancy to Luo Yu, joined in the outcry against Fang Yun. Fang Yun regarded them with disdain, declaring, "Our tribe respects strength above all. The strongest among the leaders here is undoubtedly me. I desire all three of these human maidens." As he spoke, he cradled Luo Yu in his left arm while his right fist clenched with a forceful energy. With his imposing physique and contemptuous demeanor, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. In a swift motion, he extended his hand, effortlessly capturing the other two human maidens. Fang Yun, in this incarnation, was a member of the Earth Yuan Python tribe, fully aware of the physical structure of his kin, which far exceeded that of humans. Should the three human women fall into the hands of these tribal leaders, their fate would not merely entail humiliation but rather unimaginable torment. As a member of the human race, Fang Yun had hoped to remain uninvolved, yet now that fate had intertwined their paths, he felt compelled to intervene. If he were unable to save them, even slaying them himself would be a significant act of mercy. Arrogant fool.
Di Feng roared in fury,
His formidable presence erupting as he shattered the table before him. Di Lai, I have long found you irksome. Now, I shall see if your prowess is as formidable as you claim. With those words, he clenched his fist and hurled a powerful punch towards Fang Yun. Almost simultaneously, Tu Mang, standing beside him, unleashed his own fierce strike. The two acted without regard for anyone else in the hall. In a flash, the Earth Yuan Queen, seated upon her throne, furrowed her brow. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, she released a cascade of celestial light, swiftly gathering the terrified maidens and dancers from the center of the hall. The speed of her intervention allowed her to evade the attacks of Di Feng and Tu Mang, yet she chose not to intervene against their assault, seemingly eager to witness these two teach Di Lai a lesson or to gauge the strength of this audacious individual. The two punches, glowing with a deep earthen yellow light, surged forward. Fang Yun, still cradling Luo Yu, remained seated, yet the celestial energy within him surged forth, refined through two great realms, transforming into a torrent of power. With a fierce grip, he reached out and, in a decisive movement, clenched his hand tightly. In an instant, a colossal handprint of celestial light appeared within the hall, seizing the two incoming punches and crushing them to dust. The explosion of terrifying energy reverberated throughout the hall, causing it to tremble violently. The stone tables and chairs surrounding them were instantly reduced to mere powder. The Earth Yuan Queen furrowed her brow, and with a gentle tap of her luminescent serpent tail upon the ground, a soft golden light enveloped the chamber, swiftly dissipating the explosive shockwaves. Silence ensued, a silence that was almost eerie. Following this clash, Fang Yun remained unwavering, even as he sat calmly, the stone table before him obliterated. In contrast, Di Feng and Tu Mang stumbled backwards several paces, the solid stone floor beneath them crumbling to dust. What incredible strength! All the leaders were taken aback as they turned their gazes towards Fang Yun. Each leader possessed the formidable strength of the 9th tier of the Void Immortal Realm. Previously, their powers were comparable, yet after a brief exchange, it was evident that Lai surpassed them by a significant margin. The Earth Queen regarded Fang Yun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. Indeed, he is somewhat stronger than the other leaders, but that alone is far from sufficient. In comparison to her own prowess and that of King Qingpeng, there remained a considerable gap. The Earth Queen felt a twinge of disappointment, then glared at the assembly, her voice laced with fury. You dare to act so recklessly. My maid is not someone you can indiscriminately vie for. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and a wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing the air around them to feel as though it had solidified. The leaders were struck with horror, their reverence for the queen's bloodline rising sharply from within. One by one, they knelt on a single knee. "Your Majesty, temper your wrath." "Humph," the Earth Queen scoffed, surveying the room before casting a fierce glare at Feng Yun. With a delicate motion of her jade hand, she summoned the 3 human women Luo Yu, who stood beside Feng Yun. "If you possess such strength, you would do better to demonstrate your valor on the battlefield tomorrow. Among these human women, whichever of you achieves the most merit in battle, I shall consider rewarding accordingly. Do not bicker among yourselves any longer. Understood?" Chapter 75. Striking oneself? The winds rage fiercely. In the Grand Hall, following a tumultuous contest, Queen Diyuan departed in a fit of fury. Yet, unbeknownst to onlookers, as she exited the palace, the anger etched upon her exquisite visage dissipated like smoke, restoring her regal and composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Feng Yun and his companions left in discontent. However, before the leaders took their leave, they uttered fierce declarations. "Dilie, it was merely a lack of effort on my part. Let us compare ourselves on the battlefield and see who can slay more avian foes. Dilai, await my vengeance. That woman is undoubtedly mine." "Humph." The Diyuan Python clan is known for its ferocity and straightforwardness, lacking the guile of intrigue. Feng Yun paid little heed to their threats. Rather, he regarded Queen Diyuan with a modicum of respect. Nevertheless, it was fleeting. Her cunning ploy was effective only against the blunt and brash Diyuan pythons. If employed among the astute and profound human race, it might have incited internal strife, disloyalty, or even betrayal. "Alas, my dear queen," Feng Yun mused, reflecting on the queen's voluptuous form, he found it remarkable that she could devise such a strategy. 3 days later, the war between the Diyuan pythons and the Fengpeng clan finally erupted. Initially, it began with simple skirmishes, but as the conflict intensified, bloodlust took hold. On the sandy plains, the yellow desert shimmered with a crimson hue. At this moment, thousands of warriors from both clans stood poised against one another. The palpable aura of slaughter and confrontation stirred the winds, causing the raging sands to steer clear of the battlefield. In the central expanse, a significant number of bloodstains and uncollected remnants of corpses lay scattered. During the initial probing over the past 2 days, both factions had dispatched their most formidable warriors for one-on-one duels. The encounters were exceptionally brutal, with a near certainty that one would perish in each clash. This method of testing strength and vying for dominance evoked a sense of antiquity, reminiscent of the legendary conflicts of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Feng Yun remained indifferent, embracing the customs of the land while awaiting the opportune moment. As over 20 duels unfolded, several fierce warriors emerged from both camps, commanding great respect. Notable figures included Dilai and Yuan Tu from the Diyuan Pythons, as well as Feng Kuang and Feng Mei from the Fengpeng clan. Dilai achieved an astonishing feat, slaying 3 formidable 9-layered Fengpeng warriors in a single day, displaying unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, Feng Kuang executed a remarkable triple kill of the 3 9-layered guardians dispatched by the queen, instilling significant psychological pressure upon the Diyuan Pythons and elevating his reputation within the Fengpeng clan, earning the praise of King Qingpeng. At this juncture, the warriors of both clans were consumed by rage. An all-out war was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, Feng Yun, seated in meditation within Silver Moon City, abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of intrigue flickering across his handsome visage, for he realized that Feng Kuang had been dispatched to the battlefield by the Fengpeng clan. In the realm of the Earth Yuan Python, the Earth Queen dispatched the fierce warrior, Dilai. "Am I to battle myself?" Feng Yun furrowed his brow. This was a situation he had never encountered before. However, he soon smiled faintly, his mind sharpening with focus. Engaging in dual combat posed a significant challenge for Feng Yun at present. This was distinctly different from commanding 2 avatars separately. The rapidity of the skirmish exponentially increased the expenditure of mental energy and concentration. He was eager to test his mettle personally. Thus, in the next moment, both combatants on the battlefield fell under Feng Yun's control. The wind howled, and the sands swirled. Dilie, 2 formidable figures, their gazes equally fierce, stared defiantly at one another. On either side, the warriors of both clans were consumed with excitement. Today, these two titans would settle their score. Kill! Kill! As the battle cries of the warriors echoed, in the next instant, both Feng Kuang and Di Lai sprang into action. The yellow sand surged like a dragon from the sea, roaring through the air. The wind blades sliced through the sky with lethal precision, unleashing devastation. Both combatants immediately unleashed their respective innate powers. The evenly matched spectacle caused the observing warriors from both clans to tense up with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, Feng Kuang and Di Lai revealed their true forms. One was a colossal azure-gray rock, while the other was a fearsome earth-colored python. Without hesitation, they charged at each other, engaging in a brutal melee. In the battle between the Feng Peng clan and the Earth Yuan Python clan, hand-to-hand combat often resulted in a fight to the death. Furthermore, it was the quickest means of determining victory. Thus, as the scene unfolded, both sides became increasingly anxious. The Earth Queen observed Di Lai on the battlefield, her brow slightly furrowed, a sense of inexplicable worry washing over her for this valiant and formidable warrior, fearing for his safety. She had previously assessed Feng Kuang and noted his strength. He was likely a match for Di Lai. Indeed, as the fierce clash between the rock and the python ensued, the queen's insight was quickly validated. The rock's sharp talons and beak gleamed with a chilling light. Each strike tore through the python's scales, causing torrents of blood to flow. Conversely, the python's immense strength was ferocious. Each constriction and sweeping attack sent the rock reeling, blood gushing forth. In that moment, the battlefield echoed with the roars of dragons and the cries of the rock. Yellow and azure glimmers flashed and erupted. Although both creatures possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, they struggled to keep pace with their injuries. Flesh and scales were scattered, feathers and blood mingled across the once golden plain, now stained crimson and ravaged beyond recognition. The tumultuous force surged, causing the winds and sands of the battlefield to undulate like the tides. That harrowing scene left onlookers trembling in awe. Feng Kuang, fierce, fierce. The Feng Peng warriors cheered, rallying behind Feng Kuang. Di Lai, fierce, fierce. The Earth Yuan Python warriors roared, their fighting spirit soaring. In this moment, all present regarded the two combatants as the true champions of their respective clans. In Silver Moon City, Feng Yun sat cross-legged with closed eyes upon a large azure stone in the courtyard. At this moment, his demeanor was remarkably peculiar, with smoke swirling above his head, shimmering with ethereal light and clouds. Beneath the tranquil exterior lay a rapid clash of two distinct combat philosophies. It was a state of knowing. I understand your intentions, and you comprehend mine, yet I shall not act as you anticipate. Regardless of your approach, I can foresee your every move. Thus, Feng Yun's consciousness gradually descended into a realm of swift transformation and acute insight, alternating between the two. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable aura began to manifest within his mind, both rapid and elusive. In that fleeting instant, Feng Yun harbored no other thoughts, consumed solely by the fervor of battle. Awakened yet frenzied, the clouds and mist swirling above his head gradually morphed into the forms of a mythical bird and a true dragon. The two engaged in a fierce and tumultuous struggle. Gradually, Feng Yun sensed that his cerebral capacity was nearing its limits. Chapter 76. The Essence, the Alchemist, and Sufficient Preparation. Feng Yun felt somewhat overwhelmed. In the midst of the battlefield, the two incarnations of Feng Yun launched a fierce strike simultaneously. They were each violently repelled, propelled back into their respective camps. Along their path, blood sprayed, and feathers fluttered, showcasing both the brutality and glory of the clash. In the next moment, the two appeared ready to charge at one another once more, determined to fight to the bitter end. However, the command from the king resonated almost simultaneously from both sides. Enough, cease hostilities for now. Feng Kuang and Di Lai received the order, both wearing expressions of reluctance. Feng Kuang bellowed across the field, Earth Serpent, you are formidable, but next time, I shall slay you. In the camp of the Earth Yuan Python clan, Di Lai responded with hearty laughter, Birdman, you are no slouch either, but next time you will surely perish. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. Their fervor and valor ignited the admiration and respect of the surrounding warriors from both clans. Feng Kuang, Dilie! Dilie! The two clans simultaneously shouted the names of their champions. In an instant, the reputations of both soared to new heights, and they emerged as heroes within their respective tribes. Following this battle, the two clans temporarily called for a truce, and owing to their remarkable performances, Feng Kuang and Di Lai were both welcomed into the inner circles of their kings. Within Silver Moon City, Fang Yun witnessed this scene from the battlefield of the wind and sand plains, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that a spontaneous experiment for amusement would allow his two avatars to genuinely penetrate the inner circles of the Qin Peng King and the Earth Yuan Queen. How delightful! This seems to have become more manageable. My lady, prepare for a cleansing. Fang Yun teased himself, his heart brimming with anticipation, as he began to reflect upon the recent dual annihilation battle. In that moment, there appeared a unique essence, transcending ordinary magical techniques. It was an essence. In that state, Fang Yun felt his various combat skills and mystical arts become increasingly elusive and formidable, between transformation and stasis, perception and evasion. Swift and frenzied, Fang Yun contemplated, sensing that if he could enter that state at will, his individual combat prowess would significantly enhance without altering his cultivation of the mystical arts. Fang Yun attempted to recall that essence, yet he was unable to re-enter it. Consequently, he conveyed that sensation to his numerous avatars. Thousands of avatars began to grasp this insight. However, after an hour, there was little substantial progress. The avatars gleaned a rather nebulous understanding from the memories transmitted by Fang Yun's true self. It was not akin to a collective grasp of mystical arts with clear guidance, but rather numerous avatars attempting to comprehend the somewhat perplexing realizations of their original self. The true self was already in a state of confusion, and the avatars seemed only to delve deeper into bewilderment. In confusion, they found further confusion, becoming increasingly distorted. The results were far from what Fang Yun had envisioned. Sensing this situation, Fang Yun furrowed his brow and promptly abandoned this futile exploration of the avatars. Within the confines of the system's realm, two avatars engaged in a fierce duel, each striving to reclaim a sense of purpose through combat. However, after another hour of relentless struggle, perhaps due to the overly deliberate nature of this endeavor, the two avatars sustained grievous injuries, arms severed, legs broken, and their heads nearly smashed in a display of brutal ferocity. Yet, they were unable to recapture that elusive sensation. Cursing under his breath, Fang Yun resigned himself to the notion that time was on his side. One cannot achieve greatness in a single endeavor. With a heavy heart, he began to assess his cultivation progress. Over the past few days, he had successfully opened 8 of the 12 celestial apertures at the 8th level of Virtual Immortal, a remarkable efficiency achieved through his own economic principles. Nevertheless, a frown creased his brow as he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Even at this pace, it would still take 2 more days to ascend to the 9th level of Virtual Immortal. The impending conflict between the two clans loomed, and their respective kings appeared to possess extraordinary strength. Fang Yun pondered, I must strengthen myself further to subdue the Qingpeng King and compel the Earth Yuan Queen to yield. With this thought, he retrieved a jade bottle containing 3 radiant elixirs, one of the rewards for his earlier triumph with the Blood Cloud avatar, specifically 3 immortal Yuan transition pills. He had refrained from consuming them until now, believing his rapid cultivation rendered them unnecessary. However, the moment felt ripe for their use. As he extracted one, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses and enlivening every pore of his body. It became clear to him that his avatars must expedite their learning of alchemy. This realization intensified within him, fueled not only by the sight of the elixir, but also by the diverse array of celestial herbs and precious alchemical materials he had gathered during this expedition into the secret realm. Selling such an abundance would undoubtedly attract undue attention and pose significant risks. Conversely, consuming them outright would be a gross misuse of resources. In recent days, Fang Yun had diligently researched the myriad effects of the Jinsui fruit. To his dismay, he discovered a stark contrast between its direct consumption and its efficacy when refined into the golden spirit elixir. The difference was akin to that between the heavens and the earth. Should an alchemist learn of his casual consumption of several Jinsui fruits, they would likely be incensed enough to wish him dead. Reflecting on the numerous fruits he had carelessly devoured, he felt a pang of regret. cursing his lack of knowledge. He resolved to become a well-versed, capable, and accomplished individual, a multifaceted sage. Thus, in the following days he dispatched Fang Yun, and Zitian to discreetly gather intelligence on alchemists. The results left Fang Yun astounded. Alchemists were exceedingly rare, and their methods and formulas were closely guarded secrets, almost impossible to acquire. The elixirs of the three great immortal sects are predominantly acquired through trade or bestowed as favors by the exalted immortals. Among these sects, only the Golden Han Immortal Palace boasts a solitary yellow-tier immortal alchemist. In the realm of immortals, alchemists are categorized into two distinct classes: mortal alchemists and immortal alchemists. Mortal alchemists are limited to concocting mundane elixirs required by cultivators below the realm of Su Xian. In contrast, those capable of crafting elixirs specifically for immortals are revered as immortal alchemists, holding an unparalleled status. Immortal alchemists are further divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The elder of the Golden Han Immortal Palace is a middle-grade yellow-tier immortal alchemist, who can only refine elixirs suited for level practitioners. Nonetheless, the elder enjoys a position of considerable esteem within the palace. According to intelligence gathered by Fang Yun, this individual is quite possessive of his skills and rarely takes on disciples. Fang Yun dispatched his avatar already residing in the Golden Han Immortal Palace to seek apprenticeship with the elder, only to find himself denied even an audience. This outcome left Fang Yun quite displeased. After all, a middle-grade yellow-tier immortal alchemist is merely capable of producing elixirs. What's the big deal? In a moment of frustration, Fang Yun muttered a curse at the elder and promptly consumed the immortal Yuan crossing aperture elixir. "Here I come," he proclaimed, as the King Qingpeng cackled in delight. Chapter 77. The 9th level of the virtual immortal. The immortal Yuan passage pill dissolves instantly upon entry. Fang Yun felt a surge of pure immortal power permeating his limbs and bones. This power, distinct from mere immortal energy, circulated within his body for a complete cycle, with a portion quietly absorbed by his flesh, nurturing his physique. Meanwhile, another part rapidly surged towards the area radiated by the 36 immortal orifices of the upper dantian. Refinement! Fang Yun silently urged himself. He then opened his mouth to receive the peeled celestial grapes handed to him by the Angel Queen. Glimmering with a watery sheen and shimmering with crimson and violet hues, Fang Yun gently bit into them, and an explosion of rich, fragrant juice filled his mouth. The combination of the immortal pill and grapes was undeniably delightful. Just as he finished speaking, the angel princess presented him with another one. Her pure and exquisite face bore a gentle smile. At first glance, the 2 angelic avatars he had summoned bore a striking resemblance to the angel Zhang Shui, even sporting the signature angelic wings. However, after witnessing the myriad wonders of the true angelic race, Fang Yun discerned their differences. The 2 angelic maidens before him were, after all, still human, their immortal energy akin to his, infused with the essence of metal. They merely appeared angelic on the surface, lacking the innate divine radiance and various innate abilities of the true angelic lineage. As Fang Yun consumed another grape offered by the angel princess, he felt intense changes occurring within him. Over 8,000 avatars simultaneously refined and absorbed the medicinal pill, achieving an absorption efficiency over 4,000 times greater, allowing them to assimilate the immortal Yuan passage pill almost instantaneously. The 9th immortal orifice of his 8th level virtual immortal was rapidly opened, then became radiant, while the remaining potency began to assault the 10th orifice. Soon, the 10th orifice was completed. However, the power of the pill was nearly depleted. Fang Yun furrowed his brow. According to the teachings of the Yunfan Immortal Sect, consuming 1 immortal Yuan passage pill should allow for the opening of at least 6 immortal orifices, or alternatively, aid one in smoothly transitioning from mid to late stage virtual immortal. Within the realm of virtual immortality, it was a notably precious elixir. Only the prodigies of the sect, like Shui Yun, who secured first place, were rewarded with 3 pills, while the second and third place winners received just 1 each. The remaining disciples had yet to receive such rewards. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yun had consumed a single pill and only managed to open 2 orifices. Could it be that my status as a second-tier virtual immortal is too formidable? Fang Yun raised an eyebrow, feeling this possibility was quite likely. Each individual's constitution varied, and the same medicinal power would undoubtedly yield different effects on different bodies. Subsequently, Fang Yun consumed another Immortal Yuan Passage pill. This second pill was rapidly refined. His 11th immortal orifice was swiftly opened, followed by the 12th. With a long exhale of turbid air, all 12 orifices of his 8th level virtual immortal were now fully opened, radiating brilliant mysterious light, resembling a swirling star vortex. However, in the next moment, as Fang Yun introspected, he noticed the distinct characteristics of these 12 orifices. The 8 celestial apertures cultivated earlier now exude a more magnificent and resplendent aura, albeit the difference is subtle, indiscernible to the untrained senses. Yet Fang Yun, with his keen insight, discerned the distinction. A slight furrow formed on his brow. Indeed, the cultivation attained through elixirs bears a disparity when compared to the rigorous asceticism he had endured. His self-cultivated prowess, honed through arduous training, is exceptionally solid, while the strength derived from potions carries a semblance of hastiness. Fang Yun is no longer the naive novice. Oblivious to the realm of immortals, he once was within the confines of the mind. His comprehension of the void immortal realm has crystallized into a clearer understanding. During the void immortal phase, the emphasis lies in solidifying one's foundation, and the manifestation of a cave heaven void immortal serves as irrefutable evidence of that strong foundation. This is why each emergence of a cave heaven void immortal is met with recognition. A towering edifice must rise from a firm foundation. Without one, navigating the path of the Tao becomes exceedingly challenging. As his thoughts whirled, Fang Yun contemplated for a moment and chose not to attempt an immediate breakthrough. Instead, he instructed his 8,000 avatars to commence their cultivation collectively, focusing on the celestial feather aperture technique to refine the 4 less stable apertures. He is resolute in solidifying his foundation, akin to the tenets of the Tao of Ghouls. With each cycle of the Great Zhou heavenly circulation, augmented by an efficiency of over 4,000 times, Fang Yun fixated on those 4 apertures, his gaze gradually igniting with intensity. It is indeed effective. The 4 celestial apertures slowly transformed, becoming more robust and profound. Yet, as the Great Zhou cultivation continued to wash over and refine him, Fang Yun sensed an imminent breakthrough. Waves of impact surged within him, as if a voice were fervently beckoning. Arise. Do not suppress yourself. Release. The temptation to shatter the barrier of the 9th layer of immortal cultivation was overwhelming. However, Fang Yun steadfastly resisted. I must endure. He teetered on the brink of losing control, nearly breaching the threshold. Yet, he forcibly restrained himself and continued his rapid cultivation. 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times. At last, he felt that the aura of those 4 apertures had harmonized perfectly with the previous 8. A wave of comfort washed over him. In that moment, an unparalleled sense of serenity enveloped his spirit, and he relinquished the deliberate suppression. In the next instant, he achieved his breakthrough. It flowed forth effortlessly. A sensation of clarity coursed through him. Ecstasy. The 9th layer of void immortal. Fang Yun abruptly rose, his celestial body radiating a soft golden light. 2 magnificent figures of cave heaven flickered into existence around him, accompanied by the swirling of 24 celestial apertures. In that moment, Fang Yun appeared as a divine being, feeling the surge of power within him double in magnitude. Ha ha ha! Fang Yun laughed heartily, his jovial voice resonating throughout the courtyard, albeit muted by the dual formations in place. Bold yet composed. In a hidden locale on the periphery of the wind-swept desert, a towering figure emerged quietly. With dark azure hair, a hawkish nose, and eyes sharp as blades, his forehead and temples adorned with several azure divine patterns, he exuded an aura of dominance and nobility. Moments later, a dozen figures appeared silently. Qingpeng Wang, are you truly prepared to take action? The striking young leader spoke, his demeanor calm and composed. Dressed in resplendent celestial attire, he exuded an air of grandeur while maintaining an unassuming presence, akin to that of a mere mortal. His gaze toward Qingpeng Wang bore a hint of vigilance, yet lacked any semblance of fear. The 10 or so individuals behind him radiated a robust and profound aura, each a paragon among the 9th tier of the void immortal realm. Tomorrow we shall act. I trust you will not disappoint me, Qingpeng Wang declared, his eyes still as frigid as ice. Very well, upon our success as previously discussed. The elegantly attired youth replied. Rest assured, the treasures of the Earthly Queen and the Earthly Python clan will be yours. All I desire is the unification of the desert. Haha. Then let us toast to the Lord of the Desert. May your banners fly victorious. Following this straightforward exchange, the two delved into further details before swiftly vanishing into the swirling sands. The next day, as dawn barely broke, the Fengpeng clan was the first to sound the war drums. Kill! A fierce shout echoed across the plains. Chapter 78. The Battle of Two Clans, a frenzy of slaughter as the Wind Phoenix clan stirred into action. The Earth Python clan required no warning. They immediately mobilized. The battle cry resonated through the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous beat of war drums. At the command of the Earth Queen, thousands of Earth Python warriors surged forth, igniting the clash between the two clans. The air and ground were awash with ethereal light, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, the winds and sands of the plains recoiled, as if the forces of nature themselves made way for the impending conflict. The initial wave erupted in a spectacular clash of divine powers. Before the warriors of both clans even met, a tempest of azure wind blades and swirling sand dragons erupted in a cataclysmic exchange. Much of their power dissipated, yet numerous wind blades and ethereal dragons broke through, wreaking havoc within the ranks of both clans. In the blink of an eye, dozens, if not hundreds, from each side perished, their souls not even having the chance to flee before being annihilated. Many warriors charging forward were struck by the gruesome remnants of their comrades, intensifying the bloodlust on both sides. Kill! Kill! The fervor of battle surged to the heavens. In the next instant, both clans plunged into each other's midst. With a thunderous crash, the plains erupted with a formidable force that trembled the earth. Blood splattered, and the chaotic brilliance of ethereal light burst forth like a surging ocean. The vanguard warriors of the Earth Queen led the charge, akin to a sharp blade, relentlessly piercing through the enemy lines. The leaders of the Earth Flame clan and others followed closely behind, accompanied by thousands of fierce warriors, charging into the fray. A grand melee ensued. Initially, there was a semblance of strategy, with groups of 3 to 5 coordinating their efforts. Yet as the slaughter intensified, chaos reigned. Any semblance of order was discarded. As long as it was not of their own clan and within reach, they would strike. Blood was spilled, scales and feathers scattered through the air. The time of carnage passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. The numbers of both clans began to dwindle, each reduced to fewer than 3,000 warriors. The earth and air were thick with the scent of blood, reverberating with the sounds of combat and the explosive clashes of ethereal light. The warriors from the over 100 Earth Fire tribes, alongside 100 avatars of the Earth Python, were rapidly diminishing. However, the fallen were predominantly from the original Earth Fire tribe. Not a single avatar of Feng Yun had perished thus far. Each avatar, being a two-hole virtual immortal at the 9th level, possessed remarkable recovery abilities and tremendous combat prowess, though they were concealing their true strength. Only Feng Yun displayed power far surpassing that of a 9th level virtual immortal. With each fierce lash of his python tail, he shattered an enemy from the Wind Phoenix clan. His stone spear sliced through the air with a whirlwind of strikes, leaving few adversaries capable of standing against him. Ha ha ha! Little brother of Earth Wind, do you even dare to vie with me for women? Feng Yun taunted as he felled a Wind Phoenix warrior, casting a disdainful glance toward the distant leader, Earth Wind. Earth Wind, upon hearing this, spat blood. Not out of rage, but rather due to the assault from 3 nearby Wind Phoenix warriors. He cast a glance at Di, a flicker of respect flashing in his eyes. How formidable! Di appeared even more powerful than before. In a moment of distraction, Di Feng was instantly gravely wounded by 3 Fengpeng. Just as he was on the brink of death, a towering figure shot through the air like lightning. Bang! The sound of a massive python's tail sweeping and a fierce stone spear cleaving the air echoed. In an instant, the 3 virtual immortals of the 9th tier, Fengpeng, were ruthlessly subdued by Feng Yun. Blood erupted in all directions, splattering the leader, Di Feng. Drenched in blood, Di Feng's spirit trembled. He wished to express his gratitude, but Di Lai had already rushed off like a tempest to another battlefield. How fierce! I am no match for him. Di Feng was profoundly shaken and uttered a silent thank you to Di Lai's retreating figure, before continuing his assault on a nearby Feng Peng. However, before he could reach it, he encountered the ferocious Feng Kuang from the Feng Peng clan. Alarmed, Di Feng attempted to flee, yet Feng Kuang was even faster, his wings whirling like blades, swiftly catching up with the escaping Di Feng. In an instant, Di Feng was cleaved in two by Feng Kuang's wings, with his very essence unable to escape. Ha ha ha! Kill! Feng Kuang howled to the heavens, his cry resonating mightily. Arrogantly fierce, he resembled a fierce whirlwind, rapidly advancing towards another earth python. Moments later, the leaders, Tu Mang and Tu Li, fell. Excellent. In the sky, the previously concealed Qing Peng Wang watched this scene unfold, a hearty smile brightening his face, filled with admiration for Feng Kuang. After slaying Tu Mang and Tu Li, Feng Kuang charged toward another earth python. This group of earth pythons were, in fact, Fang Yun's earth python avatars. Feng Kuang single-handedly battled against the four formidable earth python avatars, not falling behind. Qing Peng Wang's eyes sparkled. Feng Kuang's performance in this battle was truly remarkable. Then, he turned his gaze to the rampaging Di Lai, but his expression suddenly turned cold. This guy is exceedingly lethal. He seems even stronger than Feng Kuang, and his killing is remarkably more ruthless. While Feng Kuang targets only the strong, Di Lai indiscriminately slaughters all in sight. Suddenly, he noticed Di Lai had found Feng Mei. The battle intensified. Within mere breaths, the renowned icy killing god of the Feng Peng clan was pierced through by Di Lai's spear, the weapon shuddering. Feng Mei's enchanting form was instantly torn asunder. Qing Peng Wang was enraged. Feng Mei was his most cherished disciple. He immediately conveyed a message to Feng Kuang, instructing him to eliminate Di Lai. However, Feng Kuang appeared oblivious, fiercely engaged in combat with the four earth python avatars, exhibiting an unyielding resolve. Qing Peng Wang furrowed his brow. Was this guy in a frenzy, or was he simply not listening? He sent another urgent message commanding Feng Kuang. Yes, my king. Once I have slain these four earth serpents, I will swiftly go after that Di Lai. Feng Kuang responded, his body radiating a brilliant azure glow, suppressing the four earth python avatars, who began to cough blood in response. Qing Peng Wang frowned, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, seeing Feng Kuang also engaged in killing the earth python clan, he refrained from further complaints. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yun spotted yet another formidable Feng Peng on the battlefield. It was none other than Qing Peng Wang's most powerful offspring, Little Peng Wang. At this moment, Little Peng Wang was single-handedly battling two formidable female warriors of the Earth Python clan, the leaders Yuan Xia and the previous messenger Yuan Zi. The formidable prowess of the Little Peng King subdued the two women, causing them to bleed profusely, their endurance waning. Suddenly, the Little Peng King spotted Di Lai. Di Lie? Ha! Death! The sight of Di Lai ignited a thrill within the Little Peng King. To slay such a renowned and powerful adversary, to bask in the blood of a formidable foe, was a monumental honor for the Feng Peng clan. With a fierce sweep of his wings, the Little Peng King cleaved through Yuan Xia and Yuan Zi, sending them reeling and spitting blood. Then, a brilliant azure light enveloped him as he charged directly at Di Lai. Fang Yun, with a disdainful smile curling his lips, tore apart a Feng Peng and boldly advanced. You are but refuse. I shall fell you in 3 breaths. Fang Yun scoffed. The Little Peng King was instantly enraged. 3 breaths later, Fang Yun, in a display of valor, severed the Little Peng King's head from his shoulders. Bathed in blood, Fang Yun resembled a deity of death. The Azure Peng bird's primordial spirit, horrified, sought to flee, yet was pierced through by the tempestuous winds exhaled from Fang Yun's mouth, rendering it a mere sieve. Little Peng King, slain. Yuan Xia and Yuan Zi beheld this scene, their spirits shaken to the core. Di Lie, so powerful, so overwhelming it made one tremble. No wonder he dared to covet the queen's attention. In the skies above, the Azure Peng King was utterly enraged. Death. In the next moment, The Azure Peng King plunged from the clouds, akin to a startled swan, hurtling towards Li below with astonishing speed. Chapter 79. Stand back. Here comes my fierce power. Sensing an overwhelming intent to kill and impending danger, Fang Yun felt a surge of alertness. Given his current prowess, the only one capable of instilling such a sensation was undoubtedly the Qing Peng King. As anticipated, in the next moment, a streak of azure brilliance shot towards him. Ha! Splendid! With a thought, Fang Yun summoned dozens of Earth Yuan Python avatars, all converging towards him. He intended to deliver an astonishing surprise to the Qing Peng King. However, suddenly, from the depths of the earth, a resplendent golden figure burst forth from the sand, swiftly rushing towards the Qing Peng King. Qing Peng King, your adversary is me, a melodious voice rang out. The Huanglong Sand Sea roared to life, swirling chaotically as golden earth dragons encircled the Earth Yuan Queen, charging ferociously towards the Qing Peng King. The Qing Peng King's gaze, sharp as a blade, flickered with cunning, and then his wings unfurled abruptly, unleashing a tempest of azure wind blades. Ha ha ha, little girl, your master cannot defeat me. How do you expect to? The Qing Peng King bellowed, his wings flapping, sending a storm of razor-sharp blades slicing towards the Huanglong. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled as terrifying waves of energy caused the surrounding Wind Peng and Earth Yuan Python tribes to cough up blood. Shall we battle elsewhere? Do you dare? The Qing Peng King declared, his wings beating as he sped towards the edge of the battlefield. What is there to fear? The Earth Yuan Queen replied, her expression frigid and unyielding, resembling a bolt of golden lightning as she followed closely behind. Fang Yun furrowed his brow, cursing the Earth Yuan Queen for thwarting his plans. He then led his numerous Earth Yuan Python avatars to engage the enemy while swiftly making his way in that direction. Before he could approach, a peak battle had already erupted. Fang Yun watched from a distance, astonished. The realm of virtual immortality. How formidable! In the clash between the Qing Peng King and the Earth Yuan Queen, there was a faint aura of the power of laws at play. Their divine abilities surpassed those of ordinary Wind Peng and Earth Yuan Pythons. In an instant, the two desert dominators engaged fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple appeared in the void to the side, and then a dozen figures quietly emerged. At the forefront, a man raised a dazzling talisman in his hand. The talisman swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive sword of light. It sliced directly towards the Earth Yuan Queen. Upon sensing this scene, the Earth Yuan Queen's heart raced. She forcefully repelled the Qing Peng King with her golden spear. With her other hand, her fingers danced like butterflies, conjuring a coiling dragon amidst the sandstorm, radiating intense golden light to intercept the colossal sword. In the next moment, shock flashed across the queen's exquisitely beautiful face. The enormous sword of light seemed unstoppable, swiftly obliterating the golden coiling dragon. Ha ha ha, little girl, while battling with me, you dare to divide your focus. The Qing Peng King seized the fleeting moment of distraction. His figure transformed into a massive dark azure bird, divine light radiating, claws gleaming with a chilling jade hue, lunging fiercely towards the Earth Yuan Queen's serpentine tail. Simultaneously, a torrent of azure blades howled towards her. The Earth Yuan Queen braced herself in haste. In an instant, her vibrant serpent tail was ensnared by a sharp claw, revealing several massive wounds. Yet, almost immediately, a brilliant flash of color illuminated the wounds, restoring them to their former state. However, the complexion of the Earth Queen paled slightly. At that moment, a colossal light sword swept through, vanquishing the golden dragon with a swift, fierce strike. The overwhelming force caused the winds and sands within 100 miles to retreat in unison. In this critical moment, a gem embedded deep within the Earth Queen's chest erupted with a dazzling golden light. This golden radiance transformed into a shimmering shield, positioning itself before the light sword. A tremendous explosion resounded as both forces dissipated simultaneously. Instantly, the Earth Queen's complexion grew even more ashen. Observing this, the Azure Peng King rejoiced and intensified his assault, forcing the Earth Queen into a relentless retreat. Noticing the golden light emanating from the Earth Queen's chest, a young man in exquisite attire materialized in the distant void, his eyes sparkling with fervent excitement. The rumors were indeed true. Ha ha! The holy son of Qianyuan laughed heartily. He then sprang into action, his figure racing towards the battlefield like lightning, embodying the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm. A golden sword manifested beneath his feet as he soared forward, exuding an aura of both majesty and ferocity. Azure Peng King, do not harm this woman. This holy son wishes to savor her essence. The holy son of Qianyuan remarked with a languid smile, his demeanor exuding elegance and charm. With keen interest, he gazed at the Earth Queen's alluring form. Extending his hand, a rope shimmering with celestial light appeared, poised to ensnare the Earth Queen. The Earth Queen, sensing this development, felt her spirit waver, resulting in yet another injury inflicted by the Azure Peng King. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and Fang Yun, hurrying towards the scene, was taken aback by the sight of these avian beings summoning external aid to ambush the Earth Queen. Even his avatar, Wind Fury, had failed to uncover this intelligence. At this moment, Fang Yun was still at a considerable distance. Flying would not suffice, so he decisively dispatched several avatars to the battlefield. Protect Her Majesty! One of the avatars surged forth from the desert beneath the holy sun of Qianyuan, transforming into the true form of the Earth Python. It charged directly towards the swiftly coiling celestial rope aimed at the Earth Queen, willing to test the binding. In the next instant, the Earth Python avatar found itself ensnared. It immediately felt its celestial power constrained, its strength significantly diminished. The holy son of Qianyuan furrowed his brows, taken aback by the sudden emergence of the Earth Python. With his prowess, he had not noticed how this serpent had arrived. With a thought, the holy son attempted to retract the binding rope, but the python clamped its jaws tightly around a segment of the rope, refusing to release its grip. Its claws also clung to the celestial cord tenaciously, causing the holy son's retraction speed to slow dramatically. Seeking death, the holy son of Qianyuan seethed in anger. Yet, in the next moment, over a dozen earth pythons surged from the sands beneath him, their formidable presence encircling the holy son and his entourage. The holy son, momentarily startled, quickly donned a look of disdain. His flying sword shot forth with a roar, cleaving towards the advancing pythons. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The golden sword returned empty-handed. The holy son's eyes glimmered with intensity. These earth pythons were exceptionally powerful. To think that his corporeal form could withstand the might of his golden sword. Suddenly, amidst the swirling sands, a dozen fierce earth origin pythons charged forth. The expression of the holy son of Qianyuan immediately transformed in alarm. Brothers, let us slay them. With a fierce roar, Fang Yun commanded. Dozens of earth origin pythons lunged toward the group of over 10 from Qianyuan. Meanwhile, he himself bravely advanced towards the king of Qingpeng. At this moment, the fierce battle between the king of Qingpeng and the earth origin queen caught the attention of this unfolding scene not far away. The king of Qingpeng was profoundly shaken. The external assistance he had secretly arranged had proven to be of little effect. Instead, the Earth Origin Python clan had unleashed a valiant and unexpected force. Your Majesty, retreat.
I dilie, shall come.
Chapter 80. The Queen's redemption awaiting the moment. I vowed to slay the king of the Qingpeng. Fang Yun roared fiercely, his aura remarkably valiant. At this instant, the heart of the earthly queen trembled inexplicably. This individual was indeed not merely speaking empty words. He had transformed his resolve into tangible action and demonstrated formidable power. The queen's thoughts flickered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. She instinctively chose to trust the being before her. Li. As she swiftly evaded, Fang Yun charged forth with relentless determination. A glimmer of disdain flashed in the eyes of the king of the Qingpeng. Although Li's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary immortal at the 9th level, there remained a considerable gap compared to beings of their caliber. How arrogant! The king of the Qingpeng sneered, his sharp claws striking out, conjuring colossal claw marks infused with the power of the wind from the heavens, striking with unparalleled speed and intensity. Yet, as Fang Yun drew near, he neither dodged nor evaded. His aura surged explosively once more. His speed increased dramatically, his scaled armor radiating a dazzling light. He met the claw marks head-on, ferociously advancing towards the king of the Qingpeng. Boom! A collision of the serpent dragon sent the immense form of the Qingpeng king retreating thousands of meters. The clash between the serpent and the bird was a fierce melee, unmatched in ferocity. In the midst of this violent entanglement, the king of the Qingpeng was struck with astonishment. How could this be? Di Li's profound celestial power and physical strength were not inferior to his own. In fact, his recuperative abilities surpassed his significantly. The king's only remaining advantage lay in a faint grasp of the laws, augmented by the might of the wind element. Ha ha ha! Is this truly your level, king of the Qingpeng? Fang Yun laughed heartily, his robust serpent dragon form clashing against the Qingpeng king's claws without fear of injury, delivering a fierce blow to the king's body. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted from beneath the Qingpeng king's abdomen, his feathers bursting forth with blinding azure light. Although he managed to ward off Fang Yun's assault, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Fang Yun's serpent dragon form, though bloodied, swiftly mended, continuing its relentless advance. His unwavering determination, appearing oblivious to pain and unafraid of death, stirred the heart of the Qingpeng king. Little did he know, Fang Yun genuinely felt no pain. At this moment, he was a separated entity, capable of sustaining injuries yet devoid of the sensation of combat-related agony. As long as he was not dead and retained celestial power within, he could fight until the end. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed over 100 times. While Fang Yun appeared to bear more injuries, his rapid recovery and overwhelming physical strength rendered his wounds relatively minor. Moreover, he was fiercely aggressive, his momentum dominating the exchange. Conversely, the Qingpeng king sustained fewer injuries, yet they were accumulating rapidly. Observing from a distance, the earthly queen watched the battle unfold, her initial concern giving way to awe as she beheld the extraordinary display before her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Di Li had earned her newfound respect, causing her heart to flutter. Simultaneously, the earthly queen began to perceive an opportunity to slay the Qingpeng king. Though she could not accomplish this alone, with the valorous Di Li by her side, it might indeed be possible. Di Li, I shall assist you. No need. Watch as I take this scoundrel down alone. Fang Yun let out a ferocious roar, while the python dragon unleashed a thunderous growl. Once again, injury was met with injury. One of Fang Yun's sharp claws was severed by the Azure Peng king. Yet, seizing the opportunity, his other python dragon claw viciously plunged into the back of the Azure Peng king, tearing out a mass of flesh and blood that spattered several feet high. Ah! The Azure Peng king screamed in agony, blood raining down from his back in torrents. Madman! Madman! The Azure Peng king cursed inwardly, feeling that this dragon python before him was likely deranged. How could he endure such grievous wounds without feeling pain? Ah! The thought of pain only intensified the agony of his own injuries. Trash! To be unable to withstand pain and still claim kingship? To call himself a man? Fang Yun scoffed disdainfully. Once more, he let out a wild dragon's roar, exchanging injury for injury. The Azure Peng king's attacks had scraped away large patches of Fang Yun's scales and flesh, yet Fang Yun's fearsome python dragon jaws nonetheless sank viciously into the Azure Peng. Ah! The Azure Peng king howled again in despair. Trash! Fang Yun coughed up blood, expelling a chunk of flesh, yet he continued to fight fiercely while mocking his foe. The Azure Peng king spat blood, unsure whether it was from his wounds or from the fury boiling within him. At that moment, the Earth Origin Queen, witnessing the scene, cast a beautiful yet reproachful glance at Fang Yun, and then, with a swift motion, charged into the fray. The Azure Peng king, seeing this, was filled with dread. His mind reached out toward the distant battlefield where the Chenyuan Saint Sun was engaged, and he immediately spewed blood anew. He had initially believed that the Chenyuan Saint Sun and his companions would swiftly deal with the Earth Origin Python clan, but upon seeing the scene, it was clear that they had not only failed to subdue their enemies but were on the verge of being overwhelmed themselves. Damn outsiders! Useless! A bunch of worthless fools! The Azure Peng king raged, bitterness flashing in his eyes. What a ruler of the desert! This time, merely escaping would be a victory. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, the Azure Peng king radiated a brilliant azure light, illuminating the heavens in a cerulean hue. First, he forcefully repelled Fang Yun. Then, with a flap of his wings, he soared upward at great speed. "Retreat swiftly, my kin. We shall fight again another day," the Azure Pung King declared, and with that, he vanished without a trace. "Want to run?" Fang Yun bellowed, giving chase. At that moment, the Earth Origin Queen arrived just in time, and together they pursued the Azure Pung King, one on each side, racing toward the heights. "Ha ha ha! You think you can catch me?" The Azure Pung King scoffed at the relentless duo below. With a flicker of disdain in his eyes, he flapped his wings once more, propelling his Pung form hundreds of miles in an instant. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, and with a few quick flaps, he vanished completely from sight. Realizing they could not catch up, Fang Yun cast an irritated glance at the Earth Origin Queen beside him, feeling quite displeased. Had this woman not been there, he could have employed his spatial shifting technique to deploy the Earth Origin Python doppelganger to block their path. Yet, with her presence, such deceptive tactics were no longer viable. Di Lai ceased the pursuit. The Earth Origin Queen said helplessly. This outcome was anticipated. The Azure Pung King, at the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm, possessed incredible speed, making it exceedingly difficult to slay him. "Humph! Women are a hindrance." Fang Yun coldly scoffed at the Earth Origin Queen. "You go and eliminate the remaining Wind Pung clan members and assault the Mo Phone Cliff.
Di Lie.
Vow today to slay the Azure Pung King." Upon concluding his words, Fang Yun cast not a glance at the Earth Queen and continued his relentless pursuit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Earth Queen stood rooted to the spot, her heart trembling at Fang Yun's domineering shout. Her complexion flushed with color, yet quickly transformed into a mix of embarrassment and fury.
Di Lie.
"How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" the queen exclaimed in a melodious yet furious tone, her ample bosom quaking with indignation. Then, she heard a boisterous voice echoing from afar. "My queen, wait for me. I vow to slay King Qingpeng." Ah! The Earth Queen was engulfed in a tempest of shame and rage, her exquisite visage suffused with a rosy hue, her delicate fists clenched tightly. With a furious roar, she obliterated the winds and clouds of the 10 directions. Then, with a swift turn, as if awaiting Fang Yun's command, she plunged into the battlefield between the two clans. In that moment, the Wind Pung clan, having witnessed their king's retreat, scattered in all directions. Kill! The morale of the Earth Python clan surged triumphantly. Chapter 81. The Holy Son of Chenyuan, King Qingpeng, is dead. The Earth Origin Queen led her kin to swiftly annihilate the Fengpeng tribe, and then directed her army straight towards the stronghold of the Fengpeng clan at Mofeng Cliff. Although Di Lai's words were infuriating, this was indeed an opportune moment. Even if they could not slay King Qingpeng, the eradication of the Fengpeng stronghold would significantly weaken them. For a millennium, the Fengpeng clan would be unable to contend with the Earth Origin Python tribe. At this moment, a battlefield over 1,000 miles away on the southern side of the wind and sand plains lay seemingly forgotten by all. The Holy Son of Chenyuan, once proud and composed, now faced the relentless assault of Fang Yun and a multitude of Earth Origin Pythons. Finding himself in utter disarray, half of his subordinates had already perished, leaving only 2 to desperately shield him as they struggled to hold their ground. How could these Earth Origin Pythons be so formidable? Impossible. The Holy Son of Chenyuan was astonished beyond measure. Initially, these Earth Origin Pythons had merely seemed somewhat strong. However, as they distanced themselves from the core battlefield, it was as if they had transformed into entirely different beings, each displaying extraordinary strength, none weaker than he, the Holy Son of the Immortal Lord. Were it not for relying on some foundational techniques, he would have perished by now. "Holy Son, you must flee. We will hold off these native pythons. All right? I will remember your kindness and ensure the well-being of your wives and families," the Holy Son of Chenyuan pledged, then unleashed a sword talisman to carve a path for his swift escape. "Thank you, Holy Son," the 2 cultivators at the 9th level of shouted, producing a lightning talisman, quickly forming a lightning formation that blocked the path of several Earth Origin Pythons. Yeah. Overestimating yourselves. The leader of the clones, also Fang Yun, chuckled mockingly. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of Earth Origin Python clones surged forward. In mere moments, The two self-sacrificing were reduced to nothing but dust. Why do I feel a sense of exhilaration as the villain? Fang Yun frowned, grinning wickedly. Then, with a thought, he directed the numerous clones to confront the Holy Son of Qianyuan. Believing he had narrowly escaped, the Holy Son was racing away, panting with relief, only to behold a dozen Earth origin pythons, all waiting for him with mocking disdain. Ah, don't come any closer. The Holy Son of Qianyuan was seized by terror and turned to flee. His strength barely allowed him to contend with a single Earth origin python. Facing so many, he stood no chance. A sinister laughter echoed from behind, igniting a fierce anger within the Holy Son. He, the Holy Son of Qianyuan, regarded the indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm as mere ants in his trials. Yet today he was being forced to flee in utter disgrace, his life hanging by a thread. Are all outsiders as weak as you? Flee, flee. I shall pursue you. The taunting voice of the Earth origin python echoed, akin to a cat playing with its prey. The already injured body of the Holy Son surged with blood, and he spat a mouthful of crimson. Ah! The Holy Son of Qianyuan gazed skyward, his heart ablaze with sorrow and indignation, unleashing his final celestial talisman in a wrathful cry. Let all perish. The talisman transformed into a sword of heavenly might, cleaving towards the pursuing Earth origin python. Without a backward glance, the Holy Son swiftly fled into the distance. Moments later, he halted abruptly, despair and reluctance etched upon his visage. A tempest of frustration surged within him. Your talisman is commendable. Do you possess another? A disdainful Earth origin python taunted. If not, you may embrace death. With that, dozens of Earth origin pythons surged forward with lethal intent. The Holy Son resisted and struggled, only to succumb to despair. Surrounded by a throng of Earth origin pythons, he was tossed about like a mere plaything until his demise. The following day, on the outskirts of an ancient woodland, in a secluded valley, King Qingpeng resembled a wounded wolf king, isolated and forlorn. Around him remained only a handful of his kin. Your Majesty, we have suffered defeat. The wind-grinding cliff has been raised by those earth serpents. One disheartened wind Peng lamented. The surrounding kin lowered their heads and wings in sorrow. I yet live. Our tribe has not been vanquished. King Qingpeng declared resolutely, his eyes glimmering with fierce determination. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the dozens of kin were somewhat lifted, though only marginally. Establish covert communication. Gather our scattered kin. We are not merely this few. King Qingpeng commanded. Yes, responded a wind Peng of the 9th level of the virtual immortal realm, hastily taking flight. No sooner had he departed than a swarm of azure figures raced towards them from the horizon. Instantly, King Qingpeng and his company braced themselves for a hasty retreat. However, when the newcomers came into view, King Qingpeng's heart soared with joy. Feng Kuang, you have returned, accompanied by 2 to 3 dozen kin, although this group appeared battered and forlorn. Some were left with but one wing, others had nearly shed all their feathers, while some bore grievous wounds that laid bare their bones. None were unscathed. Yet, a profound delight flickered in King Qingpeng's eyes. These are all kin of the 8th and 9th levels of the virtual immortal realm. As long as they live, given time to heal, they shall emerge as a formidable force once again. Ha ha! Feng Kuang, King Qingpeng exclaimed, rising with mirth to personally welcome the returning warriors. Your Majesty, we were besieged by over 100 earth serpents, and our kin suffered grievously. Feng Kuang landed, his eyes reddened, a gaping wound the size of a bowl oozing blood, revealing the brutal nature of their escape. The assembly of wind Pengs behind him bore expressions of profound sadness. Enough, I am aware of all that has transpired. You are all valiant warriors of our tribe. Your return signifies hope for our people. King Qingpeng approached to console him, a flash of inspiration igniting within him as he smiled and said, Feng Kuang, I wish to adopt you as my son. Would you consent? At this moment, the Wind Peng clan faced dire straits, and Feng Kuang's formidable prowess compelled King Qingpeng to forge a strong bond. Upon hearing this, Feng Kuang's face lit with joy, immediately kneeling. I pay my respects to my adoptive father. Ha! A fine child. The Azure Peng King laughed heartily as he approached to offer support. However, just as he was about to make contact with Wind Fury, In the next instant, a sharp claw with the swiftness of lightning plunged directly into the Azure Pung King's heart. With a vicious tug, Wind Fury extracted the heart from the Azure Pung King. The Azure Pung King was taken aback, his aura surging violently as he retreated in shock. He gazed at Wind Fury before him with a look of utter disbelief. In that moment, not only was the Azure Pung King incredulous, but the remaining dozens of Wind Pung clan members were equally shaken to their core. The loyalty of the Wind Pung people to their king was etched into their very blood. How could Wind Fury betray them? Why? The gaze of the Azure Pung King turned as cold as steel. Ha ha ha! I have taken a liking to your woman, and you dared to refuse me. How audacious! Wind Fury laughed raucously, rising with an air of arrogance as he concocted a flimsy excuse. Why? There is no reason. If the master wishes to kill you, then you must die. The Azure Pung King spat blood. Kill! Wind Fury stowed away the Azure Pung King's heart and then bellowed fiercely. The 2 or 3 dozen Wind Pungs behind him erupted with formidable power. Gone was the earlier semblance of despondency and despair. Chapter 82. The Return of the King. The Queen's redemption. The heart of the Azure Pung King was extracted. Though he did not perish, he sustained grievous injuries. How could he contend against Feng Yun and his formidable avatars? Severely wounded, the Azure Pung King could not even flee from the Wind Pung avatar. After a brief moment, within a ravaged jungle, the once mighty Azure Pung King lay lifeless, his spirit extinguished. Master, the mission is accomplished. Feng Kuang's voice resonated with delight as he reported to Feng Yun. Moments later, Feng Yun appeared, delivering a swift kick to the corpse of the Azure Pung King before casting a glance at Feng Kuang. Well done. This time he did not dominate Feng Kuang. Rather, Feng Kuang had led the operation independently, yielding remarkably favorable results. The avatars proved to possess capabilities beyond mere tools. In complete obedience to their master, they also exhibited their own intellect. Feng Kuang, elated by the praise, felt an overwhelming joy. Feng Yun retracted the Azure Pung King's body, and with a mere thought, summoned all the Wind Pung avatars back. Meanwhile, the violent sands of the desert were engulfed in a massacre. The Wind Pung clan faced rapid extinction, while the Azure Pung King remained elusive. Within the royal city of the Di Yuan, Queen Di Yuan listened to the reports with great pleasure. The Di Yuan Python clan had achieved an unprecedented victory. However, the thought of the Azure Pung King's escape filled her with anxiety. As long as the Azure Pung King remained at large, an insurmountable threat loomed. The king of a clan, when present, would exercise caution. Yet now, the Wind Pung clan faced utter devastation, and their king had fled. Should the Azure Pung King recover and return to exact vengeance on the numerous Di Yuan pythons scattered outside, it would lead to a relentless and merciless campaign of retribution, a calamity without end. Queen Di Yuan stood atop the palace, gazing at her jubilant kin within the city, her heart a tumult of emotions. She hoped that Di Lai would truly succeed. Alas, let there be no unforeseen misfortunes. The queen whispered into the void, yet deep within her heart, she harbored little hope. Instead, she felt an inexplicable worry for the reckless Di Lai. As her old adversary, she understood all too well the perilous challenge of pursuing the Azure Pung King alone. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a robust figure returning amidst the swirling sands of the horizon. He strode through the void, riding upon a golden dragon of sand, returning triumphant. Upon recognizing the figure, Queen Di Yuan's heart leaped with joy, though her countenance swiftly regained its icy composure. Humph! The queen scoffed, her pride as a monarch evident. In the air, Feng Yun also spotted Queen Di Yuan, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Humph, what is there to be proud of without having slain the Azure Pung King? Queen Di Yuan felt a twinge of displeasure, yet oddly enough, a flicker of delight surfaced within her. At the very least, he had returned safely.
Di Lie,
Riding the golden dragon of sand infused with celestial energy, approached the royal city leisurely, exuding an air of flamboyance. The guards and clansmen, upon seeing Di Lai, erupted with excitement. His reputation for bravery and strength had already spread throughout the entire Di Yuan Python clan. In the battle upon the sandy plains, countless Wind Pungs were slain, in defense of Her Majesty the Queen. Engaging the Qing Pung King head-on, even pursuing him relentlessly. Each deed was so valorous that it eclipsed even the king himself. In the next moment, under the queen's directive, the guards opened the protective barrier of the royal city. Fang Yun soared into the skies above the city, riding the yellow dragon. This was an immense honor. The earth fire had returned. Fire! 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 The Earth Yuan Python people crowded the streets, their voices erupting in thunderous cheers, welcoming their warrior home. Fang Yun hovered in the air, smiling and waving at the excited crowd below. Strangely, he found himself somewhat moved by the fervor of the Earth Yuan Python people, as if he were one of them, basking in the supreme glory of their kin. Unbeknownst to them, his doppelganger had also slain many of their kind. Little did they know that had he chosen to aid the Wind Peng in eradicating the Earth Yuan Python clan, the circumstances at this moment could have been entirely reversed. In this world, many matters may not be simply defined by right and wrong. Regardless, at this moment, I am one of the Earth Yuan Pythons, the Earth Fire. Fang Yun's heart was a tangle of complexity, yet his expression once again transformed into one of exhilaration. His gaze burned with pride as he looked upon the exquisite form of the Earth Yuan Queen. Raising his hand with a flourish, the Earth Fire has fulfilled its duty. The Qing Peng King has been slain. As his triumphant voice rang out, a massive corpse of a Peng bird fell from his grasp. It thunderously crashed onto the streets below. The Earth Yuan Python people were taken aback, then scattered in avoidance. Boom! 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 The enormous Peng bird carcass crushed a swath of buildings. Yet not a soul uttered a complaint. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and awe, followed by fervent excitement that left them trembling. It truly is the Qing Peng King, someone in the clan was the first to exclaim, quickly igniting the fervor of the entire Earth Yuan Python clan. The Qing Peng King is dead, truly dead. Some clan members shouted with joy, tears streaming down their faces. They rushed towards the corpse of the Qing Peng King, opening their mouths wide to bite fiercely into its flesh. His parents had both been slain by the Wind Peng. In that moment of rage and excitement, they savagely tore into the flesh of the Qing Peng King. In the blink of an eye, numerous Earth Yuan Pythons surged forward. In an instant, the colossal corpse of the Qing Peng King was devoured by the vengeful and exhilarated Earth Yuan Python clan. The Earth Yuan Queen observed all of this quietly, occasionally glancing at the Qing Peng King's body, then looking up at Fang Yun, who gazed down at her from the